In her past life, Luo Ning was as if poisoned, blinded to the distinction between good and evil, manipulated by the female antagonist Lin Yinyin to her heart's content. Her closest friends and those who loved her were all met with tragic fates. Even she herself suffered a gruesome demise, subjected to humiliation. The wicked faced no retribution, and it seemed that heaven could no longer bear witness to such injustice, allowing her to return with memories intact to 2 months prior to the apocalypse. In this life, her sole desire is to protect her family and friends, and also that cold-faced killing god who risks everything for her. In this life, I shall be the one to cherish you. She no longer desires some nonsensical male-led. To hell with that chaotic script. Do not hinder my journey of battling monsters, leveling up, and falling in love. Chapter 82. Survivors Outside the Base. After resting for 3 days, Luo Ning was revitalized and felt ready to confront the zombies once more. Upon discovering her status as a mere level 1 weakling, she felt a slight blow to her spirits. After all, as the captain, it was rather embarrassing that her abilities were inferior to those of her team members. If this were to get out, they would surely be the subject of ridicule. Thus, she recognized her current situation and resolved to gather more crystal cores. Just as the Guardian team stepped beyond the gates of the base, several shadowy figures began to reveal themselves from their hiding places. After driving a distance, Luo Ning fixed her gaze ahead, a smirk of derision playing at her lips. We seem to have picked up a tail behind us. Do take care not to drive too fast, lest they fall behind. The base prohibits killing, De Zhuang said earnestly. But we have left the base. Qian Duo and Gu Yushi chimed in unison, their smiles sweet. Duo, you've turned wicked. Gu Yushi winked at Qian Duo. Oh, I was never that virtuous to begin with, Qian Duo replied coolly. As Qian Duo spoke, she glanced at Jiang Zhen, noticing his expression remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious, which secretly relieved her. Master Tiger had reverted to the size of a small kitten, nestled in Luo Ning's embrace, purring contentedly. No amount of noise could disturb its tranquil mood. By the way, Yushi, why have you been sneaking next door every night for the past few days, only returning in the dead of night? Just look at those dark circles under your eyes, Luo Ning inquired casually. With her brother absent, she needed to keep a watchful eye. She could not allow Qin Chuan, that cunning wolf, to lead the child astray. Oh, this? It's nothing, just going to enhance my abilities, seeking a bit of wisdom, that's all. Gu Yushi protested innocently, feeling more aggrieved than Do-yi. Initially, when Qin Chuan invited her over, she thought he might finally confess his feelings, but instead, he merely wanted her to provide fire-based abilities and forbade her from revealing it to Ning. Day in and day out, she was out early and back late, working overtime. All of this was her brother's fault. Chu Bufan also appeared haggard, internally lamenting that indeed, as the leader had stated, he too was participating to enhance their abilities. Perhaps it would be best if you didn't return so late next time, considering you are still a single young lady. Luo Ning emphasized the word single, as if fearful that Qin Chuan might not hear her. Qin Chuan wore a bitter smile but said nothing. Once they had exited the safe zone, the group ceased their idle chatter. Luo Ning sensed with her mental acuity that the vehicle trailing behind them was neither too far nor too close. The zombies are gradually increasing. We can shake them off now, Luo Ning advised Qin Chuan, who was driving. Understood, Captain. A glint of cold light flickered across the gold-rimmed glasses of Qin Chuan as his lips curled into a slight smile. The fluffy white creature in Luo Ning's lap perked up its ears, shifted slightly, and then returned to rest on her legs. They were merely insignificant ants. There was no need for this tiger to unleash its might. Suddenly, the vehicle accelerated, sharply turning at the next intersection, scattering several zombies that obstructed their path. A cloud of dust erupted behind them as they sped away into the distance. Boss, this time we will undoubtedly capture them and avenge the vice-captain. Their RV is with them. They're certainly the ones who caused the vice-captain's demise. A scrawny man with a single arm sat in the passenger seat, his eyes glinting with malice as he barked orders. The individual referred to as boss was robust and muscular, clearly a man of brawn over intellect, completely at the mercy of the one-armed man. Accelerate. Force them to a halt. Today, we achieve vengeance, the one-armed man commanded in a low, menacing tone, his words dripping with resentment and indignation. Yet, boss, there's no road ahead. Damn it, brake, the man dubbed boss shouted, his voice cracking under the strain. Nevertheless, The vehicle's fate of colliding with a nearby structure was already sealed. Clang, clang, bang, bang. It seems there has been an accident behind us, Chun Xiaolu remarked innocently, his wide, naive eyes surveying the group. Do you wish to assist? Yunxiao inquired, her voice instinctively rising a few pitches. No. I merely wish to see if I should deliver a final blow, eliminating the threat entirely. Yunxiao pondered. Whom has this child learned from? He seems to have strayed somewhat in his development. Casting a glance at the plume of smoke rising from the car and the subsequent explosion, the group chose to remain silent and continued their journey. This time, they deliberately chose a longer route, intending to acclimate themselves to survival in the outside world, preparing for future long treks. After 4 hours of driving, they found themselves far from the base, in an area where vegetation appeared sparse, likely a region previously neglected in terms of greenery. However, the number of zombies gradually increased, to the point where they could be described as shoulder to shoulder. The road ahead was densely packed, completely obstructing their passage. Even a modified vehicle could not guarantee safe passage through the throng. The path was too narrow, with debris littering the way behind them, rendering any attempt to reverse futile. Thus, the group had no choice but to disembark and clear a path manually. Luo Ning also stowed the vehicle. Previously, Luo Ning had scanned this area with her mental energy, confirming that there were few zombies, only a sporadic few, thus leading them to drive this way. Yet, where had this endless horde of zombies suddenly emerged from? Luo Ning sensed something was amiss, but the current circumstances left no room for contemplation, as the zombies were already closing in. Baihu transformed, his form enlarging several times, standing protectively in front of Luo Ning. With a single sweep of his paw, 3 or 4 zombies were sent flying. Baihu's violent path clearing provided the group with a moment to breathe. Although they initially contemplated retreating, given that the zombies were slightly fewer in that direction. The zombies appear to have become cleverer, seemingly deterred by their intention to retreat, as the horde behind them swelled, effectively sandwiching them. Weighing their options, the group opted to veer left toward a relatively zombie-free area, heading toward a seemingly sturdy residential complex. Are we really just going to run away? Isn't that a bit cowardly? Chu Bufan shouted as he ran, his golden hair standing on end due to the brisk pace, tousled in the wind. If you're not cowardly, then go confront the zombies and see who comes out on top. By the time you become a zombie, perhaps you won't have to remain single due to the apocalypse. Yunxiao, panting heavily as she ran, couldn't resist retorting. If that's the case, I'd rather remain single and not die. Chu Bufan, with his disheveled golden locks, sprinted ahead of the group. It was amusing that someone had just deemed fleeing cowardly, yet now they were all running at quite a pace. The massive white tiger trailed behind, clearing a path and blocking the oncoming horde of zombies, while the group swiftly entered a previously scouted and seemingly new residential area. Luo Ning effortlessly sliced through what appeared to be the iron gate lock of a fire escape. The others hastily entered through the small door. Chu Bufan was called upon once more, tasked with utilizing his metallic abilities to secure the entrance. Although reluctant, he was a sensible individual and adhered to the plan in this critical moment. With his metallic abilities unleashed, the previously vulnerable iron gate was instantly reinforced. Upon entering the complex, an odd scent reminiscent of blood mingled with the stench of exotic beasts wafted into their nostrils. They observed a pool of dried blood in one corner, but nothing else was found. After surveying the area, they discovered several large bloodstains, yet no other significant findings. During their observations, Luo Ning caught a glimpse of a window in a high-rise that had opened slightly and then closed again. It appeared that there were indeed survivors here, explaining the absence of zombies inside. However, since they were merely passing through, seeking refuge, they had no intention of stirring up trouble and chose to ignore it. Selecting a location that was relatively easy to escape from and defensible, they entered the building. Just as they finally settled into a spacious apartment and began discussing strategies, a rapid knocking echoed from outside the door. Who could it be at this moment? Chapter 83. Captivity. Luo Ning had initially intended to rise and assess the situation. The tiger, previously crouching, swiped its paw towards Qin Chuan, who reflexively dodged and found himself directly in front of Luo Ning. I can handle this, Qin Chuan said, adjusting his glasses, his smile refined and handsome, exuding an air of ease as he addressed Luo Ning. Very well, Luo Ning replied, not one to be overly sentimental. After all, in unfamiliar surroundings, a man's presence often carries more weight than a woman's. It was a reminder to herself to exercise greater caution in the future. "Who is there?" Qin Chuan inquired, positioning himself near the door, peering through the peephole. Luo Ning was not idle either. She extended her mental energy to sense the presence outside, detecting 4 or 5 robust men, armed with tools and knives. "These individuals likely do not mean well," Luo Ning whispered as a warning to the others. The group had already adopted a defensive posture, prepared for confrontation at a moment's notice. "We are survivors from this community. We noticed your group appeared to have been forced in by zombies, so we thought to introduce ourselves. We harbored no ill intentions," the man leading the group outside explained. Qin Chuan's lips curled into a perfectly measured arc as he spoke with calm authority. "We are merely passing through, and do not intend to linger. There is no need for an introduction. Please leave." However, the leader did not withdraw immediately. Instead, he pulled a woman from the shadows behind him and urged her to speak. "We truly are survivors and wish to band together. It would increase our chances against the monsters outside. We have provisions to share if you are willing to accept," she said with a gentle and sincere tone. Though Luo Ning could discern a hint of anxiety in her voice, she reached out to stroke the tiger's head, soothing it to prevent any restlessness, while continuing to observe the situation outside. "We need to confer," Qin Chuan declared, turning his attention away from the individuals outside. "Xiao Jun, do you believe what they are saying is true?" Luo Ning quietly inquired of Chun Xiaolu. "I cannot see them, so I cannot ascertain. It would be best to look into their eyes," Chun Xiaolu replied in a hushed tone. "Then we should open the door and gauge the situation," Luo Ning suggested, nodding for Qin Chuan to proceed. The heavy iron door creaked open, and both parties braced themselves for whatever might unfold. "We are construction workers from this area, as well as survivors who fled from nearby. We genuinely seek mutual support," the man who had spoken first insisted, his tone brimming with sincerity. Most would perceive him as an honest man, but Luo Ning and her companions were not ordinary individuals. They possessed a living lie detector. Noticing Chun Xiaolu touch his nose, the team understood. Indeed, he was a fraud, and his act was quite convincing. "So, how many survivors are there in your group? Can you accommodate us? As we are more than 10? We might become a burden." Qin Chuan, a master of diplomacy, spoke with such sincerity that it was hard not to believe him, particularly given his deceptively appealing appearance. The group outside, sensing an opportunity, immediately assured, "Rest assured. We have been trapped here by zombies for quite some time, and if we can survive, we are certainly capable of supporting more survivors." The man pounded his chest in assurance. "Oh, by the way, our community is quite the small base, housing around 500 to 600 people. My humble name is Zhang, and I oversee this temporary base." He introduced himself with a hint of pride. "Might I inquire, base leader Zhang, what sustenance you rely on for survival?" Qin Chuan, skilled in flattery, managed to coax a pleasant mood from the man. The mention of base leader Zhang evidently delighted him, causing him to speak more freely. "Naturally. We subsist on the beasts we've slain. Our base has its own abilities to hunt these creatures, providing ample food for everyone." After such inquiries, the Zhang man continued to persuade. "So, have you decided to join us? It is much livelier on our side, rather than being isolated here. We are newcomers and wouldn't want to intrude on your space. We've had a long day, and will definitely come by tomorrow to greet everyone." Qin Chuan declined with a smile. Seeing that the Guardians team would not be swayed, the man conceded, promising to send some meat their way later that evening. "Thank you, base leader Zhang," Qin Chuan replied amiably as he bid farewell to the group. Once the door was closed, his cheerful demeanor vanished instantly. He turned serious, confirming that the men had left the building. "Miss Luo, have you noticed an unusual odor? A stench, or perhaps a foul, fishy scent?" Qin Chuan asked, looking at the others. Everyone had grown accustomed to the stench of zombies, so they didn't find it particularly offensive. However, Luo Ning nodded. "I noticed it upon entering the community. It's an indescribable odor, reminiscent of decaying flesh or something similar." Though she struggled to articulate her feelings, one thing was clear: this scent was indicative of something sinister. The group distributed detox pills, deciding it was prudent to consume some. As a wind element ability user, I am particularly sensitive to odors. This one evokes thoughts of corpses, Qin Chuan added. Luo Ning nodded, trusting his judgment, especially after Xiao Jun confirmed their suspicions about the group outside lying. They clearly lacked sufficient food and water, making their eagerness to recruit Luo Ning's group suspect. The team hastily consumed some rations and sipped water, attempting to quell their hunger after a long delay for lunch. Luo Ning extended her mental energy to probe their surroundings, but found it could only meander within the community, unable to escape its confines. She struggled to stretch her mental tendrils beyond, but could detect nothing. It was bizarre, too bizarre. Just like before, she had thoroughly searched, yet found no trace of zombies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced to flee here. Did you all notice how the group outside looked at us? Qian Duo, usually silent, finally spoke. Everyone turned to her expectantly, knowing she seldom spoke without reason. To them, we appeared as mere walking meat, she declared, sending chills down the spines of her companions. A collective shiver coursed through them. Moreover, despite their filthy appearances, each of them seemed surprisingly robust, devoid of the emaciation and lethargy typically associated with the apocalypse. Ignoring the reactions of the others, she continued. Luo Ning felt a sinking sensation. Could it truly be? Although she had heard of cannibalism in her past life, confronting it directly was both repugnant and chilling. There is another possibility. The humans here are being kept by the zombies. The stench resembles a mixture of mutant beasts, zombies, and decaying corpses. Jiang Zhen, uncharacteristically sharing his thoughts, drew the group's attention. The more they considered it, the more it resonated. Today, their party had been herded in this direction, as if driven by unseen forces. Captivity? This is profoundly unsettling. Regardless of which scenario is true, it boded ill for them. We shall observe the situation tonight. Chapter 84. The True Dragon Base. In the afternoon, the group remained uneasy in their quarters, unable to find comfort or rest. In the presence of encircling zombies and the treachery of human hearts, no one could maintain a state of calm repose. Ultimately, the group decided to ascend to the rooftop of an uninhabited skyscraper to survey the situation. Luo Ning stood before the window, her keen eyesight allowing her to look far beyond, even discerning the tangled hair atop the heads of the zombies outside the community. The undead surrounding the area appeared to wander aimlessly. However, from her elevated vantage point, it became evident that they were diligently guarding every entry and exit point, as these locations were notably more congested with the undead than other areas. Luo Ning's brows furrowed slightly, realizing that this cluster of zombies was indeed intent on driving their group inward. It remained unclear whether this was orchestrated by human hands or the zombies themselves. As she pondered, she detected a familiar fluctuation of psychic energy and immediately unleashed her own mental prowess to pursue it. Yet, that fleeting sensation vanished as abruptly as it had appeared, leaving no trace, as if it had never existed. Had she truly sensed Yunxiao's psychic presence? Surely, her mind was playing tricks on her. How could he possibly be here? The tiger crouched on the ground, scarcely daring to move. After a moment, it shook its ears and, as was its custom, proudly rose to its feet, sauntering over to Qin Chuan with an air of apparent indolence, and simply stared at him. Qin Chuan, perplexed, could not decipher the meaning behind the tiger's gaze. Yet, in the presence of so many, he dared not inquire. The tiger maintained its intense gaze on Qin Chuan for a full 2 minutes, but the latter remained oblivious. "Tiger, come here," Luo Ning called, prompting the tiger to spring up eagerly, wagging its tail as it trotted over, leaving Qin Chuan in a state of bewilderment. "So, what was the point of your prolonged stare?" he wondered. "Are we comparing the size of our eyes? You're proving to be more troublesome as a tiger. Are you trying to indicate that there is danger?" Luo Ning asked, gently stroking the tiger's fluffy head and gazing into its eyes. The tiger nodded. "Is it the zombies that are the threat, or is it the humans?" She continued. A nod indicated zombies, while a shake of the head signified humans. The tiger first nodded, then shook its head, leaving Luo Ning somewhat perplexed. "Both are problematic?" she surmised, locking eyes with the tiger, who responded with a glimmer of understanding. Ning truly understands me," it seemed to convey, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Chuan, dripping with derision. "What is with that condescending look?" Qin Chuan exclaimed. "Don't come to me for help next time." Luo Ning chose to consult the tiger primarily because she believed that an animal's instinctive intuition would be more acute than that of humans, untainted by visual distractions. Moreover, this tiger seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, as if it were perpetually attuned to the extraordinary. With a clearer understanding, the group ceased their unfounded worries, conserving their energy, awaiting the night to conduct further investigations, striving for a decisive strike when the time was right. Around 5:30 in the evening, the woman from earlier approached, carrying a grayish bucket half filled with meat. This time, Luo Ning hesitated no longer. She opened the door to speak. As she invited the others to tour the so-called base, once more, Qin Chuan, adhering to their prior agreement, readily accepted. He claimed he was too hungry to proceed without first eating. The woman did not press further, merely providing them with the location of the building before departing. Once she was gone, the group formed a circle around the bucket, which still adhered with hard lumps of lime, swallowing hard as they suppressed their expressions of distaste. A lime bucket? Filled with meat? Their eyes then shifted to the unknown, reddish-brown meat, swimming in a thick sauce, and they exchanged knowing glances towards the tiger. The tiger, perched in the corner, bore an icy gaze. From its expression, the others clearly discerned disgust, aversion, and a hint of looming threat. Perhaps we should leave this meat be.
Who knows what it truly is?
Even De Zhuang, who relished meat above all else, hesitated at the sight of this suspicious offering. I'll stow it away in my space, lest they catch on, Luo Ning declared, using her ice abilities to freeze the strange substance into a solid block before depositing it away, primarily concerned that the gluttonous snowball might inadvertently consume it. The group waited half an hour before making their way to the woman's so-called base at a leisurely pace. They located the building closest to the interior of the community, a 6-story villa, adjacent to taller structures. Luo Ning sensed the presence of individuals within the high-rise. At the entrance, they encountered guards, and a short, astute-looking man greeted them with a broad smile. You must be the guests our base leader Zhang mentioned. Please come in. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, his demeanor exceedingly respectful, as if they were genuinely welcomed guests. Please, lead the way. Qin Chuan spoke as the team's representative. After you, he urged, and the Guardian Squad, consisting of 10 members and 1 large tiger, was ceremoniously welcomed into the base. The tiger had not shrunk in size, as it may have already been spotted during the previous skirmish. Furthermore, the imposing presence of the tiger served as a form of intimidation. As they traversed through 2 guarded gates, the group was led into a building that appeared to be an excavated version of a living room, with a direct view of the 6th-floor ceiling. The so-called base was little more than a 2-story flat, resembling the accommodation they had previously occupied. However, this place had been modified to connect all 6 floors with stairs, the corners clad in metal, revealing signs of repair. The center formed a space that allowed visibility to the rooftop of the 6th floor. Remarkably, the structure had not collapsed, a testament to some architectural miracle. Dim, damp, and reeking, these 3 characteristics rendered the place exceedingly hollow, eerie, and sinister, akin to a low-budget version of the high-vaulted European abodes of Western vampires. Evidently, they too possessed metal-based abilities, as the stairs were fashioned from metal. Beyond the building, the most conspicuous features were the still-fresh cement-coated steps and the luxurious chairs, elevated like thrones atop the steps, occupied by none other than the man named Zhang.
Zhang,
The self-proclaimed leader of the base, rose with a beaming smile to greet them. Welcome to our true dragon base. We are truly honored to have you here. However, Qin Chuan feigned casualness. You mentioned having 400 or 500 survivors. Yet, all I see are guards. Where are the others? Zhang Long, the base leader, momentarily hesitated, his smile faltering before he regained his composure. Suanzi, go fetch the survivors. Let them meet our new guests. After all, we may need to coexist in the future. He instructed a nearby middle-aged man with a discreet glance. Shortly thereafter, a procession of individuals emerged from various corners of the upper floors, each bearing an air of despondency, their faces marked by a dull pallor. Yet, none appeared emaciated. Some women even lacked adequate clothing, seemingly unaware of the need to cover themselves. They resembled livestock, raised in captivity, oblivious to notions of dignity or the sorrow of separation. However, these survivors, resembling mere shells of their former selves, recoiled at the mere sight of Zhang Long, as if fearing they might be the next chosen prey. Luo Ning, acutely sensitive to the peculiar atmosphere, cast a few more glances in that direction, her mind swirling with suspicion. It was clear that Zhang Long was not alone in that area. Chapter 85. The Heart of Every Parent. The members of the Guardian Squad maintained an impeccable facade, revealing not a trace of curiosity. Luo Ning, adopting the guise of an invisible observer, took advantage of the moment when Qin Xuan engaged in pleasantries with Zhang Long to survey her surroundings. She noted that these survivors, akin to domesticated livestock, exhibited no curiosity whatsoever towards the newcomers, not even granting them a glance. It seemed they were resigned to the belief that the fate of these few individuals would mirror that of the hundreds around them, prompting a complete abandonment of hope. Luo Ning employed her mental acuity to probe the area, discovering no anomalies in her psychic abilities, yet failing to uncover the underlying issues plaguing this community. She dared not let her guard down, signaling to her companions to remain vigilant and ready for combat. If her mental exploration yielded no results, it was certain that a powerful psychic presence, or perhaps a zombie, lurked nearby. Having concluded her observations, Luo Ning resumed listening to the conversation between Qin Xuan and Zhang Long, the latter predominantly boasting about his supposed prowess. Under Qin Xuan's coaxing, Zhang Long inadvertently revealed several critical pieces of information, such as the fact that he was the only metal-type ability user here, alongside one water-type and one fire-type user, while the rest were mere ordinary folks. He also mentioned that the woman delivering meals was his wife, and that they had a son in his teenage years. When he mentioned his son, he hesitated noticeably. Just as Luo Ning contemplated the prospect of swiftly dispatching these individuals, a young man rushed in, whispering urgently to Zhang Long. Luo Ning thought she heard the faint growls of zombies, as if trapped within the confines of a narrow space, the sound barely perceptible. Had her hearing not been acute, she would have likely missed it entirely. Zhang Long's brow furrowed deeply, and with noticeable impatience, he instructed the woman standing at a distance to check on their son, warning her not to stir up any trouble. After uttering this command, he averted his gaze and continued to regale Luo Ning and her group with tales of his supposed accomplishments. The group exchanged bemused glances, questioning whether Zhang Long harbored an obsession with reigning as a local tyrant, every word dripping with ostentation, as if to proclaim himself a true son of the dragon. Luo Ning thought to herself, did he expect her and her companions to bow before him in reverence? What a lunatic! Having gleaned sufficient information, they lingered briefly before taking their leave, anticipating some form of obstruction. They had their weapons ready to draw at a moment's notice. Yet, to their astonishment, they were permitted to leave without incident. As they stepped outside, Debaihu cast a piercing glare at Zhang Long, laden with a warning. Approaching the inner door, Luo Ning, while adjusting her pants, squatted down, her ears keenly attuned. She suppressed the glimmer of sharp insight in her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, her actions mirrored those of the nearby tiger, though the distinction between a human and a tiger rendered the similarity less apparent. Once Luo Ning and her companions departed, Zhang Long's previously jovial demeanor rapidly darkened, his expression twisted with malice. What was that young man scheming now? Was he attempting to ensnare a higher-level ability user? Did he not see the predatory gaze of the formidable tiger? Just dealing with one was challenging enough, let alone the others who were not weak themselves. Deceiving them would take time. A wicked smile crept onto his lips. Moreover, those girls were remarkably attractive. How could they not cherish them? His subordinates erupted in laughter, engaging in another round of boastful banter. Upon returning to their previous lodgings, Luo Ning and her companions began to exchange insights. Qin Xuan spoke first, noting that the man was indeed a metal-type ability user, but his son was only mentioned in his words, never seen. I suspect he is not human, he concluded. Luo Ning confirmed his suspicions, asserting that their son was indeed not human, as she had just heard sounds akin to those of a zombie. The woman had left the group to investigate. For a mother, a child was undoubtedly the greatest bond in this world. Furthermore, my psychic abilities failed to locate the zombie's position. As they deliberated, a knock echoed from the outer door. The sky had fully darkened, and at this hour, who could be seeking them? Luo Ning approached the peephole cautiously and was taken aback to encounter a pair of eyes glowing red. She nearly screamed, but managed to restrain herself. Zhang Long's wife had ulterior motives. Miss Luo, have you all settled in? I apologize for the intrusion, but I have matters to discuss with you. The voice belonged to Zhang Long's wife. Luo Ning clearly discerned that she was addressing her specifically, not the group. What could she possess that warranted such calculated interest, yet remained concealed? Determined, Luo Ning opened the door without intending to let the woman inside, merely blocking the entrance. The woman, unfazed, greeted Luo Ning with a bright smile and emphasized her purpose for visiting. "I've come to ask you to check on my son. He is gravely ill and longs for someone to tell him stories and keep him company. I wonder, Miss Luo, do you possess such kindness? Moral coercion." This was one of Luo Ning's least favorite tactics. Yet, she suppressed her rising ire and replied with a smile. "I would be more than happy to assist you in any way I can." Internally, she scoffed at the performance, maintaining an unperturbed exterior. Turning to her companions, she declared, "I'll accompany this lady for a moment and return shortly," winking at them to signal their discreet following. Understanding her cue, they remained silent and descended the stairs alongside the woman. She led Luo Ning through the complex, twisting left and right until they arrived at the entrance of a towering building adjacent to their so-called true dragon base. Descending the eerily dark staircase, they reached an underground parking garage, where she produced a key and unlocked a reinforced door to a small compartment. With a creak, the heavy iron door swung open, revealing a shocking sight. A boy of about 14 was bound by numerous chains, fixed to a cross, resembling the crucifixion of Jesus. The previously tranquil basement was shattered by the arrival of the woman and Luo Ning as a deafening zombie growl echoed, nearly rupturing eardrums. Luo Ning, disregarding her ear's discomfort, unsheathed her formidable blade, ready to confront the woman. "Dear Sister Sue, this is rather uncouth. I came to see your son, and you brought me to witness a zombie? Miss Luo, you've misunderstood my intentions. I did not wish for you to see him. However, he is simply too hungry. Hasn't he consumed human flesh or blood in ages? It's the plight of us parents, a universal parental concern. His tastes are quite discerning. Ordinary ability users do not suffice. Hence, we sought you out. Why not let him feast on you?" As she spoke, the woman knelt before Luo Ning, bowing her head in supplication. "Luo Ning, who are these people? It turns out that the apocalypse truly distorts the human heart. Why do all these lunatics exhibit such a warped mentality? Can't they adopt a different approach? Then why don't you just kill him? To prevent him from causing further harm to the living?" Luo Ning scoffed. "But I am a mother. How could I ever bring myself to kill my own child? It is impossible, utterly inconceivable. Even if he has become a zombie, even if he is a monster, I will not abandon him." The woman spoke with unwavering conviction, as if she had resolved to uphold a certain determination. As she lifted her gaze, a fierce light shone forth. A pair of eyes, blood-red and glistening, illuminated the dimly lit basement, akin to a vengeful spirit. "You should stay here and accompany him." Chapter 86, The Human Heart in the Apocalypse 1. Luo Ning smiled, her lips curving into a radiant crescent, as bright as the stars. Even in the darkness of the basement, her brilliance could not be concealed. "But I do not wish to. Perhaps you should be the one to stay with him." As Luo Ning spoke, she drew forth a large cleaver from her spatial storage, directing it towards the woman, whose eyes glowed an unnatural red. Meanwhile, the small zombie behind the door rattled the iron chains, the metallic clinking echoing through the air. Were it not for the chains restraining him, he would have lunged forward, ready to sever Luo Ning's neck with a single bite. Roar, huff, huff. The small zombie, as if it had spotted the most delectable feast in existence, struggled wildly. "Enough noise." Luo Ning hurled an ice spear towards the small zombie's vital point. Although the zombie was tightly bound, it could not evade the attack, yet its mother instinctively positioned herself in front, intercepting the spear. The ice spear did not pierce her critical areas. Instead, it shattered upon impact with her body. "Is it ineffective? How dare a mere morsel attack me? I shall make you pay dearly for this." The woman, who had initially appeared fragile, now had her eyes bulging, almost ready to burst from their sockets. Unable to withstand the pressure, her eye sockets tore apart, and she emitted a low, inhuman growl. "Damn it, another half-dead creature masquerading as a human." Chu Buffon and the others revealed themselves, no longer hiding, brandishing their weapons to surround the mother and child zombie at the doorway of the small room. Uncle Hu joined in, blocking one corner and baring his teeth. With a single swipe, he sent the female zombie flying. However, unlike ordinary zombies, she quickly regained her footing, ready to confront them once more. Being ugly is not your fault, but terrifying people at night certainly is. Luo Ning gazed at the woman. Her eye sockets now grotesquely empty, and felt a wave of nausea rise within her. Why must such abhorrent forms exist? It is truly repulsive. With that thought, she swung her blade at the female zombie. However, the anticipated clean cut did not occur. Instead, a shrill sound of metal clashing filled the air. It was evident that this enhanced zombie was far tougher than she had anticipated, as her blade suffered a significant gash. The edge that struck her neck was now curved and marred. Luo Ning, my beloved blade. How dare you ruin my weapon? The tranquility she once held shattered in an instant, as fury began to bubble up within her, palpable as a physical force. While others might blaze with fire when enraged, her ice-based powers manifested as shards of ice cascading from her form. As she moved, fragments of ice fell to the ground, creating a cacophony of sound. This zombie, seemingly fortified, proved even more resilient than her specially crafted blade. If I cannot use the blade, then I shall forgo it. Damn it. I shall seek vengeance for my weapon. No more hiding. If we cannot bring her down, we shall all perish here. I refuse to be cowed by this. With a rallying cry, everyone surged forward. Chu Bufan, immobilize her feet.
Got it.
Chu Bufan's metallic powers summoned several agile chains from the ground, ensnaring her feet and rendering her immobile, though her hands still clawed at the air. Without needing further instruction, De Zhuang adeptly applied his earth-based powers to blindfold her eyes and seal her mouth. Too ugly, better to keep her quiet. Just as De Zhuang prepared to act, he hesitated for a moment, glancing at Luo Ning. Miss Luo, I need some water. De Zhuang shouted. Luo Ning, though internally bemused, complied and poured water for him to mix the mud to blind the zombie. Once this woman's undead form is revealed, the blade becomes ineffective. We must find another method to restrain her. At that moment, Qin Chuan let out a sinister chuckle, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses as he proposed. I wonder if Miss Luo has a chainsaw? Luo Ning turned her head in horror, staring rigidly at Qin Chuan. Gu Yunxi contemplated whether this would tarnish Ning Ning's impression of Qin Chuan and whether she should suggest an alternative idea. However, just 3 seconds later, Luo Ning patted Qin Chuan's shoulder appreciatively, saying, "What a brilliant idea. Why didn't you say so earlier? My blade has suffered." With that, Luo Ning began to probe her spatial storage with her mental energy, searching for the chainsaw. Just when everyone thought they would swiftly resolve this mutated half-zombie situation, a bizarre scene unfolded. The small zombie, previously trapped, began to convulse violently, causing the metal chains to rattle ominously. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through everyone's minds, akin to needles pricking their brains. Even Luo Ning, who was searching for the chainsaw, could not evade the onslaught. This is bad. It is summoning a horde of zombies. We must hasten our efforts. Without further ado, she left the steel half-zombie to Qin Chuan and the others, focusing her energy on the small one. You insolent child, daring to ambush me. Let me teach you the harsh realities of society. If your mother did not properly teach you how to behave, then I shall educate you in the ways of a zombie. With that, Luo Ning concentrated her mental energy into a blade, striking unerringly toward the small zombie's head. Unlike its mother, this one lacked the fortitude to withstand such an attack. The reason Luo Ning had previously failed to detect the zombie was due to her oversight regarding mental interference. Now that she understood, she would not allow it to continue its rampage. Wrongdoers must face their punishment, regardless of age. Gu Yunxi's shout nearly startled Luo Ning's mental energy back. But fortunately, she maintained her focus. The mental blade struck true, piercing the small zombie's head with unerring precision. At that moment, the small zombie, clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness, struggled desperately, entangling itself with Luo Ning's mental energy, refusing to let go. With no other option, Luo Ning forcibly absorbed its crystal core energy. Minutes later, as the last remnants of energy were consumed, the small zombie ceased its struggles, its head drooping lifelessly. A scene flashed through Luo Ning's mind, one that did not belong to her. Shaking her head, she managed to block out the memory. During this ordeal, the half-zombie seemed to regain a semblance of its former human reasoning, a tear slipping down its cheek, mingling with dirt and leaving a deep trace behind. It ceased its struggles and did not impede Luo Ning from eliminating the small zombie. Moments later, the trapped half-zombie summoned all its strength to emit a heart-wrenching howl. This time, not only did its eyes blaze, but the half-zombie unleashed a violent aura, as if it sought to lay waste to the world, reminiscent of the creature they encountered in the laboratory. Muscles rippling, dark patterns emerged on its skin as it broke free from the chains and lunged at Luo Ning. Yet, Luo Ning was not to be trifled with. Just as she located the chainsaw, she swung it with precision, narrowly severing the claws that reached for her. Then, seizing a handful of crystal cores, she unleashed her enhanced ice abilities, completely encasing it in frost. Others also showcased their unique talents, with earth walls, gusts of wind, and metallic chains all joining the fray. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, Luo Ning channeled her mental energy, penetrating the creature's mind, aiming directly for the luminescent green crystal core. However, her mental tendrils encountered fierce resistance from the zombie, which attempted to absorb her mental energy in return. Balancing her ice abilities with her mental exertion, she nearly succumbed to the backlash. Fortunately, with an abundance of crystal cores in her grasp, she continually absorbed energy while replenishing herself with the spring water, ultimately draining the last vestiges of strength from the half-corrupted being. In that final moment, images from the zombie's mind surged through Luo Ning's mental threads into her consciousness. "Mommy, I want imported chocolate." A chubby little boy whined to his mother.
All right.
The woman replied gently, her eyes brimming with affection. "Mommy, I want limited edition sneakers." "Okay." She hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced. "You'll have to work a bit harder for them." Yet as the boy grew, she found herself increasingly unable to satisfy his desires, feeling utterly powerless. Later, when the apocalypse descended, they became trapped in their community. When the child erupted in frustration from hunger, a knock echoed at their door. "Come with me. You must have an abundance of good things." For the sake of her child, she complied, becoming one of the test subjects, grateful she still retained her consciousness. She constantly plotted her escape from the laboratory, yearning to reunite with her beloved son. 2 months later, an opportunity arose as a group stormed the lab, overwhelming the guards. Amidst the chaos, she seized her chance to flee. Returning to find her son, she discovered her husband had already left, and in the room, she found her emaciated son, bound and only capable of letting out pitiful howls. Unable to abandon him, she sought out the living. Though she knew it was wrong, she proceeded nonetheless, until she inadvertently encountered her spineless husband, who, upon seeing her with their zombie son, attempted to cast them away. Only when they demonstrated their abilities did he relent and allow them to stay. Thus, they coordinated with the zombies, utilizing mental energy to direct the undead horde, luring wave after wave of passing survivors to this absurd dragon base, where they became a source of sustenance for their captors. She hunted exotic beasts to provide for the survivors, yet her husband, Zhang Long, succumbed to a morbid curiosity, indulging in human flesh and becoming addicted. She wished to ignore it, but felt powerless, as she needed this useless man for superficial management. Her son grew increasingly discerning. When hunger subsided, he insisted on feasting upon those with abilities. Reluctantly, she complied. One day, as usual, her son commanded the zombie army, cornering a caravan into their community. However, they remained unaffected, and the situation spiraled out of control. Fear began to grip her, followed by a strange sense of relief. Finally, could someone come to put an end to this wickedness? That day, she stealthily followed her foolish husband, glancing at the group, hoping they possessed the strength to survive, lest she find herself without the courage to die. Chapter 87. The Hearts of Humanity in the Apocalypse 2. The zombies fell lifeless to the ground. Luo Ning was utterly exhausted, her hair drenched in sweat as she gasped for breath. Suddenly, the grotesquely deformed zombie seemed to regain a flicker of strength for reasons unknown. Intelligence can be troublesome. It feigned death. As everyone remained unsuspecting, it prepared to launch a surprise attack, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Luo Ning. Uncle Tiger was the first to sense the anomaly, and raged. Did it think it could sneakily bully Ning, as if it were already dead? An irresistible wave of mental energy surged forth from the tiger, targeting the transformed female zombie, instantly obliterating it into dust. Luo Ning's gaze shot up, eyes wide with astonishment. Was that Mr. Gu just now? Qin Chuan, did you notice? It seemed like Uncle Tiger used mental energy, somewhat akin to Mr. Gu. She glanced at the tiger, finding it still adorably expressionless and oblivious to her. Turning to Qin Chuan, who chuckled and replied, "Oh, that? Mental energy, doesn't he have a distinct style? To me, it all looks the same. But congratulations, Captain, you now have a tiger with only mental energy." As Qin Chuan spoke, he turned his back to Luo Ning, approaching Uncle Tiger to pat its head. "You've become formidable. You must protect Miss Luo well," he said, his tone laced with a hint of restrained frustration. He internally raged, thinking, couldn't you have given me a heads up before taking action? You flaunted your prowess, leaving me to fabricate excuses. We had agreed there wouldn't be this many details. Remember to increase my salary next time. His golden-rimmed glasses softened his expression. Turning back to Luo Ning, relieved that she hadn't pressed further, he suggested, "Let us head up. The zombie army may have already infiltrated. Another fierce battle awaits." Luo Ning distributed spring water to the group, gulping down several mouthfuls herself to alleviate the throbbing pain in her head. That troublesome little zombie's mental energy remained restless, even after being absorbed, still lurking ominously. Once outside, they found the zombies had amassed, climbing over their fallen comrades and surging toward the once sacred dragon base, now transformed into a hellish prison. The air was filled with wails and cries of despair. As the group emerged, they attracted a horde of zombies. Luo Ning, having lost her beloved weapon, could only grab a random knife and joined her team in the fray. They weren't motivated by a desire to save others. They were merely trapped, unable to flee. Since escape was impossible, they resolved to annihilate the undead and reap the crystal cores. They had come this far. They might as well collect the cores. However, as they fought, they realized the zombies seemed endless. No matter how many they killed, more kept coming. Uncle Tiger transformed, swatting 5 or 6 zombies aside with a single blow, their heads bursting as the crystal cores rolled out. Although these zombies were easy to dispatch, their numbers were overwhelming and tireless, complicating matters. As Luo Ning pondered whether to pave a path for escape or toss some explosives, a figure, cloaked in black and indistinguishable in gender, appeared with ghostly speed, scattering an unknown powder that drew a massive wave of zombies away. The group exchanged bewildered glances, each lost in their thoughts. Only Chun Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with recognition. He seemed to have spotted his sister, even cloaked in black, obscuring her from view. He recognized her, the sister who had been his companion for over a decade, a motherly figure who had always shared her chocolate with him, sacrificing her own desires for his toys. How could he not know her? His normally stern face now radiated hope.
He would seek her out.
Even if she didn't wish to see him or couldn't meet him, knowing she was alive was enough. "Sister, wait for me." Luo Ning sensed that the figure was not human. It resembled a half-corrupted being. Yet, it was evident to all that the cloaked figure was aiding them. She had no intention of pursuing, for in this world, morality was not strictly black and white. Sometimes, one can find themselves in a state worse than that of a zombie. Let her be, for fate will bring us together again if it is meant to be. The members of the squad, like diligent foragers, collected the crystal cores. They proceeded to assess the number of survivors at the so-called base. Tragically, the majority, including the base leader Zhang Long, had perished. Only a handful had taken up arms, fighting valiantly for their lives. Out of the 600 inhabitants of the base, fewer than 20 remained. "Can you take us with you?" pleaded a woman, her form grimy and disheveled, as she gazed imploringly at the group. "We are heading back to Base C. If you wish to join us, you may follow in your own vehicle. After all, your legs belong to you, and the road is not mine to pave. Am I to prevent your departure? However, do not expect us to come to your aid in times of peril, for we lack the strength to do so." With that, Luo Ning stepped out first. There was little left to scavenge here, yet she could not resist the allure of the heaps of construction materials and took some for herself. After all, it would be a shame to return empty-handed. 10 minutes later, the Guardian Squad's RV made its way toward Base C, temporarily altering their long-standing plans for extended travel. A van trailed them at a modest distance. In a nearby residential area, atop a high-rise building, a man and a woman watched as the 2 vehicles departed in succession. "Well, I kept my promise. I brought you to see your brother," the handsome young man said with a gentle smile, his gaze fixed on the girl opposite him. "I will hold true to my word. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. I shall not cause any more trouble. You may even kill me if you wish. The girl, her round face slowly losing its baby fat, adopted a delicate yet cold expression, eliciting an even broader smile from the young man. Come now, we should return. Why would I ever consider killing you? He remarked, taking her hand, and she made no effort to resist, allowing him to lead her away. With a lingering glance back at the departing vehicles, they left the rooftop. Chapter 88. My name is Chun Xiaolu. I am the person in black who lured away the horde of zombies. I am the sister of Chun Xiaolu and the one who stealthily delivered messages to Miss Luo. On the night the Jiang family was eliminated, I vanished. More accurately, I was clandestinely removed from the base. Jiang Aigua, in his madness and obsession with developing supernatural abilities, sought to become a powerful being capable of domination. Thus, he chose many like me, those who appeared to be unnoticed, whose disappearance would hardly raise any alarm, to send his laboratory for testing the latest drug for enhancing supernatural powers. This is why no one was able to locate me, despite their extensive search of the base. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself shackled, and to claim I was unafraid would be a falsehood. I lacked support, confined within a cage, observing dozens of others like me. Fortunately, I held on to hope that Miss Luo would find my brother. He would be in good hands. I firmly believed that, out of gratitude for the information I provided, Miss Luo would take extra care of him. Subsequently, I witnessed many of the imprisoned individuals transform into zombies, while others succumb to death in horrific ways. Perhaps I would be next. Yet I found that the prospect of death was not as terrifying as I once thought. To my astonishment, those who appeared frail could somehow cling to life, possibly even becoming successful test subjects. A figure clad in a white lab coat spoke to another researcher, pointing at me. If we succeed, with some modifications, perhaps we too could possess supernatural powers. The other person could barely contain their excitement. I soon learned that on the very first day of our confinement, we had all been injected with the so-called drug to stimulate supernatural abilities. As of now, however, there had been no successful cases. According to their claims, I might become the first successful experiment. I watched with a detached gaze as one by one, my fellow captives either died or mutated into monsters, swiftly discarded like refuse. If I managed to survive, I vowed to eliminate those responsible for our plight. I was fortunate. Among the researchers was an elderly professor who treated me kindly. He would quietly converse with me, encouraging me not to relinquish hope. At times, he would surreptitiously provide me with food, which brought me joy. I realized that even in a world shrouded in darkness, a glimmer of light could still exist. Thus, I cherished the meager rations deemed unworthy by others, maintained my rest, and endeavored to strengthen my physique within the confines of my narrow space. One day, a young man was brought in. He remained calm and composed, as if he were merely strolling in his own home rather than being captured as a test subject. I found myself somewhat envious of him. I could not emulate his demeanor. Observing the cage, he frowned. Are you lacking researchers? I am a professor in the field of genetic biology. My name is Fui Chen, he stated, awaiting a response. The elderly professor, who was examining the physical conditions of the captives, suddenly lit up as if he had encountered a celebrity. His legs seemed to regain their agility as he hurried over, exclaiming, I know you. You are that once prominent genius in genetics and biology. With your involvement, we are sure to make breakthroughs. The professor's face filled with hope, relaxed as the guards placed the young man in the cage adjacent to mine before rushing off to consult. This place is filthy. Not a hint of hygiene. The young man remarked disdainfully, glancing around. You should rest for now. Conserving your strength is essential for any escape. I realized I might be overstepping my bounds. Yet I felt compelled to remind anyone who found themselves beside me, hoping to forge an ally for a potential escape. Even as the individuals beside me changed repeatedly, I refused to give up. You are merely prey to others, yet you still concern yourself with me? The young man observed the girl beside me, who resembled a quail, surprised to find she possessed a mind of her own. After all, to live is to continuously struggle and attempt. Otherwise, what difference would there be from being dead? Chun Xiaolu's expression grew somber, yet her resolve remained steadfast. You hardly appear to be from the slums. How did you end up here? My curiosity piqued. It was a rare occurrence to engage someone in conversation, and I could not help but voice my inquiry. I requested to come here. Initially, I was searching for someone at Base C, but I encountered this group along the way. Bored, I decided to accompany them to see what they were studying. The young man spoke without a hint of restraint, and I was perplexed by the nonchalance with which he expressed such thoughts. Then you may not be able to leave. I regarded him with a mixture of pity and incredulity. If you survive, I shall take you with me. The young man smiled brightly, his demeanor refreshing as a spring breeze. All right, and the old professor. He is a good man. I thought conversing with someone seemingly deranged required no attention to detail or logic. Simply go along with it. After all, I was genuinely losing my sanity in this confinement. Less than half an hour later, the two guards returned, adopting a servile demeanor, a stark contrast to their previous arrogance. Professor Fu, if you would be so kind as to step outside, we apologize for our earlier rudeness. Fu Yichen emerged from the cell as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll, soon following the guards. I find myself somewhat astonished, yet devoid of any profound emotions. Nevertheless, as we are mere strangers, I have resolved to rely on my own strength to escape. As the young man approached the door, he suddenly seemed to recall something, turning back with a radiant smile. By the way, my name is Fu Yichen. What about you? It would be convenient for me to take you along when I leave. I am Chun Xiaolu, I replied instinctively, feeling that any glimmer of hope should not be disregarded. I did not expect him to keep his word, after all. He himself might not even be free. Yet, one must always harbor hope. In the subsequent month, the man named Fu Yichen kept me by his side daily, under the pretense of facilitating his research. Strangely, the people here seemed oblivious to anything amiss. Fortunately, I awakened a speed-related ability, but ominously, signs of zombification began to manifest. I lost the desire for human food, instead craving blood and flesh. However, I retained my human consciousness and was unwilling to succumb. I did not wish to end up like those failed specimens, ultimately losing my sanity and forgetting even my brother. I refused to accept such a fate. Fu Yichen pondered my condition with a furrowed brow, locking himself in the research room for 2 days, and I was, of course, inside as well. I was genuinely concerned that I might not be able to resist the urge to consume him. Yet, he seemed oblivious to his status as potential sustenance. Ultimately, he devised a potion that could supply me with energy, thereby sparing me from the same frenzied fate as the other half-zombies. I saved you, Fu Yichen declared, so you must obediently follow me. I acquiesced. I found no fault in accompanying him. After all, as a conscious zombie, I was ill-suited to return to the base and live with my brother. However, I still yearned to see my brother once more. One day, a fierce battle erupted throughout the building, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. Fu Yichen lounged on the sofa, resting his arms behind his head, appearing as languid as ever. Yet a pleasing smile graced his lips. He ventured outside to investigate but soon returned and secured the specially designed door. My senior brother has gone mad and turned into a monster. It is best we do not go outside, he remarked. By the way, it took them such a long time to find us. They are slow as molasses. With that, without awaiting anyone's reaction, he produced a small blade from seemingly nowhere and swiftly ended the lives of several researchers and guards. Only he, the old professor, and I remained. We shall be leaving shortly, he said, reaching for my hand. Suddenly recalling something, he added, but you are quite special, so you cannot accompany me. You must follow on your own, and remember to seek me out. Otherwise, when I find you, I will have to lock you up. He smiled brightly as he spoke. After they departed, I promptly made my escape, watching as their vehicles left one by one, witnessing the building's collapse, marking the end of malevolence. Such a good girl. You actually came to find me, he said, genuinely pleased. I can grant you a wish. Fu Yichen habitually took my hand and led me back to his quarters. Unable to suppress a smile. How can there be such a well-behaved girl? I hesitantly suggested. I want to sneak a glance at my brother. Very well. Since you are so obedient, I shall grant your request. Fu Yichen suddenly became quite accommodating, entirely unlike a madman. When I sought him out, they had already left. But Fu Yichen insisted on accompanying me, claiming he wanted to help fulfill my wish. And thus, the scene of saving someone unfolded. From that moment on, I became his exclusive test subject. What he said I agreed to. Chapter 89. A Beautiful Misunderstanding. Ning Ning, go call Qin Chuan and Yunxi over for dinner. Mother Luo instructed Luo Ning.
All right.
In truth, she wanted to inquire about Qin Chuan, curious about what Mr. Gu was up to. After all this time, she had no idea where he had gone and was quite worried. Upon entering the living room, Luo Ning saw Chu Bufan, Gu Yunxi, Chun Xiaolu, Jian Duo, and a few others engrossed in a raucous game of werewolf, with no sign of Qin Chuan. After calling them for dinner, she decided to head upstairs to find Qin Chuan. Luo Ning did not need to be overly cautious. Due to her training in physical arts, her footsteps were light. As she reached the door and raised her hand to knock, she overheard Su Feng's voice. She paused, instinctively holding her breath as she caught fragments of alarming words. Boss. Defect cure. Could it be as she suspected? It seemed the people inside had noticed someone outside and the conversation ceased. Luo Ning deliberately made her footsteps heavier and called out loudly, Qin Chuan, dinner is ready. Qin Chuan opened the door, emerging alongside Tiger Grandpa. Feeling guilty for eavesdropping, Luo Ning quickly grabbed Tiger Grandpa and headed downstairs, unaware of who Qin Chuan had been speaking with. Why have you slipped out here? What are you wandering around for instead of staying at home? Luo Ning nervously patted the tiger's head. Little did she know that the tiger in her arms felt equally uneasy, its heart racing. Luo Ning, even the spicy hot pot she loved seemed unappetizing now. Mr. Gu might have some hidden ailment. Luo Ning, with no intention of engaging in anything else, wished to directly ask Qin Chuan. However, given her understanding of the relationship between Qin Chuan and Gu Yunxiao, she knew Su Feng might not be truthful with her. Jiang Zhen was no different. They were certainly in cahoots. If someone were ill, they needed to see a doctor. Where could she find a doctor? The last time Su Feng brought back that Fui Chen, he was some kind of professor, dealing with genetic biology if she recalled correctly. Determined, she decided to act swiftly. Leaving the group still at dinner and heading out alone, Tiger Grandpa stealthily followed behind. Then, it saw Luo Ning sneaking off to find Su Feng. All alone. Quietly seeking out Su Feng. Initially intending to charge in after her, its own insecurities compelled it to retreat. It felt hurt and somewhat furious. Women are all deceivers. It had tried every possible means to find a way to cure itself, hoping to fulfill her wish. It remembered clearly how she had held it that day, saying if Mr. Gu didn't take the initiative, it should suppress the violent gene factor before confessing. Now, it was clear, women were indeed heartless. Just a few days ago, she had been talking about him, and now she was off to find Su Feng? Mr. Gu had not been gone long, yet she could not wait? Tiger Grandpa was infuriated by its own thoughts, sulking back in displeasure and dragging Qin Chuan, who had just finished his meal, away. Meanwhile, Luo Ning had just found Su Feng. She learned from the guard that to see Professor Fu, it required approval from Major General Su personally, as Professor Fu was a rare talent not easily accessible to the public. Taking his advice, she headed to Su Feng's office for a request form. Upon hearing her intentions, Su Feng was somewhat curious. Miss Luo, what business do you have with Professor Fu? You don't seem to be acquainted. I have a friend who may have some hidden ailment that is rather uncomfortable to discuss. I just wish to consult Professor Fu on some academic matters. Luo Ning's tone was a touch hesitant, her expression betraying no embarrassment. She had grown accustomed to maintaining a cold demeanor. Very well. Just as Su Feng finished speaking, a sweet voice called from outside, Is Major General Su in? I have something to discuss with him. Miss Luo, could you assist me?
Su Feng sighed.
For he did not dislike Zhao Ran, but she was rather young, making discussions about romantic relationships inappropriate and leaving him with a sense of guilt. Thus, he sought to allow her some time to cool off and resorted to some unconventional methods. For instance, Miss Luo, 100 crystal cores, Luo Ning offered. In a bid to negotiate the price, Luo Ning called out, 200. How could that unscrupulous merchant, Su Feng, let such an opportunity slip away? This was a perfect moment he simply could not afford to overlook. Before Su Feng could ponder further, Luo Ning hastily declared, 300. Without hesitation, Su Feng acquiesced.
Deal.
He was utterly at his wit's end, besieged by the persistent antics of the little ancestor outside. With so many pressing matters at hand, he could not afford to engage in a protracted standoff with her. Luo Ning mused to herself, Ah, Su Feng, look at you now, being pursued by a little girl. How delightful. Haha, I bet you're begging me. Despite her own arduous journey in love, she relished the misfortunes of others, believing that shared suffering was the true path to camaraderie. With a theatrical voice, she called out to the door, Su Feng. It's been ages since you last visited me. Don't you miss me? Must I always be the one to seek you out? Su Feng's thoughts were a whirlwind. What? It's actually better not to see you. Every encounter leaves me with some burden. Nevertheless, he played along. I've been swamped with work lately. Don't take offense. Just be gentle. Don't squeeze too hard, she continued teasingly. Su Feng was at a loss for words. What audacious banter was this? When had he ever? Realizing she might have overdone the medication, Luo Ning felt a pang of regret. The person outside had fallen silent. It seemed they had departed. She opened the door only to find Zhao Ran had vanished. Su Feng felt a twinge of remorse. He hadn't anticipated Luo Ning being so fierce. Yet it had indeed achieved the intended effect. Surely, she wouldn't seek him out again? Why then did he feel a faint sense of loss? Luo Ning, with her keen understanding of others' romantic entanglements, only highlighted the lament of straight men. Perhaps on a day when he felt generous, he might help clarify things with that young lady. After all, he prided himself on being a good person. Upon locating the laboratory, Fu Yichen was reclining on the sofa, a blindfold over his eyes. Was this truly the genius professor? He hardly seemed to fit the mold. Despite her reservations, Luo Ning approached him. Who's there? Fu Yichen, ever the spontaneous experimenter, was equally prone to napping at a moment's notice. It had only been half an hour, and already someone was at his door. It's you. I remember you. What brings you here? He asked, his expression still heavy with sleep. I wanted to consult you about something. If a male has certain defects or obstacles, is there a remedy? Luo Ning steeled herself and asked, averting her gaze. It felt somewhat awkward to pose such a question to a man. Though she had thick skin, she was still a girl at heart. What kind of defects? Fu Yichen inquired, seriousness etched on his face. I'm not entirely sure. I just wanted to know if you could address various deficiencies. If so, I'd like to schedule an appointment. Luo Ning was unsure of her own inquiry. It was merely a passing thought. Generally speaking, any treatment for deficiencies is supplementary. The primary focus should be on psychological well-being. The more you take the initiative to care, the better, Fu Yichen replied ambiguously. Luo Ning seemed to grasp his words, yet remained somewhat confused. Thus, she left, having been gently misled. Once she departed, Fu Yichen chuckled to himself. How amusing! Qin Chuan had just arrived, urging him to expedite the improvement of the stability serum, claiming it was urgently needed. Not 10 minutes later, Mr. Gu's beloved came knocking, inquiring about remedies for defects. This was truly entertaining. Are you not going to inform your friend? Asked Chun Xiaolu, emerging from behind the distinctive door. Given that we're in an apocalyptic world with no internet or news, it's nice to indulge in some gossip.
Besides,
their progress is too slow. I'm merely assisting them. A few misunderstandings can only serve to deepen their bonds. Rest assured, they will be grateful for my help. Fu Yichen had a penchant for mischief and enjoyed observing the drama unfold. If Gu Yunxiao was his friend, then the more reason to revel in the spectacle. On a particular day, Luo Ning chose to forego leading her team, instead focusing on her own entrepreneurial endeavors. Zhang Yu had proven reliable, procuring a chef from a pre-apocalyptic 5-star hotel, though Luo Ning was unsure where he had unearthed such talent. Seated in her newly styled Syrian-themed eatery, she sampled a dish presented by the middle-aged chef. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. Let us keep him. From now on, Zhang Yu will be your direct supervisor. If any issues arise, direct them to him. If he cannot resolve them, he will seek my assistance. Luo Ning thought to herself. It would be best if he didn't bother her with anything other than the crystal cores. Oh, dear boss, shouldn't we spruce up the place a bit? It should reflect your exquisite taste, Zhang Yu suggested, somewhat obsequiously. No need. We must be resolute. Our culinary delights should attract patrons, not superficial decor. Remember, this is a dining establishment. Luo Ning delivered her impassioned address. In truth, she was reluctant to part with dozens of crystal cores. She simply adored the Syrian aesthetic. Wild, natural, and free-spirited. Truly the boss. Your vision is unparalleled. Zhang Yu acquiesced, no longer fixated on the decor. From now on, military personnel will dine at half price. Remember that. After leaving a sufficient supply of spices and condiments, Luo Ning departed. Before she left, Zhang Yu informed her of his newfound fire abilities. Luo Ning felt this was to be expected and did not express excessive excitement, yet she still allocated him 100 first-level crystal cores, 10 second-level cores, and a substantial amount of points. He was to keep 1/10 as his salary, while the rest was designated as initial capital for the store, allowing him to procure necessary items and materials, provided he maintained a detailed account for her review. Although Luo Ning felt she hadn't given much, Zhang Yu had never seen such an abundance of crystal cores and points. He was overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly bursting into tears in appreciation. Though Luo Ning deftly avoided his emotional display, finding it unbecoming for a man to weep so openly.
Get to work quickly,
She urged, taking her leave. She still had to visit Su Feng. After all, he needed to be informed about the military discount. In her absence from Sea City, it would be prudent for Zhang Yu to seek his assistance without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lord Tiger harbored resentment at being left behind once again, feeling as though he had bitten into a sour lemon, both bitter and tart. Yet, being a tiger, he couldn't vocalize his discontent. With a heavy heart, he returned to the villa, radiating an aura of solitude. Qin Chuan had grown accustomed to Lord Tiger's unpredictable moods and attempted to soothe him, but the tiger evaded him with a haughty demeanor. This new medication will reverse the effects after 3 doses. There's no need to rush. Despite his unreliability, we can trust his expertise, Qin Chuan reassured him. Tonight marked the final dose. Patience was key. Tomorrow, he would be restored to his former self. Qin Chuan, feeling the weight of responsibility for his future brother-in-law, was deeply concerned, but even in the face of potential balding, he refused to give up hope. Meanwhile, Luo Ning beamed at Su Feng, who felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze. How had he ever thought of Luo Ning as a benevolent soul, who instilled such an illusion in him? Is it still possible for him to regret now? Fear not, Major Su.
Today,
I am not here to exploit you for your crystal core. Luo Ning discerned the wariness emanating from every strand of Su Feng's hair and decided to alleviate his concerns first. Su Feng's taut nerves finally relaxed a fraction. His previously rigid posture eased into a more comfortable recline. What brings Miss Luo to me today? Su Feng inquired while perusing documents. Well, I recently opened a small shop, and as a token of gratitude for the selfless contributions of the soldiers under Major Su's command, I am offering you a 50% discount. I specifically came to inform you of this, Luo Ning said with a smile that lit up her eyes. Is that truly all? Nothing more? Su Feng asked, somewhat incredulous. After all, given Miss Luo's penchant for opportunism, could she genuinely be so benevolent? What else could there be? It is purely a sign of respect for the military. Initially, I wanted to offer it for free, but as a small business, that is not feasible. However, if, perchance, my shop encounters any troubles in my absence, it would be splendid if Major Su could lend a helping hand. Luo Ning felt it best to clarify. Although she harbored a bit of selfish intent, she genuinely aimed to provide some benefits for the soldiers, hoping they could enjoy better meals. Being a good person certainly warranted recognition. Very well, Su Feng acknowledged, aware of the state of his troops' rations. If there was an opportunity to enhance their meals, it would be most welcome. Assisting others is merely a small effort on his part. With a reliable backing for her shop, Luo Ning would no longer fear being bullied once she departed. After all, it was acceptable for her own people to suffer losses, but not for others. If Zhang Yu were to learn that Luo Ning regarded him as one of her own, he would surely float with glee. Upon returning home, Luo Ning felt as though she had forgotten something. What could it be? She glanced around, but the familiar white figure was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that Lord Tiger had not been prancing about the previous night. She had assumed he had gone to visit Qin Chuan. However, now a whole day had passed without a glimpse of him. Mother, have you seen Lord Tiger? Luo Ning inquired. Not at all. Perhaps he went to find Qin Chuan? Her mother replied, equally uncertain. Luo Ning proceeded to ask several others, but none had seen Lord Tiger. A wave of panic washed over her. It seemed she had misplaced Yunxiao's pet. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she rushed next door to seek out Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, has Lord Tiger come to find you? I haven't seen him all day, she exclaimed as she entered the living room, her anxious expression evident. Qin Chuan was well aware of Lord Tiger's whereabouts, however. The proud creature was likely sulking at the moment. Still, he hadn't explicitly instructed him to remain silent. A mischievous smile crept across Qin Chuan's face as he pointed upstairs towards his room. Luo Ning hurried up the stairs, directly heading for that room. Fui Chen's assertion held true. Occasionally pranking a friend was indeed amusing, Qin Chuan mused. Yunxiao had just swallowed his third dose of medicine. It wouldn't be long before he reverted to his original form, though the process was rather painful. What was a bit of pain compared to the anguish within? He found himself replaying the image of Luo Ning seeking out Su Feng in his mind, his heart constricted as if gripped by an unseen hand, leaving him breathless. Darkness enveloped him, suffocating him. With a creak, the door opened. Light trickled in, illuminating the room. Lord Tiger, little tiger? Luo Ning exclaimed as she pulled back the tightly drawn curtains. The room brightened instantly, revealing a curled-up, trembling little tiger on the bed. Guilt and concern welled up within her. She had neglected him these past few days. Was he unwell? She gently scooped him up, feeling the stiffness and tremors of his body. Running her fingers through his disheveled fur, he ceased to resist, allowing her to hold him. Seeing Luo Ning return with the tiger in her arms, Qin Chuan's smile widened. Good morning, Mr. Gu. Luo Ning tenderly cradled the sickly, pitiful little tiger as she returned home, showing no disdain as she placed him directly onto her bed. She brought up dinner, specifically preparing his favorite tender steak, cutting it into pieces to feed him. The once listless tiger instantly regained some vitality, obediently sitting there, docile and compliant, endearing him to her. Indeed, he was much like his master. Their living habits, dietary preferences, and even their gazes were strikingly similar. When he was well-behaved, he resembled her thoughts of Gu Yunxiao. A sudden thought crossed Luo Ning's mind. Could Lord Tiger possibly be Mr. Gu? She was startled by her own wild imagination. How could Mr. Gu possibly be a tiger? Although the emergence of supernatural powers and zombies had become commonplace, the idea of a human transforming into a tiger was still hard to fathom. After all, there had been no such tales in her previous life. Dismissing the bizarre notion, she continued to feed the little creature, their interaction harmonious, akin to rare moments of intimacy shared between lovers. The tiger's obedient demeanor made her want to touzle his fur, much like the secret desire she harbored to ruffle Mr. Gu's hair. After all, seeing the aloof, ascetic man brought down from his pedestal was thrilling. Unfortunately, Mr. Gu was not present. Thus, she had to make do with the little tiger. As Luo Ning contemplated, her eyes sparkled brilliantly, akin to twinkling stars. Suddenly, she reached out her delicate, pale fingers, catching the unsuspecting little tiger off guard as he enjoyed his meal. Why are you touzling my fur? Aren't you feeding me? The tiger seemed to think. But, how delightful. Ning Ning is petting me. Luo Ning's subsequent action startled the little tiger, causing it to tremble. She extended her slender finger, lifting the somewhat dazed tiger's chin, forcing it to raise its head and meet her gaze. In that moment of eye contact, Luo Ning found herself momentarily entranced. Those eyes conveyed depth, struggle, and unspoken words. A tiger with such rich emotions? Was there shyness hidden within those depths? Luo Ning had merely acted on impulse, seeking to practice her newfound skills. After all, her instinct for self-preservation was quite strong. To put it frankly, she had the heart of a thief but lacked the courage. Even if Mr. Gu were sitting right there, she might not dare to act. Thus, she had no choice but to sacrifice the little tiger for her whims. Luo Ning withdrew her hand and resumed feeding him, but the little tiger's gaze turned mournful for a fleeting moment. Luo Ning, lost in thought, failed to notice. That night, she fell asleep with Lord Tiger in her arms. Now accustomed to his presence, she was well aware of his shyness, so she always prepared water for him to wash himself. Together, they embraced and enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. The following morning, at 5 o'clock, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the curtains and entered the room. Gu Yunxiao stirred awake, his biological clock accustomed to rising early. Habitually, he nudged his fluffy head against Luo Ning's cheek, but, in an inadvertent moment, his face brushed against Luo Ning's, the sensation smooth and delicate. It was not a fuzzy touch, but rather the friction of skin against skin. He had transformed back into a human. Gu Yunxiao stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, terrified that even the slightest movement might rouse Luo Ning from her slumber. His gaze roamed over his own sun-kissed skin, the muscles of his arms, the exposed shoulders, and his bare body. Ning was nestled in his embrace. He dared not move, his heart a tumult of sweetness and trepidation. What if he shifted slightly and awakened her? How could he explain his presence in her bed, without any clothes? How could he leave silently, without pushing her away? In the midst of this agonizing dilemma, he felt a sudden detachment, as if he had entered an immense, empty space filled with an array of devices, weaponry, clothing, medicine,
And food.
among these items were the birthday gifts he had secretly prepared for Luo Ning each year, but had never given. These things belonged in his own space. Gu Yunxiao swiftly regained his composure, first donning some clothes. As he thought calmly, he realized he had the ability to enter his own space. Perhaps his desperate desire to vanish had manifested so strongly that he had transported himself there. This could prove beneficial. He might need to bring her here in times of danger. He resumed his usual decisive and wise demeanor when faced with other matters. It was best to depart quickly and return to the neighboring villa first. With his thoughts concentrated, he reappeared in Luo Ning's room. Just as he turned to leave, Luo Ning stirred awake. "Good morning, Mr. Gu," she greeted, her voice rich and sultry. Gu Yunxiao stiffly turned to face her. Encountering a sight he saw daily, yet felt his cheeks flush every time. Luo Ning's pajama top was unbuttoned at the first clasp, revealing her exquisite collarbone and gracefully slender neck, her gaze laced with languor. Gu Yunxiao instinctively swallowed hard, unable to meet her eyes. How could a dream feel so vividly real? Luo Ning mused. Mr. Gu's features are surprisingly clear this time. She stretched languidly, leaning against the bed's headboard and beckoned him.
Come here, hold me.
Aren't you going to say good morning? In her dream, why should she feel apprehensive? Why not call him over for a hug? In her dream, she was the queen. This is my dream. I am in control. Gu Yunxiao wrestled internally, torn between approaching her or not. Why was Luo Ning not perplexed by his presence in her room, even asking for a hug? Yet this version of Ning was simply too adorable, soft, and beautiful. He was utterly smitten. Despite his inner turmoil, his feet moved of their own accord, elegantly striding over to her. He enveloped Luo Ning in his arms, as if cradling a cherished treasure. "Mr. Gu, in my dream you are so good." "I like it," she said, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a soft kiss on his cheek. In that instant, Luo Ning felt something was amiss. This Mr. Gu was warm, his face radiating heat. This did not feel like a dream. She reached out to squeeze his chest, feeling the firmness beneath her fingers. "I seem to have flirted with Mr. Gu,"
She thought, mortified.
Moreover, this Mr. Gu was undeniably real. Luo Ning was so embarrassed she could have dug herself a hole. But what could she do now? She had already hugged and touched him. If worse came to worst, she would take responsibility. However, in such an atmosphere, in this location, would Gu Yunxiao think she had lost her mind? In a moment of inspiration, Luo Ning feigned sleep, snuggling deeper into Gu Yunxiao's embrace. "As long as I don't admit it, you can't pin the blame on me." Gu Yunxiao looked down at the woman in his arms, who had just been playful and then drifted back to sleep, feeling a hint of disappointment. He had harbored a glimmer of hope that if she did awaken and realized he was holding her, she would allow him to reciprocate her affection. Would she accept him? Gently, Gu Yunxiao laid Luo Ning back onto the bed, tenderly covering her with the blanket before turning to leave. Just then, Luo Ning let out a soft sound, opening her drowsy eyes, her expression brightening as she exclaimed, "Mr. Gu, you're back." Gu Yunxiao smiled wryly, realizing escape was futile. "Miss Luo, I'm back. Good morning." He turned to face her without evasion. Luo Ning returned his smile. "Good morning, Mr. Gu. I just returned and happened to notice your window was open. So, I came to close it for you," Gu Yunxiao said, maintaining a calm demeanor. Luo Ning refrained from asking further, as she felt equally embarrassed. "Thank you, Mr. Gu. I'll freshen up and come down shortly. You can go ahead. Then I shall take my leave for now."
See you shortly.
"See you soon," Gu Yunxiao replied, then slipped out through the window. Chapter 92. The miraculous emergence from below. "Miss Luo seems intent on devouring me," Zhao Ran remarked. Having accompanied the Guardian team on a mission today, struggling to voice her thoughts. However, given that Luo Ning had entangled herself with Su Feng while maintaining a flirtatious relationship with Mr. Gu, Zhao Ran felt no remorse for her actions. With a sweet smile and sparkling almond-shaped eyes, Zhao Ran mustered her courage, risking being thrown from the vehicle, and turned to Gu Yunxiao. Brother Gu, have you missed me after all this time?
Hee hee.
She playfully shot a challenging grin at Luo Ning. Luo Ning rolled her eyes, nearly exasperated to the point of orbiting the earth, dismissing Zhao Ran's antics. Calling him brother just because he's older? How childish. Yet, why did this irk her so? She felt an overwhelming urge to sharpen her knives. Who might you be? Gu Yunxiao pondered for a long moment before managing to utter those words. The entire vehicle erupted in muffled laughter. That's rather unkind. She's just a kid. Don't you think you're being a tad unreasonable, boss? Zhao Ran was taken aback, not expecting such a response. Had they agreed on this beforehand? An hour earlier, in the laboratory of Fui Chen. Brother, isn't it infuriating? Gu Yunxiao clearly likes Miss Luo, so why is she still tangled up with Su Feng? Yesterday, do you know what I overheard? She actually said, why doesn't Su Feng come looking for me? And then she said it hurt. How can she act like this? She doesn't deserve Gu Daji's affection. The laboratory door swung open, revealing Gu Yunxiao standing at the threshold, his expression dark, his gaze icy, nearly shrouded in shadows. Say that again. Gu Yunxiao bore none of the youthful naivety he had previously exhibited. He was consumed by a chilling aura. He feared he would hurt her and had sought to maintain distance. Yet he had changed his mind. It was Ning Ning who had embraced him first, who had kissed him and who playfully teased him from time to time. Thus, she must be held accountable. Even if it meant descending into hell, he would drag her along. Just yesterday, he had sought out Su Feng, and now he found himself embroiled in this situation again. You like Su Feng? Gu Yunxiao regarded Zhao Ran with an expression devoid of warmth. Though framed as a question, it bore the weight of certainty. Zhao Ran recalled the first time Gu Yunxiao had shouted at her, causing her to cry. Her heart quivered as she cast a guilty glance at her brother.
So what if I do?
Then let Ning Ning stop seeking out Su Feng. Wouldn't that give you a chance? The man remarked, a smirk playing on his lips, though his eyes remained devoid of mirth. Fui Chen paid no heed, intent on watching the unfolding drama. Indeed, one must often lend a hand to oneself. And as you can see, enlightenment has dawned upon him. This is the true essence of Gu Yunxiao. For her sake, he possesses the fortitude to endure, concede, evade, and conceal his capabilities. However, once an inappropriate thought takes root and spirals uncontrollably, he becomes relentless, employing any means necessary to achieve his ends. He is not the benevolent figure Miss Luo perceives him to be. After all, he himself had proposed collaboration, now feigning unfamiliarity. Zhao Ran quickly grasped the situation. He was manipulating her. I prefer a quieter environment. Otherwise, I might inadvertently cast you aside, Gu Yunxiao remarked, his gaze averted from Zhao Ran, laden with a threatening undertone. He mused that while he had indeed mentioned collaboration, her value was limited to merely appearing before Ning Ning to remind her of his acquaintance with another female. He had never consented to her provoking her. After all, he himself found it hard to let go. Zhao Ran, having suffered in silence, could only harbor her grievances alone. Meanwhile, Luo Ning felt a surge of exhilaration. The weather was splendid today, perfect for engaging in a fierce battle against the undead. Gu Yunxiao caught a glimpse of Luo Ning's smile in the rearview mirror, causing the corners of his mouth to rise slightly. The journey continued in relative silence until they reached the site of the rumored miracle, which had stirred considerable excitement at the base the previous day. Externally, the miracle resembled an ancient building rich with Chinese characteristics. Yet its miraculous nature lay in the fact that witnesses claimed it had abruptly emerged from the ground. Habitually, Luo Ning reached down to scoop up Tiger Grandpa, only to find her hands empty. Suddenly, she recalled Gu Yunxiao mentioning that Tiger Grandpa had departed. A twinge of disappointment washed over her. After all, they had shared a long bond. However, Gu Yunxiao had explained that after spending too long among humans and distancing himself from his kin, Tiger Grandpa had developed a mild depression. With that understanding, Luo Ning felt some relief. After all, he belonged to the outside world, and it sufficed that he returned occasionally to see her. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. Gu's departure, the tiger's appearance, the tiger's departure, and Gu's return. Each connection seemed increasingly dubious upon reflection. Moreover, she had sensed numerous similarities between the two more than once. Perhaps her suspicions were well-founded? Luo Ning observed Gu Yunxiao's every move with subtle scrutiny. Upon reaching the miracle, the group disembarked and gazed upward at what resembled a palace. They were not the only ones. A multitude of ability users and even ordinary individuals, along with scattered survivors from beyond the base, had gathered. Everyone lingered outside, hesitant to enter, as no one wished to be the first to step forward. Gu Yunxiao initially intended to move ahead, ready to shield them from any potential danger. However, Luo Ning abruptly grasped his arm, patted his shoulder, and positioned herself in front of him. "I know your health is compromised. You need not hide it from me. I will protect you." Luo Ning was confident that the words she had heard from Qin Chuan were indeed true. Whenever Gu Yunxiao felt he was on the brink of being completely enveloped in darkness, Ning would inevitably bring an unstoppable light to illuminate him. He reckoned he could no longer afford to let her go. Suppressing a flicker of amusement in his eyes, Gu Yunxiao followed closely behind Luo Ning as she led the guardian team through the grand, open doors. "Master, hurry inside. There are treasures within." Yunxiao, who had been silent for some time, finally urged them. Luo Ning maintained an impassive exterior, though internally she was scolding the impudent child. "You wretched child. You finally know to respond. Where have you been hiding lately? I haven't seen you around. I took a nap, purely for your upgrade. Look at you. You are now a level 4 ability user. The space absorbed so many crystal cores that I had to slumber to digest them all. You, woman. Your tone and attitude are still so abrasive. You should be grateful to the ungrateful one who wishes to see your level rise." With a huff, Yunxiao squatted in a corner, drawing circles. "All right, I understand. You are the most magnificent and selfless spirit within the vessel. Now lead me to the treasures. I have a fondness for fine things and welcome all who come." Luo Ning's spirits lifted, for she had started as a mere level 1 and was thrilled to find herself elevated to level 4 simply due to Yunxiao's slumber and digestion. The thought alone was exhilarating. Ning, wait, this is for you." Gu Yunxiao produced a simple blade from the spatial realm, its blade gleaming darkly with a polished sheen. Perfectly sized and far lighter than the previous heavy sword. "What is this?" Luo Ning, oblivious to Gu Yunxiao's change in address, curiously examined the exquisitely crafted weapon, turning it over in her hands, unable to part with it. "Oh, I found this on the way here. It seemed more suitable for a girl. So, I kept it for you." Gu Yunxiao spoke with unembellished sincerity, a master of straightforward nonsense. "Who was it that had Qin Chuan forge such a sharp blade under the pretense of training our abilities?" Chu Bufan inquired. "Who was it that told me, via Qin Chuan, that my brother hoped to see my progress in fire abilities?" Gu Yunxi added. "I've been a windbag, keeping watch over their sword forging every day while integrating dozens of 3rd and 4th tier mutated beast crystal cores as auxiliary materials to enhance the metal's toughness. Do you expect me to fetch another one for you? Is that true? Thank you so much, Mr. Gu. Next time, please gather more such treasures. I adore them." Luo Ning's eyes sparkled with delight. "All right, we shall continue our treasure hunt next time. Let us proceed. Ning, the crowd seems restless. Everyone, be cautious. Let us move out." With that, the guardian team advanced through the heavy wooden door. Observing them take the lead, the others could no longer contain themselves and followed suit. Since this venture was already diverging from the previous life, it was time to explore the unknown secrets within the miracle. Chapter 93. The So-Called Miracle. Zhao Ran, accompanied by the reluctant 11, 22, and 97, returned first upon seeing the leader. She declared her disinterest in the mission. Luo Ning disregarded her, unwilling to bicker with the child. Thus, Luo Ning took the lead, with Gu Yunxiao closely behind, as the team entered the so-called miracle, weapons in hand. "It's rather dark in here. I'm quite frightened that a ghost might suddenly leap out." "Be quiet," the group chorused. Before De Zhuang could finish his sentence, he was met with a collective reprimand. De Zhuang felt quite aggrieved. In such an atmosphere, it was only natural to feel fear. The team had grown accustomed to De Zhuang's unfortunate knack for dark magic. Whatever he uttered would invariably manifest into reality. Now, he could hardly speak freely. his mouth effectively silenced. Initially expecting the entrance to lead to the grand building, they were instead enveloped in darkness, entering a narrow corridor. Under the faint glow of their flashlights, punctuated by the echoes of footsteps and the creaking of the aged wooden floor, the ambience evoked a sense of impending horror. The atmosphere was undeniably thick. Then, the individuals trailing behind them vanished. Just as Luo Ning intended to quiet the group, sensing she heard something. She turned to find no one behind her. Furrowing her brow, she pondered whether she should spar with De Zhuang once outside. Her hands were itching. The rest of the team shared similar sentiments. Conversations abruptly ceased, and suddenly, they found themselves alone. Thankfully, each person held a flashlight. Without the light, the encroaching darkness would have driven them to madness. In truth, darkness embodies humanity's greatest fear. What is it like to be alone in an unfamiliar, unknown environment? De Zhuang brandished his knife wildly, contemplating that as long as the blade moved swiftly enough, the ghosts would dare not approach. Chu Bufan called out in varying tones. "Is anyone there?" Yet his own voice sounded more ghostly than reassuring. Gu Yunxi was persistently tugged along by Qin Chuan, while Qian Duo, who had vanished for a moment, was seized by Jiang Zhen's sleeve. Hence, the two pairs remained together without dispersing. Gu Yunxiao had been closely following Luo Ning, but when he noticed her sudden disappearance before his eyes, he rushed forward to grasp her, only to be forcefully yanked in another direction by an unseen force. After Luo's father, Luo's mother, and Chun Xiaolu entered, they trailed behind, helplessly witnessing the figures ahead vanish into thin air, yet unable to utter a single sound. The three appeared as if separated by an invisible barrier, unable to proceed, and were left with no choice but to retrace their steps. What a ridiculous divine phenomenon. Selectively targeting individuals. Did it look down upon the elderly and children? Chun Xiaolu sulked at the entrance, filled with resentment. Suddenly, the ground trembled, prompting him to hastily close his mouth, fearing that the very thing he had just cursed would collapse and entomb them all. Luo's parents were equally disheartened. Were they truly that old? Yet, they still offered words of comfort to the little one. The three remained vigilantly at the door. Luo Ning felt as though she had been walking for an eternity, calling out several times without receiving any echo, nor even the faintest sound of footsteps. This was most abnormal. If she continued in such a manner, she feared she might exhaust herself without uncovering even a trace of the others, perhaps never finding a way out. Resolving to cease her futile efforts, she stood still, her mental threads branching out in myriad directions. Had anyone been able to see at that moment, they would have noticed a pair of ice-blue eyes peering at her from a corner of the rift in space before vanishing without a trace. The previously observed fissure returned to its original state, as though it had never existed. Luo Ning carefully sensed her surroundings, finding no objects, no people. Not even the slightest ripple in the air. Her mental tendrils quickly retracted. There were no boundaries to define, and the range of her mental power extended merely 5 kilometers. Yet she could detect nothing. The structure appeared to occupy only a few acres. How could it yield no sensations whatsoever? There was only one possibility. They had not ventured far at all, but were trapped within an infinitely looping space, isolated from the outside world. How dare they confine her? Such audacity. Having just leveled up, she decided to test the differences of her 4th-tier abilities. With that thought, her ice powers coalesced, an aura of frigid energy enveloping her. As the beam of her flashlight was swiftly encased in a blanket of frost, ice spikes shot forward, targeting a specific location. Yet, to her dismay, they had no discernible effect. If ice would not suffice, she would switch her tools. Luo Ning rummaged through the space and retrieved the chainsaw from her last encounter. As the chainsaw roared to life, it spun rapidly. However, it emitted no sound. Regardless of the silence, she resolved to dismantle the floor beneath her feet, digging a hole to escape, if only she could. Xiaolu, didn't you mention treasures? Where are they? Why is this place so bizarre? While sawing through the floor, she held Xiaolu accountable. Oh, I truly sensed it right here. Who knew entering would lead to this dreadful scenario? I distinctly felt warmth. A scorching energy wave as intense as the summer sun. How could it be absent? Xiaolu's adorable voice echoed in Luo Ning's mind. She knew without looking that it was likely pouting and rolling around. Never mind, arguing with it was futile. She needed to find the others. Luo Ning realized that after sawing for quite some time, the floor was indeed cut, yet nothing lay beneath. Not far away, a pair of ice blue eyes stared in bemusement at this woman's antics. Who carries a chainsaw around? My floor, my palace, how painful. Luo Ning contemplated the possibility of using explosives, but quickly dismissed the thought. What if they detonated, trapping her in this enclosed space? Observing Luo Ning throw the bomb back, the ice blue pupils finally dared to blink. My goodness, I was nearly frightened to death, thinking my lair was compromised. Why would such a woman meet the selection criteria? It was infuriating. Nonetheless, it could not alter the rules. Luo Ning furrowed her brow, stroking her chin in contemplation. Since this space was intangible, she would employ something equally incorporeal to combat it. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Target the root of the issue. With determination, she concentrated her mental power, gathering it within the widening ice blue pupils. A voluptuous woman emerged, exuding concentrated mental energy that formed into an enormous, ethereal blade. She raised the seemingly tangible weapon high and brought it down with a single stroke. The ice blue pupils trembled involuntarily. Mommy, I want to go home. I don't want to be the chosen one anymore. The woman was terrifying. Before it could react, the translucent barrier was violently torn apart by the massive blade conjured from her mental energy. The darkness that had ensnared her and the silent void shattered like fragile bubbles. Luo Ning regained the light. Slowly adjusting her squinting eyes, she beheld the resplendent dome adorned with ancient, mysterious patterns. Alongside the transparent orb suspended above a high platform before her, Chun Xiaolu immediately became animated. That's the orb. Hurry, go grab it. She also spotted her companions, who had been elusive moments before, struggling within their own bubbles just a few steps away. Attempting to call out to the nearest Yunxiao, she was interrupted when a colossal fireball obstructed her path. Instinctively, Luo Ning dodged, remembering that Yunxiao was still ahead, and erected an ice wall in front of her. She then turned, her beautiful eyes glaring at the high platform, only to be taken aback. A bird, wreathed in flames? Chapter 94. A Duel, Lose and Become My Steed. A bird, wreathed in flames? Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. You are the bird, and your whole family is made up of birds. The proud, rooster-like fire-spewing avian retorted, voicing Luo Ning's internal musings. So, you think you're impressive? You can even perceive my thoughts? Luo Ning crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow at it. The ice blue eyes narrowed dangerously. What bird? I am a magnificent creature. Have you ever seen a chicken with feathers as vibrant as mine? Or a bird that wields flames as potent as I do? Silly little human. You know nothing. The fiery red bird, enveloped in flames, grew increasingly agitated, its flames intensifying. And what, pray tell, are you? Luo Ning inquired nonchalantly, her hand subtly gripping the new knife gifted by Mr. Gu. A new blade must be tested after all. The bird continued to strut, its head held high, disdainfully squinting at Luo Ning with its ice blue pupils. As Luo Ning's assault approached, the blade, infused with the power of the crystal core, exhibited unprecedented flexibility and an exponential increase in attack strength. With a single stroke, the floor disintegrated into sawdust, a deep trench revealing the earth below, emanating dark smoke. The bird, claiming to be the newly appointed heir of the Zhuke clan, was furious, eager for a confrontation. If you dare, come out and fight. You wretched woman, it screeched. Oh, dear, my antique flooring, my home. You're utterly incompetent. A mischievous smile danced across Luo Ning's face. She clearly perceived the heartache reflected in the ice blue eyes of the bird. This was all intentional on her part. The Zhuke was seething with anger, utterly at a loss. If I win, you must repair my house. You owe me compensation, it declared, feeling rather clever. After millennia, it had not received a single compliment. Very well, then. If I win, you shall serve as my steed. Luo Ning retorted, her eyes sparkling with delight, her countenance radiant. I do enjoy soaring through the skies. Agreed. No sooner had the Zhuke uttered these words than a chilling sensation of malevolence engulfed it. You lack chivalry. I haven't even declared the start. It protested, swiftly unfurling its wings and taking flight from its previous position. Luo Ning's smile widened. Begin, she exclaimed. unleashing a barrage of ice shards that pursued the fiery Zhuke. Thankfully, the ceiling was sufficiently high and the room spacious. Otherwise, the combination of fireballs and ice shards would undoubtedly have reduced the place to rubble. However, apart from the flooring, it seemed other parts of the room would remain unscathed even if struck by the ice or fire. What a treasure! I might just take this house with me, she mused. Thus, the ice-blue bird and the flame-red creature clashed fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. Luo Ning felt it was time to conclude this farce. Who truly wished to battle with that foolish bird? It was simply too dim-witted. Her intention had always been singular. Clearing her mind, she thought nothing, for that fire-spewing bird could hear her innermost thoughts. A rain of ice shards pursued the Zhuke relentlessly. With a leap and a roll, she deftly ascended to the high platform, grasping the pearl and shaking it at the still-fleeing bird. I have it. Farewell. She laughed, preparing to toss the pearl into her spatial pocket when the foolish bird suddenly sensed something amiss, its ice-blue eyes widening in horror. Oh no. I don't want her as my master. Luo Ning's smile broadened just as the Zhuke lunged towards her. In that instant, someone thrust the pearl into her mouth, gripping her chin, forcing her to swallow it. Swallowed. While Luo Ning was embroiled in her fierce duel with the Zhuke, Yunxiao was anxiously pacing within a dark space, lacking the patience for such a game of hide and seek. His anxiety grew as he failed to locate Ning. No longer moving forward, he utilized his mental prowess to probe for anomalies in the surroundings. Upon discerning the peculiarities, he condensed his mental energy into his palms and tore apart the space that had confined him, shattering it into fragments. Emerging from the debris, he immediately spotted his beloved figure, and at once, his gaze fell upon the transparent, softly glowing pearl. He sensed its alluring power, undoubtedly a remarkable find. Seizing the opportunity while the bird and Luo Ning were at an impasse, he darted to her side and snatched the pearl, thrusting it into her mouth. Such a treasure was certainly meant for Ning to consume. The bird, clearly guarding this precious item, needed to be secured without delay. Thus, Luo Ning swallowing the pearl came to pass. The Zhuke's flames flickered and dimmed, its spirit deflated, no longer eager to battle. I don't want her as my master. She is too ruthless. I desire a gentle, beautiful, and kind-hearted master. Yet it was too late. Luo Ning and the Zhuke ascended into the air, both floating above the grand hall, enveloped by a beam of light that cascaded down upon them. The intertwining reds of flames and blues of ice danced like living dragons within the vast expanse. Initially, Yunxiao harbored concerns that he might have misjudged the situation, but as he observed the energy flowing from the Zhuke into Luo Ning, his worries dissipated. He remained still, his gaze unwavering from her figure. A glance at the transparent barriers revealed Gu Yunxi clinging to Qin Chuan's arm, an unwelcome sight that only served to deepen his unease. Moments later, the halo subsided, and Luo Ning floated gracefully back to the ground, only to be caught in the embrace of strong arms before her feet could touch the floor. The Zhuke, however, found no one to catch it and tumbled away, sulking as it circled in place, its grievances so profound they could lift the roof off. Upon opening its eyes, it beheld Gu Yunxiao's handsome face, and being held by him was an exhilarating experience. She felt elated, as though she could truly fly. In her joyful state, she unexpectedly sprouted 2 fiery wings from her back, soaring from Gu Yunxiao's embrace. Intrigued, Luo Ning flew in circles, gazing down at Gu Yunxiao. Would you like to try? She asked with a smile. Certainly, he replied, genuinely amused. Luo Ning wrapped her arms around his waist, spinning joyfully within the space before reluctantly letting him down. Gu Yunxiao's smile broadened. I truly enjoy this flying and, of course you. I feel the same, Luo Ning responded as she retracted her magnificent wings, causing them to vanish without a trace. Little tiger? Luo Ning suddenly remarked. Gu Yunxiao instinctively replied, What is it? Realizing his words might have been ill-timed, he quickly added, Did you see it? I didn't see anything. Luo Ning feigned looking around, then shook her head in disappointment. Perhaps I was imagining things. I must be missing it too much. Without another glance at Gu Yunxiao, she turned her back to him and walked toward the other transparent barriers. In that fleeting moment, a wicked smile flashed across her face. Caught you, Mr. Tiger. Chapter 95. Goddess, do you still need a follower? In a buoyant mood, Luo Ning approached the transparent barriers, eyeing those within with some hesitation. Would it be premature to rescue them now? After all, judging by Yunxi's demeanor, it seemed she didn't require saving. Stealing a glance at Yunxiao, she noted his calm demeanor, devoid of any expression of despair over his sister's predicament. If her own brother remained untroubled, why should she feel any sense of urgency? Just as her mental energy began to coalesce, Yunxiao stood before her. You rest. Such trivial matters are best left to me. As he prepared to tear apart a barrier with one hand, the Zhuke, resembling a defeated rooster, suddenly perked up. No. I can free them myself. I can let them go. You've already damaged 2 of their energy barriers. Its voice grew weaker, almost in a self-muttering tone. Little did it know that its prideful creation would be torn apart by 2 violent beings, and with bare hands no less. Sighing it thought, too much contemplation brings only tears. Jiangzhen, let us not leave just yet. We might as well wait here. It appears we won't be able to exit. Ning will surely come to find us. Qian Duo and Jiangzhen meandered for a while, ultimately surrendering to the situation. 2 fragile souls, devoid of the strength to resist, found themselves resigned to their fate. Just then, the flashlight flickered and died. Very well. The 2 sat side by side, engaging in conversation, primarily initiated by Qian Duo, with Jiangzhen responding intermittently, at times enveloped in silence. They suddenly noticed a glimmer of light, both remaining remarkably composed. What did I say? Why tire ourselves out? We both know we can't escape. Ning will undoubtedly come to rescue us. Jiangzhen replied succinctly. Luo Ning was genuinely astounded by the calm demeanor of these 2. How could they be so composed? They seemed to possess a profound self-assurance, one that she herself lacked. Meanwhile, Yunxi clung desperately to Qin Chuan's arm, refusing to let go. Qin Chuan, with a resigned smile, allowed her to pull him along. There are no ghosts. You needn't worry. But I saw Sadako. I truly did. It terrified me, Yunxi exclaimed, recalling the grotesque, oversized zombie from before, whose mouth was disturbingly large. She was genuinely frightened, for she had indeed seen it. However, Qin Chuan had seen nothing at all. What is Sadako? Upon hearing Yunxi's description, Qin Chuan conjured an image in his mind. He was not as terrified as she, for as a wind elemental ability user, he sensed that they were in a confined space. Thus, he simply urged Yunxi to sit down. Before Yunxi's description, he had no concept of Sadako, but as she elaborated, he could envision it clearly. It was evident that it was merely a manifestation of one's inner demons. Thoughts shape reality. We cannot escape this place. Those apparitions must reside within your mind. Cease your errant musings, and the phantoms shall not materialize. Allow me to devise a solution. Qin Chuan's gold-rimmed glasses glimmered with newfound understanding. As he was about to unleash a wind blade, they found themselves back in front of Luo Ning and the others. Zhuke sighed in relief. They had narrowly avoided breaching her energy barrier once again. Is humanity truly this ruthless now? Is it customary to rend energy shields at the slightest provocation? Zhuke pondered, feeling an overwhelming fatigue. Later, when Dazhuang and Chu Bufan were released, Dazhuang constructed a makeshift earthen shelter for himself, crouching inside, terrified of the phantoms and creatures tormenting his mind. Chu Bufan, on the other hand, grew weary of walking and opted to stand still, cursing loudly without pause. Luo Ning mused that this situation truly magnified one's inner fears, glancing at the bird. What are the other 3? Luo Ning inquired, casting a glance at Zhuke. They did not enter. The rules automatically barred them. They're waiting at the entrance, Zhuke replied, seemingly resigned to her fate. Once Luo Ning confirmed that her parents and Xiaojun were safe, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, allowing her demeanor to return to its usual lightheartedness.
Call me.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhuke, your newly appointed steed, Luo Ning beamed, her eyes sparkling with mirth. I am a descendant of the Zhuke clan, one of the ancient forest spirits, known as the vermilion bird. Zhuke, also referred to as the red bird, resembles a bird and resides in the southern realms, embodying the fire element. Thus, people often mistake us for phoenixes. However, Zhuke and phoenixes are distinct beings, the phoenix reigns as the king of birds, while I, Zhuke, am a celestial spirit beast, rarer and more esteemed than the phoenix, with greater destructive power. Is that the crux of it? Luo Ning teased, a smile playing on her lips. I lost a battle and promised to serve her as a steed, thus becoming her contracted beast. Henceforth, Luo Ning will be my master, Zhuke lamented, feeling a bit wronged. Truth be told, had that woman not consumed the contract pill imbued with primordial power, Zhuke would never have accepted such a fierce individual as its master. Little Zhuke, I can hear your thoughts, Luo Ning threatened playfully. Understood. I shall refrain from such thoughts in the future, Zhuke replied, feeling aggrieved. Luo Ning, however, was elated, sensing a connection with Zhuke. Does this mean I can read minds now? She mused. Dream on. You can only read my mind. As for others, don't even think about it. I've currently split my energy with you, so I can't read minds either, Zhuke retorted. Luo Ning felt a twinge of disappointment, but dismissed it as inconsequential. Exiting the Grand Hall, they found numerous ability users trapped within various transparent barriers, each contending with bizarre creatures of their own making. Release them, Luo Ning commanded. I am currently too weak. You can unseal them yourself, for you are my master. You share in my abilities, Zhuke replied, prompting Luo Ning's surprise. With a flourish, her wings unfurled from her back, blazing red like fire. The atmosphere shifted significantly. With a mere flap of her wings, she ascended from the ground, hovering gracefully in midair. As her crimson wings beat, the transparent barriers vanished, freeing those imprisoned within, who squinted in confusion, adjusting to the sudden influx of light. Upon raising their eyes, they beheld Luo Ning, suspended like an angel, albeit with wings of vibrant crimson, a hue reminiscent of flames. Senior, it's you. You're amazing. Do you need a sidekick? A round-faced, exuberant girl bounced on the ground, her excitement palpable as if it could counterbalance her overwhelming admiration for her idol. And you are? Luo Ning inquired as she descended, retracting her wings. Yunxiao, observant as ever, noticed the 2 holes in her attire, revealing her fair skin and delicate shoulder blades, barely concealed. His expression darkened momentarily before he discreetly retrieved his jacket from his spatial pocket and draped it over Luo Ning. It's nothing, just a little tear in my clothing. Yunxiao maintained his composure, as if he himself had not just exhibited an unusual demeanor. Luo Ning found it amusing. Mr. Gu, it seems you possess a rather strong sense of possessiveness. It's me, Duo, from the dormitory opposite yours. When you went to rescue others, I was the one using a chair to strike the zombie. Su Wei. Ning, I remember her, Duo recalled. Just a few months had passed. Yet it felt like an eternity. I remember you, Luo Ning smiled warmly. Really? I'm so thrilled. I'm the president of your fan club. Hee. I've shared your exploits with many alumni. They all adore you. Last time, many joined you in combating the beast horde. The boys said you were incredibly impressive. Luo Ning's smile faltered, as she had no desire to revisit the incident of battling the beasts. It was a rather embarrassing chapter of her life. Is that so? Thank you for their admiration, Luo Ning replied, at a loss for how to continue. Can we be your sidekicks? We can help with menial tasks. Su Wei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Yunxiao's expression grew complex, pondering the need to guard against not only men but women as well. You are too weak. We'll discuss it once you grow stronger. I won't have anyone weighing me down, Luo Ning declared, maintaining an air of aloofness. Only Zhuke, able to hear her thoughts, rolled its eyes internally, thinking, she clearly believes they are too weak and will burden me. Feeding over 100 mouths? Only once they can sustain themselves will I consider taking them in. All right, goddess, we shall await the rise of our women's legion. Luo Ning thought to herself, as long as you're happy, that's what matters. Each small team expressed their gratitude before gradually departing, leaving only their group behind. Dazhuang effortlessly shook the entire palace, ultimately storing it in his space, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. Zhuke also settled into its new home within the space. The others looked on, astonished. While seated in the vehicle, Luo Ning casually glanced at Yunxiao. Mr. Gu, I find myself yearning for a little tiger. I hope it returns tonight, so I can hold it while I sleep. Yunxiao froze for a moment, then replied with a natural ease, I'll search near the base. I am certain I will find it. Luo Ning, observing the slight flush on Mr. Gu's ears, smiled radiantly. Let us hope so. Chapter 96, Cold War. Gu Yunxiao's dark transformation. Upon returning to the base, the usual routine ensued, a mere formality as they conducted a health check, and finding no injuries, they were allowed inside. Luo Ning, not one to be stingy, presented a packet of biscuits and a bottle of water as a token of gratitude. However, Gu Yunxiao sensed that Luo Ning had become particularly silent since they got into the vehicle and exchanged that one sentence. Her silence was not directed at anyone else, but solely aimed at him. A tightening sensation gripped his heart, akin to a sharp prick. He was perplexed as to how he had offended her or touched upon a sensitive topic. After a thorough contemplation, he replayed their previous interactions in his mind incessantly, wondering if he had said anything that could have upset her. Just moments ago, she had smiled at him and embraced him. Could it be that she no longer wished to take responsibility for him? Gu Yunxiao felt a heaviness in his chest, a constriction in his breath, as the genetic impulses within him stirred restlessly. To the members of the Guardian team, Gu Yunxiao's demeanor appeared markedly colder, yet no one remarked upon it, as he had never been particularly warm towards others. Luo Ning interacted amiably with everyone else, laughing and playing as usual, but she seemed to deliberately avoid him. Only Qin Chuan cast a casual glance at the peculiar atmosphere between the two, ultimately adjusting his glasses without uttering a word. Such matters, he decided, were best left for the two to resolve themselves without his interference. Ning, do you have any plans for the future? Gu Yunxiao pressed on, unwilling to give up. I will be heading to city as soon to find someone. If you wish to accompany me, you may. However, if Mr. Gu prefers not to, that is entirely up to you. Luo Ning replied in a tone that was all business, devoid of the prior flirtation and intimacy they had shared. We are a team. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Gu Yunxiao declared, his disdain for Luo Ning's formality evident. Why could she refer to others by their nicknames or first names while he was relegated to the distant and aloof Mr. Gu? He had no desire to be Mr. Gu. A chill emanated from him, an emotion he could scarcely suppress. You all should have dinner first. I need to find Su Feng, Luo Ning announced, rising to leave. Gu Yunxiao's hands, resting on his knees, instinctively clenched into tight fists, his knuckles turning white. When negativity arises, one often tends to spiral into the worst possible thoughts. As Gu Yunxiao was currently experiencing, his mind was flooded with visions of Luo Ning laughing brightly with Su Feng, combined with snippets of information he had inadvertently overheard from Zhao Ran, pushing him to the brink of fury. Yet, even amid the storm within, his exterior remained inscrutable. As he sat down to eat, his chopsticks suddenly snapped with a loud crack. Everyone turned to look. Apologies, I mismanaged my strength, he said, dismissively. Not to worry. I'll get you another pair, Aunt Li offered, but Gu Yunxiao halted her. I'm not hungry. I have matters to attend to, he replied, standing up and politely excusing himself to Mr. and Mrs. Luo before exiting. Luo Ning's cold demeanor towards Gu Yunxiao lingered as she observed his gloomy disposition. His gaze, tinged with a sense of grievance when directed at her, tugged at her heartstrings, albeit slightly. Yet, she restrained herself. After all, Gu Yunxiao had deceived her first. Could he transform into a tiger? If so, why deceive her and share a bed with her? No wonder he had been prone to nosebleeds. If you want to pursue me, then pursue me. Why remain silent? She thought, her irritation growing. Everyone has their quirks, after all. She was not genuinely seeking out Su Feng. She had merely said so to provoke Gu Yunxiao, testing his patience. Luo Ning, with a mischievous glint in her eye, just wanted him to be honest with her. Was that too much to ask? She was striving to grow stronger, hoping to stand beside him, while he, it seemed, had not even begun to take her seriously and had already resorted to deceit. Men have their flaws, and she resolved not to indulge him. He needed to learn his lesson. From the very beginning in that palace, she had given him chances, even questioning him to validate her suspicions, yet he still remained tight-lipped. Since he refused to speak, she would compel him to do so. As she aimlessly wandered outside, she chanced upon a familiar figure. Zhao Ran. Luo Ning called out to her. What do you want? Zhao Ran replied, her tone laced with wariness. She had developed a psychological aversion to Luo Ning. Let us chat. I can divulge some secrets about Su Feng, Luo Ning said, raising an eyebrow with a sly smile reminiscent of a fox. All right, Zhao Ran said. Her interest piqued at the mention of Su Feng. The two entered Luo Ning's quaint little restaurant together. Meanwhile, Yunxiao had sought out Fu Yichen immediately after his departure. What would happen if I couldn't control my emotions? Yunxiao asked, occupying the lone sofa, his expression cold. Oh, nothing much, just a bit of madness. Everyone dies. And the world ends, I suppose. Fu Yichen replied with a smirk that could provoke irritation. Yunxiao ignored him and pressed on with his inquiry. Is there any medication that allows me to switch forms at will? This is urgent, he asked, somewhat awkwardly. Although Luo Ning seemed upset with him for some reason. He distinctly recalled her saying that she wanted to cuddle with the little tiger at night. He was determined to fulfill her request. Listen, Boss Gu. If I am not mistaken, you are currently a maxed-out psychic. You shouldn't need medication for something you can control with willpower. After all, taking too much medication is detrimental to your health, Fu Yichen advised. Just as Yunxiao contemplated testing his psychic ability to control his transformation, the thought was abruptly halted by Fu Yichen. Don't. I don't want to see a naked man. There are ladies present. Can't you be a little more considerate? Fu Yichen grumbled inwardly, unconvinced that Yunxiao had not noticed Luo Ning's presence. Ning, if I come across anything good in the future, I will certainly save it for you. You are far more reliable than my own brother, Fu Yichen said, with a hint of reluctance as he was ushered out by Luo Ning. Indeed, a woman who shares secrets can swiftly dissolve misunderstandings and biases, potentially transforming into a confidant. Their camaraderie, filled with complaints about dense men, was truly delightful, resembling a meeting of long-lost friends. Had Luo Ning not noticed the time, Zhao Ran would have happily chatted the night away. By the time Luo Ning returned, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Everyone had already retired for the night. She tiptoed back to her room, and as she switched on the solar lamp, she was startled by the presence of someone inside. Mr. Gu, what are you doing here? Did you go find Su Feng? Did you have much to discuss? Yunxiao's tone was calm, seemingly concerned, yet Luo Ning could distinctly sense that the atmosphere was off. His fists were clenched, knuckles pale, as if he were straining to suppress something within. As an ice elemental ability user, Luo Ning could feel the chill emanating from him. You need not concern yourself, after all, Mr. Gu has no standing in this matter, does he? Luo Ning retorted, her temper flaring. How dare he presume to interfere with her? Luo Ning could clearly see Yunxiao's expression darkening visibly, his demeanor chilling to the point of frost. The air seemed to crackle ominously. His imposing presence was suddenly released, no longer restrained. Luo Ning felt a twinge of astonishment. She had never witnessed such a terrifying side of Yunxiao. Had the effects of the drug been too potent? The solar lamp outside suddenly shattered. Luo Ning spun in a dizzying whirlwind, only to be caught in Yunxiao's embrace before falling onto the soft bed, his back shielding her from the shards of glass. His eyes glowed with an unnatural crimson, shifting intermittently to a ghastly green, and then back to normal. Ning, I don't wish to harm you. But you are being disobedient. I dislike you seeking out Su Feng. Yunxiao's demeanor had taken a sinister turn, his tone chilling and menacing. It seemed as though dark whirlpools swirled in his gaze, gathering tempestuous winds. His trembling hand caressed her cheek, reminiscent of a deranged lunatic. His gaze fixed intently on her expression. It felt as if the slightest utterance of dissent from her could provoke him to strangle her. Had Yunxiao succumbed to darkness? A wave of dread washed over Luo Ning. Chapter 97. You are my sole expectation for the rest of my life. Could it be that the drug had been too potent? Was she so easily toyed with? This was not the atmosphere she desired. I am not one to be easily intimidated. Yunxiao, you're pressing down on me. I can hardly breathe. Luo Ning's tone shifted to one of feigned innocence, her demeanor suddenly vulnerable. Yunxiao, his eyes now tainted with a shade of ink, momentarily froze. The furious aura still lingered, yet instinctively, he lifted himself slightly, allowing her to breathe more easily. Luo Ning recognized his subtle movement, a thrill coursing through her. Even if you have turned dark, I still hold the reins. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, she flipped him over, pinning him beneath her. Then, she grasped his ear. Do you dare to turn dark again? Do you dare to throw a tantrum at me? I have yet to settle the score for your deception. You dare to ruin my lamp? What a wasteful act. Transforming into a little tiger is quite impressive, isn't it? Enjoying snuggling in my bed every day? Are you secretly mocking me for being a fool? Thinking I should be deceived? Do you presume that because I like you, you can act recklessly? I treat you well. I flirt with you, can't you see? Must I, as a girl, be the one to voice it? Haven't I made my intentions clear? I've hugged you, gazed at you, and even pretended to accidentally kiss you. Do you not wish to take responsibility? Want to be a rogue, do you? If you have any issues, just tell me. I wouldn't think less of you. At worst, we can have a platonic relationship. Why keep me in the dark, making me guess like I'm losing my mind? Have you gained some skills, Little tiger, Lord Tiger, Huahua. As she rambled on, Yunxiao felt a surge of emotions swelling within him, akin to butterflies taking flight. He gazed at her intently, listening to her heartfelt complaints. Ning Ning's mouth was truly adorable, her eyes enchanting, her skin fair. Even in anger, she was delightful. The chaos of his genes paled in comparison to her simple grievance of "you're hurting me." Yunxiao, you're finished. You have utterly succumbed to her. Luo Ning was still in the midst of her tirade, lamenting his lack of initiative and honesty. Suddenly, her incessant chatter was silenced as he captured her long-desired lips in a kiss. Luo Ning was momentarily stunned, then instinctively struggled to break free, only to find herself dominated by the man's assertive embrace. He was unwilling to merely skim the surface. He had coveted her for so long and was elated to discover that she not only accepted him but did not shy away from him. How could he not be happy? How could he contain his fervor? You, stop, Luo Ning protested, but her attempts to escape were futile as he restrained her hands, rendering her immobile. Ning, it seems we share the same thoughts. It is all so sweet, Yunxiao added silently as he beheld her tear-filled eyes and flushed cheeks. Yunxiao raised his head, his eyes now devoid of darkness, filled instead with a vivid crimson, brimming with possessiveness. His hoarse voice, coupled with his alluring features, left Luo Ning momentarily entranced. Yunxiao, you are seducing me. This is against the rules. But as the words left her lips, her breath was once again stolen away. Then, if you like it, I shall do as I please. With that, he no longer settled for mere pecks. He desired a tempest. In his heart, he resolved that Ning could only ever belong to him. Since no one else could be trusted, he would guard her for a lifetime. Luo Ning felt Yunxiao's searing body heat permeating through the scant barriers between them, making the very air feel scalding. Yunxiao, stop, she murmured, fearing that if this continued, she might become the first person to suffocate from a kiss before the relationship was even defined. Yunxiao sensed her struggle. Though reluctant to part, he propped himself up, gazing at her intently, as if afraid she might flee. Luo Ning took advantage of the moment to catch her breath. Inhaling deeply. You should get up, and this time, don't run away. Luo Ning glanced at their intimate position, deciding it prudent to rise first and clarify matters.
All right.
Yunxiao complied, albeit still holding her tightly. Luo Ning had once considered herself immensely strong, but now she ceased any futile resistance, allowing him to keep her enveloped in his embrace. You suddenly kiss me. What does this make us? Is this acceptable? Luo Ning was still somewhat flustered, having not even established their relationship yet. You kissed me without reason. To share my life with you is my sole expectation for existence. Ning, I love you. This sentiment had been brewing for a long time. Luo Ning had anticipated a lengthy confession, yet his simple declaration set her tear ducts into motion. Don't cry. It pains my heart. He leaned down to kiss away her tears, his experience evident. Have you done this before? Luo Ning questioned, her eyes brimming with tears. My heart is small. It can only hold you, Yunxiao replied, his words skillfully crafted. Luo Ning felt a sense of satisfaction, wiping her tears. She looked at Yunxiao. Now, tell me everything I don't know. No more secrets. I'm exhausted from guessing. I can transform into a white tiger because my mother was injected with ancient gene modifications during pregnancy. I have been this way since childhood. I am the Huahua you found. I've liked you for a long time, Yunxiao confessed all at once. Is that it? Are you sure? Luo Ning was incredulous. Also, I'm not ill. I'm in perfect health. If you don't believe me, take my temperature. Having 10 or 8 children should be no problem, Yunxiao said with a smile. Luo Ning was taken aback, having thought her idol was once fragile and incapable of self-care. How foolish she had been to think she needed to protect him. Is that really all? She continued her inquiries habitually. Actually, I'm not poor. Nor do I lack resources. My resources are likely 100 times yours, maybe more. I've never counted. Why do you hoard resources? Luo Ning wondered, still suspecting Yunxiao might have been reborn. Because I have my own channels for obtaining information. What he didn't say was, I know every move you make. If you like something, I will stockpile it for you 10-fold or 100-fold. You stockpile supplies, and so do I. Even your wedding dress, your cherished belongings, and the specially prepared painkillers. I have even procured diapers, formula, clothing, and toys for our future children. He dared not speak, fearing that Luo Ning might perceive him as a voyeuristic intruder, causing her to distance herself from him. Yunxiao, I harbor no affections for anyone else. My heart belongs solely to you. Today, I deceived you. I did not seek Su Feng, but rather engaged in conversation with Zhao Ran. After all, it was your lingering hesitation that delayed your confession, and the waiting has been arduous for me. Yunxiao felt a surge of joy, laughter resonating from his chest as he embraced her more tightly. Lower your voice. We mustn't be overheard. Luo Ning's temper subsided as the realization struck her. Your man possesses spatial abilities. The moment you entered, I isolated the space from the outside world. In truth, Ning, I am not as weak as you might think. My mental prowess has reached its zenith. My spatial abilities allow me to store items and even accommodate others. I also possess spatial blades, capable of tearing through small areas of space for brief leaps. Enough. Is it too late for me to cling to your leg now? Luo Ning felt she had missed too much. You are free to embrace wherever you wish. I shall only allow you to hold me. Yunxiao realized that the feeling of a promising future was indeed such a delightful sensation. He cherished it deeply. As for others, he felt no reassurance. It was better for Ning to take care of herself. After all, who could possibly cherish her more than he could? Chapter 98. Yunxiao's Memories, 22-year-old infatuation. In the 4 years since I met Luo Ning, each transformation back into my tiger form has brought me immense joy. This time, as with every time before, I reverted to my feline shape, carefully controlling my size to avoid raising her suspicions. To ensure Ning remained oblivious to my unusualness, I meticulously studied the grace of cats, and over the years, I have mastered their movements to such an extent that an ordinary person would never suspect I was a tiger. With practiced ease, I climbed a tree outside the wall, leaped over it, and landed on the balcony of Luo Ning's room. I extended my paw to scratch and gently tap on the glass door, hoping that the figure I longed for would soon notice the little creature who often disappeared for months at a time. My scratching promptly garnered Luo Ning's attention, and she beamed with joy, quickly sliding open the glass door to let me in. She embraced me, and I felt a blush creep over me. Although I was in the form of a tiger, my soul belonged to a 22-year-old man who had been at the helm of the Gu family for 2 years. To be cradled by a graceful young woman made me feel bashful. Yet what could I do? I yearned for her embrace, for the brightness and warmth she brought into my life. Every day, I longed to see her. However, to her, I was merely an inconspicuous presence, devoid of a name. Only in this form could I audaciously approach her side, quietly and cautiously soaking in her warmth. Finally, I received the longed-for comfort of her familiar embrace, and it filled me with peace. I even dared to hope that I could accompany her for a lifetime. Yet, in this society, who would accept a creature like me? One imbued with animalistic genes, who could become dangerous when provoked. I had no desire to test the nature of humanity. After all, I thrived on her light. Should that glimmer of hope ever fade, I might truly descend into darkness. Flower, have you gone traveling again? You still remember to come home, right? If you don't return soon, I might just decide I no longer need you, she teased, her words sharp yet her actions tender. I adored her body wash. It bore her scent, fragrant and delightful. I secretly noted her preferred brand, wishing to possess the same, hoping it might lessen my longing for her. She once again held me, the tiger disguised as a cat, as she drifted off to sleep. However, I could no longer find solace in sleep as I once did. She had grown, her form gradually revealing the shape of a young woman. No longer a child, reason urged me that my actions were inappropriate. Yet, I allowed her to embrace me. This is the last time, I thought. She had matured, engaged to another. I should withdraw from her life. I am not a good person, yet I hope that when she comes to know me, she will not see me as a villain. After spending 3 days by her side, it was time for me to leave. As I leapt from the window, she perched on the sill, playfully smiling, urging me to take care and remember to return. I did not look back, fearing that I might succumb to the impulses of a good man. Flower will never return. Farewell, Miss Luo, my angel. I returned to my home, which belonged only to me and Gu Yunxi. My father had been missing for 3 years, my stepmother had remarried, and my grandfather had passed away. I knew she feared me, but I had no intention of changing anything. She merely needed to be the young lady she was meant to be. I would fulfill the responsibilities expected of an older brother, nothing more. Yet, despite immersing myself entirely in work, I could not help but yearn for her. Human beings are peculiar creatures. The more one strives not to think of something, the harder it becomes to control those thoughts. Eventually, my patience crumbled. In the guise of Gu Yunxiao, I impulsively discarded a pile of documents and staged a chance encounter. Appearing before her, it was at a cafe, where she seemed to be waiting for someone. I sat at a table diagonally opposite her, pretending to read a newspaper, though not a single word registered in my mind. She sat for nearly 2 hours until a tall, slender young man ambled in. I furrowed my brow, recalling that he was her fiancé, Chun Xiaolu. He was unworthy of Ning Ning, resembling a mere stick, and apart from his face, which was passably attractive, he truly lacked substance. I silently assessed him, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over me, an unshakable frustration brewing within. Not long after his arrival, he made an excuse to leave. She appeared somewhat disappointed, but quickly resumed her composure. My heart ached for her, yet I held no standing to intervene. "Excuse me, miss. I am unfamiliar with this area. Might you show me the way to the XX Grand Theater?" I found myself speaking to her, unable to suppress my inner delight. This was the first time I appeared before her in human form.
Sure.
"I have nothing planned. Let us go," she replied cheerfully, entirely unperturbed by her earlier disappointment. I breathed a sigh of relief. Our first meeting was going splendidly. "Do you enjoy going there?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling like a constellation, reflecting my image. "I've heard it's quite nice, and wanted to check it out." In truth, I had meticulously researched her itinerary, aware she would be at the theater, and had bided my time for her. Coincidentally, my friend had to leave. "Would you mind accompanying me?" "I have 2 tickets," she said, her smile radiant under the sun. Of course. Inside, I was overwhelmed with joy, my heart racing as though it might leap from my chest. As an adult, I understood the implications of this moment. I was infatuated. Yet, outwardly, I maintained a facade of calm, fearful she might perceive me as a creep, given our lack of familiarity and her youth. We conversed merrily throughout our journey, thoroughly enjoying the performance. Even as we parted, we exchanged contact information, a significant step forward. Happiness arrived with an unexpected swiftness, leaving me, the president, feeling as though my years had been squandered. It was akin to the awakening of a youthful heart, brimming with newfound emotions. I even dared to entertain the audacious thought that perhaps her fiancé could be substituted with another. I found myself grappling with a sense of beastliness. For she is merely 16, and yet my mind wanders into inappropriate realms. However, thoughts possess a freedom of their own, unbound by human restraint. Due to an urgent matter at the company, I was unable to escort her home. Though regret lingered, I arranged for a car to take her. I comforted myself with the notion that time is abundant. Luo Ning, clutching her phone, looked around in bewilderment, curious as to why she found herself standing at the theater's entrance. It dawned upon her that she had just attended a performance with Chun Xiaolu. Her memory truly was quite faulty. Who could this chat account belong to? Gu Yunxiao?
Who was Gu Yunxiao?
Why did she possess this account? After much contemplation, she could not recall. How could she possibly know this individual? It seemed someone had just attempted to peddle a product to her, coaxing her into adding their account. She resolved not to be so soft-hearted in the future. With a flick of her delicate fingers, she ruthlessly deleted the account. Just as she was about to call Chun Xiaolu to return home together after their shared performance, she noticed his absence. After searching in vain, she decided to abandon her quest. This was not an uncommon occurrence. Xiao often departed alone, and she had grown accustomed to it. It appeared he had even thoughtfully summoned a car for her, which made her smile knowingly. As she sat in the car heading home, a nagging sensation of having forgotten something important lingered in her mind, a pleasant memory, perhaps involving a significant person. Yet she could not grasp it. It left her feeling somewhat hollow, as if a piece of her memory was missing, rendering it less complete. She decided to dismiss the thought. Her mother often remarked that her forgetfulness was simply due to her carelessness, a common affliction. I hastened to complete my tasks at the company, meticulously revising messages numerous times before finally sending them out, only to be met with a jarring response: "The recipient is not your friend." My heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. Indeed, I had been deluding myself. Her words had merely been casual. In truth, I was utterly alone. I burdened myself with additional work, striving to earn more money and invest in a biological genetics laboratory, yearning to become a semblance of a normal person. Thus, I would possess the confidence to stand before her. In a fit of uncontrollable impulse, I pretended to encounter her serendipitously on multiple occasions. Each time, it was as if we were strangers rediscovering one another, engaging in delightful conversation, exchanging chat accounts only to delete them once more. I had completely resigned myself to despair. Perhaps she truly could not see me, this invisible man, nor remember my name. In her eyes, there existed only her cherished fiancé. Perhaps it was folly to harbor such unrequited feelings for her. This could very well be the universe's retribution for my foolish infatuation. Thus, I resolved to silently protect her. My heart raced at the thought of orchestrated encounters. That year I was 22 and she was 16. To clarify why Ning Ning perpetually forgets Mr. Gu. 1. Background. This occurs during Ning Ning's childhood, prior to the commencement of the original novel's plot. 2. If Ning Ning were to recognize Mr. Gu and develop feelings for him at this juncture, the subsequent narrative would be hindered. Thus, the original storyline does not permit Luo Ning and Gu Yunxiao to form inappropriate emotions at inopportune times. Therefore, whenever they intersect, Luo Ning's memories are either altered or erased. 3. This serves to echo the beginning of the article, explaining why Luo Ning in her past life was akin to a marionette. Why her gaze was solely fixed on Chun Xiaolu, oblivious to others. The reason being, she is the protagonist of the novel, destined to love the former male lead. This was the root of her previous life as tragedy, as she lacked independent thought. Had she been given the choice, she might have favored Mr. Gu during her naive years, rendering the former male lead irrelevant. 4. Gu Yunxiao retains memories because he is a supporting character in the original work, thus, the plot does not constrain him. Consequently, he remains the sole keeper of their shared past, while Luo Ning can only remember him at the story's outset. 5. In this life, Luo Ning has been reborn with a sense of autonomy, gradually changing. Thus, when Mr. Gu invited her to dinner, she remembered it distinctly, an event absent from the original plot, for she was simply herself, not the protagonist of the original text. Chapter 99. Before leaving one, Qin Chuan leads the way. The members of the Guardian team cast peculiar glances towards Luo Ning and Gu Yunxiao early in the morning. The ambience between the two was unmistakably affectionate. Gu Yunxiao appeared to be in high spirits, his smile unwavering since dawn. Everyone was taken aback. Mr. Gu was smiling. Luo Ning effortlessly accepted his attentions, relishing the affection of her boyfriend without a hint of burden. Gu Yunxiao, indeed, possessed a cunning nature. During a brief interlude of Luo Ning's half-hour nap, he solemnly visited her parents, bearing gifts. Their private discussion lasted a solid half-hour. Upon exiting the room, Luo's mother had already begun to regard him as a prospective son-in-law. Although Luo's father felt a twinge of concern, as if his beloved daughter, raised with such care, was being courted away, he nonetheless held a favorable impression of this future son-in-law. After all, he had sought their approval, which was commendable. Most importantly, they recognized his genuine affection for their daughter. Thus, everyone was unwittingly fed a mouthful of dog food that morning. Luo Ning found Gu Yunxiao's eagerness to prove his rightful position as her primary partner rather amusing, yet she allowed him the indulgence. After all, he was the boyfriend she had toiled to secure, still warm from their recent encounter, and a little leniency was hardly unwarranted. As breakfast unfolded, the owner of the restaurant previously visited by Qin Chuan and Gu Yunxi approached, appearing quite agitated, his clothing damp with perspiration. Yunxiao stepped outside for a moment, returning with a noticeably less pleasant demeanor, his expression cold once more, brows furrowed. "What's wrong?" Luo Ning inquired, sensing his hesitation. "The restaurant owner is one of my associates. The establishment is merely a front for my business dealings. Today, I received an urgent message. There has been an incident in City A that requires immediate attention." Yunxiao glanced at Luo Ning, his heart heavy with reluctance, then shifted his gaze to Qin Chuan, who was seated nearby, sipping water. A fleeting glimmer of sharpness crossed his eyes. Having just established his relationship with Ning, he felt insecure in his role as her primary boyfriend and was averse to allowing any potential rivals, be they young generals, lackeys, or male fans, to usurp his position. Thus, Qin Chuan adjusted his glasses, sensing an unusual chill in the air, only to be ensnared by a searing gaze. Despite it being summer, he instinctively turned to Yunxiao, whose raised eyebrow bore an expression of scrutiny, leaving him with a wry smile. "No wonder I feel this alternating warmth and chill. It appears I have caught the attention of the boss. I'll go. I am the chief steward. I can handle anything." However, Qin Chuan's golden-rimmed glasses reflected a glimmer of light. His smile was gentle, though he left his final words unspoken. "Yunxi, would you like to accompany your brother Qin Chuan to City A?" Yunxiao asked, devoid of any psychological burden, laying a trap for his sister. "So does that mean you two will go first? Will Ning follow later?" Yunxi pondered in her heart. However, no matter how she calculated, although she felt a tinge of sadness at not being able to accompany Ning, her brother's words about being with Qin Chuan echoed repeatedly in her mind. She found this notion irresistibly appealing. At this moment, Yunxi, having summoned back the intellect she had cast aside due to the absence of college entrance examinations, resolved that she would set off with Qin Chuan first, while her brother would depart later with Ning. Undoubtedly, she would choose Qin Chuan. Not only would she evade her brother's surveillance, but she could also enjoy some solitude. After pondering for a moment, Yunxi, though reluctant to part from her brother, made a determined decision to assist him by scouting the route to City first. Her declaration was dignified and earnest, entirely devoid of any self-serving intentions. "Very well. I shall lead the way back first. Boss, remember not to lag behind. I am merely assisting temporarily." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan, realizing his desires were being fulfilled, readily agreed, without hesitation. "You all should return with Qin Chuan first. We need personnel over there," Yunxiao stated with a serious tone. Suddenly, Luo Ning had a thought and interrupted him. "Jiangzhen, could you join us?" She recalled that Jiangzhen was destined to meet an untimely demise shortly. She did not wish for him to repeat the tragic fate of his previous life. She wanted to bring him along and ensure his survival. After all, he was one of Yunxiao's acknowledged comrades. Even for Yunxiao's sake, she felt compelled to assist him. Moreover, Luo Ning found him quite likable, though taciturn. Ever since he had treated Chun Xiaolu's leg, she had regarded him as a friend and partner. Thus, she could not allow him to meet a dismal end again.
All right.
Yunxiao had no objections. However, he wondered if their journey would be hindered by the absence of a healer. "Here are 20 bottles of water," Luo Ning said, pulling out the prepackaged spring water infused with healing properties that she had prepared earlier, handing it to Qin Chuan. "This water, enhanced with a healing agent, might save your lives in critical moments." Luo Ning offered the items without further elaboration, also providing some antidote pills. She trusted that they were all sensible individuals, gradually building a rapport through their shared experiences and daily interactions, establishing a trust that allowed them to rely on one another. Ultimately, Qin Chuan, along with Yunxi, De Zhuang, Chu Bufan, and a few formidable-looking men who had seemingly materialized from the base, departed from City C ahead of time, heading towards City A. Due to the urgency of the situation, Luo Ning and her companions sent Qin Chuan's group off and immediately sought out Zhao Ran upon their return. Just moments ago, Luo Ning had discovered that there already existed a portable, artificially created spatial device. "Mr. Yunxiao, let us also trade for a few with Zhao Ran. It would be perfect for arranging personnel," Luo Ning thought with excitement. "Actually, I could also do it," Yunxiao mused, considering that Zhao Ran might have retained some of the ones he had previously left behind. "Really?" Luo Ning's tone held a mix of skepticism and intrigue. until Gu Yunxiao split his spatial abilities and opened up several small spaces. Luo Ning was utterly astonished. Her seemingly warm boyfriend appeared remarkably impressive. Consequently, each member of the team received a small space of approximately 5 square meters, and Luo Ning generously filled each with emergency supplies, ensuring that everyone had their own little haven. As long as she and Mr. Gu did not attract undue attention, they need not fear being discovered in their spatial anomalies. After all, with more spaces, concealment became increasingly feasible. As the saying goes, the best way to hide a drop of water is to return it to the ocean. Luo Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. She now had leverage to negotiate terms with Su Feng. Upon learning that Luo Ning intended to seek out Su Feng, Gu Yunxiao shadowed her closely, under the pretense of protecting her. Luo Ning chose not to expose his ulterior motives. Just as they were about to head out together, chaos erupted, and the surrounding area descended into turmoil. Chapter 100. The base under siege. Alarms blared, and the base was thrown into disarray. While Luo Ning and Gu Yunxiao were preparing to locate others within the base, shrieks and explosions suddenly pierced the air. So many mutated beasts run. Someone shouted, and most had yet to react. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The sky darkened ominously, resembling a thick black cloud, and both Gu Yunxiao and Luo Ning felt a tightening in their chests. Mutated birds and zombie birds transformed into carnivorous fowl, swarming toward anyone exposed within the base. A flock of mutated birds is approaching. Watch your heads, find cover. Do not scatter, take shelter nearby. The broadcast repeated the warning incessantly, attempting to guide those who were panicking and fleeing in all directions. Gu Yunxiao grasped Luo Ning's hand and led her towards the nearest underground shelter. Qian Duo remained dazed until Jiangzhen pulled him back to reality, prompting them to run together. Fortunately, they were quite close to an entrance of a shelter. Rather than rushing in immediately, they stood at the entrance, beckoning the ordinary people on the ground to hurry over. Meanwhile, they armed themselves and summoned their abilities to fend off the mutated birds attempting to snatch people right under their noses. Gu Yunxiao no longer concealed his strength. The notion of being frail and unable to defend himself was utterly absurd, especially with Qin Chuan's dubious strategies. Protecting his girl was far more crucial. Alone, Gu Yunxiao unleashed his space blades, slicing the mutated birds and zombie birds within a 20-meter radius of the entrance in half, their demise gruesome to behold. As the people on the ground witnessed the safe zone Gu Yunxiao had carved out single-handedly, they began to flock towards it, causing the entrance to become congested. Luo Ning instructed Jiangzhen and Qian Duo to position themselves closest to the entrance, assisting in managing the fleeing crowd and maintaining order to enhance efficiency. A group of soldiers in military green arrived, battling their way to the entrance. "Thank you, everyone," the leading soldier said, quickly saluting and assigning troops to assist with evacuation and combat. With their involvement, the situation gradually began to improve. Some ability users voluntarily stepped forward to join the fight. Though they were not familiar with one another and exchanged little dialogue, a remarkable synergy developed among them, united by a common goal: to protect the base, their only sanctuary in this apocalypse, along with their loved ones and friends. Thus, even though the beaks of the mutated birds had hardened like tempered steel, as long as they retained their inherent fear of fire, they could be dealt with more easily. Fire-type ability users predominantly participated in the battle, yet the birds seemed endless. For every group exterminated, another emerged. The ground was already littered with corpses, forming small heaps within mere meters of the entrance. If only there were a fire, an immense, unrelenting blaze to sustain them. As Luo Ning flung icy needles, she pondered. A few soldiers who had descended into the underground returned with several large flamethrowers, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the approaching birds. The acrid scent of charred protein filled the air, more potent than before. The pungent odor heightened the nerves of the weary ability users, whose powers were nearly depleted. However, there were only 5 or 6 flamethrowers, while the mutated birds were far too numerous. The sky was veiled in a bright hue, casting a gray pall over the entire base, making it unfathomable just how many avian creatures had participated in this aerial assault. As fire-wielding psychics gradually displayed signs of distress, the tide of survivors continued to swell, surging towards the underground shelter like an unstoppable wave. Should one retreat behind closed doors, locking them in and disregarding the fate of those outside? If her life and that of her beloved were truly at stake, she might have been ruthless enough to do so. Yet, the situation had not escalated to that point. She still believed there might be a chance to try, which was certainly better than inaction. "Fire, I need fire," roared Luo Ning within her heart. The few flamethrowers could not hold out much longer, and while Yunxiao maintained an impassive demeanor, he could not bear the burden alone. Suddenly, an itch spread across her back. Two fiery wings, radiating warmth, unexpectedly materialized before the nearly engulfed crowd. They quickened their pace, fearing to pause, rushing into the underground refuge, unwilling to let curiosity impede their escape. With these psychics bravely fighting for their survival outside, their only duty was to ensure orderly entry for more people, thus rendering their sacrifice meaningful. As Luo Ning gazed at the wings that had suddenly manifested, an epiphany struck her. She was fire itself. There was no need for external powers. The flames surged forth from within her. She ascended rapidly, flapping her wings, and flames erupted in a circular pattern from her center. A wave of heat swept over the area, incinerating the mutated birds that had once thought to feast on the chaos, leaving only ashes behind. The gray-black remnants fell from the sky like a dark snowfall. "Yunxiao, I wish to fight alongside you, rather than merely stand behind you." Luo Ning exchanged a knowing smile with Yunxiao, who had previously taken a protective stance before her. Words were unnecessary. They understood each other's sentiments. The flamethrowers, expelling their last bursts of flame, reluctantly emitted smoke as they completed their mission and withdrew. In her mind, the voice of the vermilion bird echoed. "Woman, have you forgotten your divine beast? I am the vermilion bird, king of all birds, embodying the fire element." The long-forgotten divine creature, having been cast into the void, spoke with a tone of disdain. It was quite dissatisfied, having spent days in the space bickering with a foolish, rotund creature, occasionally engaging in futile skirmishes with no victor. This wretched woman had forgotten her divine protector amidst her romance. Perhaps remaining single, like itself, was preferable. It was not that it lacked kindred spirits. Well then, it's up to you. Luo Ning recalled her steed upon the vermilion bird's reminder. However, since the day it was cast into the void, it had been forgotten entirely. Once the vermilion bird emerged, the once darkened flock of birds seemed startled and attempted to flee. The aura of the god of birds was undeniable, creating an astonishing effect. Yet, Luo Ning noticed a stubborn group of birds recklessly charging towards the base. Upon closer inspection, they were zombie birds, no wonder. Perhaps they had truly met their demise, and were no longer under the dominion of that great lord? The vermilion bird sensed Luo Ning's thoughts and felt its authority mocked. However, those lifeless beings seemed, perhaps, to be incapable of heeding its call. Observing the vermilion bird's look of dejection, Luo Ning decided not to tease it further. They would have to collaborate. You handle the living ones. I shall deal with the dead. Chapter 101. Rational Utilization of Resources. The vermilion bird, upon receiving Luo Ning's directive, soared into the sky, igniting a blaze of flames. With a flap of its wings, the multitude of birds bowed in submission. To its surprise, it garnered some respect. Initially believing it was merely boasting, it had thought that, if truly useless, it could at least have a taste of the vermilion bird as flavor. With the pressure alleviated, Luo Ning found time to contemplate other matters. Surrounded by flames, no zombie bird could dare approach her. The vermilion bird, laboring diligently with its entourage of lesser birds to retreat from the battlefield, suddenly halted upon hearing Luo Ning's thoughts, nearly tumbling from the sky. What manner of master had it acquired? What sane being would think to stew a divine beast for a meal? An overwhelming sense of grievance filled its heart. I wish to be your divine beast, yet you regard me as mere meat. Despite its resentment, it continued its work, leading away a significant portion of the mutated birds. It had to teach these inept kin a lesson. To come in droves and prey on humans was simply disgraceful. With the onslaught of mutated birds diminished, the remaining zombie birds became far easier to handle. After all, they craved only flesh, indifferent to the presence of flames or danger. Luo Ning had an idea and retrieved a large chunk of bloody beef from the void, holding it aloft as she awaited the zombie birds to approach, leading them to their demise. Thus, an oddly unsettling yet oddly comforting scene unfolded. Groups of lifeless zombie birds, drawn by the scent of blood, abandoned their attacks on other survivors and flocked towards Luo Ning, only to be consumed by the flames she emitted. As the last batch of zombie birds met their fiery end, the base lay in shambles, strewn with corpses and debris. Luo Ning, suspended in midair, surveyed the devastation below, a sight too harrowing to behold. Just as the survivors began to cautiously emerge, their joy unformed, another horrifying scene unfolded. Mutated rats appeared. Quick, alert the fighters. From her perspective, Luo Ning spotted a rat far larger than those she had seen on the farm, gnawing on the corpse of a fallen human. Gradually, 2, then 3. Rats emerged like a torrent from various underground sewer openings. Gasping for breath, the crowd immediately fell into a defensive stance at Luo Ning's alert. Ordinary individuals seized nearby stones, bricks, and wooden sticks, bracing themselves. In the face of calamity, no one was spared. The previous incident with the mutated beasts had taught the people of base this hard truth. If the psychics outside fell, the ordinary folk would not survive long either. Thus, not only the psychics but even the civilians armed themselves, joining the ranks to exterminate the rodents. While Luo Ning longed to employ her previous tactic of luring the rats to her flames, they were not like the zombie birds. They possessed an instinctual fear of danger. No matter how she waved the beef before them, aside from the first wave of swift mutated rats, none were willing to approach her. They swiftly retreated upon sensing the heat. Luo Ning felt a sense of helplessness. However, there was no time for contemplation. She glanced at Yunxiao, and their eyes sparkled with the same mischievousness. Then let us employ our previous tactic. They extended their mental energy, enveloping a concentrated area of rats. The entranced rats fell, twitching to the ground before they even registered their confusion. Yet a more significant problem arose. The rats were not gathered closely enough, making it impossible to execute a concentrated mental assault. This time, the sheer number of rats far exceeded those from the farm, multiplying by hundreds, if not thousands. Watching as survivors fell prey to the overwhelming numbers of rats, Luo Ning felt a surge of anxiety. A fleeting thought flashed through her mind. She conceived an idea. Zhuke, summon your little brethren and treat them to a grand feast. Luo Ning silently beckoned, while a portion of her fiery spirit energy was diverted to fend off the approaching mutated rats. She bore no psychological burden, after all. Resources are meant to be utilized judiciously, right? Excellent. Zhuke, invigorated by the call, sprang to life, exclaiming, "A feast! Let us go, follow our ancestor to indulge." The divine bird, Zhuke, commanded an immediate response from all. In the distance, Luo Ning witnessed a brilliant blaze of fiery red, enveloped by a dark cloud of frantic avian companions rushing toward her. The corners of her mouth twitched. She quickly instructed the ordinary folk to retreat and urged the endowed ones to prepare for withdrawal, lest some misguided bird mistakenly harm them. Observing the multitude of rodents scattered about, Zhuke inwardly recoiled at the thought of consuming such repugnant fare. As a divine entity, it was hardly inclined to feast upon unsightly vermin. Luo Ning, sensing its thoughts, could only smile wryly. "I do not intend for you to partake. Rather, your kin will find it most agreeable." She spoke, casting her gaze upon the scene of the abominable birds feasting. One by one, the mutated avians devoured the rats, sending the remaining creatures scurrying in terror. "Direct them well, and ensure no one is harmed," she gently admonished, stroking the fiery figure hovering beside her. Subsequently, she descended to join the soldiers battling the rat horde, seeking out those few that had slipped into the nooks and crannies. "Do not touch my head. It messes up my feathers," Zhuke protested. Paying no heed to the flustered bird, Luo Ning left it to supervise while she sought out Yunxiao. Half an hour later, not a single bone remained on the ground. The flock of mutated birds departed, satiated. Before taking flight, Zhuke issued a stern warning. "Should you dare to tarnish my reputation again, oblivious to right and wrong in your gluttony, I shall have my master transform you all into spicy, dried birds for later consumption." The threat was delivered with a palpable intensity. The avian assembly trembled, harboring no doubts about the words of this formidable divine bird. After all, they were but simple creatures, unable to comprehend much. However, they understood the implication of roasted birds. It meant certain death. It was prudent for them to keep their distance. Eventually, the soldiers signaled that it was safe to emerge. The group hesitated, ensuring that no further mutated cockroaches or insects lurked nearby before cautiously venturing out from the air raid shelter. After all, they had just faced the threat of mutated birds, zombie avians, and mutated rats. They were understandably apprehensive about any new dangers that might arise. Su Feng approached from another nearby air raid shelter, having spotted Luo Ning soaring above with her wings. He decided to come closer, accompanied by Zhao Ran, who trailed behind like a small shadow. It was imperative that the base be thoroughly cleansed of rats, or it would pose a significant risk in the future. While Luo Ning was earnestly sharing her thoughts, she was unexpectedly lifted into Gu Yunxiao's embrace. It was quite sudden. Was this a display of affection? He habitually retrieved a shirt from his spatial pocket and draped it over her shoulders. Luo Ning felt a sudden warmth in her heart. This side of Gu was unexpectedly endearing, exuding possessiveness with a hint of jealousy. Yet, because it was him, she found it charming. Even in moments of pettiness, he appeared remarkably handsome. Su Feng and Zhao Ran were caught off guard by the display of affection. Su Feng could only roll his eyes, while Zhao Ran felt a twinge of envy, wishing for a boyfriend like that. Su Feng received a scornful glance and a cold huff in response. He rubbed his forehead in exasperation, wondering what had provoked this little troublemaker. "Can you act like a cat?" Luo Ning asked playfully, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she looked at Gu Yunxiao. He paused for a moment, then realized her intent. She wanted him to sniff out any remaining rodents. Perhaps he had feigned his feline nature for too long, leading her to form such misconceptions about him. All he could do was smile ruefully. Su Feng interjected, stating that the military had 2 mutated dogs that could search the area multiple times to ensure the safety of the base. After speaking, he cast a strange glance at Luo Ning and Gu Yunxiao before turning to organize the search patrols. Zhao Ran obediently followed him like a devoted follower. Su Feng mused about the playful dynamic between the two, speculating that they must not have been together for long if they were engaging in such antics. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 102. Before departure, a remarkable legend began to circulate through the base. Luo Ning was a guardian angel sent from the heavens, adorned with red wings. Upon hearing this, Luo Ning could only chuckle awkwardly. She had no intention of shattering their fragile hopes. After all, this angel was not tasked with saving the suffering nor with providing sustenance for them. It seemed that in this apocalyptic era, people truly needed a glimmer of faith to sustain their hope for survival. That evening, Luo Ning refrained from seeking out Su Feng. There was much to be done in the aftermath of the rat and bird assault. It would be best to wait until the morrow. Dinner that night felt especially quiet due to the absence of a few individuals. Without the chatter of Gu Yunxi and Chu Bufan, an eerie stillness settled over the room, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. Luo Ning had previously hinted at her intentions to travel to City A. After dinner, she made her plans explicit. As I mentioned before, I will be heading to City A, likely within the next few days. I would be delighted if you wish to accompany me, but if not, I will not impose. There were things she needed to retrieve there, and Gu Yunxiao likely had matters to attend to as well. Although she did not voice it, she was reluctant to part ways with him. After speaking, she glanced at the others, sensing their reactions. Aunt Li wore an expression of sorrow and hesitated before speaking.
"Miss,
I am of advanced age, and do not wish to burden you. I shall remain behind. After all, I do not have many years left.
only."
I will respect your decision. Rest assured, even if we are apart, you will be well taken care of. If you find yourself bored, you may visit Zhongyu at our little restaurant or chat with someone. You have cared for us for many years, just like my grandmother. I will not abandon you. Even in this apocalypse, I possess the means to ensure your comfort. Luo Ning spoke sincerely. Aunt Li could no longer hold back her tears. Thank you, miss. Aunt Li replied, her voice thick with emotion. Luo Ning and her mother embraced her, helping to stabilize her emotions. Jiang Zhen simply stated, I will follow the boss. Luo Ning turned to Qian Duo, awaiting her response. I will accompany you. After all, you have met my family. That man is my biological father. And I will transfer some credits to him to sever our ties, seeking peace of mind. From now on, I shall have no family, only friends. Qian Duo declared. Looking at Luo Ning, her life had changed because of her, and thus she would not part ways. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, but in these trying times, I cannot ask you to accompany me on this arduous journey. Luo Ning felt a pang of guilt toward her parents, realizing that if they wished to remain at the Sea City base, she would harbor no resentment. We are a family, silly child. Wherever we go, we are together. Luo's parents exchanged glances, reaching a silent agreement. Ultimately, everyone unanimously decided to depart. Luo Ning resolved to have a serious conversation with Su Feng the following day regarding Aunt Li, Zhang Yu, Uncle Li, and her shop. That evening, Luo Ning found herself somewhat restless, contemplating entering her space to practice her physical skills and abilities when she heard a faint rustling from the balcony window. Amused, she chuckled softly, noting how adept Mr. Gu seemed at climbing through windows. As anticipated, a fluffy white head peeked out from behind the gently swaying pale yellow curtains. The initially cautious footsteps transformed into a gleaming pair of eyes upon seeing Luo Ning's light laughter, and with a spring, it leaped onto her bed. Mr. Gu, isn't this a bit unfair? Luo Ning remarked, though she couldn't help but lift him into her arms, nuzzling her face against his fragrant head.
So delightful, so fluffy.
The little tiger, enraptured, closed his eyes in bliss, relishing the affectionate embrace that only a tiger could experience. Indeed, as long as he took on the guise of a tiger, Ning Ning would never have the heart to send him away. The tiger's eyes, hidden from Luo Ning's view, glimmered with a cunning smile reminiscent of humanity. Luo Ning, already unable to sleep, felt a mix of determination and confusion regarding the future.
Yet,
the sight of Yunxiao instantly calmed her heart, fortifying her resolve. Why dwell on so many entanglements and uncertainties? Walking forward would reveal the answers for family, for love, for friends. In high spirits, she affectionately stroked the tiger's ears, her playful intentions igniting. She then caressed the tiger's back, her fingers inadvertently brushing against its quivering tail, which swayed joyfully behind it. How could she resist the allure of Yunxiao's long tail? Her smile broadened, captivating the tiger's attention. However, in the next moment, the tiger froze, rigid with surprise. Ning Ning was touching his tail. The entire tiger became a statue, too stunned to move. Luo Ning, with a nonchalant expression, stroked the tiger's tail once more, sending a jolt through him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he emitted a low growl from deep within, a sound that conveyed both satisfaction and discontent. Luo Ning, oblivious to the tiger's true feelings, directly inquired, "Don't you like it, little tiger?" As she began to retract her hand, the little tiger immediately pawed to hold her hand in place, his eyes filled with unspoken words, a mixture of grievance and reluctance, as if he were gazing at a heartless tease. Luo Ning smirked, her lips curving into a triumphant smile. She certainly hadn't intended to provoke him. Nevertheless, she withdrew her hand only to continue petting the tiger's back, unintentionally brushing against his trembling tail time and again. Finally, after 4 or 5 such instances, the tiger transformed into a larger form, springing forward to pin Luo Ning's arms to the bed. Towering above her, his eyes glimmered with a hint of red, his breath heavy and labored. Feigning innocence, Luo Ning maintained a naive expression. The tiger hesitated for what felt like an eternity, ultimately refraining from any further action and resignedly collapsing behind her. Turning to face Luo Ning, she beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You may transform into a tiger, but you never said I couldn't tease you." Luo Ning, feeling joyous, inadvertently drifted into a peaceful slumber. In the moment her breathing became steady, the tiger vanished from behind her, only to reappear in an instant as Yunxiao, now fully dressed. He returned promptly, aware he needed to revert before Ning Ning awoke the next morning. Leaning down, he pressed a tender kiss onto her untouched lips, lingering for a moment before reluctantly releasing her and joining her in the realm of dreams. The following day, upon waking, Luo Ning found the little tiger had vanished, a lingering sensation in her lips suggesting they were slightly swollen. After a moment of contemplation, she chuckled softly, "Mr. Gu." During breakfast, Luo Ning appeared composed, yet secretly scrutinized Yunxiao, who showed no signs of embarrassment, maintaining a serious facade. She was almost convinced. After the meal, as others tidied up, Luo Ning sought out Su Feng, with Yunxiao insisting on accompanying her, to which Luo Ning had no objections. After all, there was nothing shameful about their intentions. After all, Mr. Gu needed to contribute as a bargaining chip. In Chapter 103, just prior to their departure, bonfire night. Luo Ning waited for quite some time in Su Feng's office before he finally appeared, looking rather busy. Upon hearing her intentions, Su Feng seemed incredulous. After all, who in their right mind would choose to embark on a long journey in such turbulent times, willingly confronting endless uncertainty and danger? Yet, considering it was Luo Ning, it seemed almost reasonable. After all, Miss Luo stood out among those he knew. Although sometimes frustratingly stingy, she could also be astonishingly generous. Nonetheless, stinginess was the prevailing trait. Yet she remained a remarkably unique presence among women. When do you plan to leave? As Miss Luo is my ally, I must see you off properly, as a token of my gratitude for your contributions to the base. Though Su Feng found her a tad miserly, he admired her unwavering resolve in times of crisis and noble causes. We shall depart early tomorrow. As for the farewell, that is easily arranged.
For now.
Let us discuss the matter of cooperation. Luo Ning's seriousness was a rare sight. Yunxiao sat by her side, his gaze intense. Captivated by this side of Ning he had never witnessed before, yet equally enchanting. She spoke eloquently, with poise and deliberation, not at all resembling a mere 20-year-old girl. Yunxiao pondered deeply, contemplating how she knew things that seemed almost prescient, and why she occasionally revealed a flicker of concern. He refrained from asking, trusting that one day she would fully open her heart to him. His task was simply to earn her trust, allowing her to share her secrets with ease. Su Feng personally escorted Luo Ning to the entrance, solemnly saluting her. Miss Luo, on behalf of the survivors, I thank you. His words were sincere. Casting a glance at Yunxiao, the man behind her seemed quite deserving of her. The two men exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging their mutual understanding. Luo Ning, in exchange for 50 small 5-square-meter spaces, various sustainable planting seeds, and a portion of food, secured a permanent alliance with Su Feng. The condition was that should Luo Ning require assistance in the future, the Sea City base, where Su Feng resided, would provide unconditional support. Of course, Luo Ning assured him that she would not misuse it, only invoking it in life-or-death situations or matters of great significance. For Su Feng, this was undoubtedly a profitable deal. Not only did Luo Ning provide supplies, but she also gifted him crucial information that could save many lives. A winter season lasting 6 months would arrive in just over 3 months. Thus, preparations for food and winter clothing were imperative, as the future seasons would consist solely of summer and winter, each spanning half a year. Su Feng inquired whether the previous notes regarding the Black Rain were indeed from her, to which Luo Ning did not deny. After all, having collaborated multiple times, it was clear to him that he was dealing with an upright individual. However, he was not naive enough to press her for the source of her information, knowing she would remain reticent. Regardless, she would act according to her own judgment. As Su Feng watched the two figures depart, he recalled the startling experience of being awakened at 4 in the morning by Yunxiao standing at the foot of his bed. Yunxiao had sought him out beforehand, offering an astonishing deal of 105 square meter spaces and 5 operational satellite communication devices from the post-apocalyptic era in exchange for cooperating with Luo Ning. With a bemused shake of his head, he could only sigh, these two are a perfect match. Upon returning to his office and re-emerging, he hurriedly delivered the remaining 4 communication devices and 4 letters to the military personnel at 4 neighboring bases with whom he had established a rapport. Luo Ning, having departed from Su Feng's office, settled into her small shop, where she encountered Uncle Li and his son, whom she hadn't seen in quite some time. Having communicated everything to them, she then took the time to reiterate her instructions to Zhang Yue before finally returning home. Zhang Yue was in tears, sobbing uncontrollably, nearly throwing herself onto Luo Ning, clutching at her sleeve and crying out, "Big sister, please don't go." However, she was startled back by a fierce glare from Yunxiao. "Big sister and brother-in-law, take care. I will work hard to earn crystal cores for you." This last declaration pulled him back from the brink of despair, prompting a satisfied nod from Gu, who found the title quite pleasing. Uncle Li was a savvy businessman. With him overseeing matters, Zhang Yu would ensure safety, allowing Aunt Li to feel less lonely. This thought eased her mind somewhat. Later that afternoon, a small troop of soldiers marched in perfect unison to Luo Ning's residence. The leader knocked on her door. "Are you looking for me?" Luo Ning asked, her expression puzzled as she recognized the soldier, but couldn't quite place him. Hello, Miss Luo. I am Yudong from the Security Division, here on behalf of Major Su and all the soldiers to invite you to tonight's barbecue party. The soldier announced, glancing back at his comrades. The team of soldiers then chorused in unison, "We hope Miss Luo can join us." Their thunderous voices startled those inside, momentarily making them think they were under attack. Isn't this a bit extravagant for you? Luo Ning thought it strange to be invited to a meal in this apocalyptic world while she herself possessed so many resources, feeling a twinge of guilt for potentially taking away from the soldiers' rations. She considered declining. "Rest assured, Miss Luo, it's merely some beast meat we hunted today. It is more than sufficient and does not take away from the army or the common folk." The soldier grinned broadly, his white teeth gleaming. Luo Ning couldn't help but smile in return. "All right, I will attend. Tell Su Feng I will bring along the chef and some seasonings to ensure it's delicious." She sensed their enthusiasm and sincerity. She decided to prepare some delightful dishes for them as a gesture of appreciation. When Luo Ning arrived at the square, her jaw dropped at the sight of the mountain of beast meat being processed. So much? How many people does it take? Surely, the entire base could feast on this. Soon, her suspicions were confirmed. Su Feng had indeed invited everyone in the base, including citizens from both the inner and outer cities, to partake in the barbecue. It was no wonder Su Feng had survived until now. He was truly a commendable person, worthy of being an ally. After all, a leader who cares for the people would undoubtedly excel. Revealing to him the news of the prolonged winter had proven to be an astute decision. Unsurprisingly, surrounding bases would likely see many more survivors enduring the winter. The base had just endured an attack, and a heavy sense of despair loomed over the few thousand inhabitants. There was an urgent need for a means to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. This bonfire gathering was a timely opportunity. That evening, a massive bonfire blazed in the center of the square. With the towering city walls providing protection against beasts and zombies, the guards remained vigilant without faltering. The once reviled beast meat, previously dismissed by the ability users, had been marinated and grilled to mouth-watering perfection. Ordinary folks could now partake in a hearty meal, ensuring they wouldn't starve. The roasted meat was a delightful treat, unlike anything they had ever tasted, sizzling and savory. Water manipulators and ice users spontaneously provided drinking water. After enduring months of despair in this apocalyptic world, it felt as if hope had been rekindled. If the pressure became overwhelming, one could simply indulge in a good meal. If one wasn't enough, then another could follow. Luo Ning's fleeting uncertainty about the future dissipated that night. She had already forged ahead of many ordinary people. Brimming with hope, believed in a promising future. She had family, friends, a beloved partner, and her own abilities and space. No matter how arduous the journey, she could forge a path. After all, living meant perpetually battling worries. If one day there were no more troubles, it would mean the end. For safety, everyone spoke in hushed tones, quietly savoring the meat. One group of soldiers finished their meal and automatically swapped out for another batch. The bright flames of the bonfire reflected in her sparkling eyes, and she smiled. As long as there was hope, everything was all right. Senior, I heard you're leaving. And our fan club has a gift for you," shouted a cute girl with a round face named Su Wei, standing atop a large, dark object. Luo Ning looked up, momentarily stunned, while Su Feng was speechless. What a lavish gift. Chapter 104. The Most Lavish Fan Club. Luo Ning was so taken aback by the scene that she nearly dropped the meat in her hands. She finished the last piece of barbecue before wiping her mouth and gazing in awe, her eyes shining with excitement. "Senior, this is a gift from our fan club. Something we found yesterday while digging in the mud by a river. We just cleaned it up and repaired it, and it's ready to use," Su Wei exclaimed, jumping down from the dark object. As she did, a bashful boy emerged from inside. Yunxiao stood nearby, casting a deathly glare. Yet Luo Ning's attention was solely fixed on the massive tank before her. This was a tank. Luo Ning had fantasized about having one to crush zombies without a second thought. Even mutated zombies wouldn't stand a chance against this iron behemoth. Indeed, dreams can come true unexpectedly, and the joy of it sent shivers down her spine, even dispelling the sadness of leaving her hometown behind. Su Feng studied the tank, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. It looked eerily identical to the one lost after the Black Rain. Didn't you say you searched the previous warehouse? This is the one you claimed you couldn't find? Su Feng remarked, his tone tinged with disappointment. By the river? Surely it wasn't he swept away by a flood. His aide, looking resigned, replied, Major Su, we really did search thoroughly within several miles. Who would have thought it would be buried in the mud? As he spoke, his voice dwindled to a whisper, eventually fading entirely. Su Feng sighed, accepting the loss.
Well,
it's no longer ours. Once Miss Luo has claimed it, there's no chance of retrieving it. He had come to understand Luo Ning's frugal nature and decided against discussing the tank's origins or rightful ownership any further. After all, what was the point of quarreling over something they could no longer reclaim? Luo Ning eagerly approached, her hands exploring the tank, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yunxiao stood behind her, contemplating that if she cherished such things, he should procure more for her in the future. He no longer felt jealous or possessive about the tank, his expression softening with affection as he gazed at her. Are you truly giving this to me? If you insist on gifting it, then I won't hold back. Luo Ning exclaimed joyfully, genuinely enamored. She had envisioned such a magnificent machine, ready to trample zombies without hesitation. Perhaps one day her dreams would indeed become reality. Of course, I am the leader of the fan club, and I've consulted all our 1,000 members. Everyone is in agreement. Su Wei gazed up at Luo Ning with a beaming smile, her face radiating an expression that seemed to implore praise. Luo Ning did not disappoint her. She playfully pinched Su Wei's adorable round face and exclaimed, You are truly capable. I absolutely adore girls who are knowledgeable and possess such boldness. Su Wei felt as though she were floating, her heart soaring at having the goddess touch her face. Nearby, a bashful boy lowered his head, wondering if the senior would also pinch his cheek. What should he do? Should he bow his head or perhaps bend at the waist? What a dilemma. Luo Ning reached out, embracing Yunxiao and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Her excitement needed an outlet, with her boyfriend right beside her. A kiss seemed just right. Yunxiao had been observing the boy fan with a dark, brooding expression, fully aware of his inner thoughts. Suddenly being kissed by Ning Ning was a delightful surprise. She truly cared about his feelings, and his gloom dissipated. Unbeknownst to Luo Ning, who remained blissfully unaware of the boy's internal turmoil, she remarked to the shy junior, Is that tank yours? Can you repair it as well? Quite the talent you have. Young man, I have high hopes for you. The junior, encouraged by her words, felt a surge of confidence, dismissing all other concerns. I want to give it a try, he said, glancing at Yunxiao with hopeful eyes. I can drive too. Let me take you. Yunxiao's heart was elated, his spirits lifted, yet his demeanor remained cool and detached. No one could fathom the fireworks of joy bursting within him. The forsaken junior was pulled aside by Su Wei, who tugged at his sleeve, wishing she could grip his collar to channel a more commanding presence, but alas, her height was insufficient. Yunxiao guided Luo Ning into the tank, holding her hand as he explained how to operate it. Miss Luo felt increasingly in awe of Mr. Gu, marveling at his myriad skills. You are remarkable. How do you know so much? Yunxiao replied nonchalantly, It's merely a matter of interests. What he did not disclose was that, whenever she neglected him, he would immerse himself in learning a new skill to distract himself. Unbeknownst to him, this accumulation of knowledge was, in fact, a means to keep himself engaged in a world that felt dull without her presence. If Luo Ning were to learn of this, she would likely be rendered speechless. Su Feng watched with a mix of reluctance and stubbornness as he observed Yunxiao maneuvering the tank around the bonfire, tearing into a piece of roasted meat with vigor. He was a person of great composure, or so he told himself. After a few laps, Luo Ning grasped the basics, though her understanding remained superficial, and it was unwise to linger in that confined space. Yunxiao relished his sweet burden as Luo Ning pointed here and touched there, their proximity palpable, their breaths mingling. In that enclosed environment, the fragrant scent of Luo Ning enveloped him. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment before exhaling slowly. At last, they could exit. The cramped quarters were stifling, fostering unnecessary thoughts. Luo Ning stood before Su Wei and the bashful boy once more, expressing her gratitude, which was not limited to mere words. By the way, how many people did you say were coming? I thought you mentioned only 100 or so. Yet, I seem to recall you saying nearly 1,000. Luo Ning was taken aback by the sheer number of fans.
Well,
Initially, it was just the girls from our dorm building, but then alumni and the boyfriends of those girls joined in, and then their friends too.
plus.
Your striking red wings in the air yesterday instantly boosted our fanbase. Su Wei explained, her pride evident. In fact, it's more than 1,000, but I am quite selective. Only those with sound values and sincere intentions can join. I must be a competent leader and ensure that our fans do not cause you any trouble. Luo Ning felt a swell of emotion, realizing that her seemingly insignificant idea had blossomed into such a supportive community. However, she would not allow her compassion to lead to reckless decisions that could endanger them. Noticing her internal struggle, Yunxiao suggested, "If you wish to stand by her side without being a burden, I can offer you an opportunity." Luo Ning looked at Yunxiao, puzzled. Her eyes fixed on him with curiosity. Ahem, I have contacts who specifically train mercenaries. They can be made available to you. If you cannot protect yourselves, you shouldn't be dragging Ning Ning down under the guise of fandom. Gu Yunxiao's tone was cool, yet concern for Luo Ning seeped through his words.
All right.
Su Wei exclaimed excitedly, her heart brimming with joy. Luo Ning understood his intentions and accepted the offer. She was no fool, nor would she act impulsively. In the end, Luo Ning gifted Su Wei a supply of spiritual spring water and some resource crystals as a token of gratitude. This also provided them with an opportunity for growth. She knew that consuming the spiritual water would significantly increase their chances of awakening special abilities. This was her way of ensuring a backup plan. Perhaps one day, these individuals would become her sharpest blades, fighting alongside her. At the very least, even if they were not directly useful to her, their strength would offer humanity a glimmer of hope in a desolate world. A solitary existence was hardly appealing. It was far better to have companions in this struggle. All right, we'll become stronger and come to find you, Su Wei declared, her eyes alight with fervor, reflecting the flames around them. Chapter 105, Departure. The following morning, the Luo family was prepared, as per usual, to quietly exit the base. Aunt Li insisted on escorting them to the entrance. Luo Ning accepted, recognizing it as a heartfelt gesture. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Feng was already waiting there. "I'll see you off. After all, we remain allies," he said, his face displaying an unusual expression. Luo Ning had endured the urge to speak and finally remarked, "Major Su, you look better when you don't smile." Upon hearing this, Su Feng's smile froze in place, prompting a smirk from Luo Ning. Hee, after a few days without banter with Gu Yunxi and the others, I was genuinely bored. It feels good to be back in the game. Don't worry, you won't have trouble finding a wife. You are still quite presentable. If needed, I can introduce someone. She teased, "Zhao Ran, I've set the stage for you. The rest is up to fate." "Perhaps I won't need Miss Luo's assistance," Su Feng replied, unfazed by her sharp tongue, aware that aside from serious matters, she rarely spoke kindly. "I wish Miss Luo and her companions a safe journey. Are you hoping I'll vanish along the way? Truly, you lack conversational skills. No wonder you remain single at your age." Luo Ning decided to provoke him one last time, giving Zhao Ran a chance. Su Feng struggled to respond, knowing he had never won a verbal spar with Miss Luo. "You should really be on your way. If you linger, I may not be able to eat dinner tonight out of frustration," he lamented internally. Luo Ning ceased her playful teasing, and alongside the visibly displeased yet attempting to appear gracious Mr. Gu, they set off. Just a few steps away, she was taken aback by a sight that nearly made her want to turn back. There, lined up along the roadside, stood a sea of mournful faces, tears flowing freely, resembling a funeral procession of nearly 1,000 people. Surely, they were not here to bid her farewell? Luo Ning thought, as she tried to distance herself from any connection to this spectacle. Little did she know her extraordinary eyesight allowed her to clearly see the figure of Su Wei, with her short legs trotting towards her. Luo Ning longed to feign ignorance of their presence, yet reason dictated that these were her ardent admirers, deserving of proper guidance to ensure they did not stray from the right path. Senior. Whoa, I can't bear to see you go."
Su Wei wet?
Gasping for breath, punctuated by hiccups. The sight was undeniably heart-wrenching. She was still but a child at heart. Very well, a word of comfort was in order.
Su Wei.
"Dear Wei Wei, we are merely heading to another place for matters of importance. It is not as if we are embarking on a final journey. Your tears suggest otherwise. Almost as if you are mourning my departure. I, in fact, wish to live for several more decades, do I not? Luo Ning believed her words were sufficiently gentle and clear. Upon hearing Luo Ning's remarks, Su Wei's tears were swiftly reined in, wiping her nose and eyes. She turned around and waved her hand towards the throng of sobbing fans, who instantly ceased their lamentations. Goodness, it was akin to a well-rehearsed orchestra. Luo Ning remarked, somewhat taken aback. I didn't expect your tears and snot to be so easily controlled. I apologize for my narrow-mindedness. Luo Ning harbored some doubts about how this group of fans had assembled. It was entirely possible that Su Wei had lured them in one by one, much like a pyramid scheme. Never mind, it was time to depart. Pondering further would likely delay their exit. Just as Luo Ning was lost in her thoughts, several fan representatives stepped forward to greet their idol. I am a senior from your alma mater. Thank you for leading us out back then. If it weren't for you, I would never have found the courage to seek my parents and rescue them. Thank you. The senior hugged Luo Ning. My girlfriend is your fan, and so am I. If it weren't for you, we might have been trapped inside the divine anomaly last time. As they recounted their experiences of being saved from an ambush by mutated birds by her fiery wings, Luo Ning felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, they were not part of a cult. Yunxiao abruptly disrupted this harmonious scene, filled with reminiscing fans. Ning Ning, we must leave. Let us set off early. Luo Ning waved goodbye to Aunt Li, Uncle Li, Zhang Yu, Su Feng, and the others. Farewell, Sea City Base. This is where my tragedy began, but this time, I embark anew from here. This time, my future shall be different. As the vehicle ventured beyond the safe perimeter of the base, a modified vehicle blocking the way came into view. Leaning against it was a casually posed figure, wearing a gentle and humble smile, radiating brightness and exuberance, accompanied by a girl with a sorrowful gaze. Upon stopping, Luo Ning felt a tinge of surprise.
Fuiken?
Zhao Ran? Yunxiao, leaving without us, truly lacks consideration. I traversed mountains and rivers just to find you. You are merely bored and wish to leave. Do not think to squeeze into our vehicle. Yunxiao was accustomed to the madman's antics and remained unfazed. Ran, go on. Find yourself a comfortable spot for me. I need a good sleep. I Haven Tea rested well in ages while working on improved potions. Without regard for the others, he yawned and claimed a cozy position, promptly drifting off to sleep. Ning, my brother intends to drag me back to his city. I can't bear it. Zhao Ran's little face radiated distress, yet she dared not protest. Resigned to sneaking out next time to find him, Luo Ning could only pat her shoulder in consolation. This was beyond her control. Luo Ning, Chun Xiaolu, Hian Duo. Jiang Zhen, Luo's parents, Chun Xiaolu, along with the newly joined Fui Chen and Zhao Ran, formed their party and set forth towards the city. Throughout the journey, Fui Chen lounged in the manner of a lord, sleeping as if he had never rested before. The others chose to disregard him. With Zhao Ran's presence, the group of 3 girls instantly invigorated the atmosphere. Occasionally, they needed to disembark to clear the road of densely packed zombies or rampant overgrowth. During such times, Yunxiao would extend his arm to shield Luo Ning, instructing, Ning, leave such trivial matters to the men. You girls can wait in the vehicle. He would then kick Fui Chen, likely lost in sweet dreams, to get out and help clear the path. Fui Chen rubbed his forehead. Yunxiao, you have changed. You were not this way before. His eyes brimmed with resentment and a hint of ambiguity. Yunxiao paid him no mind, resolutely proceeding with the task at hand. Luo's father intended to assist as well, but Yunxiao interjected, Uncle Luo, you needn't trouble yourself. We young folks can manage. Luo's parents nodded in approval. Jiang Zhen silently disembarked to help clear the obstacles, choosing not to speak.
Amen.
Fui Chen scoffed, but obediently set to work. Brother, what are you, a single dog? No? That's called boyfriend power. You don't even have a female pet. Best get back to work, Zhao Ran retorted fearlessly, knowing her brother was in a foul mood about taking her back. The single men, Jiang Zhen, Qian Duo, and young Chun Xiaolu remarked, do single men not deserve to live? Moreover, Zhao Ran herself was also single. Fui Chen cast her a sidelong glance, a smile that seemed both pleasant and dangerous.
Who says I don't have a female pet?
Chapter 106, A Paradise Amidst the Apocalypse. The group traveled in a motorhome, navigating through zombies, mutated beasts, and rampant flora obstructing their path. They hurried along and, fortunate enough to find a village to shelter for the night before darkness fell, decided to investigate for potential supplies. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they parked the vehicle and secured it within their space. Before them lay a path flanked by thorny rose bushes. The flowers were exquisitely beautiful, yet their thorns were merciless. The striking crimson of the roses, in such abundance, perfumed the air. Duo inhaled deeply. How fragrant. Zhao Ran's adorable face gleamed with wonder. Why didn't we see this village when we came to Sea City? If we had discovered it earlier, perhaps I could have lured Su Feng here to cultivate our relationship. Unintentionally voicing her thoughts, Zhao Ran stuck out her tongue, discreetly distancing herself from her brother to avoid retribution. Luo Ning found the scenery quite lovely. It might have once been a tourist destination before the apocalypse. However, the absence of a single zombie made her feel uneasy. She was certainly not one to seek out suffering. Yet it struck her as odd that a village could be entirely zombie-free. Yunxiao had long since extended his mental energy to scout the surroundings and discovered that the village actually harbored numerous people. Survivors must exist within. The zombies had likely been cleared out.
Yunxiao, do you hear that?
It sounds like music. Luo Ning listened intently. Yes, I can hear it, Yunxiao replied. I also hear it. It's a cannon played on a music box, Zhao Ran chimed in. With those words and a few steps forward, the melody grew increasingly clear, captivating the group with its pure and pristine sound, offering a delightful auditory experience that was hard to resist. Let us go in and explore. There's no point in speculating here, Fu Yichen declared, taking the lead down the flower-lined path toward the village. Luo Ning tentatively explored the blooming roses, not of the aggressive variety, and beckoned everyone to follow her. Yunxiao walked beside Luo Ning, casting a few glances at the flourishing roses, his eyes momentarily glimmering. He mused that if they were to hold a wedding in the future, he would ensure that Ning had a path strewn with fresh flowers, as she seemed quite fond of them. Lost in thought, a faint smile crept upon his lips. As the group approached the village entrance, they spotted a little girl playing with a music box by the roadside. Her clothes were somewhat soiled, yet she was undeniably a living child. Little sister, where are the people from your village? Is there no one watching over you? Duo inquired gently as he approached her. Yes, look, they're coming over, she replied brightly. Daddy, Uncle Zhao, we have guests in our village. I've been good. The girl, perhaps in her early teens, was only slightly older than Chun Xiaolu. As two men, dressed relatively neatly, approached, she beamed sweetly, exuding an air of innocence. Xiaoro, just like yesterday, you're being very well behaved. Go on inside and play. It's not safe here, her father affectionately ruffled her hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. The group couldn't help but wonder how the adults could be so trusting as to let their children play outside alone. It was quite a bold move. Excuse me, may I ask how to address you? Our party was hoping to inquire if it would be possible to find lodging for the night. Luo's father stepped forward to introduce himself and explain their purpose. Of course, we can arrange lodging, and you needn't worry about the payment. The father of the girl, referred to as Xiaoro, displayed little emotion, making it hard to discern whether he agreed or not. Daddy, it's been so long since anyone visited our village. Let them in. Otherwise, I want to have anyone to play with, the little girl coaxed with a charming tone. All right, if you say so. The man nodded. Most of us here have the surname Zhao, and the village is known as Zhao Family Village, or also the Rose Village due to the abundance of roses. Please, follow Xiaoro inside. He patted the girl's head, signaling her to lead the way. Luo Ning observed the expression of Xiaoro's father, which seemed oddly subdued, as if he had little to express. Moreover, the man beside him bore a similar demeanor. Surely, they couldn't be unwelcoming towards their party? Pondering this, she glanced back at him once more. Their eyes met, and he flashed a simple, hearty smile. Luo Ning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she turned away, realizing she might have overthought the matter. Xiaoro, I notice there are no city walls around here. Is it safe? Will there be zombies or strange beasts that might attack? Luo Ning expressed her concern, noting the village seemed entirely untouched by the chaos of the apocalypse, presenting a serene atmosphere. Oh, the city walls? They were built over there. Initially there were none, but after the appearance of strange beasts, they were constructed. Following her finger-s direction, Luo Ning indeed spotted a structure resembling a city wall. However, it appeared rather cartoonish, as if hastily assembled. Luo Ning couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the villagers. It was remarkable that such a makeshift wall could sustain them through the apocalypse for months. Xiaolu clutched her music box, perpetually playing. Every time the melody threatened to cease, she would wind it again with great care, clearly cherishing it. The group arrived at Xiaolu's home. As they entered past the city wall, the number of people increased, enhancing the ambience reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the end times. Elderly individuals, children, and adults all coexisted in notable proportions, a rarity in these troubled times. Luo Ning glanced around, trailing behind the group. Unbeknownst to her, Yunxiao had drifted beside her, even taking her hand in his. Luo Ning chuckled softly. Men could be rather childish at times, with plenty of little thoughts. Yet, she didn't pull away, allowing him to hold her hand. Yunxiao attempted to establish a connection with Luo Ning through his mental energy. However, when a thread of his mental force touched hers, it felt as though a jolt of electricity surged through him, sending tingling sensations coursing through his body. Luo Ning experienced a similar reaction, her eyes widening in astonishment. Was mental energy this sensitive? Why had she never realized it before? Prior to this, she had no knowledge of such a phenomenon. At that moment, Yunxiao immediately withdrew the thread of mental energy, his gaze averted from Luo Ning, though his eyes sparkled with twinkling starlight, revealing his inner turmoil. Just as Luo Ning stood in bewilderment, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "This place feels a bit strange, yet I can't discern anything. Please be cautious." His warm breath was close enough to feel, causing Luo Ning's ears to flush slightly. Couldn't he have chosen a more appropriate moment to speak? Or, at least maintain a distance? It seemed he had been deliberately trying to engage her lately. Nevertheless, Luo Ning merely responded with a soft choosing to observe her surroundings quietly instead of engaging further. Eventually, they were led by Xiaolu into her home, a modest two-story building that appeared relatively clean and bright. Though not particularly new, the sight of a mother, clad in an apron and beaming at the door, waiting for her child to return home, softened the hearts of the visitors. The warmth of someone awaiting their return felt delightful, and the group couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, wishing to linger in such a place. Chapter 107. Conversations by Night. Luo Ning and her companions did not wish to impose too much. They merely sought a safe place to stay for the night. They wondered whether there were any other vacant houses in the village. "As long as it's somewhat clean, we won't fit in your home with this many people." Luo Ning contemplated, priorities in caution. Vacant houses? Why would there be any? Well, there are houses, but they're quite dilapidated. You probably wouldn't be comfortable. Xiaolu's mother remarked. Xiaolu enjoys having guests. Since it's rare to have company to play with, why not stay here instead of searching elsewhere? It would be a hassle. Zhao's mother was exceedingly warm, and the group felt it inappropriate to decline her hospitality, so they accepted her offer. That evening, the party declined Zhao's mother's offer to prepare dinner, opting instead for some dried vegetable pancakes made earlier by Aunt Li, washing them down with water to suffice for their evening meal. As night fell, the men and women separated into different rooms, though they were adjacent. It was a bit cramped, but sleeping on the floor was manageable, primarily for the sake of safety. The roses were beautiful and fragrant, yet the scent was a touch overpowering, intruding upon their dreams. Just as Luo Ning contemplated chatting with Yunxiao, she heard the familiar melody of the music box. Initially alert, she found the music surprisingly soothing, almost hypnotic. A great yawn escaped her, and as she turned over, her eyes began to flutter shut. She had yet to speak with Yunxiao, but sleepiness enveloped her. As everyone had drifted into a peaceful slumber, Luo Ning suddenly awakened. She had intended to seek out Yunxiao to discuss her suspicions, yet she had fallen asleep instead. Luo Ning flicked on her flashlight and glanced at her watch. Fortunately, she had only dozed for 5 minutes. Hastily, she rose and checked on her sleeping mother, Duo, and Zhao Ran, who all seemed to be sleeping soundly. Quietly, Luo Ning slipped out the door. Just as she was thinking of Yunxiao, he too quietly emerged from the adjacent room. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a smile. "Can't sleep?" he teased, his tone gentle, devoid of his usual stoic demeanor. Luo Ning found it amusing, sensing that this fierce tiger had transformed into a playful kitten. "Yes, I missed you," she replied, playing along. "However, I have something important to discuss. Please, follow me outside." As she spoke, she deftly pulled Yunxiao over the balcony, displaying remarkable proficiency. After all, they were both seasoned individuals. Upon reaching the base of a magnificent magnolia tree, Luo Ning was unexpectedly ensnared by a pair of strong arms. She paused for a moment, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. She had indeed sought him out for a purpose. Yet, observing his demeanor, he made no move to refuse her. This evening, Mr. Gu resembled a large dog, furry, warm, and somewhat clingy. The night enveloped the small village in the plains, rich with the fragrance of roses. As the gentle summer breeze wafted through the air, sweet and intoxicating, it felt nothing like the end of the world. There were no zombies, no beasts. Perhaps it was the overly gentle wind, the allure of the night, the notion that flowers belonged to peace. Or perhaps it was simply that the person beside her was the one she cherished. Luo Ning mused that remaining here might not be so bad after all. As Yunxiao leaned down, his lips yet to brush against hers, he suddenly withdrew from her embrace. Luo Ning was startled, jolted by her own thoughts. Why had such peculiar notions crossed her mind? If she craved comfort, she could have easily stayed at base C. Now that she had taken the effort to leave, why was she entertaining such thoughts? Disgusted with herself, she scolded inwardly, realizing that the allure of a handsome face could lead one astray. Pushing away the now clingy Yunxiao, she steered the conversation back to business. "Yunxiao, don't you think this place is too harmonious, too cozy, too unlike an apocalypse? It feels peculiar." Furrowing her brows, she looked earnestly at Yunxiao, the earlier tenderness now absent. "Ning, isn't this wonderful? I find myself quite fond of it. You're simply overthinking things. If I were to say I wish to stay, would you accompany me?" His obsidian-like eyes sparkled in the moonlight, his previously harsh features softened. Luo Ning maintained her composure, but her tone had grown more subdued. "But don't you have matters to attend to? Isn't it urgent?" "It's fine. Isn't Qin Chuan handling it for me? He will do splendidly." Yunxiao replied with a gentle smile, as if she were the sole focus of his attention. "Then, if I must leave, will you remain here alone?" Luo Ning inquired again, her tone now tinged with detachment. "Of course, I wish to be with you. No one can separate us," he asserted, attempting to reach out for another embrace. However, Luo Ning, as though admiring the distant scenery, subtly evaded him. "Mr. Gu, I have a craving for spicy hot pot. Would you care to join me? You always enjoyed having spicy hot pot with me, didn't you? If you accompany me now, perhaps I might feel better and decide to stay." With a cheerful expression, she produced 2 self-heating spicy hot pots from her space, the kind bursting with flavor. Yunxiao's smile remained tender as he naturally accepted them. "Of course, I adore having spicy hot pot with Ning. It's something we both relish." He then attempted to gentlemanly assist her in opening one. Yet, Luo Ning tossed the hot pot back into her space, instead holding the dagger he had gifted her. The moonlight glimmered off the blade, casting a chilling reflection on Yunxiao's face, rendering his smile eerily unsettling. Ning, didn't you say you wanted to eat hot pot? Why do you have a knife?" "It makes me quite sad," he lamented, his expression portraying hurt. His voice tinged with melancholy. Luo Ning felt a surge of anxiety. Although she had been dating Yunxiao for a brief time, she understood him well. This man, while occasionally clingy, was never annoyingly so. Furthermore, despite his occasional lack of principles when it came to her, he was always resolute in significant matters. Even if he loved her dearly, his comrades awaited him in City A, relying on him to resolve their crises. He could never be the type to indulge in comfort while neglecting the lives of Qin Chuan and the others. In her view, even if Yunxiao truly wished to stay, he would first resolve the issues in City A before bringing her back here, rather than irresponsibly leaving everything to Qin Chuan. Most crucially, Yunxiao did not enjoy spicy food. Just moments ago, he had shown no sign of refusal, not even a frown, when she suggested having spicy hot pot. Previously, before their relationship was established, he would grimace at the mere thought of spicy food, embodying a martyr's spirit. This realization firmly convinced Luo Ning that the person before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Yunxiao, simply could not be him.
"Stop pretending. Who are you?"
Luo Ning demanded fiercely, her expression icy, entirely devoid of the sweetness of a love-struck girl.
Ning, I am your boyfriend, Yunxiao. Who else could I be?
He protested, his gaze mirroring the usual mix of sorrow and dissatisfaction. Yet this time, it earned him no sympathy from Luo Ning. Her mental threads surged outward, probing Yunxiao's spirit. Indeed, there was not a single ripple of spiritual energy. The remainder of her mental energy scanned the surroundings. What she sent out seemed to dissipate, vanishing without a trace. Luo Ning felt a knot of frustration. Inadvertently, she glanced at the moon above, where the winds stirred but the clouds remained still, the moon unperturbed, the trees unmoving. It was as though the only dynamic beings were herself and the Yunxiao before her.
Do you dare deceive me? Luo Ning ground her teeth. Then let us see what you're made of.
Closing her eyes to block out his pitiful facade, she gripped the dagger tightly and swung it downwards.
Chapter 108. Breaking the Illusion.
Luo Ning shut her eyes, gritting her teeth, and with determination, brought the blade down.
He was not Yunxiao, he was an impostor.
She continuously reassured herself. As expected, the sound of the blade striking flesh did not resonate. Indeed, it was a falsehood. A sense of relief washed over her. Although she had recognized the deception, the scene before her morphed like a kaleidoscope, disorienting her. Moments later, everything descended into darkness. When Luo Ning opened her eyes, the sounds of breathing around her were distinctly audible. It turned out that the illusion had merely been a dream. Thank goodness it wasn't a case of sleepwalking into a horde of zombies. The thought of mistaking a zombie for Yunxiao sent a chill down her spine, sending shivers through her despite the sweltering summer heat. This time, to confirm reality, she pinched Duo's cheek. Seeing her turn around, still groaning in her slumber, Luo Ning wondered if they too had fallen into the illusion. Thus, she vigorously shook a few of them, also pinching Zhao Ran and Duo's cheeks, primarily to ascertain their humanity, and definitely not because their plumpness was endearing. One by one, they began to awaken, their eyes filled with confusion and reluctance. I'm so sorry to interrupt your lovely dreams, Luo Ning said with a teasing grin. Zhao Ran looked at her with a disgruntled expression, while Duo's cheeks flushed. Luo Mu appeared a bit bewildered. I dreamt that I was marrying Su Feng. Couldn't you have waited a bit longer? I was just about to say, I do. Zhao Ran's tone was less than gracious. Luo Ning felt reassured. It seemed this wasn't an illusion after all. After all, such an agitated reaction was quintessentially her. You weren't dreaming. You entered an illusion. The thoughts harbored within one's heart can manifest into reality within dreams. However, the last two syllables of Luo Ning's name were elongated, imparting a sense of profound significance. Xiao Ran, are you perhaps advancing a tad too swiftly? In my dreams, I merely strolled about. Even a rocket could not keep pace with you. Considering you have already tied the knot. If I were to tarry any longer, would you, perchance, have birthed a child ready to slay zombies? Luo Ning's tone was laced with playful mockery. Although Zhao Ran's countenance was not particularly meek, such remarks inevitably brought a hint of shyness to her cheeks, which flushed slightly. Luo Ning, choosing not to linger in conversation, confirmed with Luo Mu and Duo that all was well before hastily departing to seek out Yunxiao and the others next door. Upon knocking on the door, it was Yunxiao who promptly opened it, followed by the male companions from their group. What brings you all up at this hour? Luo Ning inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension, as if ensnared by a mirage. We were nearly trapped within a dream ourselves. But now all is well.
How about you?
The uncertainty lingered as Luo Ning pondered whether this Yunxiao was indeed the genuine article, responding in a somewhat detached manner. We are the same. However, she hesitated before continuing. How can you prove that you are indeed Yunxiao? What assurance do I have to believe you? Upon hearing this, Yunxiao felt a mix of amusement and understanding, recognizing Luo Ning's fears, for she too had likely encountered illusions and a counterfeit self. You helped bathe my pet. He suddenly mused, realizing that proving his identity seemed unexpectedly challenging. Thus, he could only rely on a shared experience known to both him and Ning. The incident involving a nosebleed was a subject he would never dare mention. Instantly, the tension in Luo Ning's heart dissipated. It was undoubtedly Yunxiao. To evade the probing of inner thoughts and memories, she had deliberately cleared her mind, allowing nothing to occupy her thoughts. Luo Ning then extended her mental energy, brushing against Gu Yunxiao's essence, and both felt a tremor in their hearts. Indeed, there's no doubt now. With a sense of ease, Luo Ning retracted her mental energy, appearing composed and unruffled, masking any trace of awkwardness. A familiar melody resonated through the air, but Gu Yunxiao swiftly utilized his spatial abilities to isolate everyone from the music. It sounds again. This is the very sound I heard before drifting into slumber. The impending wave of drowsiness dissipated, leaving everyone alert. Luo Ning furrowed her brow, recalling the little girl. At that moment, Chun Xiaolu spoke up. Sister Luo, the people here seem rather peculiar.
I know, she replied.
Zhao Xiao's music box appears to lure individuals into a dreamlike state, or rather, she can use it to transport us into a dream realm.
Indeed.
I sense something amiss upon my arrival. The garments of these individuals are all pristine, save for Zhao Xiao's, which is quite soiled. Luo Ning drucket. And a chill coursed through her body as she dared not contemplate further. Just then, Zhao Xiao appeared at the top of the stairs, still clad in her filthy attire, clutching her music box. Sister, why aren't you all asleep? It's so late. Her previously calm and sweet demeanor now evoked unease among the group. After all, who would appreciate being lured into a dream realm from which they could never awaken? Why did you bring us into this illusion? What is your purpose? Zhao Xiao's voice was filled with confusion. What is an illusion? I do not comprehend what you are saying. Luo Ning's expression hardened as she gazed at the music box, contemplating its destruction. Sensing the intensity of Luo Ning's gaze, Zhao Xiao instinctively tightened her grip on the toy. This is my toy. When I cannot sleep, I simply play it, and the sound lulls me to rest. When I am unhappy, I twist it, and the music brings me joy once more.
You cannot take it from me. It is all I have left.
Without it, I cannot find everyone, nor my parents. Understanding dawned upon Luo Ning. Perhaps she was utterly alone here, with not a soul, including her parents or the villagers, to be found. Everything could potentially be a mere facade. The power of that tiny music box was more formidable than she had ever imagined. Are you truly the only one here? Are there no others? Luo Ning's question trailed off, but everyone comprehended the implication. That day, suddenly, someone began biting others. My parents locked me in the basement, providing ample food and water, while they went outside to assess the situation. They never returned. As she spoke, her head bowed, a somber atmosphere enveloped them, affecting the others as well. After what felt like an eternity, I gradually carved a hole in the wooden basement door with a knife to escape. Yet, not a single soul remained in the village. In my fear, I twisted the music box, and when it chimed, everyone returned. Talking to them alleviated my fears. A voice of reason pierced through. Evading reality never resolves issues. Drowning in a self-constructed illusion will eventually lead one to be devoured by zombies or other beasts. Qian Duo gazed at her, feeling pity for the little girl, and could not help but awaken her from her reverie. Can I accompany you all as we leave? I never meant to harm you. I am simply afraid of being alone. Qian Duo's eyes reflected hope as they met Luo Ning's. Yet, Luo Ning averted her gaze, fearing her heart might soften. This world was rife with individuals like her, and even a tender heart could not save them all. Why should I assist you? What benefit do you offer in return? Luo Ning's tone was indifferent, revealing neither willingness nor reluctance to bring her along. I can create dreams and illusions. If you take me with you, I will follow your directions. I will bring my own food and care for myself, causing you no trouble. You may treat me as heir. I want to cling to you. Once we reach a safe haven, I will remain there. Luo Ning spoke as she turned to retreat into the room. Rest now. We depart at dawn. And please, turn off your music box. Zhao Ran followed closely behind, muttering, stubborn as a mule, trying to be the good Samaritan while acting as if it's all about profit. I do not wish for her to feel entitled. This world lacks an abundance of altruistic souls. Without sacrifice, what merit is there in expecting a reward? Luo Ning declared, dismissing Zhao Ran's comments as she sought to resume her slumber. Chapter 109. The journey yet to begin at the break of dawn. The group busied themselves packing their belongings, preparing for departure. Descending to the lower level, They enjoyed the freshly steamed meat buns that Luo Ning had prepared in her space, still warm and utterly delectable. Yet, an astonishing sight awaited them. Zhao Xiaoru's mother reappeared. She wore the same pleasant smile as the previous day. Almost startling, Zhao ran to the point of nearly dropping her bun. Everyone turned to Zhao Xiaoru. She, too, appeared bewildered, her eyes wide with confusion.
I swear. This time it was not me.
I have not touched that music box since last night, as you all know. Fearful that Luo Ning and the others would leave her behind, she hurried to clarify. Yunxiao swallowed the last morsel of his bun, dabbing his mouth with a napkin. She is not lying. Meanwhile, the eccentric Fui Chen had approached Zhao Xiaoru's mother, inquiring, "Are you dead or alive?
Can you see me?"
He waved his hand before her eyes, curiosity radiating from his expression, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "What do you mean?
How could I be dead?
I am standing here perfectly well." Zhao Xiaoru's mother gazed at Fui Chen in alarm. The group collectively pondered if she were truly deceased. Was Fui Chen attempting to converse with a ghost? What madness! As the crowd pondered the unfolding events, the surgical blade in Fui Chen's hand had already plunged towards the woman across from him.
Mom.
Zhao Xiaoru exclaimed, her voice filled with desperation. Although merely an apparition, it was indeed her mother. Yet it was neither a living being nor a specter. She had hoped to encounter a ghost, but alas, what a disappointment. Fui Chen shook his head with a sigh, feeling a peculiar sense of loss, before turning to indulge in his meat buns. As though the previous madness had not originated from him. The onlookers murmured, "We should hasten our departure. This place feels eerily foreboding." Luo Mu, a person of conventional demeanor, found herself compelled to speak up. They quickly finished their meal and made their way to the village entrance. Encountering none of the villagers from the previous day, no soul in sight, and the city wall had vanished. Indeed, it had all been an illusion. During last night's vigil, she had remained awake and had slipped into the mirage. Moreover, she had not heard the music box's tune, she had deemed it too noisy and blocked it out. Yunxiao walked alongside Luo Ning, leaning closer as he remarked, "It is rather strange. We must quicken our pace." Luo Ning believed that the most prudent course of action was to leave. She was not Conan, after all. What did the truth matter? "Let us go. Get in the vehicle." After calling out, she climbed aboard the RV, deciding to take 2 vehicles due to the number of people. They boarded, shut the doors, and with a firm press on the accelerator, sped away. A collective sigh of relief washed over everyone. Zhao Xiaoru, seated at the back, gazed through the window at the increasingly distant path adorned with blooming roses, her heart a tumult of unexpressed emotions. Perhaps this farewell was indeed eternal. After driving approximately 2 or 3 kilometers, Luo Ning intended to inquire about the route Yunxiao and the others had taken to determine the most suitable path. However, she noticed that Yunxiao was particularly taciturn today. Had he been unnerved by the ghost? "Mr. Gu, you have quite the timid disposition. Just an illusion, after all." "An illusion?" Yunxiao. Luo Ning felt as if she were losing her grasp on reality. This Yunxiao had verified the truth himself. How could it possibly be false? Yet once such thoughts took root, they burgeoned within her mind, growing uncontrollably. Unable to resist, she furtively glanced at everyone around her, even doubting their authenticity, pretending to doze. She closed her eyes, her mind calling out to Xueqiao, "Xueqiao, am I in an illusion or in reality? Can you discern the difference?" Xueqiao offered no reply, leaving Luo Ning somewhat anxious. However, she quickly regained her composure and idly struck up a conversation. "Zhao Xiaoru, does your village possess any unique features?"
Unique?
"Just an abundance of roses, I suppose." "Ah, the roses. From the moment we entered this village, the only thing we have unconsciously encountered, yet unnoticed, was the fragrance of flowers. The scent of roses." Jiangzhen turned back. Luo Ning was uncertain whether her companions were truly her allies. She could not simply abandon them. What if? "Yunxiao, please hand me a pouch of the antidote pills I previously asked you to keep." Yunxiao, who had his eyes closed, opened them, extending his hand to reveal a small bag of antidote pills. "This time, it looks quite convincing." "You nearly deceived me," Luo Ning remarked, no longer shouting, but descending from the vehicle directly. Yet no matter how hard she tried, She could not recall when exactly Yunxiao and the others had been swapped out. Or had they never truly been real? Clearly, she had tested them before. Perhaps it was the moment the fragrant aroma wafted past her nose that the image of her companions dissipated. Suddenly, she noticed a small figure standing in a corner, watching her intently. Xiao? She's not an illusion? I'm not deceiving you. I am indeed a real person. The small face looked pitiful, evoking a sense of sympathy. However, Luo Ning was no ordinary individual. She was one who sought retribution. Thus, she launched an ice spike towards her. Before the ice could reach her, the little girl vanished from sight. Luo Ning enveloped herself with her psychic energy, exerting all her strength to unleash it. A massive shockwave emanated from her, radiating outward. As it swept across, the original scenery began to fade and shatter. It was as if time itself had paused in slow motion. However, once the wave subsided, the scene gradually came into focus. She remained standing not far from the rose bushes, but what was revealed was an entirely different sight. The roses bloomed in resplendent beauty. Yet where the earth should have been, there now lay a mountain of zombie corpses, serving as their essential sustenance.
So it was.
They had never truly left this place. Her perception of 2 days had perhaps been nothing more than an instant. Everyone stood dazed and bewildered, merely having moved slightly closer to the rose bushes. If they did not awaken soon, she feared she too would become a character in this illusion, oblivious to her own role. Ning, are you alright? Yunxiao rushed over from nearby, enveloping her in a tight embrace, refusing to let go. This can't be an illusion, can it? Even if it is, I shall embrace it first. Who told you to flirt with me in the illusion, and then run away? Her tone was laden with playful grievance. If he could transform, Luo Ning imagined she would see the tail swaying behind him and his twitching ears. Then tell me, what did you do in the illusion? Or, what do you wish for me to do to you? Luo Ning glauket triumphantly. Wake up. Enough with the flirtation.
Fuikenesse bright.
Carefree smile appeared before them, fixing his gaze upon them. The two quickly separated, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Luo Ning planted a kiss on Yunxiao's cheek, affirming yes. The sensation is unmistakably real. Originally intending to observe the commotion, Fui Chen felt a tinge of self-mockery. It seemed that the esteemed leader Gu truly had an eye for remarkable individuals, given that his boldness was indeed extraordinary. Luo Ning rolled her eyes and ignored him. I've been awake for quite some time already. I strolled around the village and found some supplies. Remember to collect them later. You all dawdled for ages. And I couldn't be bothered to wake you. After all, who knows what delightful dreams you might have been enjoying. I'd hate to interrupt. The group exchanged glances, realizing that this fellow had awakened on his own, aware of their entrapment in a dual illusion, yet completely disregarded them. He had simply wandered off on his own. That dirty little girl not far from them had indeed conjured a beautiful dream concerning her family and her village. When the music box played, they found themselves ensnared in the illusion dictated by her consciousness. Unbeknownst to Xiao, she herself was already trapped in an illusion. The corpses of the zombies at the village entrance were merely the flowers nourished by the former villagers, also a layer of the illusion. The human consciousness was released through the fragrance of the flowers, crafting a harmonious facade that concealed the brutal truth. Perhaps even as zombies, they still clung to the desire for a peaceful existence. Luo Ning and Yunxiao swiftly entered the village to gather supplies before returning. Let us go. It's time to leave this place, Luo Ning declared, tossing a branch into her space for Yunxiao before igniting the lush, vibrant roses in flames. The fire spread, yet did not reach the surrounding area. The group boarded their vehicles, and the pitiful child gazed at the flames, her eyes glistening with tears. Hurry up and get in. Are you waiting for the new year? Luo Ning spoke in a tone that lacked sweetness. Thank you, the girl replied, scampering over. Chapter 110. Grilled fish. The temperature soared at noon. Despite changing vehicles several times, the group decided to pause by the lakeside to avoid overheating the tires and engine. They would have lunch and wait for the sun to become less oppressive before continuing their journey. It felt as though they were nearing the outskirts of City C. Luo Ning examined the map in her hand. Indeed, this was the right place. Strangely enough, after the apocalypse, a lake had formed here. Oddly, despite the rain being black, this lake was remarkably clear and transparent. Upon reaching the lakeside, the presence of water brought a refreshing coolness, a welcome relief from the scorching summer sun that had been irksome and tiresome. Fortunately, with Luo Ning, an ice and water ability user, they could enjoy a plentiful supply of ice water to cool down, or they might have succumbed to the heat along the way. As they disembarked from the vehicle and divided tasks, Gu Yunxiao, Jiang Zhen, and Fui Chen ventured nearby to scout for potential dangers. Meanwhile, Luo Ning, Qian Duo, and her parents took on the responsibility of preparing the meal. Although Aunt Li had provided some cooked food in their space, the sun was still blazing, and they couldn't leave just yet, so they decided to cook for themselves. Chun Xiaolu squatted nearby, his little brows furrowed as he cautiously watched Zhao Xiao, wishing he could bore a hole into her with his glare, fearing she might conjure another illusion. He despised illusions and had no desire to play her childish games again. Initially, Zhao Xiao felt awkward and constrained, but soon realized he was merely trying to provoke her with his gaze. What was there to fear?
He was just a little brat.
Now, Zhao Xiao could entertain herself under his scrutinizing watch. Without Gu Yunxi to tend the fire, Luo Ning had to gather firewood herself. After all, she couldn't control the flames well enough and might melt the pot. The pot needed to be preserved. As the meal neared completion, they habitually cooked a larger quantity, allowing them to store some in their space for emergencies later. Let's grill some fish for lunch, Fui Chen suggested, returning with a plump fish he had prepared, skewered on a sharp stick. Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourself? You can't just eat things after the black rain. Luo Ning replied, exasperated by his gluttony. I passed through here when I came to City C, grilled and ate some, and look, I'm perfectly fine. Fui Chen shrugged off her concern, unbothered by her eye roll. Make sure you cook it yourself. Don't think of troubling our Ning Ning. Gu Yunxiao's tone was cool, feeling slightly irritated. Why should my girlfriend cook for you? If you're so keen on grilled fish, find someone else. Really, you ate it and were fine? You must have incredibly good luck to have survived until now, Luo Ning remarked, conceding to prepare a grilled fish since he claimed it was safe. Fortunately, they had some grilling spices on hand. Luo Ning thought the spices were a wonderful addition, sure to elevate their culinary efforts, masking their actual cooking skills. And she hoped no one would complain about the taste. Gu Yunxiao, do you think our cooking will attract any beasts? She asked as she grilled. Not at all. I've sealed off the space here. The smell won't escape. Gu Yunxiao sat beside her, diligently adding wood to the fire. Qian Duo and Luo's mother discreetly stepped aside to prepare their vegetables, realizing the sun was bright enough without their overpowering presence. From a distance, Luo's parents watched the harmonious scene of the two grilling fish with satisfaction. They were not pretentious and were ready to help when needed. Surely, he would make a good husband in the future. I made it mild so you can eat it, Luo Ning said, sprinkling some of the prepared spices on the fish as it neared completion. Gu Yunxiao's expression remained stoic, but inside, he was overjoyed. Ning Ning had made a non-spicy grilled fish, considering his preference for mild flavors. He felt a surge of happiness. I smell something delicious. Ning. How did you know I don't eat spicy food? It smells so good. Fui Chen's keen sense of smell detected the aroma of the food.
Wait.
Just as Fui Chen was about to take a bite of the crispy fish coated in spices, Luo Ning halted him. Take a couple of detox pills first. I don't entirely trust you. Her words were straightforward. She felt that, although Fui Chen appeared to be a sunny boy, he likely harbored darker intentions within. Even if eating it wouldn't turn him into a zombie, he might end up with a stomach ache. It was best to err on the side of caution. Thus, everyone consumed 2 detox pills before indulging in the grilled fish. Grilling spices are everlasting. Luo Ning silently praised herself as a sprinkle of these small ingredients elevated her culinary prowess several notches. She felt as though she was drawing closer to the standards of an Eastern culinary school. I'll take a bit more. I have a big appetite. Fui Chen plunged his chopsticks into the fish, taking a quarter of the meat and dipping it in the seasoning, earning eye rolls from Zhao Ran, Luo Ning, and Gu Yunxiao. Childish. Then, he proudly took the grilled fish and claimed he was going to enjoy the scenery, returning half an hour later, having finished the fish by himself. After the grilled fish, there was still a large pot of rice, which they divided into small containers and stored in their space. After resting for a while, the group continued on their journey. As darkness approached, they sought a place to rest. Driving along, they noticed shadows of some buildings ahead, and the sounds of zombies grew more pronounced.
Looks like there are people ahead. Let's stop and take a look. It's getting dark. And this spot offers adequate cover for the night, they decided. The vehicle pressed on without pause. Upon disembarking, the two groups engaged in a skirmish were drawn to their presence. From their earlier conversation, it was evident that disputes had arisen over shared resources. The onlookers had no intention of intervening, as it did not concern them. Carry on, we're just passing through, Jiang Zhen remarked. But as he caught sight of a familiar figure, a flicker of hostility vanished from his eyes. He strategically positioned himself in the dim light, distancing himself from the crowd. Just as Luo Ning and her group were about to walk past, a woman grasped Yunxiao's sleeve. Please, save us. They want to monopolize the supplies and kill our team members. We had an agreement to cooperate. Desperation laced her voice, filled with regret for having accepted this lucrative task. Their team was simply not large enough to meet the requirements. I advise you not to meddle. This is a matter for our team alone. And we don't need outsiders interfering. A sharp female voice retorted harshly at Luo Ning's group. How dare you live in the apocalypse like a rough man? While those women over there appear so pristine. You're clearly not good people. Zhuke seemed to hear the woman's thoughts. Luo Ning quickly communicated with Zhuke, realizing that her growing power granted her some telepathic abilities. Hey, my little hothead. You can't contain yourself. Duo, Zhao ran. Someone is cursing us in their heart. Saying we're living off others. She's probably envious and resentful, Qian Duo replied. Why waste words on her? Just act. Thus, the rest of the Guardian team watched as the three girls' expressions transformed in an instant. They picked up sticks from the ground and charged forward. Iron Brother, help me. Save me. The woman shrieked, yet her cries did not elicit even a hint of sympathy from the man attempting to seize their belongings. His gaze lingered hungrily on the women, assessing the onlookers nearby, clearly recognizing that they were not to be trifled with. He could tell that such individuals would be formidable opponents. This is also the reason he has managed to survive for such an extended period in the apocalypse. Consequently, without a fight, they simply took their leave, whisking away the captured individuals. The poor souls, apprehended by Luo Ning and her companions, after undergoing a painful lesson in humanity, fled with their legs limping and their spirits broken. Jiang Zhen observed as the man, referred to as Tai Ge, dragged along a frail woman, resembling a quail, and a mocking expression crossed her face. It turned out that she was merely another survivor, reduced to such a state. A sad parasite indeed. Chapter 111, Reminiscences. After stretching their limbs, Luo Ning and her companions felt a sense of ease, though the heat had made them break a sweat. Thank you so much, expressed the rescued woman, her face brimming with gratitude. We will share half of our supplies with you. The woman appeared to be the leader, yet she was accompanied by a thin, monkey-like man, a youth on the brink of adulthood, and an older gentleman, all of whom bore injuries that hinted at their precarious situation. The old, the weak, and the sick, now with an added disability, would surely find their place on the bus before the apocalypse, in a manner that would deter others from vying for their seats. Never mind that, if I want it, I desire it all. Why should I settle for half? Luo Ning raised an eyebrow, smiling. The young woman froze momentarily, her complexion draining of color. If this group were to seize their belongings, they would stand no chance of resistance. Luo Ning glanced at the few boxes of instant noodles and remarked, those trifles do not interest us. Instead, lead me to the F-City base tomorrow as a token of gratitude. Zhao Ran rolled her eyes, her exasperation evident. Yet, there was something about this version of Luo Ning that she found oddly appealing. Subsequently, they cleared the surrounding zombies and entered an apparently intact residential building. Yunxiao utilized his mental prowess to scan for any living beings, and upon finding none, he dispatched the scattered zombies within the entire building with a sweep of his psychic energy. Upon entering, Luo Ning spotted the fallen zombies and raised an eyebrow at Yunxiao. He chuckled, mental energy. A mere 3 words that made Luo Ning feel as if she had forgotten something essential, often referred to as common sense. She too possessed mental energy. Yet she had overlooked it, not because she found the act of slaughter exhilarating. Rather, she inadvertently became swept up in the frenzy alongside Zhao Ran and Qian Duo. After a simple meal of dry rations, they allocated several clean rooms and retired for the night. Luo Ning pondered the rose branch she had cast into her space. wondering if it had thrived. She resolved to slip out and check on it. Quietly, she rose, gingerly turning the doorknob with minimal sound. Thankfully, it was silent. She made her way to the balcony, intending to climb through a window into another unoccupied room to inspect her space. Just as she was halfway through, with one foot still outside, she suddenly noticed a shadow behind her illuminated by the moonlight. Who is it? Luo Ning gasped, quickly retracting her foot, her knife already in hand. It's me, Ning Ning. Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Where are you off to? Can I join you? The voice of Yunxiao emerged, cautious in tone. As he grasped her hand tightly to prevent her from falling, Luo Ning whispered, "Follow me quietly. We must not wake them." The two slipped through the window into a room with an open window. Once inside, Luo Ning spoke, "My space allows for planting, and I trimmed a piece of that enchanting rose to place inside. I wish to see if it can grow. If so, I must control its growth to prevent it from becoming unruly. I will keep watch for you. Go on, I shall await your return." Yunxiao held back his initial thought of asking to accompany her, realizing it might pertain to Ning Ning's secret. "All right, I shall return swiftly." Luo Ning planted a quick kiss on his cheek and vanished. Yunxiao stood momentarily stunned, a smile blooming on his face as he felt a foolish joy. Unbeknownst to Luo Ning, upon entering her space, she discovered the rose had indeed taken root in a corner. Then, she observed Yunxiao and Zhu Ke, both animatedly lecturing the frail rose. "Little one, this patch of land is exclusively for your growth. Do not overstep your bounds.
Vikia.
Transgress, and I shall incinerate you.
Suke.
You cannot bloom recklessly and induce illusions," insisted Yunxiao. "Bloom, and I shall set you ablaze," echoed Zhu Quebec. The newly awakened consciousness of the rose trembled, causing a few of its already sparse leaves to fall. An array of similar dialogues ensued. Luo Ning nodded in approval. Their harmonious interaction was delightful. She felt a sense of comfort, akin to watching her children play together. After surveying the bountiful storehouse filled with an assortment of vegetables, fruits, grains, and spices, she rewarded Yunxiao and Zhu Ke with 2 plates of previously stored braised beef. Having spent only a brief moment inside, and with ample time available, she decided to return to the small building to take a shower, cleansing herself of the sweat from earlier skirmishes. Emerging refreshed, she was greeted by a warm embrace. Yunxiao lowered his head onto her shoulder, inhaling her scent. So fragrant. Luo Ning felt her ears flush. Would he misconstrue her intention in taking a bath as an invitation for affection? I was just cooking at noon and got sweaty from the earlier fight," she mumbled softly, feeling somewhat lacking in confidence, as if she were digging a deeper hole for herself. I knew it wasn't just for me. You needn't explain." Yunxiao chuckled lightly, his laughter resonating from his chest, sending gentle vibrations through the air. Luo Ning relished this feeling of security. She realized he had never been weak, as evidenced by his initial desire to form a team. Thus, she yearned to become stronger, worthy of such a remarkable companion. The soft moonlight enveloped them like a delicate veil, adding a layer of ethereal beauty to the moment. If not for the apocalypse, it would have been a time of serene tranquility. This beauty felt hauntingly familiar, and suddenly, a memory flickered in Luo Ning's mind. A young man smiling ruefully as he held her close, saying, "Today, you turn 18. Happy birthday. I hope you remember the joy of today, even if you forget me tomorrow." In that instant, Luo Ning felt a connection between them. Yunxiao noticed Luo Ning's distant gaze and raised his head to find her cheeks stained with tears. Alarmed, he asked, "What's wrong? What did I do?"
Please don't cry.
He stood up nervously, reaching into his space for a tissue to wipe her tears, only to be tightly embraced by Luo Ning.
Yunxiao.
"Are you foolish? Why didn't you say something sooner? Why didn't you tell me?" she cried, her tears flowing freely, leaving him bewildered, yet unable to escape the sensation of being a child caught in a misstep. Yunxiao gently wiped her tears away and softly patted her back, soothing her in his own manner. A fragment of memory surfaced in my mind. "We knew each other before, didn't we?" Luo Ning's nasally voice, though not melodious, struck directly at Yunxiao's heart. She looked up, her eyes reddened, resembling a little rabbit. "You silly fool." Without waiting for his response, she grasped his neck, drawing them closer, and kissed him. In Chapter 112, as Gu Yunxiao was compelled to lower his head, he was kissed by Luo Ning. Though astonishment coursed through him, overwhelming joy predominated. Ning, se remembered. She had finally recalled their past acquaintance. Even if it was merely fragments, Gu Yunxiao had never felt such happiness before. He was not fond of sweets, yet at this moment, his heart was best described as being steeped in honey. Upon reflection, this should be the second time. The first was when she confessed her feelings for him, and now was the second. However, each occurrence was solely because of her. Gu Yunxiao gazed down at her trembling lashes, his heart melting, and his previously cold demeanor softened. His girl was truly beautiful. He had always been composed and self-restrained, but the unfamiliarity of her actions caused his steadfastness to crumble. Perhaps it was the emotions that had accumulated over the years, or perhaps his selfishness, selfish enough to desire her for himself, despite his imperfections. He embraced her back, returning her kiss with tenderness and caution, as if she were the only treasure in the world. The intensity of his emotions, akin to a fine wine, could only be substantiated through actions. He was never a gentle person, but he possessed enough patience for her. Taking the initiative with an assertive manner, he left her no chance to breathe. Breath stolen away, Luo Ning let out a few soft sounds, her eyes growing redder. Gu Yunxiao regarded her, feeling as if she were his very lifeline, regardless of life or death. Perhaps their existence was solely to encounter one another, to share companionship and understanding. Suddenly, Luo Ning felt the world spin, and then they vanished, leaving no trace behind. The empty room remained, shrouded in soft moonlight. The wind stirred the curtains, which danced in a warm and tranquil manner. Luo Ning felt as if she had arrived somewhere, yet it was pitch black, rendering her unable to discern her surroundings.
Gu Yunxiao, let go.
Stay away from me. She pushed him away, her hands weak and lacking strength, yet she easily distanced him. This was due to his indulgence.
Where are we?
It's so dark.
This is my space.
Ning, I've hidden you away. No one can see you. You can only see me. Gu Yunxiao replied as he gently wrapped his arms around her once more. In the darkness, she became acutely aware of sound. She distinctly heard the drum-like beating of his heart and his breath. Hiss! Gu Yunxiao inhaled sharply, his tone heavy and constrained. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? Luo Ning nervously fumbled around, only to elicit a deeper breath from him. His large hands firmly grasped her mischief-making ones. Don't move. Don't touch places you shouldn't. We're not officially together yet. I don't want to be with you in such an ambiguous manner. Gu Yunxiao chuckled lightly after speaking. Why do I feel like I'm the girl here? Yet, he was a grown man, steadfast in his principles, his waiting, and his perseverance. To like someone is to indulge. To love is to exercise restraint. He adored her and wished to provide her with the very best. Even in this apocalyptic world, he still believed a young girl would desire an unforgettable wedding. How could he bear to see the girl he had watched grow up settle for anything less? Upon hearing this, Luo Ning became quiet, shrinking within his embrace, awaiting him to calm his racing heart. Although she had felt heartache when recalling the fragments and had prepared herself for surrender, it was merely an impulsive moment, a fleeting burst of courage. Truth be told, she was rather conservative. Nestled in Gu Yunxiao's arms, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart, she felt an extraordinary sense of security. Gu Yunxiao, do you prefer the old me or the current me?
Luo Ning sutten pondered.
If Gu Yunxiao had known and loved her long ago, that version of Luo Ning was the submissive character from a novel. The present version, however, was self-aware and conscious. There was an unsettling feeling of betrayal lurking within her. Yet, she could not chastise herself too harshly, after all. Inflicting pain upon herself would only result in her own suffering. Gu Yunxiao quickly reassured her, it's all you, regardless of whether you remember or not. That's still you. I love the you from the past, but I cherish the you of now even more. Who could possibly be jealous of their own self? Gu Yunxiao remained oblivious to Luo Ning's internal conflict. If I were to say this world is a novel, where my previous self lacked self-awareness and was merely a pawn of the plot, while the current me is the true self, what would you choose? Luo Ning's tone was serious. The tranquil darkness around them made her uneasy, yet the presence of the one beside her offered her an unexpected sense of peace. Thus, she yearned to confirm his choice. The The first time I saw you, you were 10. Until you turned 16, I interacted with you as Hua Hua. Whenever you were in public, you were the epitome of a refined young lady, but only I knew you loved climbing windows, secretly engaging in mischief, and making silly faces. I witnessed you smile sweetly at your fiancé, like a delicate and obedient doll. Yet, once away from him, you transformed into a mischievous sprite. At 16, I found myself enamored with you. During that time, our interactions were delightful. However, you would soon forget me, only to remember your fiancé. Each time I approached you as Yunxiao, you would forget me again. I cannot recall how many times this has happened. Until the day Yunxi bumped into you. We shared a meal, and from that moment on, you remembered me. Perhaps your constant forgetfulness was what you referred to as being controlled by the plot?
Yet,
Every time we reconnected, we were still irresistibly drawn to one another. This alone transcended the narrative, wouldn't you agree, Ning Ning? As Gu Yunxiao spoke, he did not receive a response from Luo Ning. Reaching out, he felt her icy, tear-streaked face. Don't cry. Regardless of which version, it's still you. I cherish them all, he said, kissing away her tears. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. The moment I began to remember you, I never wanted you to languish in darkness. I will accompany you on the road ahead.
all right.
Gu Yunxiao's voice was deep, and Luo Ning detected a note of joy within his calm tone. But why is it that you don't find it strange at all? Our world is a novel. She sobbed, suddenly asking this question. What you say, I believe. No matter what, we are us now. Even if this is a novel, we can still live our own lives. What significance does dwelling on that hold? Gu Yunxiao's tone was soothing, comforting Luo Ning, his magnetic voice seemingly imbued with magic. After all, that woman is dead. The so-called male lead has gone mad. What novel? I only want you by my side. If it comes to that, I'll take care of that Qin fellow. Luo Ning listened to his voice, finding solace, and her inner turmoil ceased. They remained embraced, pure and devoid of any impurities. The finest love, some say, is a passionate blaze, fervent as fire. Others claim it is the simplicity of daily life. Some even argue that it is the entanglement of love and hate, a cycle of mutual destruction culminating in companionship. For Luo Ning and Gu Yunxiao, as long as she turned to look back, Gu Yunxiao would always be there. This defined their love. Initially, she thought she had undergone a rebirth to warm Mr. Gu and repay his unwavering affection across 2 lifetimes. It turns out that his love and patience far surpass hers. Gu Yunxiao once believed he would be eternally forgotten, forever waiting for the next opportunity to be rediscovered and redeemed. Yet little did he know, she was also striving to reach him. When I remember you, I shall never forget again. Chapter 113. I have heard that someone has frightened off the wolf pack. Luo Ning, amidst her tears, fell asleep in Gu Yunxiao's embrace. Suddenly awakened, she pondered whether she had been out for too long. It would be quite awkward if everyone discovered their absence. Although she had grown accustomed to such awkwardness, as a young woman, she still valued her dignity. Gu Yunxiao, we should return, she said, startling herself with the soft, endearing tone that escaped her lips. Indeed, it seemed that male charm could mislead one's heart. Her image as a formidable woman, standing at 1.80 meters, shattered into irreparable fragments.
No hede.
Here I can control the flow of time. It's still early. Gu Yunxiao, having just awakened, spoke in a deep, magnetic voice that echoed with the remnants of sleep. His voice was so melodious it could almost be described as intoxicating. Luo Ning was grateful for the enveloping darkness. Otherwise, the blush on her cheeks would have been conspicuous. In the shadows, Gu Yunxiao smiled subtly, fully aware of his dominion over the space. Thus, he could perceive her thoughts. Would you care to explore my domain? Or shall we wait until next time? He leaned in closer, ensuring she could hear his voice more clearly, indulging her little wish to listen.
All right.
Do you have a flashlight? Luo Ning quickly distanced herself, feeling that Mr. Gu was rather clingy, always drawing near. She couldn't tell if it was intentional. Gu Yunxiao covered her eyes, instructing, when the light appears, close your eyes and adjust gradually. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the entire space illuminated as brightly as day. After squinting for a while, Luo Ning finally adjusted her sight. They had indeed been resting on a bed. Explaining the softness surrounding them,
The room resembled a cozy bedroom, and as she gazed around, she found herself surrounded by neatly arranged containers, stretching endlessly into the distance. Yunxiao, what do you keep in all this? Is your space truly this vast? I have procured nearly all my assets, acquiring everything I could buy. Whatever you desire, I likely possess. Luo Ning, filled with curiosity, began to explore eagerly, her eyes sparkling with wonder. If they were to marry, would she not become a wealthy woman? My dowry, Miss Luo, does it meet your satisfaction? Yunxiao, catching a glimpse of her inner calculations, couldn't help but smile slightly. Very much so. Luo Ning replied without a moment's hesitation. Remember your words. Yunxiao maintained a nonchalant demeanor, effortlessly ensnaring the little spendthrift. As they retraced their steps to the previous room, both felt rejuvenated and in high spirits upon parting. Just as they lay down, they were met with two pairs of inquisitive, fiery gazes. What were you secretly up to? Zhao Ran's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. Though Qian Duo remained silent, her gaze mirrored the same intrigue. Luo Ning raised an eyebrow calmly, just a date. I went out specifically at night to avoid dampening your spirits. She smirked. If you seek torment, then let me oblige. The two singletons instantly froze, their expressions petrified. Shouldn't a normal woman be shy and evasive? Why did Luo Ning so openly flaunt her affections? Ugh, I'm full. Time for bed. They found their amusement futile and resigned themselves to slumber. The following morning, after breakfast, everyone tidied up and joined Luo Jing and her team, heading towards the F-City base. As they walked, the vegetation thickened, prompting them to abandon their vehicles and proceed on foot. Luo Jing and her companions exchanged astonished glances, but refrained from questioning further, which improved Luo Ning's impression of them. What about the tail end? Yunxiao inquired. Looking at Luo Ning. Isn't there an exotic beast ahead? Luo Ning replied with a sweet smile, her eyes glimmering with excitement.
All right.
Yunxiao returned her smile. Zhao Ran, trailing behind, was already accustomed to the sourness of romance that hung in the air. There are exotic beasts ahead, dozens of them. Everyone, be vigilant. Luo Ning lowered her voice, ensuring the group behind them did not overhear. They slowed their pace and suddenly, the bushes rustled with a hurried commotion. Several grayish-white figures burst forth, their sharp fangs and glowing red eyes locking onto the group. Wolves, an entire pack of them. The standoff between the wolves and the humans felt as if time had frozen. It seemed that the first to act would inevitably lose. At the forefront stood a formidable alpha wolf, its gaze exuding disdain as it surveyed Luo Ning and her companions like prey awaiting slaughter. It prowled its territory, waiting for the opportune moment to command its pack to claim their lives. Minutes passed, and the alpha wolf, seemingly running out of patience, began to grow agitated. Its teeth bared more frequently. The alpha wolf is attacking. The pack surged forward, targeting the weakest-looking female at the front of the group. Luo Ning's lips curled into a smirk. Here it comes. Just as the wolf believed it could easily tear into Luo Ning's throat, she stood her ground, a blade appearing in her hand. The wolf leaped, but Luo Ning swiftly crouched and arched backward, raising her knife above her head. The wolf's soft belly was slashed open, blood gushing forth. In the split second before the blood rained down, Luo Ning executed a neat roll to the side. The wolf's corpse fell in the trajectory of its leap, crashing to the ground with a thud. Luo Ning was responsible for several wolves, and in an instant, she rejoined the fray. Each victory could yield 50 second-tier crystal cores. What a pity it was that this pelt was ruined. Luo Jing and her companions banded together to confront a wolf, providing them a brief respite, yet she could not afford to dwell on her thoughts. However, her words inadvertently reached Luo Ning's keen ears, causing her hand to tremble momentarily before she resumed her composed demeanor. She had lost 50 crystal cores. Had she known, she would have asked more questions instead of indulging in the thrill of battle. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Luo Ning lamented, frustration evident in her tone. I didn't expect you to be so quick. Luo Jing replied somewhat sheepishly. Luo Ning deliberately touched the blood of the wolf she had just slain, drawing several others away. Yunxiao glanced at her, reassuring everyone to focus on the battle, as he would keep watch. Only then did they resume their fight against the wolf pack. Yunxiao expertly wielded space blades, cutting through the wolves that charged at him without moving a muscle. He appeared unfazed, occasionally glancing in Luo Ning's direction. Fu Yichen's scalpel sliced through the wolf's throat with precision, while Qian Duo, Chun Xiaolu, and Luo Mu coordinated seamlessly. Luo Fu watched eagerly, yearning to join the fray. Thus, Qian Duo and the others selected a wolf, wielding their blades to corner it. At that moment, Father Luo seized the opportunity to grasp a wolf's leg, leveraging his strength to lift it and forcefully slam it onto the ground. The creature's skull shattered, brain matter splattering everywhere. Jiang Zhen, a man of few words but lethal precision, wielded his knife with absolute certainty, ensuring no superficial wounds, yet delivering fatal blows. Zhao Xiaoro, prior to the skirmish, was hoisted into a large tree fork, silently observing the battle with keen interest, on the verge of cheering them on. Meanwhile, a group of Iron Brothers men, hidden nearby in the underbrush, muttered in disbelief. Damn, have they encountered a psychotic? They decided to retreat for their lives, but before they could escape, Luo Ning inadvertently stumbled and fell right at their location. My apologies, I slipped, she quipped, rolling away with a flourish. Frustration etched on Iron Brother's face. He and his companions had no choice but to engage in combat with the wolves, who showed no regard for order. Spotting prey, they lunged for a bite. Having successfully diverted the threat, Luo Ning returned to her companions, lamenting, Alas, I missed out on several hundred crystal cores, such a pity. I'll find a few exotic beasts to make up for it, Yunxiao replied. Splendid. The group chimed, Can't we just enjoy the thrill of battle? We aren't even hungry. A distance away, a group of ability users on a mission looked on with a mix of envy and trepidation. Astonished at how Luo Ning and her team had frightened off what were supposed to be predators, turning the tables to have humans chase the wolves instead. 50 crystal cores. And there's still one left. The lead wolf had already been dispatched by Yunxiao, leaving the pack leaderless as they scattered, pursued by a mob shouting for crystal cores. The wolves, in their flight, lamented, Damn it, is it our fault for being born with this fur? Can't you just stop chasing us? While queuing at the base entrance, an ability user animatedly gestured, exclaiming, Did you hear? The recently returned ability user said someone chased an entire pack of mutated wolves. It was brutal. Not a single one left from over 100. He boasted as if he had been the one to vanquish them. Brother, excuse me? Be careful of getting wolf blood on you. Chapter 114, F-City Base. Luo Ning's hoped. Taking advantage of the bystanders' momentary astonishment to swiftly maneuver her team to the front of the line. The crowd grumbled, so frustrating. But we can't fight back. We're too weak. I feel like we've already made a name for ourselves in F-City Base, a fearsome reputation, Qian Duo remarked with resignation.
No worries.
At least it keeps those who are itching for trouble at bay, Luo Ning replied nonchalantly. Upon reaching the quarantine area, Luo Ning navigated the process with ease, seeking to take the back door due to their exhaustion from being outside for 2 to 3 days. Initially, she thought that without the Alliance's protective umbrella, convincing the guards might require some effort. However, when she discreetly handed a pack of cigarettes to the inspector, he simply remarked, This is too little. Add more. Luo Ning was taken aback by such directness. Determined to ensure her team could rest promptly, as the leader, she summoned her resolve and offered up 5 packs of instant noodles. The young soldier flashed a charming smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Luo Ning felt a sense of déjà vu. After distancing herself, Luo Ning sensed something was amiss and, utilizing her acute hearing, eavesdropped on the soldiers' conversation hundreds of meters away. Major Su bet our boss on who could extract the most supplies from Miss Luo. Clearly they are struggling. Miss Luo is quite generous. She isn't as stingy as he claims. Luo Ning's forehead twitched slightly, and her lips curled in irritation. Su Feng, you old bastard. Luo Ning disregarded her earlier intention of maintaining a ladylike demeanor in front of her boyfriend, and erupted in fury. Meanwhile, Su Feng, far away in Sea City, sneezed, breaking the tension in the meeting room. His subordinates stifled their laughter, biting their jaws to suppress their mirth, their expressions a painful yet joyous mix. As Luo Ning continued, passers-by turned their heads, drawn to the group that appeared relatively well-kept and rosy-cheeked. However, under Yunxiao's cold gaze, the crowd quickly lost interest in the spectacle and dispersed. I'll replenish the supplies from earlier. No need to be upset, Yunxiao said gently, walking beside her. He silently noted Su Feng's actions,
realizing he had indeed provided a few communication devices for this purpose. Su Feng, you're quite something, he mused. Indeed, Luo Ning reflected, feeling that Su Feng held a grudge against her merely for a few parting jibes. But surely their team couldn't have arrived before us. Do they really have communication devices? Wasn't it said that the signals were down? She questioned. Yunxiao responded, yes, he must have internal devices available and is intentionally feigning otherwise. Such a person is untrustworthy. It's best to keep your distance. Yunxiao's demeanor remained calm and collected, expertly shifting blame. Moreover, eliminating potential enemies was, in itself, a rather gratifying endeavor. However, Luo Ning had no intention of retrieving the supplies from that young soldier. Considering their status as soldiers and the difficulties they faced, she decided to let it slide. Besides, they had claimed to be generous, which could be interpreted as a self-praise. It's nothing to be concerned about, she thought. Zhao Ran glared daggers at Luo Ning. After all, Su Feng was her idol. In the end, it was Qian Duo who soothed her. In truth, Zhao Ran merely contemplated, knowing that with Gu Yunxiao's watchful presence, she dared not act. Furthermore, even if she wished to confront Luo Ning on behalf of Su Feng, she lacked the strength to do so. Just as she contemplated asking someone about renting temporary accommodations, a scruffy young child timidly stepped forward, offering, "Sister, you must be new here. You look unfamiliar. I can guide you. I just need half a steamed bun." The girl's tone was uncertain and shy. "I don't have a bun," Luo Ning replied frankly. "Anything edible will do. I'm not picky." The girl hurriedly clarified, her eyes reflecting a sense of urgency, fearful that Luo Ning's group might not require her assistance.
All right.
"We need a room for daily rent. Lead the way," Luo Ning said, regaining her usual goddess-like demeanor in the presence of strangers, entirely shedding her earlier brashness. Under the girl's guidance, they quickly secured a reasonably pleasant daily rental apartment. Luo Ning handed her a pack of instant noodles, and the girl expressed her gratitude profusely. As she turned to leave, Luo Ning called out, "Wait, here's a bottle of water to avoid any troubles." She tossed her a bottle of mineral water, which the girl caught easily, her eyes shimmering with tears.
Thank you.
"My sister can finally have a full meal," the girl exclaimed, bowing deeply. "If you need anything else, you can find me at that intersection today. I'm there almost every day."
No cherish.
"Doesn't the base take care of you?"
Luo Ning frowned.
Children without the ability to go on missions receive some food from the base. However, it's not sufficient. It can be taken from us. Sometimes we go hungry, but we help newcomers find their way, ensuring we can at least scrounge up a meal. The girl's previously downcast eyes sparkled with hope. "Go back for now. Take us to the trading market tonight," Luo Ning instructed. "Okay." The girl carefully tucked the food into her clothing, ensuring it was hidden from view, glancing around to confirm no one was watching before disappearing down an alley. In the evening, after finishing dinner, Luo Ning and Gu Yunxiao set off for the trading market, intending to sell the wolf pelts in their possession while simultaneously searching for useful items. Upon reaching the intersection, they spotted a small figure waiting patiently, scribbling on the ground with a wooden stick. Upon seeing Luo Ning and Gu Yunxiao, the child's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let us go to the trading market," she exclaimed cheerfully. As they arrived at a bustling area, a salty scent wafted through the air. "Is there seafood here?" Luo Ning's eyes lit up with curiosity.
Yes.
Although F City is a bit distant from the sea, there used to be aquaculture, so there are still plenty of seafood available, albeit at a steep price. The girl replied, her gaze drooping. As they approached the market, various vendors aggressively promoted their wares, showcasing a rich variety of goods. There was nothing one could not find. They halted in front of an elderly man's stall, and after inquiring about the prices, Luo Ning hesitated to use her crystal cores. Instead, she asked if she could exchange food for the goods, which she had in abundance. The old man nodded vigorously, realizing that with the current state of agriculture still recovering, only the privileged and a select few with abilities could afford staples like rice and flour. Ultimately, Luo Ning managed to acquire a whole basin of assorted seafood in exchange for 2 pounds of grain, leaving both parties satisfied. "Sister, you lost out. You could have saved 2 taels of grain," the girl whispered softly. Luo Ning merely nodded, choosing not to debate the matter. Gu Yunxiao, like a human pack mule, trailed behind them, carrying 2 large bags filled with various items Luo Ning had chosen. They soon arrived at a place that purchased beast hides. Luo Ning produced a pelt from her storage space for the proprietor to inspect, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment, almost drooling. This is worth 40 second-tier crystal cores. How many do you have? I'll take them all. The military has just placed an order, and now I have a supply. 60 second-tier crystal cores for each piece. And I will give you all 80, Luo Ning declared, nearly bringing the owner to his knees. Could it be that you are the legendary heroine who eradicated the entire wolf den? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the owner refrained from haggling excessively and promptly quoted a price of 55 second-tier crystal cores per hide, eager to acquire them all. Focusing her mental energy, Luo Ning locked eyes with the owner, her gaze sharp. Is there really no room for negotiation? The owner internally lamented. I'm only making a couple of crystal cores from this single hide. Surely, she doesn't intend to strong-arm me. A smirk played at the corners of Luo Ning's lips. The ability to hear one's thoughts is indeed quite convenient. All right, it's a deal. With a sense of satisfaction, Luo Ning stepped out of the shop, pocketing several hundred crystal cores. They then approached a stall selling cooked beast meat, where Luo Ning purchased 2 pounds. Seemingly absent-minded, she tore off a piece, tasted it, and shook her head, then offered a small morsel to Gu Yunxiao. Mr. Gu, is it delicious? Under Luo Ning's subtle insistence, he shook his head. Not delicious? In truth, he wanted to say that anything Ning Ning fed him was delightful. Luo Ning smiled, her newfound ability to hear his thoughts bringing her joy. At a fork in the road, she carefully wrapped the beast meat in a bag to conceal any trace of its scent and handed it to the little girl. Here, this is for you. I don't like it, but food is precious now. Please eat it for me. She feigned a haughty demeanor. The girl hesitated, unsure whether to accept. Observing the surroundings and seeing no one, Luo Ning decisively stuffed the food into the girl's arms. Don't be shy, she said before swiftly turning and leaving with Gu Yunxiao. The girl wiped her tears, clutching her unexpected treasure as she vanished into the darkness. Upon returning to their residence, everyone had retired to their rooms. Luo Ning bid Gu Yunxiao good night and returned to her own space, where she placed the lively seafood into her storage. Having spent a small amount of crystal cores to create a little pond to nurture the mutated, larger, and fatter seafood. At that moment, she heard a sound emanating from Qian Duoduo's room. You need to cool off outside. Qian Duoduo's cold yet adorable voice drifted through. Luo Ning, using her mental energy to probe, smiled widely. Duo was indeed impressive. She was her sister after all. Outside the adjacent window hung a woman with her mouth stuffed with an unknown object. Luo Ning, unable to contain her curiosity, climbed up to the window to witness the spectacle. Half an hour earlier, Qian Duo felt unwell recently. Her heart raced at the slightest provocation, and her cheeks flushed unexpectedly. She was certain her heart was failing her. Upon arriving at the F-City base today, she sensed an ominous aura emanating from Jiangzhen. Though he had never been particularly cheerful, the heaviness of his malevolence was heightened. She could tell something had transpired with him in F-City. But lacking any relationship with him, she felt no right to inquire directly. However, today she understood. While out for a stroll, she encountered a woman, fragile and innocent, resembling a daughter flower. The woman claimed to be Jiangzhen's fiancé. The term fiancé irked Qian Duo inexplicably. She could not fathom why she felt an aversion to it. I saw you were on the same team as Jiangzhen. Could you please help me find him? The seemingly weak and pitiful woman looked at Qian Duo as if she had clutched a lifeline, her eyes filled with desperation. Of course, Qian Duo replied sweetly, adopting the demeanor of a helpful little sister. Thus, unbeknownst to everyone, she brought Jiangzhen's fiancé, Qi Xinyu, back to her room. Now, tell me, what do you want with Jiangzhen? If you are truly his fiancé, why are you not together? I have never heard of him having a fiancé. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Qian Duo probed deliberately. We separated due to some misunderstandings shortly after the apocalypse began. Are you certain it was a misunderstanding? Qian Duo questioned skeptically, recognizing the woman as one of the ironclad group from earlier that day, with visible injuries on her arm. A woman who clung to another man dared to harbor feelings for Jiangzhen? How presumptuous. Really? What misunderstanding? Go ahead and tell me. I'll try to persuade him. As a teammate, he should listen to me, Qian Duo coaxed. The woman began to cry, her tears falling like rain.
evoking sympathy. Duo maintained a calm demeanor as she listened to the entire tale, yet her heart inexplicably ached for Zhang. Did she feel pain? Yes, she did. She was certain of it. She may have diagnosed her ailment, an affliction of longing. She had feelings for Zhang. She was not one to hesitate. Just as she had pursued her desires in school, she would strive to achieve her goals. This woman was truly something else. At the onset of the apocalypse, she deemed Zhang unremarkable and lacking potential, so she climbed into the bed of another power-type mutant in a different team, all in the name of igniting his fighting spirit and abilities. No wonder Zhang had always remained so silent. He had been betrayed by his own fiancée. Duo pondered silently, feeling compelled to act against this green tea bitch. Now, after witnessing the achievements of Zhang's team in exterminating wolf packs, she sought to return and rekindle their relationship. That would require her to be worthy first. Are you done? Are you certain? Duo beamed, her smile sweet and charming. Yes, I'm done. I really am. I was forced into it.
Jeanne truly misunderstood me. Ah, whoa.
As Qi Sinyu's words hung unfinished in the air, Duo found herself abruptly silenced by a towel meant for wiping feet. You appear to be rather insincere. Perhaps you should step outside for a moment to gather your thoughts. With that, Qi Sinyu produced a length of rope from her spatial pocket, binding her tightly, even applying pressure with her foot to ensure the knots were secure. Quite sturdy. It won't come loose, she mused, exerting a bit of effort to suspend her from the window of the bedroom where she had been resting. Thank goodness you're lightweight. Otherwise, I fear the window might break. Who knew being slender had its advantages? She clapped her hands and turned away, only to suddenly freeze, as rigid as a frozen dumpling, upon meeting the gaze of Zhang, who had appeared by the door unbeknownst to her. A moment of mortifying social death unfolded. Chapter 116. Zhang's past Duo felt her face flush crimson. In that instant, she fully empathized with those who wished to find a hole to burrow into. For she had unwittingly become one of them. Zhang, what a coincidence. Still awake? Today's hunt for the mutated wolves was quite exhausting. I'm feeling rather sleepy, perhaps. Zhang remained motionless, and they both sank into a profound silence. The window had yet to be closed, and Qi Sinyu's muffled sounds of distress drifted in, almost mocking Duo's meddlesome and misguided affections. Duo's previously straight shoulders slumped in resignation. Ceasing her futile struggles, with a hint of dejection, she addressed Zhang. You saw that, didn't you? No need to deny it hastily. I know you witnessed everything. Zhang continued to remain silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her, penetrating her very soul. I am who I am, a girl with a wicked heart, stingy, and somewhat selfish. I am not a good person. Others may perceive me as a soft and adorable girl based on my appearance, but I am not.
Yet.
My soft and adorable facade is not my fault. I envy her, even meddled unnecessarily, resenting her for deceiving you, which is why I suspended her outside for reflection. If you truly cannot bear to part with her and intend to rekindle old feelings, then by all means, take her away. Once she had spoken, Duo turned, wishing to grant the two some privacy. Her love had barely begun before it was destined to end. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, but she willed herself to hold them back in front of the one she cherished. As she approached Zhang, suddenly, her hand was captured by a pair of strong, warm and calloused hands. Astonished, she lifted her gaze to meet Zhang's, her eyes filled with confusion mingled with a trace of untraceable delight. Do not leave. Zhang's tone, though cool, possessed an enchanting allure. Duo felt her mind go blank, unable to form a coherent thought. How should she respond? What should she do? Whatever you wish to know, I will tell you, word for word. Zhang sighed silently, having believed he would forever lock his heart away after being hurt and abandoned. He thought no one could ever unlock it, yet fate had other plans. And Duo was that exception. He held onto her hand, preventing her from leaving. Duo was taken aback. The earlier awkwardness had vanished, and she allowed him to lead her. They sat together on the sole bed in the room. Zhang glanced at the open window, then stood to close it, shutting out the noise that had begun to grate on his nerves. I was once a doctor. As you know.
Duo nodded, listening intently as she watched his profile. At that time, I felt young and had no thoughts of settling down. But my parents arranged a marriage for me, which I acquiesced to. After all, marrying anyone seemed the same to me. She had treated me well, but the apocalypse changed everything. When the cataclysm struck, my parents became zombies. Following their final wishes, I did my utmost to care for her. However, I never anticipated how fickle human nature could be. Jiang Zhen's brow furrowed as he delved into his memories. On a day when the sun blazed, yet the stench of the undead lingered, Jiang Zhen completed a mission with his team while Qi Xinyu remained at the base. Shortly after he departed, she stealthily opened the door to seek out the leader of another group of supernatural beings. This man possessed strength and, at the onset of the apocalypse, could easily dispatch zombies with a mere show of bravado. Seizing the opportunity, he gathered a team, reveling in the thrill of power. He smirked, casting a sidelong glance at the woman before him. "Are you truly willing to follow me? Your fiancé." The man left his sentence hanging, awaiting the delicate woman's response. "Brother Zhou is the true powerhouse in this apocalypse. I bow only to the strong." With that, she approached the scruffy, yellow-toothed Zhou. Those guarding the door displayed lewd grins. Jiang Zhen fought valiantly against the zombies, returning with a cold bun and 2 bottles of water, placing them silently before Qi Xinyu. "I'm not hungry. I can't eat." "You should have it," Qi Xinyu said, a hint of guilt preventing her from meeting Jiang Zhen's gaze. Though he found her behavior curious, he chose not to pry further, believing it was his duty to care for her as her fiancé. "If you face any difficulties, you can tell me." All right, Qi Xinyu stammered, successfully evading the topic. Thankfully, he had not discovered the truth. Even without love for her, he hoped the only remaining family in this desolate world would fare well. In truth, Jiang Zhen had awakened his healing abilities shortly after the apocalypse began. Yet he remained vigilant, fully aware of the dangers associated with possessing such gifts. Especially when he couldn't guarantee their safety, it was best to keep it concealed. The following day, while undertaking missions with several teams, they headed to a supermarket, an area likely to be teeming with the undead. Jiang Zhen instinctively stayed alert. Even in a group, inside the supermarket, they dispatched zombies, cleared paths, and collected supplies with relative ease. Though there were casualties, Jiang Zhen's caution ensured his survival through this endeavor. Just as he prepared to board the vehicle, the captain informed him that a box of instant noodles had been left behind, instructing him to fetch it from the counter. Understood. Jiang Zhen, not one for unnecessary chatter, accepted the task and entered the supermarket. Once inside, the door locked behind him, leaving him alone within the desolate store. "Forgive me, brother. Your fiancé has climbed the ranks. Brother Zhou no longer wishes to see you." The supermarket, which should have been cleared, erupted with nearly 100 zombies pouring forth from an open warehouse door. Jiang Zhen stood his ground, waiting for the onslaught. In that moment, all his earlier doubts crystallized into clarity. He had been abandoned, betrayed by the very woman he had considered family. Though she appeared as delicate as a parasite, she had shown herself to be far crueler than he could have imagined. No wonder his former teammates had whispered behind his back. No wonder Qi Xinyu had hesitated. The sounds of departing vehicles outside were drowned out by the roars of the undead. Clutching the only knife he possessed, Jiang Zhen fought tirelessly against the horde, striking at the zombies with relentless precision, a human machine seemingly devoid of fatigue. Later, after 5 days of captivity, he encountered the leader who opened the door and rescued him, leading him to City C, where he ultimately met her. "I consider myself fortunate. I am grateful that I fought so fiercely to survive and found you." Jiang Zhen gazed at Qian Duo, his expression remaining largely unchanged. Qian Duo's tears flowed incessantly. She felt immense sorrow on behalf of Jiang Zhen, wishing for his well-being. Outside, the world seemed to have fallen silent. "Aren't you tired of eavesdropping like that? It's quite late. You should be asleep." Yunxiao's voice resonated from behind her. Luo Ning, who was leaning out of the window, froze momentarily. She then turned around mechanically to face Yunxiao, who stood in her room. "I thought I locked the door," she protested. "You are mistaken. It remains unlocked." Yunxiao replied, his expression calm and his gaze unwavering. His spatial abilities had advanced to the point of allowing him to teleport briefly, unhindered by walls or doors. Yet he decided to withhold this information from Ningning for now. What are you doing here? Looking for me at this hour? She inquired. I'm concerned you might have difficulty sleeping alone, so I've come to keep you company, he stated, extending his arms to lift Luo Ning from the window and effortlessly closing it with a flick of his wrist. I can sleep just fine, Luo Ning replied, rolling her eyes. Sleep, he insisted, gently covering her eyes with his hand. The two embraced and drifted into slumber. But this feels inappropriate, doesn't it? Outside, the occasional sound of Qi Sinyu's muffled groans could be heard. Gu Yunxiao frowned, immediately isolating the small space from sound, ensuring their activities went undetected throughout the night and wouldn't disturb their rest. How about this? Sleep now, he declared, transforming into a tiger and curling up in bed. Falling asleep. This is more suitable, Luo Ning mused. Chapter 117. We might not be able to leave early the next morning. Everyone was awakened by a commotion. There's a person hanging outside the window upstairs. What's going on? Someone, open the window. The patrolling team had spotted Qi Sinyu dangling outside, appearing lifeless and unresponsive. And they shouted towards the window. Duty-bound, they could not ignore what they had seen. The room had been isolated from sound by Gu Yunxiao, so Luo Ning remained oblivious. But it was around 5 o'clock, and she should have been waking up. Stretching, she suddenly noticed someone lying beside her. Oh right, wasn't he a tiger last night? How did he change back? We need to hurry. What will my parents say if they see this? Gu Yunxiao feigned waking up slowly, his eyes revealing a look of confusion. I didn't mean to. I accidentally transformed back, he said, looking particularly like a big, wronged dog. Could you at least retain some of that tiger's demeanor? I did absolutely nothing last night. Don't try to pin this on me. To divert Luo Ning's attention, Gu Yunxiao dissipated the spatial barrier. The outside shouts became clear. Gu Yunxiao, someone has discovered Qi Sinyu from last night. Come see. Luo Ning leaned out the window, observing a crowd gathering below. Gu Yunxiao smirked in response. All right, I'll go take a look. Half an hour later, the patrolling team carried the unconscious Qi Sinyu away from Qianduo's room, along with a bag containing 15 pounds of food. TCH, they're trying to extort us. Back when we were in City C, we only had to give 10 pounds for a brawl, Luo Ning remarked, only to notice her parents and Gu Yunxiao staring at her. She quickly corrected herself. I heard the food price in the C City base was only 10 pounds for a fight. Here it's 15. Right, Duo? Yes, I've heard the same. Qian Duo replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Oh dear, it was too noisy last night and I didn't sleep well. Next time, I should keep my mouth shut.
Fuiken commented lazily.
We need to continue our journey after breakfast. Everyone should prepare to leave, Luo Ning announced. Actually, we might not be able to leave today, Fui Chen said with a mischievous grin. Why not? Who could possibly stop us? Zhao Ren asked, munching on an apple, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. Her question echoed the collective curiosity of everyone present. Several pairs of eyes turned toward Fui Chen, awaiting his explanation. He leisurely finished his breakfast, dabbed at the corners of his mouth, and calmly replied, because a horde of zombies is gathering, they should be arriving soon, likely after a night's time. Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. This individual was not merely acting insane, he had undoubtedly lost his mind. Why didn't you say so sooner? Zhao Ran shot her brother an exasperated look. It was too late last night, I needed my sleep. Without it, I can't think straight, Fui Chen responded earnestly. And we're less than 10 kilometers away. Zombies have already begun to stir around the base, Gu Yunxiao added after a moment of contemplation. Do we have any chance of escaping, or are we left with no choice but to fight alongside the F-City base? Luo's father, the most experienced among them, posed the critical question. Was there any chance of evading the zombie horde by leaving immediately? While he was not a villain, their additional presence might not be enough to turn the tide. His foremost thought was to ensure his family's safety. Luo Ning recalled Jiangzhen's demise in his previous life, which had occurred amidst a zombie tide, yet the time had not yet arrived. He had perished near a city. The zombie tide had come early, and the location was different. Though she wished to avoid the script S control, she equally dreaded unforeseen terrors. If a zombie tide were to occur here, would Jiangzhen also meet his end? This was a fate she fervently wished to avert, especially after learning of his past misfortunes, igniting a sense of shared empathy. Thus, for Duo, for Gu Yunxiao, and for her own determination to alter the predetermined conclusion, she resolved, Jiang Zhen must not die in this life. I can break through with Ning Ning, but if we all leave now, we have less than a 30% chance of making it, Yunxiao warned. Having sensed the horde size, we must notify the base to prepare. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. The usually composed Yunxiao's pessimism indicated just how formidable the zombie horde was. Even he hesitated. It is often said that when a typically silent person speaks, they command attention. Indeed, this proved true, as everyone unanimously agreed with Yunxiao's decision to stay and combat the zombie horde together. For the sake of survival. How do you know? The Luo family inquired, casting dubious glances at Fui Chen. You didn't summon them, did you? What are you looking at? It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. I merely have a reliable informant, Fui Chen replied defensively. Luo Ning resolved to keep a closer watch on him, as there was no time to argue now. Everything could wait until they survived. In the high-ranking office of the base, two factions of leaders were embroiled in heated debate. The pro-war faction had begun to mobilize, fortifying defenses and making secret preparations, while the pro-escape faction pondered whether they could flee first with a loyal group of supporters. The meeting ended in discord. Report, Commander. Mission accomplished. A young man, though dressed in civilian attire, stood with a military bearing and saluted the military leaders. Well done. Xi replied, adjusting his cap and smiling broadly. He had long been displeased with those who merely consumed resources without contributing. Now was the perfect opportunity to let them escape. He had merely provided them with some constructive advice in secret. If fortune did not favor them and they perished, it would effectively cleanse the base of its corrupt influence. Even if they returned alive, the public would know they had fled in the face of danger, rendering F-City devoid of their presence. Yunxiao and Luo Ning stood atop the wall, gazing into the distance where a flurry of movements, obscured by greenery, gradually came into view. We're almost there, Yunxiao remarked, his tone calm. Luo Ning glanced back, observing the soldiers within the base organizing the civilians. Their efforts were nearing completion. Her eyes caught sight of a girl clutching a music box and Chun Xiaolu, both stubbornly refusing to enter the entrance. She approached them. If necessary, I will call for you. For now, prioritize your safety, she said, ushering the girl and Chun Xiaolu into the underground shelter. Watching the heavy door lock behind them, Luo Ning sighed, feeling their youth and fragility. If only they could survive. Returning to the battlements, she noticed various superpowered individuals and soldiers taking their positions. The moat outside the wall served as a natural barrier. Coupled with the mines and explosives buried beneath the wall, they should be able to mitigate some of the zombie onslaught. Luo Ning rejoined Yunxiao, only to find him accompanied by another figure. Mr. Gu, it's been a while. Greeted the military officer, clad in a crisp uniform. Indeed, it has, Yunxiao replied, his typically stern visage softening with a hint of a smile. Were they acquainted? Luo Ning observed as the two embraced warmly, exchanging fists in a brotherly manner. This is Qiyu, an old friend of mine, Yunxiao introduced, turning to Luo Ning. And my future wife. Hello, Qiyu said, attempting to extend his hand to Luo Ning, only to have it swatted away by Yunxiao. The introduction left Luo Ning feeling somewhat awkward. Future wife. Can't we just stick with girlfriend? Familiarity is sufficient. Let's not overdo it. Especially since we're surrounded by zombies and need to focus on survival. Yunxiao moved closer to Luo Ning, creating distance from Qiyu, who silently withdrew his hand into his pocket, wearing an understanding smile. Indeed, let us all strive to survive. Qiyu's expression grew serious. Report, sir. The nearest zombies are less than 3 kilometers away, a young soldier announced. They are relentless in their approach and closing in fast. Did that group make it across? Qiyu inquired of the soldier. They crossed just before the gates were sealed, likely encountering the main horde of zombies, the soldier replied. Understood. All personnel, maintain vigilance. Rest briefly, then be prepared for battle. Yes, sir. The soldier took off at a run. Don't look at me. I learned it from you, Qiyu quipped, casting a knowing smile at Yunxiao. Yunxiao took Luo Ning's hand and led her away, clearly uninterested in further conversation with Qiyu. Indeed. Meeting face-to-face was less fulfilling than the fondness of memories. After walking a distance, they merged with their team. Everyone, prioritize your safety above all else. Do not take unnecessary risks. If you cannot fight, remember to flee or call for help. Surviving is the sole requirement I have as your half-hearted captain.
Can you manage that?
Yes. The team responded with renewed determination, their hearts warmed by his words. Jiangzhen, do not stray from our line of sight, Luo Ning instructed, providing no further explanation. The others presumed she was merely concerned for their safety, facilitating immediate assistance if needed. However, Yunxiao detected a hint of unease in her gaze. What was she afraid of? They followed the soldiers and superpowered individuals to the outer wall near the moat. The unmistakable stench of zombies wafted in with the hot, dry wind, overpowering even their masks. An hour later, they arrived. They're here, Yunxiao stated. The horde of zombies converged from all directions toward the wall, growing denser and more numerous, resembling a school of sardines. Qiyu issued a command, and the remote-controlled explosives detonated as the zombies entered the designated bombing zone. The thin layer of earth securing the explosives was blown apart, sending rocks flying. Limbs and heads of zombies were sent scattering. The scene was gruesome, yet the creatures felt no pain nor fear, relentlessly surging forward. The explosives went off again and again, 3 times in total, with the remaining explosives dwindling. The bodies of zombies piled high, yet the horde continued to replenish itself. What a pity our artillery couldn't be brought up. We could have bombarded them, Qi lamented. We can assist with the transport, he suggested, initially envisioning them as superpowered individuals capable of lifting heavy artillery with ease. However, he soon realized his assumption was misguided. Luo Ning and Yunxiao stored several artillery pieces and ammunition in their spatial storage, strategically placing them around the wall to fend off the zombies. With the artillery's long-range attacks, gaps began to form within the zombie ranks, disrupting their formation. Yet, every weapon has its limits, and after nearly an hour of continuous bombardment, the distant zombies fell in droves, only to be swiftly replaced. It felt like trying to stem the tide with a knife, futile. Ammo is exhausted, the superpowered individuals stationed atop the wall announced. With Qi's command, various superpowered individuals joined the fray. Without long-range weaponry, the zombies reached the riverbank, showing no signs of halting as they began to leap into the water, increasing in number and density. This is bad. They intend to use their bodies to form a bridge across the river, Luo Ning exclaimed, astonished at the zombies' cunning. The long-range, high-destruction weaponry was nearly depleted. Qiyu's expression grew grave, but as the commander, he maintained a facade of calm. Chaos in the ranks must be avoided at all costs. Yunxiao closed his eyes, employing his spatial powers to erect a barrier, preventing the zombies from crossing the river. When he opened his eyes again, they glowed a deep crimson. With his strength alone, he thwarted the zombies' attempts to cross, as if a transparent membrane stretched across the riverbank. No matter how many zombies amassed, they could not breach the water. Suddenly, a voice cried out, the zombies possess abilities. Everyone, be cautious. An injured superpowered individual nearby had blood streaming from his arm, flesh torn. One of the zombies that crossed the river just hurled ice spikes at me. They have powers. He clutched his wound, but made sure to warn others to stay safe. Jiangzhen furrowed her brow, hastily moving over to provide first aid, managing to staunch the bleeding, ensuring he would survive. Not long after, alarmed shouts echoed from the defenders. There are multiple powered zombies. Zhuke, go. Burn them to ashes. Luo Ning commanded, releasing her divine phoenix while unfurling her own wings to soar into the air. Her flames required no external power. She could unleash fire from her very being, forming a protective circle around her. Ice-based abilities transformed into needles, targeting the crystalline cores nestled in the zombie skulls. She leapt from the wall, stabilizing herself with her wings. The superpowered individuals near the base entrance were captivated by Luo Ning's display, momentarily halting their actions to steal glances at her. Luo Ning discovered that the zombies were silently crowding around her. Although they would be turned to ash upon approach, it seemed as though they were irresistibly drawn to her. Thus, an idea sparked in her mind. She would first retract her flaming wings to attract more zombies, then unleash the explosive force of the fire element within her to create a devastating eruption. Whenever it appeared that she was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the horde, she would release a torrent of flames that sent the dense mass of zombies flying, engulfing them in a vast conflagration. In the midst of this chaos, Yunxiao not only constructed spatial barriers, but also wielded spatial blades to reap the lives of the undead. Feeling fatigued, Luo Ning would flap her wings and rise into the air, launching aerial assaults. With the assistance of Zhuke, she quickly inflicted severe losses upon the zombie army. However, before the fleeting joy of a shifting tide could settle on her brow, she turned to search for the figure that had been nearby, only to find him missing. A tightness gripped her heart. Jiang Zhen was nowhere to be found. Chapter 119 Nightmare. The moment Luo Ning realized Jiang Zhen was no longer within her line of sight, she immediately withdrew, unwilling to linger in battle any longer. With a flurry of her wings, flames surged around her, incinerating the surrounding zombies as she hastily flew toward the city wall. Yunxiao, hold this position. I need to step away for a moment. Take care of yourself. After uttering these words, Luo Ning ascended into the air, scanning the wall for Jiang Zhen's figure. What happened to that healer who saved you earlier? Where did he go? She landed before the man who had alerted everyone to the existence of the ability-wielding zombies, striving to maintain composure and clarity in her inquiry.
I
don't remember. Someone healed my wounds, but it seems I forgot almost immediately. The man raked his disheveled hair in frustration, confusion evident in his eyes. Luo Ning employed her telepathy, gazing deeply into his eyes. After a moment, her brow furrowed involuntarily. The deep brown of his irises quivered slightly. He was not lying. There was indeed a brief lapse in his memory. Who could it be, this person intent on killing Jiang Zhen? He was merely a healer, unremarkable in all other respects. In her previous life, he had perished at the hands of the undead. Would he be doomed to a similarly tragic fate in this life? As Luo Ning sprinted along the city wall, she inquired of passers-by, have you seen a tall, slender, handsome young man who appears somewhat withdrawn?
No.
The zombies are coming in. I didn't you notice? Hurry and kill the zombies instead of looking for someone. I didn't see anything. Girls like you should stay hidden. What are you doing here? Luo Ning questioned everyone she encountered, her heart racing. Perhaps it was the frantic pace of her running or her excessive anxiety. She could not tell. As an ice element wielder, she seldom perspired, yet beads of sweat trickled down her temples and along her cheeks. Luo Ning slowed her pace, forcing herself to remain calm. Jiang Zhen would not die. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the eruption of abilities, the growls of the undead, and the cries of the wounded, the air was thick with tension. The scorching wind swept through, the sun beating down as if to set everything ablaze. Luo Ning emptied her mind, disregarding the surrounding chaos and distractions. She stood atop the city wall, steadying her breath, listening intently to the rhythm of her heartbeat. Her mental energy unfurled like an immense net, spreading forth with unstoppable momentum, coursing along the wall like a raging torrent. Here, nothing. Searching again, still nothing. Suddenly, a familiar golden light flickered into view. The person she sought had been located. Yet, the scene she beheld caused her pupils to constrict. With a start, Luo Ning's eyes widened, her murderous intent laid bare. Seeking death, she uttered softly, flames erupting around her as she swiftly turned in the opposite direction. In mere moments, she was at Jiang Zhen's side, kicking him back to the center of the wall just as his half-conscious body dangled outside. Then, with lightning speed, she extended her hand, grasping the throat of the woman hovering in midair, lifting her off the ground due to the advantage of her elevation. The frail woman, resembling a delicate vine flower, was now at Luo Ning's mercy, her legs flailing helplessly. The murderous intent in Luo Ning's eyes was unmasked, glaringly evident to Qi Xinyu. Cough, cough, who are you? Let go. Qi Xinyu gasped, her face reddening from lack of oxygen before it turned a shade of purple. Barely managing to utter those words, she was on the brink of losing consciousness. The demon that will reap your life, Luo Ning replied, her grip tightening. In that moment, her worries, fears, and dread transformed into a palpable ferocity, her originally brown eyes slowly tinged with crimson, intensifying by the second. Deep within her, a demon clamored to be unleashed, urging her to kill her, to annihilate everyone. They all deserved death, for living was meaningless, as they would all perish in the end. What are you doing? You can't just choke someone like this, indiscriminately killing the innocent. You will face divine retribution. Most of the ability wielders were preoccupied with the zombies, with only a few noticing the unusual scene unfolding. A young male ability wielder, neck craned in a self-righteous manner, spoke out in defense of the delicate woman being throttled. If you wish to die, I would be more than willing to send you along.
Luo Ning's eyes glowed with an unnatural red, madness swirling within them. The young man, initially poised to play the hero, stumbled back in fright upon meeting her gaze, scrambling toward Qiyu, shouting murder. A madwoman is killing. Even the falls he took could not hinder his desperate flight. She had lost her senses, ensnared in a nightmare where she could neither alter her own fate nor prevent the inevitable demise of her family, friends, and loved ones. The only respite lay in slaughter. The woman in her grasp had gone limp, her neck tilted at an unnatural angle, her life hanging in the balance. Yet, Luo Ning's grip remained unyielding. Zhang Zhen, who had been unconscious, gradually opened his eyes, coming to. Upon seeing Luo Ning, he was momentarily stunned. She appeared abnormal. Her wings were crimson, her eyes similarly stained, resembling a fallen angel. "Miss Luo, are you all right?" Zhang Zhen spoke, but Luo Ning could no longer discern who stood before her. Before he could utter another word, she abandoned Qi Xinyu and lunged toward Zhang Zhen, exclaiming, "They all deserve to die. The world ought to be destroyed." Her hand, unrelenting, clamped around his throat with no hint of mercy. The surrounding ability wielders were thrown into disarray. Initially, they had no intention of intervening, nor did they possess the energy to do so. After all, the zombies were already taxing their resources. However, the girl with the blood-red wings was attacking indiscriminately, forcing them to fend off attacks from both sides, compelling them to divert some of their strength to retaliate. Before any of their strikes could reach Luo Ning, they were intercepted by an invisible barrier. Yunxiao appeared before Luo Ning, his icy gaze sweeping over the other ability wielders. "Is the number of zombies insufficient for you? If you wish to die, continue attacking her and see what happens." The moment his tall figure materialized, Luo Ning's eyes flickered. Yet she did not relinquish her grip on Zhang Zhen's throat. As he struggled to pry her fingers away while channeling his healing ability to sustain himself, he could not fathom how, after saving so many, he had succumbed to exhaustion and briefly fainted, only to awaken to find Miss Luo transformed into the state. "Nink Nink. It is I, Yunxiao. Would you kindly release your grip and come to my side?" The chilling aura surrounding Yunxiao dissipated as he spoke to Luo Ning, marked by a hint of trepidation. Luo Ning loosened her hold on Zhang Zhen, granting him a fleeting moment to breathe. Her blood-red eyes lifted to meet the source of the voice, Yunxiao. It seemed she recognized him, her heart warmed by a fondness for his name, which was indeed melodious, and his appearance equally captivating. As her grip gradually slackened, Luo Ning found herself lost in contemplation atop the city wall, pondering the reason for her current position and the actions that had led her here. In an instant, as Luo Ning released Zhang Zhen, Yunxiao swiftly stepped forward, not allowing her a moment to react before enveloping her in his embrace. Instinctively, her hands sought to strangle him. Driven by a murderous impulse, the crimson light in her eyes flickered. Yet, the warmth of his embrace momentarily bewildered her, causing her hands to fall limply at her sides, as if the air had been expelled from her. Gradually, her dazed crimson gaze began to focus, the intense red slowly fading away as her deep brown irises returned to normal. Recognition dawned upon her. Yunxiao. Zhang Zhen nearly perished. If he were to meet the same fate as before, would our destinies remain unchanged? We would all perish. As she spoke, her voice trembled, succumbing to sobs. At that moment, the Zhuke perched above her emitted mournful cries, seemingly sharing in her sorrow. Luo's father, mother, Qian Duo, and Zhao Ran, upon hearing the young man's account, hastened to her side. As they engaged the zombies, they cast furtive glances in Luo Ning's direction, hesitant to approach due to Yunxiao's embrace. Before long, Luo Ning succumbed to exhaustion, fainting into a deep slumber, ensnared in an endless nightmare where no one escaped alive. In the throes of her torment, Luo Ning grappled with her inner demons, akin to sinking into a quagmire from which she could not extricate herself, becoming increasingly ensnared. She felt suffocated, as though drowning, her lungs and mind aflame with pain. Suddenly, something warm brushed against her nerves, stirring a flicker of rationality within her. Why was she plagued by such dreams? She had been reborn, altering her parents' fate, reshaping Zhang Yu's destiny, transforming Duel's path, and she herself would change, including Yunxiao. Yet, her breathing became labored, once more. Though this time it felt different. It was as though someone were kissing her, a painful sensation on her lips. Kissing her, but she had a boyfriend. She could not forsake her fidelity. Luo Ning jolted awake, her lips tingling with the lingering sensation. As her eyes fluttered open, she was unprepared to collide with a pair of dark, vortex-like eyes. Yunxiao. She began, but before she could finish, Yunxiao firmly held her in his embrace, planting kisses on her forehead, cheeks, nose, and lips. Would you kindly release me? I can scarcely breathe, Luo Ning croaked, her voice hoarse as if parched from a long absence of water. Ning, if you do not awaken soon, I may contemplate world annihilation. Let us all perish together. After all, without you, living holds little meaning, Yunxiao declared with a calmness that belied the gravity of his words. Yet Luo Ning understood he was sincere. Devoid of jest. I am here, am I not? Such talk of death is frightful. Death is too facile. I prefer a life filled with challenges, especially alongside you. As she spoke, she nuzzled his chin with her forehead, feeling the prickly stubble beneath. Yunxiao, earlier, I sought Jiangzhen and saw that woman surnamed Qi preparing to push the unconscious Jiangzhen off the city wall. I lost my composure, and then I cannot recall. A hint of guilt washed over Luo Ning as she grasped Yunxiao's implication, fearing she might have succumbed to madness and inadvertently harmed innocents. It is nothing. You did not act. You merely clung to me while others fought the zombies, seeking kisses, Yunxiao stated earnestly, and to his astonishment, Luo Ning believed him. Thus, in her awkwardness, she chose to refrain from questioning or mentioning anything further. How did I end up in your space? Is everyone all right? With zombies surrounding the city, should we not venture out to assess the situation? Luo Ning sought to divert the conversation, recalling the earlier siege. I utilized my spatial abilities to create a barrier around the base. For the moment, the zombies cannot breach it. Besides, you have only slept for a day. Rest well before we venture out. It is no cause for concern. Qi, you will find a way. He is the manager. Why should you fret? Yunxiao saw no fault in prioritizing his brother's safety, reasoning that he had done enough to assist him. But he would not allow his future wife to risk her life for him. Qi Yu, stationed within a military tent atop the city wall, sneezed, rubbed his itchy nose, and silently sipped from a cup of hot water. With a sigh, he lamented, brothers are utterly unreliable. Indeed, it is the wife who holds importance. He had promised to assist earlier, yet not a single specter had materialized. However, witnessing the zombies clawing at the transparent barrier yet unable to penetrate it brought him a sense of satisfaction. Luo Ning was compelled to rest within Yunxiao's spatial realm for an additional half-day, enduring his relentless insistence. Finally, after her coaxing, sweet-talking, and promises of extra favors, Daxian released her, stipulating that she must not stray from his sight. Upon reuniting with her mother, Qian Duo, and others, explanations and mutual reassurances flowed freely. Luo Ning was curious how Yunxiao had convinced his parents to allow their cherished daughter to remain alone with this formidable wolf, without even checking in. Yunxiao merely smiled, opting for silence. Qian Duo, risking reprisal, discreetly revealed, Mr. Gu mentioned that the future number of children depends on the attitudes of both parents. Luo Ning replied, I am still a baby. Please do not burden me with such knowledge. By the time they faced the zombies again, it was already the next day. Qi Yu had eagerly awaited Yunxiao's return. Upon seeing Luo Ning, his gaze remained unwavering. His sole focus was to combat the zombies and save the F-City base. Utterly uninterested in the rumors surrounding Miss Luo. Since you can create such a vast barrier, why not leave an opening for them to enter gradually? The revitalized Luo Ning began to hatch a plan. What do you mean by leaving an opening? Qi Yu inquired, intrigued. By allowing a breach. We can methodically eliminate them in batches, ensuring we do not exhaust the base's resources. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Yunxiao responded with a smile.
Qi
Yu stammered. Just yesterday, he had proposed a similar strategy, only to be ruthlessly dismissed by Yunxiao, who had deemed him fanciful. Now, today, it was acceptable? Indeed, the phrase forgetting one's loyalty for beauty was not without merit, nor was it a baseless fabrication. Thus, when Yunxiao opened a breach for the zombies to surge through, the awakened psychics and soldiers stood ready, prepared to trap the zombies. They would release the wave.
eliminate them, and then release another batch, continuing the cycle of cleansing. The ordinary citizens eager to awaken their powers rushed forward to undertake the task of slaying zombies, all while earning some points. Luo Ning and Yunxiao stood together, observing the collaboration between the ordinary citizens and psychics as they fought against the zombies. Luo Ning gazed at the horde of zombies pouring in, feeling a sense of unease. Mr. Gu, do you not find it peculiar that the zombies seem to be converging towards our location? Perhaps we should change our position to verify this? Luo Ning suggested uncertainly, for they had not been standing there for long. Very well, I shall heed your advice, Yunxiao replied, leading Luo Ning to a different stance. As anticipated, the zombies, upon entering, charged directly towards their position. Although they ultimately failed, the majority of the ordinary zombies were vanquished. Even those with special abilities were suppressed by the military's firepower, leaving them with no opportunity to advance further. Yunxiao pondered Luo Ning's earlier words. After a moment, he remarked, even if we were akin to Tang Seng's flesh, they would stand no chance. Let us eliminate them entirely. Luo Ning surprisingly found merit in his words. After 2 days and nights of relentless extermination, the zombies had diminished significantly, with fewer and fewer entering their vicinity. Under normal circumstances, a zombie king would emerge, yet it was absent, its minions having been eradicated. Ultimately, as the barrier was lifted, the corpses of the zombies piled high, leaving the task of clearing the battlefield as their primary concern. It was also time for Luo Ning and her companions to depart. In a dense forest, far removed from human habitation, a colossal humanoid creature resembling a zombie stood eerily still, akin to a statue. Suddenly, this gargantuan being collapsed to the ground. Useless creature. You summoned such a vast army of zombies, yet failed to eliminate merely 2 insignificant humans. You could not even bring down Jiangzhen. What purpose do you serve? A figure cloaked in black, hidden in the shadows of a cave, glared at their fading body, exuding an aura of extreme fury. With a sinister gaze cast into the distance, they vowed, one day, you shall all perish. Chapter 121. An invisible hand, Zhao Xiaoro, clutching her music box, approached Luo Jing without a sound, her eyes shimmering with an unspoken reluctance. Luo Ning refrained from meeting her gaze, fearing that she might inadvertently soften and agree to take her along. They both understood that leaving Zhao Xiaoro behind was the wisest choice, as the journey ahead was fraught with uncertainties and dangers. With the assistance of the base, Luo Jing established an orphanage, and Qi Yu, the base leader, was immensely supportive of this endeavor. Luo Ning donated a small portion of supplies, a flicker of hope for the future of humanity, wishing for its continued survival. Boss Gu, will you truly not consider staying? I assure you the finest treatment. There will be no labor required of you, merely a bit of assistance when it matters. If need be, I could even keep you in comfort, Qi Yu earnestly implored Yunxiao. Unfazed, Yunxiao decisively rejected the offer. You possess resources, manpower, and status, everything I already have. Why would I remain here to serve you? Such thoughts are fanciful. Luo Ning, who had prepared a plethora of polite refusals, suddenly felt her usefulness diminished. She merely touched her nose and said nothing. Qi Yu silently raked a hand through his close-cropped hair, exhaling a sigh. After all we've been through together, how can you turn your back so callously? Come now, it's truly difficult to host you as guests. If you're leaving, then go quickly, or I shall resort to abduction. You're so inept. Who would you even abduct? Yunxiao quipped, revealing a rare, more personable side. Qi Yu felt a pang of heartache. I am in pain, you may leave now. By the way, I heard from those who came from the coast that there are fishmen and some giant sea monsters there. Beware of encounters and take a detour. Yunxiao nodded, turning away and waving his hand in farewell. They left without looking back. This had never been their final destination. Some individuals were destined to be mere passers-by in life. As the vehicle drove a considerable distance away, Luo Ning inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Although she had only spent a few days with Zhao Xiaoro, leaving her behind still weighed heavily on her conscience. Once we settle down, there will be fewer such partings. Trust me, we will see that day, Yunxiao said flatly. Yet his tone was imbued with certainty. Silence enveloped them, especially from Qin Xiaojun and Zhao Ran, who typically could not go a day without bickering. Yet,
The perils of the journey demanded their vigilance, compelling them to set aside their unease and prepare for the unknown ahead. As the vehicle distanced itself from City F, they encountered few zombies along the way. It seemed that the nearby zombies had been wiped out during the recent siege. After 2 days of travel, they had ventured quite far, only to find zombies and mutated beasts re-emerging along the route. I feel like ever since we left City C, we have not known a moment's peace. First a bizarre village, then a wolf pack, and now a zombie siege. I wonder what other monstrosities we will face ahead.
Luo Ning muset.
Yunxiao, do you not feel as though we are being watched? It's giving me the creeps, Fu Chen interjected, his expression mischievous as he continued. Do you possess some treasure that attracts all manner of creatures? Or perhaps, consuming your flesh grants immortality? Should I sample a piece first? You are quite handsome, but only to behold. Do refrain from speaking. When silent, you still resemble a person, Luo Ning retorted without hesitation. Yunxiao grasped her hand in a comforting gesture. I too share the sensation of being observed. However, I believe it began much earlier, since my return to City C. Every step we take feels as though we are being propelled forward by an unseen hand, yet it seems to obstruct something as well. Do you think we might have offended some unsavory entity? Zhao Ran began, but was swiftly silenced by Luo Ning, Qian Duo, and Chun Xiaolu in unison. Their group had indeed been rather cursed. No matter who uttered ill tidings, they invariably faced misfortune, and it was almost unfailingly accurate. Luo Ning truly felt a chill. Was it truly necessary to elaborate so? The path ahead is blocked, the bridge has been destroyed. Jiang Zhen's words interrupted the commotion, drawing everyone's attention. They beheld a wide river, its surface expansive. The bridge had been blown apart, half of it dangling precariously, while the other half submerged in the raging waters below. Typically, such a large bridge is not singular. Let us search along the river. There must be another, Luo Fu suggested. Without better options, they hesitated to wade through the water, unsure of what creatures might lurk in the depths, connected as it was to the sea. Actually, I have a ferry. However, the river seems a bit shallow. Yunxiao hesitated, his words devoid of bravado, yet they carried an air of disbelief. There won't be any ahead, Zhao Ran remarked skeptically, gazing ahead, her mind racing with speculations. Be quiet. Though her words remained unspoken, she was once again silenced. Zhao Ran touched her nose, refraining from further dialogue as numerous eyes bore into her, survival instincts overriding her urge to speak. The group disembarked and followed the riverbank, soon spotting a row of towering willows. Their glances exchanged a silent understanding. We have traveled for quite some time. It is best we cross the river today. Perhaps we could fell those willows and fashion a bridge? As soon as Luo Ning proposed the idea, everyone nodded in agreement, their thoughts aligned. As a group of individuals, each wielding a large blade, approached the willow tree, it stirred, truly stirred. Its branches, which had previously exhibited a graceful demeanor, instantly transformed into whips of steel. The once drooping slender twigs, now lashing out towards them. Fu Chen, being at the forefront, was the first to be struck by the willow's metallic tendrils. Witnessing this, the others immediately recoiled. However, he reacted relatively swiftly, turning to retreat. Yet, he was being cradled in a princess carry. Wasn't it said that the willow bends in the wind? How could this be perceived as weak? I nearly lost my life over this. After expressing his thoughts, Fu Chen suddenly realized the humiliation of being held in such a demeaning manner as a grown man, igniting a fire within him, a blend of embarrassment and indignation. He glanced at the person holding him, his cheeks tinged with a hint of surprise. Wasn't he instructed to stay hidden? Disobedient, you may leave. I have little fondness for pets that disregard my commands. With that, he leapt down, indifferent to the astonished and gossiping gazes of the crowd. Distancing himself from the shadowy figure, his face a canvas of embarrassment and ire. Sister, is that you? Chun Xiaolu stood in the middle of the group, safely outside the willow's striking range. His eyes gleamed with surprise and anticipation as he beheld the figure cloaked in black. The shadow remained motionless, its back rigid, hands hanging limply, instinctively clenching into fists. Sister, I know it's you, Chun Xiaolu exclaimed, dashing towards her in an attempt to embrace her, yet he grasped at emptiness. The figure swiftly leaped away, vanishing amidst the ruins of the crumbling buildings in mere moments. Chapter 122. crossing the river. Rest assured, your sister will return. Qian Duo comforted as she patted Chun Xiaojuan's tender shoulder. Having endured the agony of being without family herself, she found her words to be woefully inadequate. Suddenly, Chun Xiaojun broke free from Qian Duo's grasp and lunged towards Fu Yichen, biting down fiercely on his pale arm. The unexpectedness of his actions startled everyone. Zhao Rand and Zhang Zhen, standing nearby, hurriedly reached out to pull him back, but hesitated to exert too much force. Fearing it might tear a piece of Fu Yichen's flesh away, Chun Xiaojun's ferocity in biting made Fu Yichen wish he could kick him away. Nonetheless, considering this was the younger brother of a cherished companion, he raised his dagger-wielding hand, holding it aloft in a moment of restraint, gritting his teeth, yet refraining from further action. "Stop biting. I'm not evading anymore," a familiar feminine voice resonated from behind. At once, Chun Xiaojun released Fu Yichen's arm. His mouth filled with blood, tears streaming down his cheeks, yet he clenched his jaw tightly, remaining silent. Chun Xiaolu removed her hood and gently wiped the sweat from her brother's brow, a bittersweet smile laced with relief gracing her features. "I've been injected with a substance. Just like the half-dead you've encountered. If you're not afraid, I shall not leave your side again. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't reveal yourself before others?" Fu Yichen's expression darkened. Even the blood oozing from his arm could not capture his attention. Who could accept her as a half-dead? If she were to lose control, only death awaited. How many times must I reiterate? This foolish woman simply does not comprehend. Thank you for saving me, but I wish to remain with my brother. I do not want to survive alone in the darkness. Should I become a corpse? Please kill me, grant me release.
Chun Xiaolu addressed Fu Yichen earnestly.
Fu Yichen turned to tend to his wound, refusing to meet her gaze, offering her not a shred of attention. "Miss Luo, may I stay?" Chun Xiaolu's eyes shimmered with plea. "Very well, but I understand. Should I pose a danger of zombification, you may kill me without hesitation." Luo Ning felt a heaviness in her heart, somewhat saddened for Chun Xiaolu. However, it was her life, her choice. "Let me treat your injury," Qian Duo suggested, glancing at Fu Yichen's arm. "No need, it's a trivial matter," Fu Yichen retorted stubbornly, unaware of the scheming in his mind. As dusk approached, the group resolved to fell the willow tree before crossing the river. After all, they had a journey ahead. This time, armed with experience, they opted for a more strategic approach rather than brute force. Luo Ning had surmised that this willow possessed some degree of sentience. While it might attack, it was merely an instinctual act of self-defense. Luo Ning summoned the vermilion bird, cautiously attempting to breathe fire upon the tree. The willow's leaves trembled, producing a rustling sound. It even seemed to shudder. A smirk creased Luo Ning's lips. Knowing fear was a good sign. "You must choose. Either I push you down or you fall on your own. Choose the latter, and you shall be scorched," she intoned. "Choose the latter, and I shall extract the moisture from within you," Zhao Ran added. "Choose the latter, and I shall chop you into firewood for roasting meat." Fu Yichen gritted his teeth, contributing to the threats, despite the pain in his wounded arm. Unable to resist joining the fray, he chimed in. Before the remaining members could voice their threats, the line of willow trees along the riverbank began to topple en masse. The gap widened considerably, prompting Luo Ning to ponder thoughtfully. Suddenly, the willows intertwined at a visible speed, weaving themselves into a sturdy mat. The mutated willows, towering and elongated, were now sufficient to bridge the river. Had it been this simple from the start, there would have been no need for threats. Such troublesome beings. "Don't tremble now. If you fall into the river, I shall burn you first," Luo Ning declared as she took the lead across the makeshift bridge of willows, with Yunxiao swiftly grasping her hand. "Be careful."
"All right."
Luo Ning felt slightly bashful with so many onlookers. Thus, she stomped her feet to distract herself. It's quite sturdy. One by one, the group began to traverse the improvised bridge. Chun Xiaojun's eyes were slightly red, but his smile remained unwavering, refusing to let go of his sister's hand. His sister had returned. She would not leave again. Fu Yichen frowned at the sight, scoffing audibly. What kind of boy was this, lacking any semblance of masculinity, still requiring a woman to hold his hand? It was shameful. He vowed to teach his future sons better, ensuring they would not emulate him. However, Chun Xiaolu chose to ignore Fu Yichen entirely, solely focused on her brother's hand, offering him no acknowledgement. As they reached the river's midpoint, Zhao Ran leaned over to glance at the murky water. This river is somewhat turbid. Could it possibly contain the so-called fish people? The crowd collectively paled in realization. In the short span of distraction, how could this young girl not resist murmuring such nonsense? Should she inadvertently summon the fish people? It would require tremendous effort to rectify. Just as Zhao Ren's words fell, the water erupted with a violent churn, becoming even murkier. It appeared as though something was scraping along the riverbed beneath. Occasionally, massive murky bubbles surfaced, releasing a foul stench. Now it's evident you and Fui Chen are indeed siblings.
Why?
Does it not matter whether we resemble one another? It's simply that both of you have spoken incantations before, one with a sharp tongue and the other with a curse. Before Luo Ning could urge everyone to flee, a colossal figure burst forth from the depths, splashing water everywhere, drenching the group. How disgusting. It reeks. Zhao Ran leapt high upon the willow bridge, locking eyes with the fish person's bulging gaze. She then beheld the true visage of the so-called fish person. Bulging eyes, gills pulsating, and ears completely absent. The fish's lips and nose had essentially dwindled to two minuscule nostrils. Its hands had morphed into webbed appendages resembling those of a duck. Where legs once were, a dark blue fish tail now resided. Its body, slick with a viscous slime akin to that of a catfish, continuously dripped with each leap it made. Good heavens! What is this monstrosity? It is utterly grotesque, she exclaimed. As a water elemental, she could only launch water arrows at the merman. Yet, how could a creature dwelling in water fear it? Thus, her attacks proved futile. The only recourse was to utilize the force of the water to momentarily stun the merman, allowing her to make a hasty escape. Luo Ning summoned the vermilion bird, unleashing a fiery assault that barely repelled the first merman to surface. The group seized the moment, rushing forward without pause. While they pressed on, Luo Ning activated her powers to freeze the river water beneath the bridge and in the vicinity, preventing the mermen from approaching too closely. The primary motive behind this was sheer disgust. It was far too revolting. By freezing the water, she sought to shield her eyes from the abhorrent sight. Unfortunately, her power was insufficient, only managing to freeze the surface of the nearby river. Fortunately, they were all seasoned in escape, darting swiftly while the mermen struggled on the icy surface, seizing the opportunity to reach the opposite bank. As they disembarked from the bridge, the rows of willow trees immediately stood upright, retracting their tangled branches. The roots shifted and squeezed, burrowing back into the soil, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Chapter 123. The Merman is not a mermaid. Upon crossing the river, the group finally exhaled in relief. That was perilously close. Next time, keep your thoughts to yourself. I fear if you keep talking, we might never reach City A, Luo Ning remarked, poking Zhao Ren on the head with her index finger, feeling quite drained. It seemed that this world was constantly at odds with her. She hadn't anticipated the plethora of bizarre occurrences Gu Yunxiao had mentioned during their journey. Why is it that so many things transpired on our return trip? Zhao Ran pouted, her expression innocent as a child. That's hardly my fault. You should be thanking me for reminding everyone. Qian Duo, equally wary of this little troublemaker, thought her courage was quite small, yet she insisted on seeking out perilous thrills. Sisters can switch places at will. Let whoever wants her take charge, she declared. Fui Chen had no desire to accompany her either. In hindsight, he would have preferred to leave her behind, believing she would fare better in Sea City, where she could cause mischief to her heart's content. After walking a considerable distance, feeling they had put some space between themselves and the river, and as dusk began to settle in, they sought refuge in a damp, albeit reasonably habitable house to eat and rest for the night before continuing their journey the following day. With the proximity to the sea, the high salinity of the area had stunted the growth of most vegetation, leaving only a few thriving plants. Gu Yunxiao chose this route primarily for its speed. He did not wish for Luo Ning to traverse the rugged mountain paths and dense forests he had previously navigated. That evening, Luo Ning retrieved a large basin of assorted seafood from her space, preparing to concoct a seafood medley. Just toss in whatever you have, she instructed. Gu Yunxiao took the bamboo brush resembling a shoe brush from her hands and began scrubbing. You all just need to add water. I'll take care of the cleaning.
While Luo Ning and Zhao Ran filled the basin with water, Yunxiao, Zhang and Luo's father focused on scrubbing the seafood. Chun Xiaolu and Chun Xiaojun assisted with tending the fire. Only Fu Yichen sat there, a look of melancholy on his face, lost in thought. The previous encounter had cost him a basin of seafood, and he had not expected their reproductive rate to be so rapid. Initially worried that the seafood would not survive without seawater, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the spiritual spring water sustained them quite well. Observing the half-grown seafood, Luo Ning felt that these initial creatures had fulfilled their ultimate purpose. They were destined to be consumed. Habitually, she prepared half-spicy and half-non-spicy dishes. Watching the fragrant broth bubbling vigorously, she added a bowl of rice and some instant noodles. The noodles, drenched in seafood broth, were a culinary delight. After indulging in the seafood feast, each person enjoyed a crisp, green cucumber to cleanse their palate. As drowsiness began to set in, Luo Ning couldn't resist extracting the humidity from the house, allowing everyone to settle into their sleeping bags within the two-story structure. Fu Yichen complained of arm pain, declaring he could not sleep. Although Qian Duo and Zhang had offered to treat him, he adamantly refused. This wound is evidence. My brother inflicted it. And as the elder sister, I must take responsibility. Thus, everyone nestled into their sleeping bags, leaving Fu Yichen alone to crouch on the roof and gaze at the moon. Chun Xiaolu also remained awake, as the toxins from the zombies allowed her to forego sleep. As she approached him, a hint of amusement flickered in Fu Yichen's eyes amidst the darkness. Inside the room, Yunxiao's sleeping bag was positioned right next to Luo Ning's, and he stared at her intently, making her feel quite bashful. Their parents were just on the other side, and Luo Ning couldn't shake the sensation of being in a clandestine romance, fearful of being caught by her parents. It was an indescribable feeling, an exhilarating mix of tension and mischief. However, as he continued to gaze at her, she gradually became accustomed to it and eventually found herself able to sleep peacefully, although she retained a sliver of wakefulness. After all, there was always the unpredictable Fu Yichen to consider. What if he decided to make a run for it in the middle of the night? On the roof, Fu Yichen said, "Come on, my arm hurts. I can't sleep. You have to accompany me for a walk." He tugged at Chun Xiaolu, urging her to jump down with him. "Isn't this inappropriate? We're on watch," she protested, reluctant to follow. Fu Yichen feigned pain and helplessness. "Fine. Let us just walk for a bit." With no other choice, Chun Xiaolu acquiesced. He was, after all, just like her younger brother, a child at heart. At 2 a.m, when sleep was at its deepest, Luo Ning suddenly opened her eyes, locking gazes with Yunxiao. There was a sound, soft rustling, sticky splashes, and the incessant dripping. Something was falling from above. Luo Ning and Yunxiao barely had time to utter a word before they darted to opposite sides to evade the impending threat. "Get up. We have a situation," Luo Ning shouted, feeling something heavy collide with her back, more accurately, a kick. "What in the world? Who dares kick me?" She roused the others and swiftly unsheathed her knife, swinging it at the foul-smelling humanoid creature behind her. However, it was too dark to see clearly, and she feared injuring her comrades. From her space, she retrieved a solar-powered lamp, tossing it into the corner to illuminate the creature before her. There it was, the same merman they had encountered during the day. Astonishingly, it had transformed its tail into legs to mount a surprise attack on land. Yunxiao had already dispatched several of these creatures. The briny odor immediately pervaded the room. They had entered through the windows and the roof, not just one, but a multitude, a veritable swarm. Looking down from the window, they appeared densely packed, making a splashing sound as they moved, likely due to the slime dripping from their bodies. "You all hide behind me. I'll handle the fire," Luo Ning commanded, ushering her parents and the others to the safety of the wall behind her. As she spread her wings, fire elements began to coalesce, emanating from her hands. The mermen inside the room shrieked in agony from the flames, frantically attempting to flee. Luo Ning would not grant them that opportunity. Seizing the moment, she unleashed a torrent of fire. The vermilion bird was also released, soaring out the window to unleash a fiery barrage upon the throngs of mermen below. The once orderly formation of the fishmen was abruptly disrupted. Wherever the flames spread, a pungent aroma of charred seafood wafted through the air. Those who had just finished dispatching the fishmen on the upper floor were immediately seized by waves of nausea. Having dined on seafood just the previous night,
The sight of such grotesque fishmen, still exuding the scent of the ocean, made them lose their appetite entirely, at least for the foreseeable future. Yunxiao swiftly sealed off the space of the room on the second floor, effectively blocking out the repugnant smell. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he appeared to be doing nothing, yet his spatial abilities were in rapid operation, enveloping a small cluster of fishmen and extracting the air within, leading them to suffocate. To the others, it seemed that wherever Yunxiao directed his gaze, the fishmen would writhe and flail until, with a final stretch of their legs, they succumbed to death. Unbeknownst to them, the onlookers regarded Yunxiao as a deity. Little did they expect that these fishmen harbored such a strong desire for revenge. Once ashore, their tails transformed into legs, reminiscent of the mermaid princess. Zhao Ran cast a disdainful glance at the roasted fish. Please do not insult the mermaid princess. I fear for my childhood. After all, mermaids are not to be confused with fishmen. If a mermaid princess looked like that, I suspect the prince would choose to end his life on the spot. Luo Ning shuddered in disgust. Perhaps fairy tales are nothing but deceptions. The truth might be a dark tale, and the mermaid princess could very well resemble this. Only you women would believe in such superficial stories. Chun Xiaolu remarked with an air of mystery, looking down on the women with a smirk. Naturally, this earned him a series of playful slaps. Are you right? Or are we? Zhao Ren asked, tugging at Chun Xiaolu's ear. You are right. You are right. Ouch. That hurts. Indeed, women are unreasonable creatures, he muttered, his voice dwindling until his last words were nearly swallowed. Chapter 124. Inundation. After a full hour of carnage, the massacre finally came to a close. The scent of roasted fish was hardly appetizing, only carrying a fishy stench. Yet the sight of the scattered crystal cores was undeniably exhilarating. Once the last fishman fell, they emerged from the sealed space to excavate the crystal cores. These fishmen appeared to be a variant of zombies, possessing fish-like traits due to their proximity to the sea. They had evolved to survive underwater, but given their condition, it seemed they could not remain ashore for too long. Otherwise, they would not only surface during the dampness of the night. Clearly, they could not stray far from rivers or seas. Having learned from this encounter, no one dared to underestimate any new species again. After all, a moment's inattention could lead to a surprise attack. Having dealt with the fishmen and collected the crystal cores, they divided them, excluding Fu Yichen's share, as he had mysteriously vanished. Just thinking about it made the veins on their foreheads throb. He had indeed kept a vigilant watch. Have you all been secretly feasting on roasted fish? It smells delightful. Fu Yichen's familiar voice drifted over. He was astonished by the sight of the corpses strewn about. I was only gone for a moment. How did this happen? Are you all alright? Next time you abandon your post, I'll stuff those fishmen into your mouth. You won't get any of this batch of crystal cores, Luo Ning retorted without looking back, leading everyone to catch up on their rest. The group ignored him. Even Zhao Ran refrained from speaking to him. Fu Yichen rubbed his nose in silence, feeling somewhat guilty. The next morning, everyone hastily consumed a light meal in preparation for departure. A gust of wind swept through, laden with moisture. It seemed rain was imminent, carrying the distinct briny scent of the sea. The sky was dark and oppressive, dampening everyone's spirits. Luo Ning furrowed her brow, sensing an unease that was evident on her face. Zhao Ran, unusually serious, turned to Luo Ning. Ning, I don't want to be separated from you. I have this overwhelming feeling that we will part ways. I'm feeling a bit anxious. Although Zhao Ran often made wild speculations, she had a knack for foretelling misfortune. Her instincts warned her that today would not be peaceful. From the moment she opened her eyes, a wave of panic washed over her, a primal fear stirring within her as a water-type ability user. Luo Ning glanced at Yunxiao, noting his unusual silence. What was happening to everyone today? Were they still shaken from the fishman's attack, or was it the impending rain and low pressure affecting their moods? Before Luo Ning could ponder further, a fierce wind swept in, accompanied by torrential rain. Fortunately, it was not black rain. Luo Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she regained her composure, everything unfolded with startling abruptness. The pungent scent of seawater drew near. Both Luo Ning and Yunxiao unleashed their mental energies simultaneously. She sensed water. An overwhelming deluge of it. The water surged towards them with formidable force. A tsunami. Quick,
Find higher ground, she shouted, and they all sprinted, reaching a tall office building. Approximately 40 stories high, mere seconds before the water arrived. This was the closest and seemingly safest refuge they could find. They rushed inside, caught off guard as the seawater lapped at the entrance, compelling them to ascend. Their blood raced as they ran, the thin air causing them to gasp for breath. They ascended floor by floor, the salty, fishy water relentlessly pursuing them until they finally reached the top floor. The flood of seawater ceased, granting them a brief respite. However, it seemed that fate was not in their favor. Luo's parents, clinging to the railing for support, were swept away by a monstrous wave into the ominous depths. "Mom."
Dad.
Luo Ning cried, attempting to rush forward, but someone was swifter. "Stay here, I'll go." She heard, but by the time she turned, Yunxiao had already leapt into the water. The rain poured down mercilessly, mocking the frailty of humanity. Luo Ning felt a surge of anxiety, her footing unsteady as she clung to the railing. The wind grew fiercer, a menacing force. "I think I see a typhoon," Chun Xiaolu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. No sooner had he spoken than a massive vortex formed on the surface of the sea. Luo Ning felt a wave of bad luck wash over them. Perhaps their fortunes had been grim all along. Zhao Ren opened her mouth to speak, but thought better of it. Retreat was no longer an option. The encroaching seawater, the hurricane, and potentially countless fishmen were formidable foes. Just then, Yunxiao resurfaced, pulling Luo's parents to safety. A flicker of hope ignited within Luo Ning. They were unharmed. However, the typhoon vortex drew closer, inexorably approaching. Ultimately, it spared no one. The wind showed no signs of diverting, ruthlessly sweeping away everything in its path.
Yunxiao.
"Please protect my parents," Luo Ning pleaded, her grip on the railing slipping. Before Yunxiao could utter a word, Luo Ning was engulfed by the typhoon. Watching helplessly as his figure vanished, his spatial abilities faltered against the onslaught of the raging wind, a sense of impotence washing over him. Luo Ning could not shake the feeling that the wind bore a sinister magic, as if it were specifically designed to whisk her away. Zhao Ren clung tightly to one of Luo Ning's legs, while Chun Xiaolu grasped the other. Chun Xiaolu clung tightly to Luo Ning's waist, unwilling to release his grip even for a moment. At last, Luo Ning's body stabilized slightly. Before she could utter a word of gratitude, she vanished from sight, taking with her the fierce tempest that had just swept through. Along with her departure, Chun Xiaolu, Chun Xiaolu, and Zhao Ran were also swept away. Yunxiao grasped the hands of Luo's parents firmly. Upon witnessing Luo Ning's disappearance, he instinctively reached out to pull her back, yet ultimately found himself powerless to act. He could not abandon his girlfriend's parents, his sense of duty forbade it. His fingers tightened into a fist, knuckles paling, and Yunxiao dared not show the slightest sign of weakness. They gradually approached the rooftop, reassuring himself that Ning Ning had her own space and would be safe. He convinced himself that he would return with her uncle and aunt to find her. Nevertheless, the chill etched on his face did not fade in the slightest. Yunxiao's eyes reddened, but he remained silent, knowing that Ning Ning's parents must be even more anxious than he. Just as he prepared to lead the couple upward, another gust of wind surged forth, laden with torrential rain. The land, once solid, transformed to a vast ocean, rendering everything a sacrificial offering to the waves. The surging tide resembled a colossal beast, voraciously consuming all in its path. In desperation, Yunxiao recalled his spatial ability and, with all his strength, hurled Luo's parents into it. The moment they were thrown inside, a blinding flash engulfed him as a table-like object, propelled by the tempest, struck him violently, colliding with a sensitive nerve. Yunxiao lost consciousness. His body spun away, lost to the chaos of the storm. Jiang Zhen, Qian Duo, and Fui Chen had taken refuge in a corner, yet in an instant, they too vanished, leaving them in a state of alarm. Qian Duo had just ventured out when the sudden wind yanked him away, along with the others who had huddled together for support. "Hold tight," Jiang Zhen exclaimed, but their grip faltered against the relentless wind, compounded by the rising seawater that quickly turned the ground slick. The inevitable outcome was that they too were swept away. The once boisterous surroundings fell silent in an instant, leaving no trace of life. Only the waves remained,
rhythmically lapping against the few remaining railings that had not yet succumbed to the depths. A figure cloaked in black hovered silently above the water, the darkness of his garment deepening. After a lengthy pause, the sea regained its tranquility as though nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 125. Worlds Apart 1. Female Protagonist. Hey, woman. Wake up, wake up. Yunxiao called out with fervor in Luo Ning's mind. Her head felt as though it might explode. The dizziness overwhelmed her. And despite her consciousness being hazy, she could not suppress the urge to retch. This familiar sensation of a concussion. Had she been in a car accident? No, that was impossible.
They must be in the apocalypse now.
Yunxiao, her parents, where had they all gone? Luo Ning jolted upright, nausea threatening to overwhelm her. This damned concussion. It took her a considerable time to gather herself and slowly rise. Then her foot slipped, nearly sending her tumbling down.
Indeed.
She was perilously close to the edge of a precipice, instinctively swallowing hard. Unfortunately, her mouth was too parched to produce any saliva. Quietly, she inched her backside away from the brink to steady herself. Her first priority was to drink from the spring water to alleviate this wretched concussion before addressing anything else. After downing a generous cup of the spring water, Luo Ning felt revitalized. With a satisfied sigh after quenching her thirst, Zhuke was finally released, coming to a halt not far from her. You finally woke up. If you hadn't tea, I would have been driven mad by that glutton, she remarked, exasperated. I told you it wouldn't wake up anytime soon, but you didn't believe me. For 3 days in the space, I called out. I was so hungry that I had to eat before continuing to shout. I suspect it was just looking for an excuse to eat more. Humph. You're the one who is fat. Your entire family is fat. Yunxiao retorted, its soft voice laced with mock indignation, yet sounding adorably endearing, which prompted Zhuke to burst into laughter, its bird-like form awkwardly attempting to vocalize a quack. You two be quiet. You're driving me insane. If you don't stop, I'll stew both. The previously boisterous duo fell silent in an instant, exhibiting extraordinary obedience. Water was delivered, food was offered, and sweat was wiped away. Luo Ning's mind cleared, and she swiftly rolled over to a spot that appeared somewhat safer. Reassured that her parents and Yunxiao were together, she felt a measure of comfort. Before she was swept away, Duo and the others had been huddled together, so she hoped they would not face too great a danger. Her current objective was to locate those who had been swept away alongside her, and then make her way to City A. Where are we now? Is there anyone nearby? Luo Ning inquired, gazing at the precipice before her, taking a few cautious steps back. I'm not sure. It seems to be a high plateau, something like Huagua, called green pastures or something. I can't quite remember. You're at the edge of this plateau, Yunxiao replied. No way. Can the typhoon really blow me all the way to Qingqing Plateau? I'm not in the mood for a vacation right now. Luo Ning tugged at her hair, which had grown long enough to reach her shoulders, and decided to find a hair tie in her space to secure it. She felt as though she had provoked something she shouldn't have. This bizarre reality was unlike anything she had ever encountered in her previous life. Yunxiao, do you think my reincarnation caused the plot to derail so thoroughly that this world has become unrecognizable?
Luo Ning pondered.
Squatting on the ground and poking at the grass with a stick, feeling utterly lost. This place was a far cry from the coastal cities, separated by an insurmountable distance. She was not Sun Wukong and could not traverse such vast expanses in a single leap. All she desired was for her family and friends to be together. Was that too much to ask? The world felt incomplete, missing a crucial piece. Now, she could not even describe what it was. Perhaps the original world consciousness had vanished, much like a program encountering a bug. Perhaps that was the root of the problem. This world had only been marred in terms of its plot. Had it somehow gained sentience? Luo Ning found the idea fantastical. However, glancing at the proud Zhuke standing nearby, she felt a sense of resignation. After all, this creature was hardly normal. Moreover, she herself was a reincarnate, in a world filled with zombies and supernatural powers. The notion of the world consciousness gaining sentience didn't seem so far-fetched after all. But how could she eradicate it? Luo Ning felt troubled. How could one capture such an abstract entity? Could she seize the air, or swing a hammer at it? Perhaps it was simply a matter of being stronger than it was. Or maybe the more severely she disrupted the plot, the better.
Yunxiao seemed excited by the prospect. Get stronger? That's the same old routine. Disrupting the plot seems much more practical. If it keeps me apart from Mr. Gu, I'll make sure we're together. She mused. By the way, why couldn't I enter the space during this typhoon? Although Xiaolu, Xiaojun, and Zhao Ran were holding on to me at first. Once we were blown apart, I attempted to enter. Yunxiao, you wouldn't have done that on purpose, would you? Luo Ning's mental energy fixed intently on Yunxiao, causing the little creature to shudder behind the barrier. Of course not. We're in this together. Why would I ever set you up? You passed out all on your own. Yunxiao protested, wiggling its rear end playfully. You were the one who upgraded at just the right moment. Luo Ning could feel her powers were at around level 7, a small comfort given the numerous crystal cores she had amassed. It was fortunate that they had not been in vain, though the process of leveling up was slower than she had hoped. If other psychics were to learn of Luo Ning's thoughts, they would likely cough up blood in shock. Luo Ning examined the map, clearly discerning their approximate location. Her brow furrowed. When did this tempest extend its operations inland? This absurd plot twist seemed designed solely to separate her from Mr. Gu. Such meticulous effort was truly astonishing. She felt rebellious. If they forbade her from doing something, she would resolutely do the opposite. Hey woman, you're 20 now, you've long outgrown your teenage years. Yunxiao, upon hearing Luo Ning's musings, mocked her mercilessly. What if my adolescence arrived later? Is that a crime? Besides, who are you, an ancient monster? To judge me? The ancient monster Yunxiao and the ancient monster Zhu Ke shared a knowing glance. Never mind. They were magnanimous enough not to bicker with a woman. Once Luo Ning confirmed the direction, she instructed Zhu Ke to soar outside, scouting for Chun Xiaolu, Chun Xiaojun, and Zhao Ran. Meanwhile, she drove her off-road vehicle across the prairie, searching for any trace of them. After all, these individuals had been swept away alongside her. The likelihood of finding them should be quite high. Zhu Ke flew swiftly in one direction, soon spotting a figure and hastily returning to report. Zhu Ke, you're remarkable. Luo Ning praised without reservation. Zhu Ke shot a provocative glance at the air, sensing a profound malice even in Yunxiao's absence. Rolling her eyes, Yunxiao thought to herself that were it not for her restrictions as a spirit, she would undoubtedly find things far quicker than that foul bird. Luo Ning spread her wings and flew towards the figure, soon spotting Chun Xiaojun precariously clinging to a crooked tree on the cliff's edge.
Poor little carrot head.
He was hanging there, and even the slightest movement could send him tumbling down. Climbing up was impossible, and below him lay an abyss. It's not good for a child to dangle from a tree. Come up, Luo Ning said calmly. Chun Xiaojun glared with fiery eyes. If he could climb up, would he have been hanging on this crooked tree for several days? This must be near the border of Shu, and reciting the road to Shu is difficult won't help. I'll pull you up. What nonsense! Chun Xiaojun exclaimed. Seeing his genuine confusion, Luo Ning ceased her teasing, spread her wings, and flew over to lift the little brat up. The two continued their journey in search of their lost companions.
Luo Ning stoked triste dafar. Gu Yunxiao.
Where are you? Chapter 126. Worlds Apart 2, Male Lead. Waves lapped rhythmically against the shore, washing the sand and stones clean, while shells and sea creatures were swept ashore.
What was that?
Miss, be careful. It's dangerous. A girl said as she rushed forward, ignoring the man's shouts behind her. However, they were not speaking Chinese but rather the language of the land of kimchi. As she approached, she spotted a man lying face down in the water, his head stained with fresh blood and some dried blood clinging to him. He appeared to be human. Zombies do not bleed. The girl hesitated, contemplating whether to check if he was alive, yet fear gripped her at the thought of him transforming if infected. Thus, she stood frozen in place. A few companions who had followed her soon caught up, striding forward. Miss, in this world, it's best not to meddle in others' affairs. It's possible that he has already contracted the virus, and touching him could be perilous. A man with a buzz cut implored her earnestly. Yet, the girl seemed entirely unconcerned. I don't care. Just see if he's alive. Then stand back, please. The man, exasperated, complied. The girl stepped back a couple of paces. The man cautiously felt for a pulse at the man's neck and found it still beating. He is alive. What a stroke of luck. To have survived in a sea filled with monsters and not be eaten. As he spoke, he flipped the man over, revealing his features. Deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and a chiseled jawline. His thick eyelashes, dampened by the water, lay peacefully against his eyelids. Even with his eyes closed, he was irresistibly captivating. One could only imagine the sheer allure of his gaze upon opening. Alas, if only his brow were not furrowed, he would be even more handsome. Let us take him back. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight. She felt that her beauty was far too exquisite for the brutish fiancé her father had arranged for her. Indeed, her perseverance had borne fruit. Her Prince Charming had arrived. Yunxiao felt as if his ears were being suffocated by a cacophony of nonsensical chatter. His heart felt heavy. He had been swimming endlessly in a dream, yet could not find land. He was searching for someone. His Ning Ning was still missing. How could he turn back? He could not turn back. So he continued swimming and searching. Suddenly, a cacophony of chirping, like the chatter of birds, pierced his eardrums, causing him great irritation. No one could deter him from finding Ning Ning. It was unacceptable. Yunxiao abruptly awakened, his eyes snapping open, filled with an inky darkness that was frightening. The girl, who had been sitting at the edge of the bed staring at him, was taken aback by the sight of his bloodthirsty, terrifying gaze, causing her to shiver. The once animated girl, engaged in lively conversation with her friend, now stood petrified, unable to move. Yet, the moment she saw his eyes open, she found him even more alluring than she had imagined, albeit a bit too frightening. Nanida, Semaida. The girl could not help but exclaim. Yunxiao's brow furrowed even more tightly. How had he ended up in such a distant place? Where could Ning Ning be taken? Where should he search for her? Furrowing his brow, Yunxiao suddenly noticed the syringe in his hand and the pink bedspread. It felt as if he had been burned by fire or scalded by boiling water. He quickly rolled out of bed. He could not help but pat himself down. Oh no! He had slept in another woman's bed. He was now tainted and would be scorned. With a swift motion, he yanked the needle from his hand, causing blood to ooze from his wrist. The blood smeared across his hand, amplifying his oppressive and menacing aura. Thank you for saving me. This is my reward, Yunxiao said, not looking back as he strode out, almost in a flight. A pile of supplies that appeared out of nowhere startled Lin Yinyin, leaving her and her friend in shock. They stood there, frozen, as they watched Yunxiao stride out of the room with long strides, indifferent to their presence. After a moment of dazed silence, Lin Yinyin snapped back to reality and hurried after him. This is Korea. How will you return to China? You need my help. Her Chinese was not fluent, but Yunxiao understood her perfectly. As long as I wish to, I can return. Yunxiao continued walking without glancing back. Lin Yinjin's heart shattered. Her love had not even begun before it had ended. Who allowed you to leave? Base leader Li Zhenzai, Lin Yinjin's father, surrounded Yunxiao with a group of psychics, clearly not intending to let him go. Lin Yinjin babbled fervently to her father in Korean, seemingly pleading for something.
Li Zhenzai.
The ruler of the land of kimchi cleared his throat and nodded. I will ensure my father does not make things difficult for you. But will you marry me if you can? Lin Yinjin's eyes sparkled with hope. However, Yunxiao's words shattered her heart into a million pieces. I have someone I love. She will be my wife. No one else will do. Yunxiao, with a kind heart, offered an explanation. For these individuals had indeed rescued him. Am I unattractive? Lin Yinjin persisted, for she considered herself the most beautiful woman in their base. You are, at best, passable, yet I am not fond of you. Your eyes lack the size of hers. Your nose is not as endearing. Your earlobes are not as rounded. Your lips lack fullness, and your face is too sharp, giving off a harsh impression. Your hair is not dark enough. I have an aversion to dyed hair. You are too short. Your skin lacks her fairness, and even your voice pales in comparison. As Yunxiao spoke, he realized that Ning Ning was truly exceptional, and he held a deep fondness for her. No one could compare to her. Lin Yinjin reflected, I used to believe I was quite attractive, the #1 beauty of kimchi country. However, I now find myself doubting that. Li Zhenzai exclaimed, is he criticizing my daughter's appearance? Are the genes of our lineage being disparaged? Li's father barked orders, and the burly men promptly drew their weapons, aiming them at Yunxiao. Stop. If you kill him, I will take my own life.
Li Yunju threatened, brandishing a knife against her neck, coercing her father. No, no, let's discuss this calmly, my dear. Li's father, feeling helpless, could not bear to harm his only daughter. I envy you, my friend. You love her deeply. I wish you both well. I am not lacking. I too shall find a man who will love me wholeheartedly. With the knife still poised at her neck, Li Yunju gestured for Gu Yunxiao to leave quickly. Gu Yunxiao regarded her actions as excessive, a mere hindrance to his time. However, he did not shatter her heroic fantasy. With hands in his pockets, he strolled leisurely out of the largest and only base in Kimchi country. He arrived at the seaside, summoned a grand ship from his spatial storage, and, confident that the water was deep enough to avoid grounding, boarded the vessel without looking back. Li Yunju quietly observed his departing figure, feeling a pang of reluctance. Yet she did not wish to steal another's partner. What she desired was a person who would love her wholeheartedly, not just an empty shell. Despite the fact that the shell was rather handsome. After roughly determining the direction, Gu Yunxiao set the ship to autopilot. He indulged in a lengthy bath, scrubbing his skin until it was nearly raw, then changed into a similar outfit he had worn previously. Only then did he release the slumbering Luo father and mother from his spatial storage. As soon as they entered, they fell into a deep sleep. Gu Yunxiao had only taken Ning Ning inside before and did not anticipate that others would succumb to slumber. He offered them some spirit spring water, and gradually they awakened. Uncle, aunt, who are you, and why are we on a ship? Gu Yunxiao looked at them with confusion. Yunxiao, we are Ning Ning's parents. Why do you ask such a question? Gu Yunxiao raised a hand to touch the still healing wound, noticing his palm covered in blood. He must have hit his head during the storm. I can't be suffering from amnesia, can I? So, who is Ning Ning, and where are we headed to find her? Yes, we must first locate Ning Ning and the other teammates. Zhao Ran mentioned that if we got separated, we should head to a city. Luo father recalled the earlier conversation with certainty. Good, then we shall go to a city to find Ning Ning. Gu Yunxiao sat at the helm, gazing into the distance with narrowed eyes. Ning Ning must not know, nor will she ever know, that I was picked up by another woman and slept in someone else's pink bed. Thus, she will have no excuse to leave me. I am unblemished. No one, no matter the circumstance, can sever our bond. Ning Ning, I shall come for you. Chapter 127. The Stranded Hiker. Luo Ning and Chun Xiaolu searched along the border of the plateau and basin for Chun Xiaolu and Zhao Ran. Driving, Luo Ning found the silence unbearable, akin to being with a perpetually brooding child, inducing such boredom that she felt compelled to nibble at her nails. Consequently, she played some music, finally introducing sounds beyond the wind. For a moment, it felt as if they had transcended time, reminiscent of travel before the apocalypse. Where do you think your sister could have fallen? Luo Ning could not resist initiating conversation. We are not twins. We do not share a telepathic bond, Chun Xiaolu replied, his expression unchanged. Luo Ning, exasperated by the boy's demeanor, chose not to tease him further. Suddenly, her pupils dilated as she hurriedly yanked the steering wheel. The car executed a swift 180-degree turn, the force so great that it carved deep ruts into the arid, hard-packed earth. Thick clouds of dust billowed forth. Luo Ning wiped non-existent sweat from her forehead, grinding her teeth in frustration. Darn it, how can one have a car accident on the Qingqing Plateau? My once revered reputation nearly crumbled because of that fool. Chun Xiaolu, from the back seat, stretched out a hand, then another, brushing the dust from his face before slowly rising. Luo Ning slammed the car door shut with a resounding bang, rolling up her sleeves with determination. After several attempts to push up her sleeves, she realized she was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Forget it, but I cannot lose my bravado. Chun Xiaolu, get out. Someone is blocking the car. I am right beside you.
Just look down.
Chun Xiaolu had silently stood next to Luo Ning, but due to his shorter stature, she had not noticed him. Oh, my apologies. Luo Ning glanced down at him, feeling awkward as she rubbed her nose.
Who are you?
Are you seeking death by stopping our car? If I were to run you over, there would be no police to trouble me. Hey, don't be like that, sister. I am here to trek the Qingqing Plateau, but got separated from my teammates. It has been months, and I still have not found my way out. Eventually, I found a place to wait, hoping to encounter someone for help.
This is my first hiking experience. I have no idea what I'm doing. My family is surely worried sick. The young man, clad in athletic gear and hiking shoes, with a rugged complexion, did indeed resemble a hiker. However, Luo Ning's expression was etched with skepticism. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, she found it hard to believe he had not encountered a single zombie. Who is your sister? I'm only 20. Luo Ning bristled, feeling repulsed at being called sister by an older man, the very thought sending shivers down her spine. Then call me Beauty? Or younger sister? Fine, just girl will do, she added with a silly grin, scratching her greasy, dusty hair. Luo Ning narrowed her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing the young man before her, attempting to discern the truth of his words through intuition. You've been wandering here alone for 3 or 4 months. Yes. More or less. I can't recall the exact days. Initially, I was with my teammates, but when a pack of wolves attacked, we scattered, leaving me, a hopeless navigator, to roam. Luo Ning's gaze fell slightly, contemplating the validity of his claims. After a moment, she inquired, did it not rain black rain here? When that happened, where were you? Luo Ning's eyes were fixed intently on him, missing not a single nuance of his expression. His apple-red cheeks, sunburned from exposure on the plateau, seemed to lend him an air of credibility. It did rain. I was terrified at the time. Fortunately, I found a cave to shelter in. Reflecting on that dark period still gives me chills. But what did you eat and drink? I still find it hard to trust you. Luo Ning pressed on with her questioning. I captured a rabbit to feast upon its tender flesh. Within that cave lies a small spring, and I have quenched my thirst there alone. Not far off. I can take you to see it if you doubt my words. Truly, it has been months since I encountered another soul. Oh, but now there are 2 of you. If you do not take me along, I fear I may lose my sanity. The man spoke earnestly, gesturing to lead the way to the cave he had inhabited for months. Luo Ning did not decline, bringing Chun Xiaolu along as they followed the man, maintaining a respectful distance behind him. After a half-hour walk, they arrived at the cave he had described, nestled on the mountainside. Luo Ning, utilizing her mind-reading ability, found no abnormalities and thus reluctantly believed him, albeit with a lingering wariness. With a flashlight in hand, she and Chun Xiaolu ventured inside, illuminating their surroundings. The space was surprisingly spacious, reminiscent of a luxurious villa in the apocalypse, filled with a hodgepodge of various items, likely remnants of the man's ancestral belongings. Yet in these dire times, such behavior was understandable, disdain was absent, only mild disapproval lingered. Do you not feel any discomfort? Perhaps a craving for raw flesh? Luo Ning subtly suggested. It was possible that this man, having lived alone in the post-apocalyptic world, had unknowingly become infected with the zombie virus. Why would I desire raw meat? The young man replied instantly, retreating slightly from Luo Ning and Chun Xiaolu, as if fearing they were monstrous beings that feasted on flesh and blood. In this world turned upside down, many had transformed into the very zombies depicted in horror films. Thus, I sought to be cautious and inquired, do not be alarmed, I do not consume the living. Luo Ning added with a deliberate smile, her flashlight casting shadows on her face, creating an eerie visage.
Ein apocalypse, you jest. How can that be?
The youth responded, his expression betraying skepticism, dismissively waving his hand. It is indeed true, Luo Ning asserted solemnly, choosing not to elaborate further. Belief was his own decision. Upon witnessing Luo Ning's seriousness, the young man's mirthful demeanor froze. Really? Then, are there so few survivors left? He lamented, his head drooping as he sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Before I left, I had a quarrel with my parents. If only I had known. Luo Ning, feeling no inclination to console him, remained silent, for they were not well acquainted. After the young man wept for a time, he noticed that neither the older nor the younger companion offered him any comfort, and thus he ceased his cries, following them further into the cave. By the way, I am called Jiayu. My parents are enthusiasts of Dream of the Red Chamber. Hence my name, he said, a hint of bashfulness in his smile. Luo Ning did not share his amusement, but simply introduced herself and Chun Xiaolu. Luo Ning, Ten Qiaoyun. With that, she resumed her exploration deeper into the cave, driven by an unseen force that beckoned her forward. Lady, hurry.
Crystal cores.
There are so many.
Xiao interjected at the opportune moment, validating Luo Ning's suspicions. No wonder this cave, despite its foul odor, exuded a potent allure that compelled her to advance. Miss Luo, are you truly going in? It is too dark and deep in there. We cannot ascertain the dangers that may lurk within. Perhaps it would be wiser not to proceed. Xiaolu warned, his face reflecting genuine fear. If you are too frightened to enter, then remain at the entrance. Do not even think about stealing my vehicle. I have installed remote-controlled explosives. If I catch you, it will be boom, and you shall perish, Luo Ning threatened ominously, continuing her advance. How tragic it would be to be reduced to nothingness, Chun Xiaolu added calmly, following Luo Ning into the darkness. Their figures gradually faded from sight, the faint beam of the flashlight extinguishing, leaving Xiaolu alone, motionless in the stillness. As they turned a corner and disappeared from view, a faint smile graced Luo Ning's lips. Chapter 128. An overwhelming sense of oppression as Luo Ning walked, she took Chun Xiaolu by the hand. The enveloping darkness and silence were somewhat unnerving. Now, she could clearly hear their breathing, as well as Chun Xiaolu's deliberate attempts to tread lightly. There seemed to be a continuous dripping sound echoing from somewhere in the darkness. In this quiet void, everything felt altered, tinged with a hint of terror. It was as if unseen eyes were fixed upon them, and when she abruptly turned around, sweeping the flashlight in a wide arc, nothing was visible. This was far more frightening than encountering something tangible. Much of human fear arises from within. Lady, what thoughts occupy your mind? The crystal cores. We must hurry. We do not know if we will need to explode anything to retrieve them, so stop dawdling. Silence. Luo Ning snapped, her thoughts no longer wandering. Urged on by Xiao. Just then, as the reminder of their imminent energy source approached, a thunderous sound shattered the stillness, as if the mountain itself were collapsing. Stones rained down from above, the ground trembled violently, causing them to lose their footing. Run outside, quickly. Luo Ning exulted. Seizing Chun Xiaolu and unleashing the full extent of her 7th-level abilities, propelling them through the passage with the swiftness of the wind. Upon reaching the bend, she flung him out of the cave like a shot put, then used her water manipulation abilities to create a cushion, softening his landing. Watching him steady himself eased the weight on her heart. Thank goodness. However, just as Chun Xiaolu began to rise, he called out for Luo Ning to escape. The cave entrance was now blocked by falling debris. Luo Ning's figure was obscured by the cascade of stones, completely hidden from view. Do you think she will survive? Xiaolu inquired from a short distance away, crouching to steady himself against the tremors. Chun Xiaolu, also lying on the cushion, felt a buzzing in his head. If you cannot speak sensibly, then perhaps you should remain silent. I do not know how long she has lived, but I do know that if you continue to utter things I do not wish to hear, your days will be numbered.
With that,
he produced a weapon from his person, aiming the dark muzzle squarely at Jiayu's forehead. Jiayu, since that woman may not emerge, you might as well accompany her in death. So, do you know how to pray? Jiayu. The tremors persisted for nearly half an hour before finally subsiding. The moment the stones began to fall, Luo Ning had prepared to slip into her spatial realm. But she was too late. The ground beneath her split open, and she found herself suspended in midair, plummeting into an abyssal chasm. Her scream echoed as she fell far below. Luo Ning decided to enter her space. She might as well let gravity take its course. She was too high up to risk her life here. However, just as she slipped into her space, something kicked her from behind, propelling her back out. Indeed, she was kicked back. Luo Ning struggled to regain her footing, nearly toppling over, but managed to grasp a large rock to steady herself. Xiao, you wretched creature. How dare you kick me? Have you grown too bold? The once formidable and muscular snowball now twisted its adorable, chubby little body in explanation. Look, I just kicked you away. No need to thank me. Luo Ning had initially intended to erupt in fury and return to her space to teach it a lesson, but suddenly realized that in this pitch-black environment, she seemed to possess the ability to see. The smooth texture in her hand, the familiar sensation, what was this? As she touched it, a wave of realization washed over her. She found that her anger had dissipated entirely. Crystals. The entire cave was filled with crystals. There were even luminous ones, akin to pearls in the night. No wonder it was so brilliantly luminous here. Just as Luo Ning was swept up in excitement, she suddenly confronted a dilemma. She couldn't let go of what was in her hand. A surge of pure, commanding energy flowed through her fingers, ceaselessly coursing into her limbs and bones. Luo Ning felt as though she were floating, akin to being immersed in a hot spring. Gradually, this energy intensified, no longer limited to her hands, head, or feet. Even the air she breathed and every pore of her skin seemed to absorb this power. Luo Ning imagined she resembled a shrimp, her entire body glowing bright red. She was overheated as the energies within her collided, compressed, and tore at her, as if they were intent on shredding her apart. She longed for every pulse of her blood, every beat of her heart, to resonate with these energetic fluctuations. Her consciousness began to fade. She thought of Yunxiao, of her parents, of many others. No matter how hard she struggled to maintain her awareness, she ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming tide of drowsiness. At last, she lost consciousness. If anyone could have seen her, they would have noticed she was at the very center of a vortex of energy crystals, wildly absorbing the energy surrounding her. She was enveloped in a blinding light, like an invisible cocoon, nurturing new life. When it broke open, a profound transformation would surely ensue. Luo Ning felt as if she could see Yunxiao and her parents, the ocean, the earth, the Milky Way, until she beheld the flattened fabric of space-time. Her mind was filled with stars flashing past, as if time and space intertwined, instilling in her a sense of her own insignificance. However, she was unwilling to accept this. She wished to at least make one last effort, to leave no regrets. Thus, she raced against the stars, running with all her might, until the stars became mere afterimages, gradually fading behind her until they vanished completely. Luo Ning abruptly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by darkness. Outside, Chun Xiaolu strained with all his might to move the debris, ignoring Jiayu's well-meaning advice. With the stones piled so firmly, could he bear to find her in a state of mush? Would it not be better to leave? Chun Xiaolu shot him a cold glance, then drew out a pistol. Pointing it at Jiayu, "You continue moving the stones. As long as you're alive, keep at it. We must see the living, and if dead, at least the corpse." Jiayu could only roll his eyes. What kind of child threatens others with a gun, every day, so quick to kill? Jiayu stood there, contemplating a strategy, his eyes fixed intently on the gun. Before he could act further, something cold and metallic pressed against the back of his head. "Do as he says, or I'll kill you, dismember you, and feed you to the wolves," a female voice interjected. The familiar tone instantly made the previously stoic young boy feel a wave of grievance. Tears streamed down his face. "Sister, I knew you would come looking for me." With that, he wiped his bloodied hands on his clothes and rushed to embrace her. Chun Xiaolu. This person was Chun Xiaolu. When she awoke, she found herself within the borders of Sichuan province. Though grievously injured, the zombie genes had automatically healed her wounds, and shortly thereafter, she appeared almost unscathed. She surmised that she had followed the direction of the wind to arrive here. Indeed, she had caught a whiff of her brother's scent. Fortunately, she arrived in time, otherwise, this man might have harmed Xiaojun over the gun. The siblings, now reunited, pointed their guns at Jiayu, compelling him to work and move the stones. Jiayu, dejected, exuded an air of despondency, appearing sickly and devoid of vitality. Yet he dared not slack off, for he also wished to survive. Chun Xiaolu, too, was busy, tending to her brother's wounds. She joined the search party. After 3 days and nights of moving stones, the original passage began to reveal itself. Before they could celebrate for 2 minutes, Chun Xiaolu shouted, "Quick, get out," and rushed outside with her brother. Above them, the stones swayed ominously, threatening to fall. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the entire mountain collapsed. It was over, truly over. This was the sole thought shared among them. In an instant, a brilliant red light pierced through the swirling smoke, unyieldingly appearing in the air. The fiery red was blinding. Miss Luo, you're alive. How wonderful!" Chun Xiaolu was overwhelmed with emotion, repeating, "How wonderful, how wonderful." Chun Xiaojun, expressionless, concealed his hands behind his back, his eyes brightening. He was not concerned for that sharp-tongued woman. They were merely from the same team, after all. With a few flaps of her wings, Luo Ning landed gracefully before them. "Jiayu,"
in disbelief, gaped, his mouth agape, utterly astonished. How is this possible? After all this time, and having been crushed, how could she still return alive? Is she even human? Luo Ning's approach made Jia Yu uncomfortable. He instinctively clutched his chest.
What did you do to me?
He asked, struggling to voice his discomfort. I did nothing at all. This is merely the innate aura of a fully evolved superhuman. Chapter 129. Devour. On the second day of sailing at sea, Luo's father and mother felt as if they were on a leisurely cruise. There were no sea monsters or fishmen to disturb them, creating an almost surreal feeling. If not for their daughter being missing and the need to search for her, they might have felt even more at ease, perceiving the azure sea as a source of enjoyment rather than anxiety. Another day devoid of gentle winds and bright sunshine. The sea was calm, shrouded in mist, with the sun only able to cast a muted orange glow through the haze. Luo's father stood with Luo's mother at the railing for a while before seeking out Yunxiao. He sat alone on the deck, sipping coffee, his gaze seemingly peering through the mist toward the distant horizon, the direction of his heart. Uncle and Auntie, you are awake, Yunxiao remarked, rising to greet them. The thin mist obscured his emotions. Yunxiao, how long until we reach the mainland of Huagua? Luo's mother inquired anxiously, having asked the same question the previous day.
Soon.
I'll do my best to speed up the boat. Under normal circumstances, we should arrive in 3 days. Now it's uncertain, but I will expedite our journey. Yunxiao gazed out over the vast sea, his eyes slightly lowered. He, too, wished to hasten their arrival, to move faster. He spoke of normal circumstances, yet these were anything but. On the first day at sea, unbeknownst to the two elders, he silently dealt with wave after wave of ocean predators. Uncle and Auntie, it's time for breakfast. I've prepared lunch for you in the dining room. Please check if it suits your tastes. Yunxiao smiled politely and gracefully, enveloping those around him in a refreshing aura akin to a gentle spring breeze, soothing their restless hearts. Despite repeated invitations from Mr. and Mrs. Luo for him to join them, he declined once more, citing a lack of hunger. Although Mr. and Mrs. Luo felt a tinge of regret, they did not press the matter further and departed hand in hand. The moment they left, Yunxiao's expression swiftly reverted to its usual demeanor of icy indifference. Raising an eyebrow slightly, he muttered to himself, another batch has arrived, truly relentless. Isolating himself from the dining area, he proceeded to the stern of the ship. Gazing at the white, frothy waves left in the wake of the swiftly advancing cruise liner, his gaze sharpened. After several hours of trailing, they exhibit quite the patience. Yunxiao chuckled. Even amidst the morning's dense fog, the sea breeze carried a warmth. The rising sea mist did not evoke a sense of ethereal beauty, but rather an eerie atmosphere. An expanse of uninhabited sea, ferocious beasts, and fog, ideal for slaughter. Yunxiao remained fixated on the surface of the water, motionless for an extended period, as if the presence of the lurking monster were merely an illusion. Turning to retrace his steps, he feigned ignorance, strolling casually as if he had merely lingered a bit longer. In that instant, a massive whirlpool formed behind him, indicating that perhaps patience was not its virtue. The corners of Yunxiao's mouth lifted in a smirk, though his eyes glinted with frost. The seaweed bobbing on the surface was drawn swiftly toward the vortex, along with what appeared to be remnants of aircraft debris. As if the entire cruise ship were on the verge of being engulfed, Yunxiao took action. A force of spatial energy spread forth, enveloping the vessel in a transparent protective shield. The tumult of wind and rain was confined to the outside, while the interior remained warm and inviting. Old Luo, I believe I just saw something whip past the window. A tail, perhaps? It could be a tail, Mrs. Luo remarked. It's quite normal to see fish in the sea. As long as they aren't sharks, she added, casting a sidelong glance at her husband. Have you forgotten? We mustn't jump to conclusions. Ning mentioned that we should refrain from speaking hastily, lest we inadvertently summon a man-eating great white, Mrs. Luo cautioned, recalling her previous presence. Mr. Luo chuckled awkwardly, daring not to utter another word. Outside the cabin, Yunxiao's mental energy unfurled like a vast net prepared for fishing, cast toward the creature lurking beneath the waves. Upon spreading his psychic force, he was momentarily taken aback by the sheer size of the entity. It was indeed considerable, roughly the size of several cruise ships. However,
Its brain seemed disproportionately small, suggesting a lack of intelligence. With only 3 individuals aboard, was it planning to devour the ship? Or was it merely intent on consuming him? A high-level ability user? If it was the latter, he would see if it possessed the capability. Minutes later, Yunxiao's mental energy finally enveloped the colossal monster concealed in the depths. He then began to constrict the energy, searching for its core. If he could locate it, the process would be far less arduous. The crystal core could be absorbed or crushed directly, thus avoiding excessive bloodshed. As Ning Ning had advised, they needed to be gentle. Yunxiao kept this in mind, yet the creature's immense size made finding the core a slow endeavor. Suddenly, the whirlpool widened, as if the creature had lost patience and aimed to swallow the entire ship whole. Yunxiao contemplated whether perhaps he had been too gentle. After all, Ning Ning was not present. Perhaps a more forceful approach was warranted. Time to eliminate it directly. He coalesced his spatial energy into a large, simple blade akin to the one Ning Ning wielded. The blade glimmered with a cold light through the mist. The ship began to sway increasingly, revealing that even a cruise liner was merely a fragile vessel upon the vast sea. The waves outside appear abnormal. We should investigate, Mrs. Luo suggested, pulling Mr. Luo toward the exit. A woman's intuition warned her that something significant was unfolding outside. Upon reaching the door, they found it would not open. Exchanging glances, they each registered a flicker of surprise, followed by mutual understanding. Yunxiao, let us out. Any danger is not solely your burden. We are not just Ning Ning as parents. We are your allies as well. In this apocalypse, there is no absolute safety. Please, open the door. Yunxiao was well aware of their movements. He wished to shield them from danger, yet he trusted they were not individuals who would simply remain in the shadows. Yunxiao exhibited no trace of fear toward the unknown monster. Instead, he felt elated. My future wife is wonderful, and my parents are too. He sheathed his blade, returning it to the realm of space, and lifted the restrictions on the dining area. Mr. and Mrs. Luo stepped out with ease, hastening to the rear of the ship where Yunxiao stood. Yunxiao, what manner of creature is that? Mr. Luo inquired, glancing at the whirlpool. I do not know. It seems to be some form of mutated fish, albeit larger than usual. Its appetite is quite voracious, aiming to consume our vessel whole, Yunxiao replied. What role do you need us to play? Mrs. Luo asked, pinpointing the crux of the matter. There is indeed a way in which you can assist. Yunxiao responded with a pure smile. Moments later, Mr. and Mrs. Luo, albeit bewildered, carried dozens of barrels of frozen fish onto the deck. Just throw them in, Mr. Luo commanded, beginning to pour the fish into the sea, barrel by barrel. Stand back from the edge of the ship, he instructed Mrs. Luo, ensuring she remained at a safe distance. Mr. Luo, a power mutant, used all his strength to hurl the fish far into the ocean. Thanks to Yunxiao's spatial control, the ship remained motionless even at the edge of the whirlpool. Although they did not comprehend the necessity of the fish, they resolved to cooperate fully as Yunxiao had requested. Before long, they began to understand. At the location where they cast the fish, the water churned violently, sending forth towering waves that could be seen clearly even through the thin mist. A massive creature, either an octopus or squid, emerged, its tentacles armed with barbs akin to iron hooks, poised to claim lives. The king of sour sauce squid, this is not an octopus. Yunxiao's voice resonated behind them. But the whirlpool is over there, so large, Mrs. Luo exclaimed, slightly alarmed. Over there are the sharks. They've just discovered this nearby creature. Let them battle it out. Yunxiao chuckled lightly. Perfect, I desire both of their cores. In truth, Yunxiao could have performed the fish-dumping task himself, but since the elderly couple wished to contribute, he allowed them the joy. Thus, despite the tumultuous waves and the fury of the sea, the rolling swells appeared to be obstructed by an unseen force, leaving the ship entirely unscathed. The trio remained on the deck, calmly sipping coffee, with Yunxiao exuding the most composure. Mrs. Luo, on the other hand, harbored some concern as 2 monsters clashed nearby. The enormous mutated shark bit down on the tentacle of the sour sauce squid, which retaliated by tearing away a sizable chunk of flesh from the shark. In the end, the shark's deadly teeth clamped down on the squid's massive head, while the squid's tentacles constricted the shark's throat. Neither party relented, steadfast until death.
The sea gradually transformed into a crimson hue, echoing the rising sun in the sky. An hour later, as the mist dissipated, Yunxiao extended his hand, retrieving two enormous purple orbs from the depths of the sea, 8-tier crystals. Uncle, Auntie, it's time for us to depart. Ning Gawaitsus. Who yearns to devour us? And in the end, who has truly consumed whom? Chapter 130. The Doomsday Cruise. Yunxiao carefully stored the crystal cores, intending to give one to both Father Luo and Mother Luo. Perfectly sufficient. No need, we are of advanced age. And our potential for advancement is certainly not as great as that of you youngsters. You can keep one for yourself, and one for Ningning. The colors match splendidly, Mother Luo declared, swatting away Father Luo's outstretched hand that had reached for the two colossal crystal cores, pushing them back. Father Luo, feeling somewhat wronged, had indeed intended to return them. He simply acted a tad too slowly. Very well, I shall keep one for Ningning then. These should be more suitable for you, Yunxiao said as he handed over a bag of items. All right, we will strive not to be a burden. Father Luo exchanged a knowing glance with Mother Luo, and upon confirming their mutual understanding, he promptly accepted the bag. Indeed, Mother Luo remained silent this time. Father Luo secretly sighed in relief. He had successfully interpreted his wife's thoughts. Just as the three were engaged in amiable conversation, the ship's automated system suddenly sounded an alarm.
Yunxiao,
Having set up the ship's restrictions, immediately went to investigate, with Father and Mother Luo following closely behind, their concern palpable. The navigation system displayed that another vessel was hurtling directly towards them. Calculating the speeds of both ships, it was estimated they would collide in approximately 3 minutes. Yunxiao explained calmly, though uncertainty gnawed at him. In this apocalyptic world, who would dare take the perilous sea route to a city for a shortcut? How could another ship possibly be out here? Had there been survivors lingering at sea all this time? Father Luo, recalling what he had witnessed yesterday, had long since abandoned hope for human life on the ocean. Yet, a ship was indeed approaching them. I've adjusted our course. We should avoid a collision. But we will encounter it. It lies in our path, he declared, bracing himself against the control panel and gazing ahead. With his mutated vision, he could see it, though it required intense concentration. Minutes later, a larger cruise ship brushed past Yunxiao's vessel. The sound of metal grinding against metal pierced their ears, causing discomfort and an acrid taste in their mouths. The three covered their ears, just as Yunxiao prepared to shield them from the noise. He was halted by Mother Luo. To protect the entire ship, Yunxiao had expended significant energy yesterday, and today, Mother Luo insisted he refrain from using his abilities unless absolutely necessary. Better to regain strength than to risk everything on a whim. The agonizing screech of metal persisted for 5 or 6 minutes before finally ceasing. Help! Help!
I'm Chinese.
Please, save me. A woman's desperate cries pierced the air as the two ships nearly brushed past one another. Mother Luo felt an urge to assist, yet she restrained herself. This was a world post-apocalypse. She could not afford to view humanity through an idealistic lens. Help! We are being held captive by the M Nation's military. Whoa, please. The woman's voice faltered, yet the three could clearly comprehend her plight. Upon hearing that fellow countrymen were being held by another nation's military, Father Luo's simmering anger became harder to contain. As a man who had served in the military for 2 years, he could not abide the encroachment of foreign spies upon his homeland, even in this apocalyptic era. Yunxiao, can we take a look? Saving them matters little. It's primarily about confronting the M Nation soldiers. I cannot abide it. Father Luo spoke, recognizing his own impulsiveness, who in these times would concern themselves with the presence of foreign spies or soldiers on their own territory and waters. Yet, he was troubled by this injustice. Other matters may be negotiable, but not this one. He felt compelled to act. Our daughter's whereabouts remain uncertain, Mother Luo lamented, though she could not outright dismiss her husband's sentiments. They were Chinese. If everyone turned a blind eye and sought to evade responsibility, then it would only be a matter of time before those foes crossed the ocean to assault their core base. Ningning is safe. I can sense it. If we wish to rescue, then let us proceed. Let us be swift. He felt an unspoken connection with Ningning, as if they could sense each other's safety and danger, akin to a form of telepathy. The cruise ship had already created a considerable distance. Gu Yunxiao adjusted their course to follow closely behind. Just as the two vessels were about to converge, Gu Yunxiao, along with father and mother Luo, utilized mother Luo's vines to scale the other ship, slipping through a window. "You need to shed a few pounds, old Luo," mother Luo remarked, casting a glance at father Luo, who was slightly out of breath, delivering a rather blunt observation. In truth, he had lost considerable weight since the onset of the apocalypse due to the exertion of his abilities. "Sure, there are people," Gu Yunxiao whispered, unable to resist probing the entire ship with his mental prowess. There were approximately 200 individuals aboard. No fishmen in sight. 100 were M-Nation soldiers, armed with sophisticated weaponry, while the other 100 were Chinese, unarmed and vulnerable. Moreover, in the lower deck, 4 or 5 zombies were confined. Conversations in the corridor were boisterous enough for the three to overhear. Another one trying to escape. "Ha ha ha. Help! Help! Oops, no more bothersome Chinese Navy." 2 soldiers, conversing in English, chatted loudly and without a care, as they were equipped with machine guns. They seemed to be aware of the apocalypse's arrival, thus emboldening their recklessness. It appeared that those Chinese individuals pleading for aid had attempted to flee before, but likely without success. Father Luo comprehended the gist of their words, and his anger flared even more. Gu Yunxiao remained composed. For him, it was merely a matter of killing, merely a difference in quantity. "Let us first secure the control room. Then we shall rescue them." The trio reached a consensus and quickly set to work. Inside the control room, several soldiers were engaged in raucous laughter, seemingly mocking something. It was not difficult to infer that their conversation paralleled what they had just overheard. One soldier, mid-laughter, suddenly bore a crimson gash across his neck. His grin remained frozen on his face, as if someone had pressed the pause button on his life. "Heyman, what's wrong?" The other soldier, noticing his comrade's sudden stillness, reached out to pat his shoulder. In an instant, the man's head rolled onto the floor, tumbling towards the feet of the other soldier as the ship swayed gently.
Fuck.
The soldier exclaimed, promptly silencing himself, joining his fallen comrade. "Apologies, uncle and auntie. I may have been a bit too forceful. I accidentally severed his head," Gu Yunxiao remarked, rubbing his nose. Previously, while battling mutated beasts, he hadn't realized how sharp his spatial blade had become. It had cleanly decapitated the man. "No harm done. We can understand," Mother Luo replied, using her botanical abilities to dispose of the bodies and their heads by casting them into the sea, where they vanished with barely a ripple. "Uncle and auntie, I have set the ship to autopilot. You need only stand guard. I shall return shortly." Gu Yunxiao manipulated the controls, locked the door behind him, and departed alone. Father Luo longed to confront that band of ruffians, yet his wife required protection. Weighing priorities, he resigned himself to the situation. Standing outside the door, Gu Yunxiao donned a cold mask, his knife appearing in his hand as he vanished around the corner. Having promised not to overexert his powers, he would instead let his blade taste blood. In the ship's dining area, though the lights were not blindingly bright, they offered enough illumination. A group of soldiers congregated, drinking, playing games, and indulging in a deadly game. Gu Yunxiao moved his ears slightly, his gaze turning frigid. Their game was a contest to determine whose dart could strike truer. The target? The heart of a survivor. In the fleeting moment before the others could release their darts, Gu Yunxiao deftly dispatched them with his spatial blade. Suddenly, the lights went out. "Fuck again." Gu Yunxiao heard a string of curses. He strode in with unabashed confidence, raising his dagger, reassured that if Ning Ning knew he was eliminating villains, she would surely not disdain him. Thus, his entire aura transformed. Glimmers of cold light flickered in and out of sight. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed. Thud, thud. The bodies crumpled to the ground. Crash, bang. The sound of items shattering filled the air. He could have ended them with a single strike, but at that moment, he felt it would be too lenient. They must be left gasping for breath, yet their limbs rendered immobile. In the darkness, Gu Yunxiao navigated with ease. The survivors trembled in fear. One of them using a shard of glass from a bottle to free themselves from their bindings and began to rescue the others. Gu Yunxiao cast a glance at that individual. They showed some conscience, which made his time spent here worthwhile. 10 minutes later, the lights flickered back on. Luo father and mother were summoned to the hall. "Thank you for saving us," We have been adrift at sea for several months, and we can hardly remember the specifics. The soldiers abandoned the submarine while fleeing from the mutant beasts and sought refuge on this cruise ship. Initially, there were 4,000 to 5,000 people aboard. A third of them have turned into zombies and have been disposed of into the sea. The remaining ones have either taken their own lives or been killed. Now, only we are left, the rest have perished. Are you aware that the apocalypse has arrived? Yunxiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes, we learned from the soldiers. They too were abandoned, thus they act recklessly, even planning to head to Huagua. We want to be responsible for you. May I join you? A cute girl timidly inquired. No, I am sick. When I have an episode, I enjoy killing, Yunxiao declared, leading Luo father and mother away, leaving the survivors to deal with the half-dead soldiers. Chapter 131. Free delivery to your door. Who is it? I'm trying to sleep. Don't make a fuss. Fui Chen swatted away the smooth object that had been circling his face. However, in this sweltering heat, it felt rather cool. When it drew near once more, he seized it, firmly grasping it. His head felt slightly heavy, and he was drowsily disturbed by something incessantly disrupting his slumber. He detested being awakened. Suddenly, he recalled that he and Zhang and Qian Duo had been swept away by a typhoon. What was that icy touch just now? Where was he? Fui Chen abruptly opened his eyes, meeting a pair of cold, unfeeling slit pupils. His gaze then lowered, and he saw what he held in his hand, a snake as thick as his wrist. He was gripping its neck, while the snake's mouth opened and closed. Its crimson forked tongue flicked out, eager to devour him. Ugh, disgusting. Can't you at least brush your teeth? He muttered, retrieving a pair of surgical pliers from his personal space and effortlessly extracting the snake's fangs with a few deft movements. Feeling unsatisfied, he twisted it around a few times, fashioning the creature into a bow. Now it looks a bit better. Didn't your parents teach you not to disturb others while they sleep? So ugly and so rude. Fui Chen harbored no fear of snakes, yet his current predicament was not optimistic. He peered down and felt a rare moment of distress. This wind must have held a grudge against him. Not only had it blown his group away, but it had also left him hanging high in this tree. This tree must be at least several dozen meters tall, and he had a slight fear of heights. What to do? Chun Xiaolu, that wretched woman, had vanished without a trace. Not coming to save him. Was it just because he had said a few words to her that she held a grudge? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Help! Fui Chen shouted weakly, his voice hoarse from calling out. He took a bite of a biscuit and drank a bit of water. He had lost track of how many days had passed or where he was. Everything looked unfamiliar, as he had never climbed this high before. All he could see were the treetops, densely covered in leaves. Just as Fui Chen was about to despair, he heard someone approaching his position. Zhang. I think I hear Professor Fu's voice. Qian Duo, walking behind, tugged at Zhang's hand. Let us go find him. Zhang tightened his grip, his face still devoid of expression, yet no longer carrying the previous cold detachment. Warmth began to radiate from him. Careful, there are zombies, Zhang warned, already adopting a defensive stance. Judging by the dilapidated sign by the roadside, they were not far from City A. Their luck was truly abysmal. It was like free delivery, sending people away without a care. This must also be a gathering area. They could always expect to encounter zombies while on the move. They hadn't seen many mutant beasts, likely having been devoured by the zombies. Dozens of zombies emerged from a thicket, their decaying flesh torn and shredded by the thorny vines, the grotesque wounds adding to their repulsiveness. The two healing-type individuals were forced to draw their large knives and engage the zombies. They were immensely grateful to Ning Ning for, thanks to her, each member of the team had been allocated a 5 square meter space. It was said to have cost a fortune. Otherwise, they would be left without weapons, let alone food. A female zombie lunged at Qian Duo, who swiftly dodged to the side and, taking advantage of its dagger, struck downward with her knife, aiming for its head. Zombies offered no respite. As one fell, dozens more lurked hungrily, unafraid of death or pain. Zhang did his utmost to deal with as many zombies as possible, easing the pressure on Qian Duo. Yet the confines of the space were too restrictive, filled with thorns and brambles. One wrong move could leave them thoroughly entangled. After dispatching a few of his own, Zhang rushed over to provide cover for Qian Duo. We need to reach an open area. This place is too unfriendly to humans. The zombies may roll around in the thorns, but we'd end up looking like hedgehogs, albeit disfigured ones. Let us go. Jiang Zhen pulled Qian Duo towards a seemingly broader road. Qian Duo had grown accustomed to this. For the past 2 days, it had just been the two of them. He had grown used to Jiang Zhen pulling him along, fighting zombies, and even sleeping while holding him to guard against ambushes. Though initially awkward, he now thought it was nothing to feel embarrassed about if it meant safety. As they reached a more open area, the zombies, riddled with holes and reeking of decay, staggered towards them with eager, small steps. How hungry must they be? It had been ages since anyone had come here. Hey, I'm over here. Don't run off without me. Get me down. Fu Yichen shouted, his throat dry from calling out, finally spotting 2 familiar figures approaching. To your left, to your left. You're about to be bitten by Qian Duo.
No, not that.
Behind you, Jiang Zhen. Behind you. You're going to be caught by the zombie. Alas, you two. While battling zombies, why are you holding hands? What a display of affection. Focus on the task at hand. I'm still up here, you know. Silence. Qian Duo truly could not endure it any longer. Even someone as tolerant as she found Fu Yichen's incessant chatter excessive. Jiang Zhen cast a cold glance in his direction, swiftly plunging his knife into the brain of the nearest zombie, twisting it with a flourish, reducing it to a gruesome mess before withdrawing the blade. As if he were stirring Fu Yichen's thoughts instead. Perched high in the tree, Fu Yichen munched on sunflower seeds, arranging the discarded shells in a neat row along the coiled body of a snake. I'm merely trying to help. You all refuse to heed my guidance. Am I to blame? Suddenly, a warning echoed. Warning, warning. An unidentified vehicle is approaching. Fu Yichen murmured from his lofty perch, falling silent thereafter. As the two fought against the zombies, the sound of approaching vehicles grew increasingly apparent. Although the noise had likely been muffled, his keen senses as an ability user allowed him to detect it. The two exchanged a glance, torn between the urge to hide and the relentless pursuit of the crazed zombies, jaws snapping and claws outstretched, relentlessly trailing them. It seemed that evasion was futile. Amidst the skirmish, the vehicle finally came into view. At that moment, Jiang Zhen could no longer concern himself with the potential for attracting more zombies with gunfire. He retrieved the firearms provided by Luo Ning, firing off a round of shots. Bang, 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 and with those shots, the formerly aggressive zombies fell lifeless to the ground. Jiang Zhen. Duo, it's been ages. The car door swung open, revealing Qin Chuan clad in outdoor survival gear, accompanied by Gu Yunxi and some former teammates who had departed earlier. Duo, how delightful to see you again so soon. Ohere Sning. I haven't spotted her, Gu Yunxi said, scanning the surroundings for any sign of her.
Hey.
I'm right here, up above.
Don't forget about me.
Fu Yichen exclaimed, delighted at the arrival of what he considered a savior. The others merely cast him a glance before resuming their conversation. We were scattered by the wind, caught in a tidal surge, and swept away by a powerful typhoon, which brought us here. We should be nearing City, correct? Qian Duo explained. You truly have had quite the adventure. Haven't you? A complimentary delivery, no less. Oh no. Rather, the delivery of people, Gu Yunxi remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement, yet tinged with regret. But everyone else has been scattered. Mr. Gu and Ning. We have no idea where they are. Not to worry, I have faith in our leader and in Miss Luo. If any of them are together, they will surely return to City A. I will utilize our internal communications to reach out to the various bases. Any updates will be relayed to you. So no need to fret excessively. For now, all we can do is wait. Qin Chuan spoke with unwavering conviction, devoid of hesitation. Let us discuss this later. First, could you please get me down? Chapter 132. Zhao Ran belongs to the Jianghu. My father departed when I was merely 3 years old. My mother raised my brother and me alone. Just as life began to improve, the apocalypse arrived, and my mother transformed into a zombie. A petite girl, her face smeared with yellow mud, wept as she recounted her tale, dabbing at her tears. Little sister, your plight is indeed tragic. I am far luckier than you. Come along with us. Rest assured, with an elder sister around, you shall never go hungry. A girl with short hair consoled her. She was tall, with sun-kissed skin and toned muscles that conveyed a wild beauty without appearing overly robust. By the way, you mentioned that your parents are gone. What of your brother? Another team member inquired, gazing skeptically at Zhao Ran. Well, I do have a brother, but he is disabled. During the escape, she trailed off, sobbing once more. Others were hesitant to press further. I'm Su Li, but you may call me Sister Li, as everyone does. I was once a Special Forces soldier, and I have since formed a team of ability users. These are my teammates. They are all wonderful individuals. Su Li introduced the young girl, pointing out her comrades. This is Gao, Chong, and that is Xiaofei, along with Jingjing. Some teammates are yet to arrive. Let us head back to base. Have this bread for now. We'll find some beast meat to eat once we're back. Thank you all for rescuing me and for bringing me along. I am truly grateful. Despite the mud covering her face, the girl's bright eyes shone through. This kind-hearted sister's surname is Su. Indeed, all Su's must be good people. Zhao Ran mused inwardly. I'm so sorry, Mom, Dad, brother. I shall pretend you are all dead for now, and play the part of the victim. How shameful. Casting a glance at the bread in her hand, Zhao Ran swallowed hard, steeling herself as she began to nibble on it. In truth, she had devoured 3 large loaves just half an hour prior, her stomach still feeling full. Yet, encouraged by Su Li's supportive gaze, she dutifully consumed half. I can't bear to eat it all at once. I'll save half for later, to pair with me tonight. This will conserve some rations for you. Zhao Ren cleverly wrapped half the loaf and tucked it into her pocket. No worries, I have more. Here, take 2. 1 tea suffice. Su Li generously stuffed another 2 loaves into Zhao Ran's pocket. Really no need. I'll save this for later, Zhao Ran protested, genuinely apprehensive of this Captain Su, who was too easy to deceive. So enthusiastic and generous, she was undoubtedly from the Su family. Ultimately, under Su Li's affectionate gaze, Zhao Ran accepted the remaining half loaf, which, when paired with the water she had previously consumed, threatened to choke her. In truth, she harbored no ill intentions with her lies. It was merely the harshness of the post-apocalyptic world that compelled her to feign the demise of her entire family to portray herself as a harbinger of misfortune. Little did she expect, she never anticipated that Sister Li would perceive her as pitiful. Shouldn't the focus be on her supposed role in her family's demise? Oh well, they seemed decent enough. Perhaps this would suffice. Over the course of 3 days, Zhao Ran thrived in this apocalyptic tourism hotspot, renowned for its spicy cuisine. Hello. Zhao Ge. Off on a mission? Take care. Sister Jingjing, your cooking is simply divine. My late brother could never match your culinary skills. Chun Xiaolu. Thank you for your hard work. As Zhao Ran traversed the base, she greeted everyone along the way. She no longer smeared her face with mud, though she still slightly disheveled her appearance. After all, being a pretty girl alone was perilous. Her charming visage granted her considerable favor, even if slightly tanned. She had nearly perished when the wind swept her away, landing her at the juncture of a highland basin, her body bruised. Thankfully, a bottle of miraculous potion prepared by Luo Ning had her feeling almost entirely recovered. Having arrived at the base, she harbored no malicious intent, primarily wishing to find means to contact Su Feng or her parents. As for her brother, well, it was better he remained alive without causing trouble for others. Finding him was less appealing than seeking out Su Feng. Zhao Ran wandered about the base, contemplating where the communication equipment might be located, her eyes gleaming with scheming thoughts. She had to borrow some. Suddenly, the sight of 3 figures entering the base brought tears to her eyes. It felt more heartwarming than reuniting with her own parents.
Sister Ning Ning.
Zhao Ran dashed forward with all her might, her small legs propelling her like a whirlwind toward the trio. Luo Ning spotted her, initially pleased, but quickly calculated that at her current speed, she might very well be knocked over, serving as a cushion for her. And then, Zhao Ran leapt, only to find herself caught in Sister Li's embrace. How did Sharon know that I was back and specifically come to pick me up? I am truly overjoyed. You are simply adorable, far more so than my brother with his coffin-like face. Sisters are indeed the best. Zhao Ran was enveloped in the embrace of Su Wei, who towered over her by nearly a head. Her lips twitched in silent protest, yet she found it difficult to push her away. The crux of the matter was that Su Wei had charged toward her so swiftly that her feet were now off the ground. After a few futile kicks, she surrendered. I just happened to see you.
Su Li's eyes sparkled with affection, her expression serious, though her heart was bubbling with delight. How utterly charming, how delightful. This little girl is simply too enchanting. Indeed, it is the girls who are irresistibly cute, soft, and lovable. Brothers merely engage in bickering. No more of that. I shall contact him tonight to boast a little. Luo Ning, Chun Xiaolu, and Chun Xiaojun. I can't help but feel that Zhao Ran is being treated like a child. Eventually, Zhao Ran was finally released by Su Li, who also slipped a few candies into her hands. Chun Xiaojun regarded Zhao Ran with a peculiar gaze, saying nothing, which made her quite uneasy. They proceeded to introduce everyone to one another. Luo Ning led Chun Xiaolu and Chun Xiaojun back to their temporary residence. Chun Xiaolu hesitantly suggested, "Are we really not going to bring Zhao Ran back? She wouldn't have caught the eye of Captain Su, would she?" "No need to worry," Luo Ning reassured. "I've inquired, and our Miss Zhao is thriving at the cell base. She doesn't need our rescuing at all. In fact, we've been spared quite a bit of trouble thanks to her." Luo Ning wore a broad smile, fully aware that Su Li simply harbored genuine affection for Zhao Ran.
Indeed.
Zhao Ran seems to have a special connection with Su Feng. Anyone with the surname Su treats her so well. "Sister, there's no need to be concerned for her. She's living more comfortably than we are," Chun Xiaojun said with a serious countenance. Chun Xiaolu nodded, accepting this perspective. Zhao Ran belongs to the world. She can thrive on her own. Once we locate her, we can head north. The sooner, the better. The only operational communication device at L base suddenly rang, startling someone who had been resting with half-closed eyes. The individual answered the call. "Understood. I will do my utmost to investigate. I will inform you as soon as I have news." Chapter 133. We don't drive. "Hello, can you hear me? Su Feng, say something." Su Li shouted hoarsely beside the ugly yet soul-usable phone, finally eliciting a response from the other end. "Do not raise your voice so high. If you have something to say, say it. I'm very busy." Su Feng's tone was laced with reluctance. If it weren't for their shared upbringing, he would have suspected a mix-up at birth. Every encounter seemed to revolve around brawls. "I've met the most adorable little sister, soft, sweet, and utterly delightful. I adore her. You don't have a girlfriend, do you? I was just thinking." "No, you were not. I have no time for idle chatter."
Goodbye.
As Su Feng spoke, he was ready to hang up. "Alas, she's leaving soon. No matter how much I like her, I cannot marry her. Xiaoran is simply too charming. She must have countless admirers." Upon hearing her name, Su Feng paused, then inquired, "What is her name?"
How old is she?
"Zhao Ran. 17. She's a bit young. You old man, others may not even be interested."
Su Li Z.
After a prolonged silence on the other end, she called out a few more times before receiving a reply. "If you insist on introducing her, I suppose it's not out of the question. Provided you can deliver the jade pendant." Su Feng concluded and hung up. What was that nonsense? He thought. Fine, if it must be given, then so be it. Moreover, I doubt my sister, with her straightforwardness, will even manage to deliver it. Su Li, accustomed to the dead air on the line, glanced at the pendant around her neck, twirled it between her fingers and smiled wider. "Thanks, old G," she said, turning to leave. "If you wish to join the base, just seek me out. You're always welcome." Every time they met, he would mention this, and, as expected, she heard her familiar refusal. "We'll discuss it later." She waved without turning back as she departed. The man known as Old G chuckled softly, saying nothing as he watched her fade into the distance. As soon as Zhao Ran stepped outside, she was caught by Su Li. Sisterly, I might have to leave today. We need to go to City A. This is my brother's dying wish. Even though I will miss you dearly, I wish to see it for myself. I will return to visit you when I have the chance," Zhao Ran declared, only to have Su Li fasten something around her neck. Zhao Ran looked down, mesmerized by the pendant's beauty. "What is this? It's so gorgeous. It's too precious. I can't accept this. In this apocalyptic world, such a jade pendant could hardly be deemed valuable, and it might not even buy a bun. However, this is the token of recognition for my long-lost brother. I hope that when you go to City A, you can help me look for him. Actually, it's I who am troubling you," she added. All right. You mustn't be sad. I will help you search. Do you have a photo? It would help a lot."
Yes, here. By the way, if you can search near City C, that would be even better, as that is where he went missing, she said, pulling a photo from her pocket and handing it to her. Zhao Ran didn't even look and casually placed it in her small space. Rest assured, I have acquaintances in City C. I will definitely inquire. Luo Ning gestured for Chun Xiaolu to call Zhao Ran, who exchanged glances with her brother. Chun Xiaojun, with a stoic expression, glanced at the two before heading off to find Zhao Ran. We should leave now. If we don't, we may not get to leave at all. That dead brother of yours will not rest easy, Chun Xiaojun declared as he sprinted back to Chun Xiaolu. Zhao Ran indeed broke free from Su Li's grasp, angrily pursuing them. Zhao Ran, we will meet again. Su Li called out as Zhao Ran and Luo Ning walked a considerable distance away. In a splendid mood, she thought, she will eventually belong to my family. She is too adorable. Zhao Ran turned back with a sweet smile before continuing onward. Sister Ning, Zhao Ran exclaimed as she hugged Luo Ning's arm. Are we heading to City A? That's quite a distance. Haven't you encountered anyone on the way? It's just the three of you. How lucky. You all must have been together before. Yes, we're going to City A. We met later on. People once encountered tend to stick together. Luo Ning replied with a radiant smile. Zhao Ran grinned mischievously. There's an inside scoop, isn't there? However, no matter how much she inquired, the trio was disinclined to explain. So stingy. She lamented. By the way, we have no vehicle. It feels like we've come quite a distance. We want to be taking a car. We'll fly there. Chun Xiaojun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. How cool. He wanted to experience it again. Then, they saw Luo Ning release Zhuke, which soared into the sky, calling 3 times. From afar, 3 gigantic birds approached. The 3 colossal creatures obediently landed, aligning themselves and awaiting orders. The 3 mutated eagles knelt submissively. Let us go. This is our means of transportation. There are no jungles in the sky, and no traffic jams. With that, Luo Ning climbed onto Zhuke's back first, followed by the others who climbed onto the giant eagles. Hold on tight. Sit properly. We're off. At Luo Ning's command, Zhuke, accompanied by the 3 giant eagles, soared through the densely forested skies. The speed was incomparable to that of a car's stop-and-go. Ah, it's so high. Zhao Ran exclaimed in astonishment. Fool, lie down and reduce drag. Chun Xiaojun remarked disdainfully at Zhao Ran's startled reaction. I understand, it's exhilarating, and I absolutely adore it. How exhilarating. Chun Xiaojun, I apologize for the interruption. The group had flown a considerable distance, and it was only at noon, under the scorching sun, that they paused for a respite. This is infinitely more enjoyable than flying in an airplane. Soon, my Pikachu will surely soar faster than your Superman. Zhao Ran and Chun Xiaojun named their steeds and engaged in a playful rivalry, competing over whose mount could run faster. Truly a pastime suited for children. Let me go. I am not a villain, the restrained individual pleaded. Luo Ning, Chun Xiaojun, Chun Xiaolu, and Zhao Ran each held a portion of the self-heating hot pot they had previously saved, squatting before the bound person, indulging heartily in their meal. Jia Yu swallowed hard, the sound unmistakably audible. Initially, when Luo Ning and the others began this, he remained unfazed, convinced he could forego food. These insufferable women. Tempting him is futile. However, gradually, he found himself salivating uncontrollably, his stomach growling incessantly. Perhaps it would be kind to let him sip some broth. He appeared rather pitiable. But no, that would be unwise. It's safer to let him remain hungry. Chun Xiaolu was the first to voice her objection. She had witnessed this man's terrifying nature firsthand. Previously, when Ning Ning emerged, his astonished expression clearly indicated his failed schemes. Yet a thorough search had revealed no weapons. Considering he was not a virtuous character, she had abandoned him amidst a horde of zombies. To her astonishment, he had survived the fall from such a height unscathed, as if shielded by some unseen force. Moreover, the zombies seemed oblivious to his presence. Such a perverse individual, undoubtedly a potential threat, Luo Ning could not simply overlook him. Later, under the suggestion of Xueqiu, Luo Ning utilized the 2 locks they had obtained to have Zhuke melt them into ropes, binding the man's hands and feet. According to Xueqiu, these locks and keys were artifacts from beyond this realm, surely capable of controlling anything within this world. Further inquiries were met with Yunxiao's evasiveness, claiming forgetfulness due to age. Luo Ning decided against pressing the matter. She would find a way to uncover what she needed to know. At the moment of binding, the rope shimmered. Luo Ning was taken aback. This individual was decidedly abnormal. Perhaps he was some kind of demon or spirit, and more likely, the very entity she suspected. They could only carry him along, confining him in a small dark room within her space, entrusting him to Zhuke and Yunxiao for supervision. Her earlier whim to test whether he would hunger or crave, to ascertain if he was indeed human, had yielded unexpected results. The man exhibited all the reactions one would expect. Unable to fathom the situation, she chose to disregard it. Regardless, Luo Ning resolved not to provide him with food or drink, confining him daily in the small dark room while allowing him to observe as everyone else dined. After he had previously attempted to take her life, she thought, "Then I shall torment you." Chapter 134. The Locks. A slightly smaller cruise ship forged ahead, with a larger vessel following closely behind. On the sea, the two ships sailed in tandem, akin to solitary lily pads, yet resolutely advancing. Yunxiao stood on the deck, subtly channeling spatial energy to accelerate the vessel, eager for it to move faster, even swifter. He glanced back at the ship that had been distanced from them. Turning, he re-entered the cabin. "Uncle, Aunt, please take a moment to rest. I will keep watch over the ship." Yunxiao settled onto the sofa, observing the elderly couple who had been staring vacantly out the window all day. "You should rest. I'll monitor the controls." They had not slept for 2 or 3 days. Youth is not meant to be squandered in such a manner. "We cannot sleep anyway," they insisted. "We'll just keep watch." Luo Mu felt a twinge of concern, noting the red veins beneath his eyes, her heart aching with empathy. Ning Ning would surely feel the same. "Go on. Rest for 2 hours. I will call for you later." Luo Fu gently urged him into the room, locking the door behind him before departing with a sense of relief. Yunxiao did not resist too much. He was aware of their worries. Sometimes, yielding could bring a measure of happiness to the elderly. Back in his room, Yunxiao lay on the bed fully clothed, retrieving 2 locks from his spatial realm. They were entirely black, with a matte texture that felt somewhat coarse, reminiscent of familiar objects. These resembled the one he had previously purchased at a high price. Ning Ning had 2 as well. Yunxiao had discovered them while searching for crystal cores from an octopus and a shark. Despite their black appearance, they radiated light when perceived with spiritual energy. Although he was uncertain how these items had ended up in the bellies of marine creatures, Ning Ning seemed quite intrigued by them. Thus, he decided to keep them. Yunxiao felt undeniably fatigued as he gazed at the locks. He gradually succumbed to slumber while retaining a thread of awareness. 2 hours passed swiftly. Yunxiao's body appeared to possess an internal alarm clock, precisely rousing him at the 2-hour mark. Upon opening his eyes, he furrowed his brow. That ship was remarkably persistent, having closed the distance so quickly. He had discreetly enhanced his own vessel with spatial energy to overcome considerable resistance, yet the pursuing ship had caught up with surprising speed. Nonetheless, this was not the first time, so he was not overly astonished. Exiting his cabin, he found Luo Fu and Luo Mu absent from the lounge and proceeded to the upper deck. Sure enough, a colossal sight greeted him, towering over their own ship. The same girl, whom Yunxiao referred to as the sticky girl, stood atop. For every time she caught up, she would greet him enthusiastically from the railing. Initially, Luo Fu and Luo Mu responded politely, but upon realizing her gaze lingered on Yunxiao, they understood all too well and ceased their replies, pretending not to see or hear her. Competing for their daughter's affection was unacceptable. They decided to distance themselves, steering clear of her antics. As 2 women walked by, they exchanged glances and whispered behind her back. The curly-haired girl remained unfazed, ignoring the derision from fellow passengers, continuing to call out across the water. Upon spotting Yunxiao, her eyes sparkled like stars ignited. "Savior, Savior, look over here. What is your name?" "I am Liang Meng." Yunxiao, without pausing, made his way directly to the control room where Luo Fu and Luo Mu were, engaging them in conversation. He pondered a lingering question. What formidable individuals were aboard the opposing vessel, well concealed yet capable of closing the gaps so swiftly? The opponent's strength was certainly not to be underestimated.
However, since no hostility had been exhibited, he refrained from resorting to violence. Gu Yunxiao had also considered Liang Meng with skepticism, but the results of his spiritual probe revealed no anomalies, so he dismissed further thoughts. Yet, her incessant chatter was intolerable. Just as Gu Yunxiao conversed with the couple, a knock sounded at the control room door. Frowning, he gestured for Luo Fu to safeguard Luo Mu while he approached the door. Unsurprisingly, it was the annoying girl again. Liang Meng gazed at Gu Yunxiao with a bashful demeanor, embodying the innocence of a blossoming young woman, enough to make any typical man's heart race. However, Gu Yunxiao was not an ordinary man. He felt as though he were suffocating from the scent of her perfume. In this post-apocalyptic world, the prevalence of irrationality had surged alongside the outbreak of the virus, resulting not only in a proliferation of zombies, but also in an increase of eccentric individuals. Unable to endure any longer, Gu Yunxiao utilized his abilities to isolate the space, blocking her fragrance, allowing his expression to relax slightly. In Liang Meng's eyes, this transformation manifested as Gu Yunxiao's initial impatience softening upon discovering her at the door. After exchanging a few words with Luo's father and mother, Gu Yunxiao instructed Liang Meng to speak at the stern of the ship, to which she readily acquiesced without a second thought. "Shall we go take a look?" "Our son-in-law is nearly gone," Luo's father remarked, his face contorted in a grimace that was quite alarming. "Stop pondering aimlessly. We shall see in due time. If he truly loves every woman he meets, then our daughter need not grieve. After all, it is not worth it." With that, Luo's mother pulled her husband back into their seats. At the stern, Liang Meng gently inquired, "I hear your surname is Gu. May I address you as Mr. Gu?" "You may not," Gu Yunxiao retorted, and with a wave of his hand, he harnessed his spatial powers to send her to the edge, where the sea met the ship. The girl gasped, momentarily choking on seawater, yet she firmly grasped the diving support rail. However, as the vessel suddenly accelerated, she found herself unable to climb back aboard, sputtering as she struggled against the waves. "I warned you, I am unwell. Not only do I take pleasure in killing, but I also relish in tormenting others to the brink of death," Gu Yunxiao uttered with a disarmingly soft tone, delivering the most frigid and merciless words. "I have mentioned this to you several times. Keep your distance. If you cannot heed my warning, it seems your mind is muddled. In that case, the ocean is more suited to you. It is filled with water." As he spoke, he withdrew a bottle to cleanse his hands, wiping them dry while casting a cold glance at the pitiable figure before him, before turning away without a backward glance. "Oh, by the way, I encountered some man-eating sharks and squids at sea. You would do well to pray not to encounter any other sea monsters, or else." With that, Gu Yunxiao strode away, his mood notably improved as he sought to curry favor with his future in-laws, mindful not to offend them lest he remain a bachelor. A day later, Gu Yunxiao returned to the stern, only to find that the girl was indeed missing. "Well, she is dead, which is just as well." However, as he turned, he felt an unpleasant sensation akin to having swallowed a fly. The usually composed gentleman displayed a rare look of surprise. How could she have survived? He mused. This woman is extraordinary. Who is she, and what are her intentions? He stealthily directed a spatial blade toward her heart, yet she appeared utterly oblivious, wearing an expression of innocence and confusion. At this moment, he truly regarded this seemingly frail woman as a worthy adversary. Unleashing a concentrated mental strike, he was taken aback to find her mental realm devoid of any substance. How could this be? Every individual possesses a mental domain, yet hers was absent. Gu Yunxiao suddenly recalled the two locks he had previously found. Swiftly retrieving them from his spatial realm, he noticed that as the locks materialized in his hands, the woman's light footsteps faltered slightly. Was there a hint of fear? What would Ning Ning do in such a situation? He pondered, a smile creeping onto his face. Gu Yunxiao subtly curved his lips, maintaining an impassive facade. As he channeled his spatial powers, the two locks began to stretch and twist within his grasp, transforming into two strands of rope. He surmised that someone who could not be killed must be extraordinary. If she was indeed extraordinary, then extraordinary measures were warranted. Advancing step by step, Liang Meng was driven to retreat, her cries of help, help, echoing in fear and unease. The pretense of affection she had previously displayed was nowhere to be found. A man on an adjacent vessel, witnessing the scene, assumed Gu Yunxiao harbored ill intentions and prepared to leap over to rescue her. However, halfway through his leap, Gu Yunxiao waved his hand, sending the man crashing back against the railing, rendering him unconscious. In swift succession, he bound the enigmatic woman's hands and feet tightly, the bindings glimmering with light. Surveying the area for any rags or cloth, his eyes lit upon the unconscious man's t-shirt, a smirk gracing his lips. Ultimately, he stuffed the months-old, unwashed shirt into Liang Meng's mouth, causing her to faint from the overpowering stench. Meanwhile, on the opposite vessel, a man lay unconscious, his upper body exposed. Gu Yunxiao regarded the sea with a cold gaze. It was no wonder that a journey which should have taken 3 days had stretched to 4. The ocean was decidedly unnatural. Gu Yunxiao's spatial powers had nearly reached their zenith. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he stood at the bow, tearing apart the fabric of reality with his bare hands. The once picturesque expanse of the sea was violently torn apart, revealing a vast chasm. Beyond this gap lay the ocean, its waters seamlessly connecting with the cerulean sky above. The sun shone down, familiar yet fiercely hot, lending an air of stark reality to the scene. The two ships navigated through the breach and entered the true ocean. Chapter 135, Approaching the Shore. Upon entering the genuine maritime domain, the waves grew tumultuous, a stark contrast to the prior calm. This was the authentic visage of the apocalyptic sea. With his exceptional vision, Gu Yunxiao could faintly discern the coastline ahead. The trio felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. They had finally reached the waters of Huagua and were on the cusp of stepping onto their homeland. Yet, what if the person they sought was not in a city? Where would they turn next? Luo's father and mother endeavored to mask their anxiety before Gu Yunxiao, aware that it would only serve to burden him further. In silent accord, none of them spoke a word. After a considerable silence, Gu Yunxiao broke it. Yesterday, I absorbed the crystal core of an oceanic beast, elevating my spatial abilities to their peak. I can attempt to tear the fabric of space on a small scale, thus allowing us to reach a city with unprecedented speed. Surprise and elation flickered across Luo's father and mother's faces. Time was now their most precious and terrifying commodity. The sooner they reunited with their daughter, the sooner they could find solace. Once the ship docks, I shall give it a try. Observing the barely contained excitement of Luo's parents, Gu Yunxiao allowed a rare smile to grace his features. If I wish, not even time and space shall obstruct my quest to find you, he thought, his resolve growing ever stronger. As the ship finally reached the shore, a horde of fishmen surged forward, clamoring eagerly. They turned into fishmen. Yet they do not feast on fish. Instead, they are fixated on devouring humans. Truly, Luo's father lamented, his heart heavy with foreboding. The fishmen swarmed, some diving into the waters surrounding the ship, while others awaited at the disembarkation point, anticipating a feast. Their slimy secretions dripped everywhere. Even in their fish-like forms, couldn't they maintain a modicum of hygiene? Well, if you wish to offer crystal cores, I shall not refuse, Gu Yunxiao declared, his smile widening, causing those aboard the nearby vessel, who had been observing, to regard him with palpable fear. Zombies, sea monsters, and fishmen were all terrifying. Yet none were as fearsome as a powerful man smiling. The fishmen's attempts to board the ship were thwarted by an invisible barrier, and with their slippery secretions, they slid harmlessly back into the sea, left to gaze longingly at the delicacy they could not reach. On the adjacent ship, however, fortune had not favored them. Lacking a protective barrier, they were forced to confront the fishmen with whatever weapons they could muster. Fight well. Bring the crystal cores to me, and I shall trade them for food and water. By the way, I can only stay for half an hour. After that, I must depart. Pulling out an array of weapons that appeared to be little more than scrap metal, he tossed them before the beleaguered fighters without further ado. With Luo's father and mother in tow, Gu Yunxiao strolled along the beach as if it were a leisurely promenade. The surrounding fish emitted a symphony of dripping mucus, nearly coating themselves entirely, yet remaining tantalizingly distant from the 3 sources of nourishment. Uncle, Aunt, please wait for me for just 10 minutes. I shall return shortly. With the barriers of space separating him from his parents, he swiftly darted away, leaving only a few fleeting shadows in his wake. Do you think we should lend a hand? They're not truly malevolent after all, and besides, the crystal cores rightfully belong to us. A tingle of anticipation coursed through Luo Mother's hands as she felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of dispatching zombies after such a lengthy hiatus. Luo Father cast a few glances her way, instinctively retrieving his weapon and stepping forward first. Observing this, Luo Mother hastily followed suit, wondering if his actions signified consent. The fishmen, already disheartened by their inability to capture their prey, now found themselves pursued by two relentless hunters. Luo Father reveled in the absence of obstacles, relishing the seamless collaboration with his wife. This was how it ought to be. Utilizing his considerable strength, he donned gloves for grip and hygiene, seized the unsteady foot of a fishman, and with a powerful swing, hurled it against a rocky surface. He didn't forget to call out to his wife to strike its head and extract the crystal core. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the feeling of being the family's financial pillar had vanished, and the sense of being the head of the household returned with vigor. The individuals aboard the large vessel had initially contemplated a strategy of fighting or fleeing, but their youthful spirits were shattered by the display of prowess exhibited by the middle-aged couple. How can we, mere mortals, be outmatched by these formidable foes? They lamented. Thus, emboldened by a newfound resolve, they decided to rally together, believing that with their numbers, they could overwhelm the seemingly feeble fishmen. Consequently, driven by Luo Father and Luo Mother's inadvertent enthusiasm for the crystal cores, the survivors aboard the ship seized the odd assortment of weapons previously discarded by Yunxiao and plunged into the fray. The weapons bore a resemblance to Luo Ning's knife, albeit marred by imperfections, some with jagged edges, others crooked, appearing as if crafted by novices honing their skills. Yet, they dared not voice any complaints. After all, these were bestowed by powerful figures, and they were fortunate to receive anything at all. Meanwhile, Yunxiao moved with remarkable swiftness, traversing several kilometers in the blink of an eye. He sensed a magnetic pull from the vicinity, and if it were indeed a high-tier beast, it would perfectly serve his need for crystal cores. To facilitate long-distance spatial jumps, ample preparation was essential. As soon as he stabilized his position, a menacing force surged toward him, targeting his vital points. He remained motionless, biding his time for the optimal moment to strike. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The timing was impeccable. With piercing eyes, Yunxiao focused on a concealed area amidst the thicket, already preparing to deliver a lethal blow. The colossal creature, realizing its assault had been anticipated, attempted to flee. This man is terrifying, it thought, as it felt its vital points seized, fearing for its life. The semi-sentient giant flower python, realizing it was outmatched, sought to escape. Yet, Yunxiao would not grant it that opportunity. The crystal core was within his grasp. A spatial barrier intercepted the python's escape route, leaving it writhing in place, oblivious to the fact that it was ensnared. Upon opening its eyes, it encountered the icy gaze of Yunxiao, who commanded an even colder demeanor. Run, continue, Yunxiao urged, launching a spatial blade that struck true at the python's vital point. The creature lamented its fate. It had merely wished to return home, only to be thwarted by a dead willow tree that had blocked its entrance, forcing it toward this perilous encounter.
Now,
it found itself facing the grim reality of its demise. Yunxiao, with surgical precision, extracted the crystal core without so much as a touch, pondering the creature's apparent lack of wisdom. 9th tier? This snake must have indulged excessively to have reached such a level, he mused, casting a cold glance toward a nearby location. If you do not emerge soon, shall I set fire to the place, Almost immediately, a few leaves remained on the willow tree, its roots moving tentatively, inching forward as if in a timid dance. Yunxiao, bemused, noted the tree's familiar demeanor, its timidity inexplicable. He projected his mental energy, startling the willow into wrapping itself with its own branches. Sensing no malice from Yunxiao, the tree relaxed, despite its lack of sentience. Through his mental perception, Yunxiao discerned that this willow was among the early bloomers of intelligence, seemingly aware of everything. Within the realm of his mental energy, the willow attempted to charm him, lamenting its long search for them and its unfortunate detour to the coast. Yunxiao felt an odd familiarity with this entity, reminiscent of a past companion who had been foolishly endearing, adept only at seeking sustenance and evoking sympathy. In a rare moment of softness, Yunxiao allowed the willow to gather some earth with its roots, eagerly anticipating its placement into his spatial realm. This tree appeared robust. Perhaps it would make a fine gift for Ning Ning. Sensing that time was of the essence, Yunxiao began his return journey. Upon arriving, he witnessed the vigorous scene of Luo father and Luo mother engaged in the slaughter of fish. With a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth, he joined the ranks of fish slayers. In mere moments, the area he traversed was left devoid of fishmen, their presence wiped clean from sight. Aside from Luo father and Luo mother, the remaining survivors stood in awe, contemplating the possibility of aligning themselves with such a formidable figure. What are you waiting for? Collect the crystal cores. Do you expect me to do it for you? Yunxiao urged, pulling Luo father and Luo mother over to sit on a few chairs for a well-deserved rest. The survivors, both men and women alike, willingly complied, diligently gathering the crystal cores. 10 minutes later, the group had efficiently gathered the cores and sent a representative to present them. Yunxiao glanced at the meticulously cleaned crystal cores, feeling a sense of satisfaction. If you provide me with sufficient resources, the representative began, hesitantly expressing a desire to join their ranks. Yunxiao contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Encountering such a fastidious individual was rare, and accepting them was not an arduous decision. Upon hearing this, the representative dashed back to share the joyous news with the others. Yunxiao mused. Is it too late to have second thoughts? He succinctly informed the group that they could follow him, promising to include them in his plans. However, he noted that someone else would oversee their integration and that he would not be the sole authority. Furthermore, there would be multiple rounds of assessments, with those who did not meet the standards being dismissed with a stipend of resources. The group, hearing this, found it agreeable, recognizing the opportunity as reminiscent of a reputable company with a commendable leader before the apocalypse. With preparations complete, Yunxiao held the crystal cores tightly, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. The power of space warped around him, distorting the trees, the beach, and the azure sky above. In an instant, a swirling black vortex manifested, spinning as if it could consume all within its reach. Grasping Luo father and Luo mother, Yunxiao stepped forward into the abyss. Only 3 minutes after which it would close. The young man who had taken the lead glanced back, noting that the leader had already entered. Without a hint of trepidation, he hurried to follow suit. The others, realizing the limited time, eagerly grasped hands and squeezed through the entrance. 3 minutes later, no one remained outside the black hole. It shrank increasingly smaller still. A colossal mosquito, attempting to navigate past, was instantaneously reduced to mere fragments. Ultimately, the black hole dwindled to a mirror, vanishing as though it had never existed, leaving only the sound of crashing waves. Upon entering the black hole, the group felt as though they were witnessing a shifting starry sky. The space transformed from 4 dimensions to an array of dimensions. They soon glimpsed a blinding light ahead. Unanimously drawn towards it, the starry expanse faded, and they found themselves at the entrance of a fortress enclosed by walls. The throngs of pedestrians evoked a sense of pre-apocalyptic familiarity.
Hey you.
Halt. You are to be quarantined. A man clad in work attire intercepted Yunxiao and the throng of over 100 that followed him. Inform Fu Qingfeng that Yunxiao has returned. He turned to the youth behind him, instructing, go check to see if anyone is injured. Someone will come to escort you shortly. By the way, what is your name? Boss, I'm Jinyu. Yunxiao raised an eyebrow. You're a girl? He was taken aback, his heart momentarily jolting. Yes, I am a girl, though I may not look the part, Jinyu replied softly, somewhat embarrassed. I understand. Yunxiao led Luo Fu and Luo Mu directly into the base. The guard stood in awe, unable to breathe, exhilarated by the unexpected encounter with the esteemed figure.
Oh.
Right, I must notify Mr. Fu. With that thought, the guard hurried off to deliver the news. Not far from his departure, a vehicle approached. Familiar faces emerged from it, and upon seeing that everyone was alive, Luo Fu and Luo Mu were overwhelmed with emotion. Yunxiao scanned the crowd, searching for a particular figure, but to no avail. His heart stirred slightly. He clenched his fingers tightly, then relaxed, restoring his usual icy demeanor. Ning Ning and the others haven't arrived yet, have they? Perhaps they are in a more remote location, moving slower. We need not rush.
Luo Mu comforted Qian Duo and Gu Yunxi. What's the situation? Has it been resolved? Gu Yunxiao inquired, walking ahead as Qin Chuan reported the current status. We are at a stalemate. The main issue is that Mr. Fu cannot bring himself to act decisively. He still harbors some hope for his once dearest friend. Therefore, we cannot take direct action either. Then we shall assist him in making a firm decision. Once he becomes an enemy, there can be no talk of friendship in a city, inside the office of the base commander. An elderly man with graying hair placed a hand on Gu Yunxiao's shoulder, sighing, Yunxiao, you've finally returned. It's been quite some time. And I've missed you. Uncle Fu, there's no need for formalities between us. We are collaborators for our mutual benefit. Of course, Fu Yichen is also a consideration. Let us be concise. What are your thoughts regarding this rebellion? Old Chun has aged and grown muddled. Wasn't he always like this? After all these years as comrades, I wish to give him another chance. Since you've said so, I shall adhere to your arrangements. However, if he endangers my interests or threatens the safety of my people, I will show no mercy. You've watched me grow. You know what kind of person I am. Very well, this is the last time. I owe him a favor, and it's time to repay it. Fu Qingfeng sighed deeply. Standing by the window with his hands clasped behind him, his eyes reflecting a hint of weariness. Now that you have returned, I need to speak with you. Please, go rest. Exiting the office, Gu Yunxiao felt a surge of thoughts blossoming within him. He was determined to establish a base of his own, a sanctuary where Ning could roam freely. In another's territory, one is invariably subject to constraints. Just like Fu Yichen's father, despite being the base commander, he was plagued by concerns and entangled in complex relationships. Even his former best friend had become an adversary. Today, he could forsake him. Tomorrow, he might find himself in a similar position. There are no eternal friends, only everlasting interests. If he were always alone, it would not matter where or how. But now, circumstances had changed, and he found himself considering more. Thoughts of Luo Ning warmed his heart. Initially intending to seek her out, he now felt assured of her safety. He would wait for her return, building a sanctuary that belonged solely to her, free from the constraints of others. A day later, Mr. Fu, trouble has arisen. Chun and the rebels have returned, pressing against the city gates. Fu Qingfeng set down his cup of tea and wiped his face, shaking off his previous fatigue and instantly revitalizing himself as he led the way outside. Notify Gu Yunxiao to come to the city gate. Understood. On the city wall, Gu Yunxiao stood side by side with Fu Qingfeng. The city gates had been closed, and the leader of the Chun rebels outside was growing impatient. Will your base commander yield or not? Give me a clear answer. If you do, it will be beneficial for all. If not, I shall bombard you. We all go down together. Old Chun, let us talk this out. Why escalate things after decades of friendship? Fu Qingfeng pleaded earnestly. You've forced my hand, leaving me with no alternatives. You know we've known each other for years. Why do you disregard me? Why not offer me and my brothers a chance? And that kid named Gu beside you. Why do you trust him and not us? Spare me the sentimentality. It means nothing to me. He spat in Fu Qingfeng's direction. Fu Qingfeng glanced at Gu Yunxiao, who remained expressionless, only able to sigh in response. I apologize for not considering your feelings. However, this is the apocalypse. We cannot act impulsively. Enough talk. If we are to fight, let us fight. With a swift gesture, the cannons on the opposing wall were aimed directly at the city wall. Fire. The commander, gritting his teeth and with tears in his eyes, issued the final command. The figures across from him were once his comrades, his friends. But Commander Chun was their leader, and would always be. They had no choice.
Boom, boom, boom.
The sound of cannon fire erupted, sending the onlookers on the city walls scattering in fear. Yet, then there was silence. Gu Yunxiao's hand twitched. The cannonballs hung suspended in the air, motionless. The crowd gaped, their mouths agape, unable to close them for what felt like an eternity. What a display of monstrous power. Indeed, in this apocalypse, the strong reigned supreme. And Gu Yunxiao was undeniably the sovereign. The uprising commenced with grandeur and concluded in disarray. Ultimately, the survivors would only remember the name Gu Yunxiao. It was indeed his intervention that spared the base from slaughter, preventing the soldiers from turning against each other. Their true enemies had always been the zombies and aberrant beasts, not their fellow humans. 5 kilometers outside the base, in a no-man's land. Is everyone assembled? Boss, we're all here. Remember your mission? I believe you will all excel in your roles, establishing a secure base that belongs to us, a home for each of us. Yes. With that, the spatial forces surged, and the black hole opened. A group of 400 to 500 individuals moved in orderly fashion, swiftly, silently, and with discipline. Moments later, the black hole vanished, and the person disappeared without a trace. Chapter 137. The Fifth Flock. Snowball, come out this instant. Luo Ning exclaimed, abruptly lifting a round, plump creature from her bed and shaking it to rouse it. What are you doing? Sleeping. Don't disturb me, Snowball grumbled, only to fall back asleep in Luo Ning's grasp. What route are you referring to? Didn't you claim to have studied our map and are familiar with it? Are we to follow the path you indicated? Luo Ning retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration. Look for yourself. Where are we? We veered northward. We are supposed to head northeast toward City A. She was anxious to get moving, irritated that this foolish child had led them astray. Now they found themselves in Ning District, gazing at the mutated giant grapes, each the size of a bowl. The group stared longingly, their mouths watering. Yet none dared to partake. Suddenly, Snowball awakened. Where are we? Ning District? Hee, are there grapes? I can smell their sweetness from afar. Snowball's glossy black eyes gleamed with eagerness. In a flash, Luo Ning returned to her space and tossed Snowball a cluster of gigantic grapes. The creature immediately lunged for them, devouring one eagerly. Enjoy, but in half an hour, I'll check if you're still alive. Snowball found itself in a dilemma, with the juicy grape lodged in its mouth. Swallowing was a challenge, and spitting it out was not an option. After a moment's contemplation, it reassured itself, as a spirit being, what was there to fear? It wouldn't die from poison. Eating first was the priority. As she rubbed Snowball's fluffy head in exasperation, Luo Ning then exited the space to examine the map again. Trusting Snowball means eternal life? Nonsense. Following its lead only takes us on detours. She harbored serious doubts that Snowball had intentionally misled them just to indulge in the grapes. Zhuke, in a seemingly divine demeanor, narrowed its phoenix-like eyes, half closing its eyelids. I told you to listen to me, not it. You didn't believe me, did you? Luo Ning, along with Chun Xiaolu, Chun Xiaojun and Zhao Ran, proceeded to consult the map. The blame for this misadventure rested solely on Luo Ning's shoulders, for while Snowball had suggested the erroneous route, she had been the one to command it. Consequently, they had all strayed off course. Eventually, they witnessed birds pecking at the grapes, feeding joyfully, while Snowball remained unharmed. Since we're here, let us each carry a bunch of grapes, Luo Ning suggested. They found a large tree to seek shade, and Luo Ning employed her ice abilities to envelop everyone in a refreshing aura. The delight of basking in the sun while enjoying chilled grapes was unparalleled. Each person savored a grape the size of an apple, bursting with sweetness and flavor, creating a blissful experience. Even their 3 mounts relished the feast. Snowball, should we transplant one into the space? They're quite delicious, Luo Ning mused, no longer pursuing the matter of the wrong direction. No need. I've already planted the seeds, and they've sprouted little buds, Snowball replied. Luo Ning realized her naivety. She had previously suspected Snowball might be directionally challenged. Now it was evident, this glutton had deliberately led them astray. Yet, the grapes were undeniably sweet. If cultivated on a large scale, they could not only provide ample vitamins but also satiate hunger, ensuring that people in this apocalyptic world would not lack for fruit. The thought was delightful. After the midday heat had subsided, the group continued their journey. The 3 giant eagles appeared somewhat sluggish, likely unaccustomed to the climate here. Luo Ning offered one some spiritual spring water, and it perked up noticeably. Thank you for your hard work. Once we reach the base, you can rest well, she assured them, as they still relied on the eagles for transportation. A gentle pat on the eagle's head was all she could offer as comfort. A few emaciated, sun-scorched zombies, resembling dried fruit, approached them with shuffling steps. It was a pitiful sight. This area was excessively dry and sun-baked, turning the zombies into mere husks. Spotting a living person stirred excitement, but their movements were too loud. Are these zombies made of lead? Why does the ground tremble beneath their feet? Zhao Ren questioned, brandishing her knife. Suddenly, the birds grew restless, and despite attempts to calm them, it was futile. Dust swirled around them, and the ground shook violently. The tree under which they sought refuge creaked ominously before uprooting and crashing in one direction. Is this an earthquake? It's not the zombies. Chun Xiaolu shot Zhao Ran a look of exasperation, steadying her sister. Luo Ning urgently called out, quickly, everyone get on. We need to leave. They scrambled onto the backs of the giant eagles. However, Zhao Ran, who had been conversing moments before, had vanished. You go on ahead towards the east. I'll find Zhao Ran and catch up. With that, the wings of Zhuke spread wide, shimmering brilliantly in the sun. The others, understanding without words, departed under Zhuke's guidance. The ground was littered with fallen zombies, but Zhao Ran was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Luo Ning spotted a massive crack in the earth. She quickly used her psychic powers to absorb the crystal cores from the nearby zombies, alleviating her worries, then spread her wings and dove into the gaping chasm. Zhao Ran? Can you hear me? She called out as she descended. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, there was still no sign of Zhao Ran. She activated a solar-powered lamp and plunged deeper into the darkness. After nearly 10 minutes of flight, she landed at last, only to be astounded by the sight before her. Is this an ancient tomb? Meanwhile, Chun Xiaolu and Chun Xiaojun, unable to shake their concern, decided to return and search for Luo Ning. They couldn't leave her behind. Zhuke's warnings fell on deaf ears as the siblings insisted on going back. Reluctantly, Zhuke accompanied them to ensure they didn't leap from the eagle's back in their haste. Upon returning to the fallen tree, they cautiously observed their surroundings. Confirming that the ground was no longer trembling, they began to descend slowly. Suddenly, Chun Xiaojun pointed at the shifting sand below. What is that? Could it be a zombie? The group approached cautiously to investigate.
Ugh.
This dirt and sand just got in my mouth. I nearly choked. I could have lost my life here. How pitiful. A grayish, humanoid creature stood up. It was not Zhao Ran, but who could it be? Where is Miss Luo? Chun Xiaolu scanned the area, but found no trace of Luo Ning. I don't know. I just blacked out for a moment and got buried in sand. She might be down there, Chun Xiaojun said, peering over the edge of the massive crack. The abyss below was dark and unfathomable. The group could only wait above, contemplating how to descend if necessary. Zhuke, taking the initiative, flew into the darkness. As Luo Ning surveyed the ancient tomb-like surroundings, she clasped her hands in prayer before the coffin. My apologies for the disturbance. I'm just here to find a friend, and will leave shortly. She bowed to the stone lions in other directions before boldly stepping through the door that had been partially destroyed by the earthquake. Suddenly, the dim light above her head brightened in an instant, and candles long extinguished flickered back to life without flame. I'm just passing through, Luo Ning thought to herself, feeling an unexpected surge of cowardice. However, the eerie atmosphere was difficult to dismiss. Zhao Ran, where have you disappeared to? Have you fallen below? Or have you already succumbed? If you are still breathing, respond to me. With that, she could no longer contain herself and approached the entirely snow-white coffin. Snowball. This coffin appears to be crafted from jade. After a prolonged silence devoid of any spirits or phantoms, her courage began to swell. It must be exquisite jade. A high-grade crystal core. Surely you cannot be suggesting such nonsense. Do I seem like the sort of person who would overlook even a coffin? Luo Ning retorted with righteous indignation. If her gaze had not been so fixated in that direction, she might have come across as more convincing. Who could be inside? I am so eager to steal a glance. Just a fleeting glimpse, and I shall continue my search for Zhao Ran. With that, she pushed open the coffin lid. Then, with a flap of her wings, she fled a considerable distance, waiting for a while without witnessing anything emerge, before clearing her throat and approaching. Ahem. I was not afraid. I was merely exercising caution. As she neared the coffin, a voice echoed. Who dares to disturb my grave? Luo Ning felt goosebumps erupt all over her body, her heart tightening. Yet, she could not falter. Gathering her courage, she stepped forward, probing with her spiritual energy. Nothing amiss. What could be speaking? Leaning down for a closer inspection, she found it was not empty at all. Inside lay something so familiar it was almost haunting, a lock. Then, She heard a cacophony of laughter reminiscent of a pig's squeal, mingled with avian chatter. "Dead vermilion bird, stand still," she exclaimed, flapping her wings to pursue, not forgetting to take the lock and the coffin along with her. There was no one, neither the living nor the deceased. Whoever saw it would claim it as theirs. She then chased after the vermilion bird. Chapter 138, Reunion. Luo Ning emerged, and the vermilion bird awaited her at the fisssure's edge, appearing dignified and composed, as if it had not just intentionally frightened her. Upon her arrival, Chun Xiaolu and the others felt a sense of reassurance. They had heard that Sister Ning had ventured down to find her. How moving! Zhao Ran exclaimed, preparing to rush over and embrace Luo Ning. She deftly sidestepped, eliciting a disdainful leap. "Don't assume I am unaware of your intentions to rub dust on me." After comforting a few teary-eyed individuals, she approached the vermilion bird. Zhao Ran, realizing her plan had failed, rubbed her nose and chuckled. "Am I really that kind of person?" "Impossible." "You are." Everyone chimed in unison. "Know me today." Luo Ning whispered something to the vermilion bird, and they all climbed onto its back, continuing their journey. The vermilion bird regretted scaring her. It knew it had lost its meal. The subsequent journey proved far smoother. They flew in a straight line according to the map's shortest route. When encountering densely populated zombie zones, Luo Ning would toss a bomb to blast some crystal cores, and Chun Xiaolu would gather them. Primarily, the zombies posed no threat to her, and her speed and abilities were remarkable. Thus, they continued their flight, resting and bombarding along the way. Finally, after 3 days, they arrived near Base A. Although they wished to fly directly in, they feared being mistaken for enemies and bombed. It would be best to remain inconspicuous as they entered. However, it was ultimately impossible to maintain a low profile, considering they were riding 3 giant eagles, each roughly the size of a small car. Everywhere they went, there was envy, admiration, and questions. In the end, the vermilion bird landed gracefully at the base entrance, accompanied by the 3 massive eagles. Having spent considerable time with Luo Ning, the members of her team seemed to have developed a social bravado, as none felt embarrassed. Even the most introverted, Chun Xiaolu, found nothing amiss. Then, under the gaze of onlookers, Luo Ning prepared to lead her companions into an orderly queue to enter. She had not intended to leave the eagles behind, as she was content with the vermilion bird alone. Yet, these enormous creatures stubbornly refused to depart, trailing after her. Both adorable and fierce. She did not harbor the arrogance to think they were enamored with her. They were surely drawn by the allure of her spiritual spring water. Unrelated to her charm, the group, weary from their travels, stood at the base's grand entrance, filled with a bittersweet sensation. After a week, they finally saw so many living souls. "Now, in my domain, entering the base with my sisters, no need to queue. Watch closely." Zhao Ran boldly approached the guards, announcing, "I am Zhao Ran, and that is my friend. Let us pass." She beckoned Luo Ning and the others over. However, just as they arrived, they heard the guard say,
Who is Zhao Ran?
"I don't recognize you." The trio was taken aback. "My father is Fu Qingfeng. Are you new here? I've passed through without issue before." "Queue up," the young guard replied, embodying righteousness and integrity, utterly unyielding. He was new and did not recognize her. Perhaps she had been gone too long. Just as Zhao Ran was about to continue arguing, a group approached from the distance. Zhao Ran dashed over, brother, yet before she could embrace him, Fu Yichen seized her by the collar and set her aside. "You're filthy. Wash up before hugging me." Then, Luo Ning spotted a familiar figure beside Fu Yichen, Yunxiao. He had returned safely. Instantly, her eyes grew misty. Their gazes locked, but Luo Ning sensed something peculiar about Mr. Gu. Perhaps it had been too long since they last met. It felt distant. She decided to inquire about her parents first. "Yunxiao, how are my parents? Are you all together?" Luo Ning stifled her tears, smiling as she spoke. Had she known she would reunite with everyone so soon, she would have bathed first. Considering her considerable cleanliness obsession, Luo Ning's group resembled little gray mice, taking a few steps only for dust to fall from them in clouds. "You are Miss Luo Ning, correct? Your uncle and aunt are inside the base, safe and sound. You need not worry." What was this title, Mr. Gu? Hadn't he long since referred to her as Ning Ning? Why was he calling her Miss Luo now? I was swept away by a typhoon and hit my head, forgetting some things. Please forgive me, Miss Luo. Luo Ning's heart sank, feeling an icy chill wash over her. The pang of heartbreak intensified. Her boyfriend had forgotten her. Yunxiao's hands were clasped behind his back, fingers slightly clenched, yet he refrained from uttering further words. He instinctively shielded his memory of being rescued by a woman. Due to Yunxiao's mental barrier, Luo Ning could not decipher his thoughts. She could only follow behind the others with a heavy heart. Ning, itzolikt. My brother will remember. As long as you help him recall, he will surely remember. Yunxi said, embracing Luo Ning's waist without a hint of reluctance. Nuzzling against her and pinching her playfully, claiming it was to check if she had lost weight. Yunxiao trailed behind, his expression unreadable. Qin Chuan chuckled lightly, merely clearing his throat and sighing in resignation. Little pet, after such a long absence, are you not going to hug me? I'm truly heartbroken. Fui Chen asked softly beside Chun Xiaolu.
Who are you?
What is it to me? I'm not fond of smelly men. Keep your distance. With that, she turned haughtily and rejoined the group. Fui Chen, what transpired over these few days? She seems like a different person. No matter how he teased her, Chun Xiaolu remained unflustered, even growing somewhat impatient. Miss Luo is absolutely right. Men should not be indulged. A mere hint of kindness can lead them to take liberties. Indeed, it is essential to keep them at arm's length. I have missed out on far too much joy. My spirits lifted in an instant. Upon returning to the villa where everyone resides, Luo Ning embraced her parents, and her anxious heart finally found tranquility. Tears, however, betrayed her once more. Throughout this journey, she has borne the mantle of responsibility as the eldest. Her teammates' losses are hers to rectify, and their injuries are her burden to bear. Her companions may voice their grievances, yet she must not. Fear cannot be her companion, nor can ignorance be her excuse. Yet, upon seeing her parents, she felt herself revert to that of a pampered young lady, the cherished child of her doting parents. After a lengthy embrace, Luo Ning finally released them. Yunxiao stood stiffly, gazing at her retreating figure, his heart tightening with pain, reluctance, and regret. Had he known, he would never have told that little lie which spiraled into such a grand deception. If he had not feigned amnesia, would Ning have rushed into his arms the moment they met? Yunxiao cursed himself for his past folly. Had he foreseen this day, he would have acted differently. Lost in thought, he neglected to maintain the mental barriers he had set for himself. Luo Ning, who had been feeling somewhat despondent, now raised her brows, her tear-streaked face oscillating between laughter and tears. Observing her expression, Luo's mother could only shake her head in helpless amusement. This child has just returned, and is already stirring up trouble. Mr. Gu, since you no longer remember me, let us speak of it another time. I am quite fatigued from my journey, and shall take my leave now. Her voice was laced with the remnants of tears and a pitiful nasal tone. With a brief farewell to her parents, she turned and departed, not casting a single glance at Yunxiao. He felt as though he were inflicting wounds upon himself. Her words pierced his heart like daggers, a self-inflicted punishment for which he could only regret 1,000 times over. Later that evening, there was a knock on Luo Ning's door. Drowsy and bleary-eyed, she leaned against the door, peering at her visitor. What brings you here so late, Mr. Gu? She asked, feigning ignorance. Am I not struggling to recall certain matters? I thought perhaps Miss Luo could enlighten me. Who knows, your words might jog my memory. Yunxiao replied with an expression of earnestness. Oh, is that so? Then please come in, she said, stepping aside. He followed her inside. What is it you wish to know? Ask away. Luo Ning leaned back in her chair, her eyes half closed, struggling against sleep. Ning, I was wrong. Please look at me, Yunxiao pleaded, squatting beside her chair, meeting her gaze. Luo Ning kept her eyes shut, a smile tugging at her lips. No more pretense, mister.
Gu.
I can no longer pretend upon seeing you. Your tears pain me. Your refusal to look at or embrace me breaks my heart. I shall never lie to you again. My mind is now an open book to you, unshielded. With that, Yunxiao swept her into his arms. Luo Ning's spirit effortlessly intertwined with his own. He held her tightly, wishing to conceal his own vulnerabilities. Even her spirit posed no resistance. He was utterly defenseless, laid bare before her.
Luo Ning comprehended the entirety of their circumstances, left in a state of bemusement. Mr. Gu, you are astutely charming, yet foolishly endearing. As her spirit withdrew, she opened her eyes to find Gu Yunxiao's brow glistening with perspiration, his hair nearly soaked. You, Luo Ning began, but was silenced by his lips against hers. After what felt like an eternity, he released her, appearing as if parched, with Ning Ning being his oasis. Your touch upon my spirit is akin to caressing my soul, my very being. Ning Ning, my soul trembles for you. With that, his slightly reddened eyes locked onto hers. Is it better now? Luo Ning asked, leaning to kiss the corner of his mouth. No, allow me to teach you, he responded, gently pressing her head down to continue their previous exchange. The night stretched long and dark, but with the presence of love. That darkness transformed into the most enchanting of vistas, and the length of the night became a cherished anticipation. Chapter 139, Engagement. Hurry back to your room. Everyone will be waking soon.
Quick.
Suddenly awakening to the bright morning light, Luo Ning urged Gu Yunxiao back to his quarters. All right, he acquiesced, playfully lingering for a moment before abruptly tearing through the space to leave. Luo Ning thought, is no room safe anymore? These walls are mere decoration. The two of them then resumed their usual demeanor, rising to wash up and greet the others in the living room. I had a conversation with Ning Ning yesterday, and I am starting to remember, Gu Yunxiao explained to the group. Qin Chuan glanced at him and smiled knowingly. Oh, I see. Fu Chen rolled his eyes. That was fast. I told you, Ning Ning is like a remedy for my brother. The moment she returns, he is restored. We must encourage more interaction to help jog his memory. Gu Yunxiao's sister, Gu Yunxi, beamed with a maternal smile.
Indeed.
I need her assistance to recall more details. The more intricate, the better, Gu Yunxiao stated, stealing a glance at Luo Ning, who, as anticipated, swallowed hard, her cheeks turning a shade of pink. Everyone was in high spirits. Then Luo Ning recalled an incident during her travels through the city, where, while inadvertently feeding the eagle with the spirit spring water, a single drop fell to the ground, causing tender grass to sprout from the sandy earth. In that moment, she conceived the idea of establishing a base at the junction of the desert and forest. This location would not only prevent conflicts due to proximity to other bases, but would also be sparsely populated. With her magical spring that could transform drops of water into an oasis, she would be unfazed by the raging sands. Most importantly, she alone could dictate the size of her base. As soon as she voiced this idea, Gu Yunxiao's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. I concur. Your chosen location is excellent. The group had little opposition. After all, it mattered not where they were, as long as they were together. The fruit grown there is incredibly sweet. Oh, I even brought a few back. Come, everyone, try some, she exclaimed, preparing to share. Is that all your brother deserves? Fu Chen quipped, adopting a mock disdainful expression. You should eat a whole bunch, Chun Xiaolu interjected, tossing a small bunch of grapes at Fu Chen. Staring at the oversized grapes, Fu Chen was momentarily speechless. I'll eat them. They're mine. These were brought back by Xiaolu, he declared, proceeding to enjoy them, glancing at Chun Xiaolu with each bite. Her gaze was gentle towards everyone except him. Your parents are in city A. Why are they here causing a ruckus with us? Gu Yunxi remarked, feeling that Zhao Rand was competing with her brother for Ning Ning's attention. I don't mind where we are, as long as we know we're alive. That's enough. Zhao Rand replied with a grin, scratching her nose. My dad says as long as we're breathing, we're doing well. Gu Yunxi's plan to separate was thwarted as she clung to Luo Ning's arm, her eyes challenging. Zhao Ran took hold of her other arm, refusing to back down. Initially feeling jealous, Gu Yunxiao now found himself in a mental tug-of-war. Should he speak up now? After all, it was rare for everyone to be gathered. If he didn't say anything, who knew how long he would have to wait? Luo Ning couldn't help but smile. Why must Mr. Gu allow her to overhear his innermost thoughts? The surprise had dissipated, yet she felt a swell of happiness. Gu Yunxiao did not turn his gaze towards Luo Ning, but instead directed his attention to her parents, clearing his throat. Uncle, aunt, I wish to. All eyes shifted eagerly towards him, awaiting his continuation. I intend to request your permission to marry Ning Ning. This decision has been made after much contemplation. However, I would prefer not to rush things. Thus I propose an engagement for now. Once we establish our own base and create a home of our own, We can then proceed with the marriage. I hope you will consent. Luo's father and mother were momentarily taken aback, but soon their faces broke into smiles. We understand and wholeheartedly support you. An engagement is perfectly acceptable. I agree. Luo's father readily assented. Luo's mother, standing beside him, gave his arm a gentle tug, concerned that such an easy agreement might suggest their eagerness to marry off their daughter. It was a bittersweet moment for her. Ultimately, it depends on Ning Ning's feelings. Ning Ning, what do you think? Luo's mother turned to her daughter. All right, Luo Ning replied, feeling no need to be overly sentimental, for Mr. Gu was the one she had long desired. Luo's mother sighed wistfully. A daughter is not meant to be kept. A wave of envy swept through the onlookers, particularly Qin Chuan and Fui Chen. De Zhuang scratched his head, grinning. Hey, I could use a girlfriend too. What nonsense are you thinking? You're still young. Xu Bufan playfully slapped De Zhuang's head, declaring, if it comes to that, it should be me first. Luo's father and mother gazed at their daughter's beaming smile, feeling an inexplicable emptiness, despite having anticipated this day. Uncle, Aunt, we will continue living together, so you need not worry about not seeing Ning Ning. Good. Luo's father nodded in satisfaction, and this time, Luo's mother refrained from twisting his arm. This is my engagement gift. There is little of value to offer in this post-apocalyptic world. I hope you find it lacking.
Gu Yunxiao said,
producing 4 enormous gift boxes from his spatial storage. They were so large that they could easily accommodate a live person without feeling cramped, adorned with neatly tied bows. I figured you lacked nothing, so I could only gift you crystal cores. Gu Yunxiao glanced at Luo Ning before continuing. All the supplies in my space are for Ning Ning. If she can accept them, they are all hers. Oh dear, my teeth are going to rot from envy. Zhao Ran feigned, while Gu Yunxi chimed in, me too, my teeth ache. No need, we're all family now. Luo's father attempted to decline. Luo's mother pinched him again, reminding him, it's not for you, it's for your daughter. Then everyone witnessed Gu Yunxiao and Luo Ning indulging in their affections, growing increasingly unabashed. Why wait for an auspicious date? Let us do it today, with everyone gathered here. All right, Luo Ning nodded, holding her parents' hands in agreement. With their daughter's approval, there was no reason for the parents to feel reluctant. Everyone was in high spirits today, primarily due to Gu Yunxiao's elation. With the engagement, he had now acquired a title, Miss Luo's fiancé. Others would undoubtedly add such a suffix in the future, making him smile uncontrollably at the mere thought. His silly expression was almost embarrassing for everyone to behold. It's just an engagement. Is it really that significant? Who doesn't he have a partner? Luo Ning felt joy, but she chose not to laugh at Mr. Gu's rare foolishness. After all, he was her Mr. Gu. Today, no one ventured out to slay zombies or hunt mutant beasts, for it was a day of celebration for Gu Yunxiao and Luo Ning's engagement. Luo's parents took several young women to prepare a meal, while Luo Ning was ushered aside to freshen up, not allowed to do anything. Gu Yunxiao cleared his throat and discreetly handed Luo Ning a bag. I've prepared some clothing for you. Try it on and see if it fits. If you truly dislike it, then you needn't wear it. His eyes betrayed a glimmer of anticipation, tinged with a hint of trepidation. I'll give it a try. Your choices are always lovely. Luo Ning decided to indulge in Mr. Gu's little whims. She gradually recalled more of her past with him. It turned out that even under the constraints of the plot, she had fallen for Mr. Gu. The one she had always cherished was him. Even if she were to forget, she would eventually remember him again. Luo's mother noticed the mischievous glances exchanged among Zhao Rand and the others and sent them away to tidy up. They quickly dashed off. Thus, a few burly men donned aprons, washing vegetables and preparing the meal without a hint of complaint. By noon, a grand feast was laid out, rivaling even those before the apocalypse. Everyone donned clean attire, eagerly awaiting Luo Ning's appearance.
Tajda.
Welcome the future bride as she makes her dazzling entrance. Zhao Ran, Gu Yunxi and Chun Xiaolu emerged, flanking Luo Ning, causing Gu Yunxiao's eyes to widen in awe. Beautiful, simply stunning. He could only muster the simplest words to convey his excitement. Luo Ning, somewhat unaccustomed to wearing the white gown gifted by Gu Yunxiao, felt it fit her perfectly, accentuating her slender waist. He had crafted this dress long ago, knowing precisely what size she wore, for she had always lingered in his thoughts.
Yunxiao.
Dressed in a matching suit, produced a black velvet box, kneeling on one knee as he opened it. Inside lay a somewhat simple ring, crafted from the key of 2 locks. It was merely a black band, yet it was elegant in its simplicity, one for him and one for her, a couple S design. I may not possess many flowery words to amuse you, but I only wish for your life to include me, to shield you from the storms ahead. Will you marry me, Ning Ning? Luo Ning extended her hand, her smile sweet and tinged with rare shyness.
All right.
Yunxiao slipped the ring onto her finger, and they exchanged a gaze filled with honeyed sweetness. The air seemed to grow sweeter, bubbling with pink effervescence. Luo's father then imparted some heartfelt advice about marital coexistence, only concluding his lengthy discourse upon Luo's mother's subtle prompting. Just as they were about to dig in, Fu Qingfeng arrived, bearing gifts. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have missed this splendid feast. I brought a small gift along. I wasn't aware of your engagement. I'll make it up next time, ha. Everyone dined joyously, the atmosphere brimming with warmth. Yunxiao maintained a composed demeanor, though his eyes sparkled, stealing glances at Luo Ning. To the onlookers, it was an unremarkable yet harmonious engagement banquet. There were no grand gestures, but the warmth was palpable. With parental approval and the blessings of friends, Luo Ning's cheeks flushed, not from embarrassment at the engagement, but because she had heard Mr. Gu's heartfelt sentiments. Yunxiao maintained a neutral expression, appearing unfazed. Little did anyone know the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. Ning Ning looks so beautiful. I want to pinch her cheeks and steal a kiss. I wish to embrace her, but with her parents present, it wouldn't be appropriate. I'll wait until evening. This dress is perfect. I'll have all her clothes made by me in the future. No need for measurements. Others need not even think about it. Is Ning Ning looking at me? Does she think I look handsome today? Would she want to kiss me? If she likes it, I'll wear such attire more often. Will she consider today as proposal too hasty? She enjoys surprises, something a bit more romantic. Perhaps I should plan another surprise tonight, just the two of us. No one else. Should I fill the space with roses or with fireflies? Which would she prefer? Chapter 140. Completely ruining the plot. The meal concluded with joy shared by all, while the two protagonists were absorbed in their own worlds, one admiring his bride, the other lost in heartfelt reflections, both reveling in their happiness. Before departing, Yunxiao exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Chuan. Then Qin Chuan silently nodded. Yunxiao glanced at him once more, confirming his understanding, before he took his freshly minted fiancée out to pass the time. In the afternoon, Yunxiao rarely had a moment alone with Luo Ning. Away from his sister and friends, hand in hand, they strolled through the post-apocalyptic city. In such a large base as a city, the presence of more people and the vibrancy of life were palpable, which explained why so many had journeyed across mountains and rivers to seek refuge here. However, those who managed to survive and reach this place were far from ordinary. Truly, it deserved its reputation as the foremost base in the apocalypse, boasting comprehensive living facilities. Even those reluctant to venture out to slay zombies and exotic beasts could sustain themselves through their skills. Shoemakers, rickshaw pullers, water vendors, fire providers, barbecue sellers, and makers of leather garments were all in abundance. Luo Ning mused that the apocalypse need not be solely about violence. Occasionally witnessing such liveliness could also be a way to experience the essence of life and savor the warmth of existence. Yunxiao observed Luo Ning's curious gaze as she scanned her surroundings, his demeanor calm, yet his eyes sparkled with unquenched excitement. At that moment, he felt life was worth living. He hoped to return to their base before winter arrived, and if she wished, they would create a street just like this one. Sounds wonderful. We must have a food street too. A beautiful man and delicious food are a must. Luo Ning thought to herself, envisioning her imminent ascent to the pinnacle of life. Yunxiao's expression momentarily stiffened. Surely, the beautiful man referred to him, as it could only be him. Suddenly, Luo Ning recalled something and pulled Yunxiao back. He swiftly led her into a secluded corner, embracing her. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves back in Yunxiao's room. Speak, what is it? He asked, looking down at her. Well, could you please get off me first? Luo Ning felt that Mr. Gu was indeed clingy, and it seemed he had upgraded. He craved kisses, hugs, and being lifted at any moment.
Quickly, she flipped herself over, adjusted her clothes, and said earnestly, I want to see if I can bring you into my space and show you something, someone. Yunxiao's hair seemed to radiate joy. Luo Ning's actions signified her acceptance of him wholeheartedly. You might want to transform first, otherwise you won't fit in. No sooner had she spoken than Yunxiao transformed into a tiger, nimbly leaping into her embrace. Luo Ning caressed his smooth, lustrous fur, and their figures vanished within the room. When Yunxiao reverted to human form, he surveyed the space. This is my space. It is a jade bracelet that is intricately linked to my bloodline, hence it is not a spatial ability. I apologize for not clarifying this earlier. Who else knows besides me? Yunxiao's tone grew tense, laced with a hint of urgency. My parents and you, no one else, Luo Ning replied. Yunxiao felt his heart soften. She was indeed his girl. In the future, do not casually disclose this to anyone, even to me. We must be cautious. If I were to lose control and harm you, I would be deeply remorseful. Would you? Luo Ning gazed into his eyes. I would never, Yunxiao asserted. Even in death, he would never harm Ning, not even if he lost himself. Exactly, that is reassuring. Moreover, since no one else can enter, only you, Mr. Tiger, can come in, so there is nothing to worry about. Now, let us not dwell on this. I have caught a peculiar person. With that, the two exited the space. Once they left, Yunxiao cautiously poked its head out from a tree hollow. Upon exiting the space, they encountered a young man bound hand and foot lying on the ground.
Who is he?
Yunxiao suddenly recalled having captured a mysterious woman himself, feeling inexplicably guilty. He was someone who wanted me dead when we crossed paths. But I found him peculiar. We had never met before, so why would he wish to kill me? Woo. The man had something stuffed in his mouth. After so many days without food or water from Luo Ning, he was still alive, which was increasingly unsettling.
Speak. Who are you? Who sent you?
Luo Ning inquired. I didn't mean to kill you. I just wanted to seduce you. Before he could finish, a strong hand clasped around his neck. Dare you to try to steal my person? Are you tired of living? Just as Yunxiao intended to snap his neck, he suddenly remembered Luo Ning was watching. He quickly retracted his hand, his expression filled with grievance. He was the one trying to steal someone. I'm usually not like this. It's fine. We're family now. Killing him wouldn't be an issue. However, I noticed I cannot hear his thoughts. That is quite abnormal. Luo Ning's reassurance was straightforward yet effective, transforming Yunxiao's demeanor from that of a tyrant to a puppy in an instant. Actually, I also captured a woman. With that, he tossed the barely conscious, indistinct figure of a woman onto the ground. The woman, who had fainted, was jolted awake by the impact. She wanted to kill me. I planned to eliminate her. But the spatial blade was ineffective against her. I used the kind of lock you previously collected, twisted into a rope, and surprisingly, it worked. The two individuals on the ground locked eyes, and in that moment of contact, Yunxiao and Luo Ning sensed the scent of conspiracy. You know each other?
Luo Ning asserted.
How could you possibly know? The man exclaimed, realizing he had spoken out of turn, and promptly fell silent. Quite the character. Your deception skills are lacking. However, I will repay the debt for the grievances you caused us. Do not think I am unaware of your schemes. Should I simply refer to you both as the storyline? Listening to Luo Ning's words, Yunxiao felt a mix of comprehension and confusion. But upon reflecting on the content he had heard from the deceased woman, clarity dawned upon him. So soon you have been discovered. The two bound individuals exchanged knowing glances and spoke in unison, revealing sinister smiles. It is your fault that I became like this. Why can't you follow the script and die peacefully? Why resist? Why kill those who should be living? You two cannot be together. It is forbidden. You will both die. You will both die. Ha ha ha. As they spoke, the man and woman rapidly decayed, their eyes becoming hollow sockets, emanating a foul stench. Resembling zombies. No wonder he could not probe into their thoughts before. No wonder they could not starve. It turned out that they were not alive at all. Yunxiao's spatial power surged, reducing them to dust. Luo Ning bent to pick up the rope lying on the ground. I wonder why they were bound by this lock. Perhaps they are from outer space and are not constrained by this world? Luo Ning examined the peculiar material, unable to discern its nature. It seems it is already riddled with holes. How long can it last? They appear once and die once. How many times can they perish? Luo Ning began to speak, but Yunxiao pressed his lips against hers, silencing her. He drew her into his embrace. There's no need for words, I understand. Since they are manifestations of the storyline, the best way to eradicate them is to make everything different. We will always be together. Ignore what they just said. Yunxiao comforted her, gently patting her back. And we must cleanse the zombies completely. We need to live well, together every day, and one day, they will dissipate into nothingness. Let's have 3 or 5 children. The more different we are from the original work, the better, don't you think? Yunxiao chuckled lightly. 3 or 5 might be too many, Luo Ning protested.
2 is fine.
Yunxiao rested his chin atop Luo Ning's head, a triumphant smile gracing his face.
All right. Chapter 141, Surprise.
Qin Chuan, are you certain that my brother's expression meant that? I feel like you may have misunderstood. Yunxi remarked, all while fending off zombies. Qin Chuan unearthed a crystal core, beads of sweat rolling down his face as he raised his gaze towards Yunxi.
How could this be?
I am absolutely certain of my judgment. The look in the boss's eyes unmistakably conveyed a message urging us to gather more crystal cores as a dowry. I even stole a second glance at him. And within his eyes, I discerned admiration. Our years of brotherhood were not in vain. Qin Chuan's assertion was undoubtedly accurate. Let us be honest and slay more zombies. Alas. Oh my, these zombies are utterly repulsive. Hand over the crystal cores. Xu Bufan hacked away while feeling nauseated, and as dusk approached, the group finally dispatched the last few zombies and aberrant beasts, driving back to the base. However, I thought most girls would prefer romance. How could anyone be enamored with the contents of a zombie's brain? Yunxi mumbled, whispering conspiratorially with Chun Xiaolu. Yet, Miss Luo is not an ordinary girl. She is quite frugal, or rather, thrifty, and is surely more fond of crystal cores. Dazhuang added. Surprisingly, the group unanimously found this reasoning quite persuasive. Thus, everyone returned home laden with crystal cores. Little did Yunxiao know how his brother would interpret his gaze. That night, Yunxiao surveyed the emptiness of his room. A look of confusion etched on his face as he turned to Qin Chuan. Where's the surprise? Did you perhaps leave it outside the base? Is there an excessive number of mosquitoes out tonight? Qin Chuan glanced at his leader, immediately comprehending. He promptly deposited several sacks of crystal cores onto the floor, a smug expression adorning his face. How about that? For the boss, we chased down zombies and fought all day long. We just returned. You should sing our praises for our future brother-in-law. However, Yunxiao's expression instantly froze in place. Is that what he meant? We were supposed to be good brothers, understanding each other with just a glance. Qin Chuan, you have changed. I appreciate your intentions, but presently, I have no need for them. You may split them among yourselves.
Now.
Go rest. You've all worked hard. Yunxiao shoved the sacks of crystal cores back into Qin Chuan's hands and closed the door. Qin Chuan, perplexed, dragged the crystal cores away. Yunxiao returned to his room, vanishing into the thick night. Indeed, winning over his future wife was a task he must undertake himself. Luo Ning was preparing for bed when Yunxiao suddenly appeared before her. Next time, perhaps give me a slight hint. What if Luo Ning touched her nose? Feeling somewhat embarrassed yet elated. All right, I shall try. I 1T casually come to find you when I don't miss you. But if I do miss you, then that would be another matter. Ning, allow me to show you something, Yunxiao said with a beaming smile, his voice enticing, and he whisked Luo Ning away. In a similarly dark space, devoid of any light, Yunxiao clasped Luo Ning's hand. Here we go. As he spoke, faint glimmers began to twinkle in the pitch-black surroundings, shimmering and swaying. Luo Ning extended her hand, and a firefly, about the size of a thumb, landed briefly before resuming its flight into the darkness, joining its companions. Thank you, I adore it. It smells delightful. Are there any roses? Well, it's merely the petals. Yunxiao did not mention that the rose was rather fierce, striking at anyone who approached with its thorn vines. Thus, he plucked all the flowers, leaving only the bare thorns to lash out at whomever it pleased. Not a single flower remained, to the extent that once Yunxiao departed, the rose vine seemed to fall into a state of melancholy. Amidst the soft glow,
The dark atmosphere turned intimate as Yunxiao seated Luo Ning upon a carpet strewn with rose petals, both observing the fireflies as they transformed into various shapes. Eventually, they formed a heart. Yunxiao turned to the person beside him, solemnly and reverently lifting the hand he had been holding, gently placing a kiss upon it. Miss Luo Ning, Yunxiao implores you to answer. Do you truly wish to become his wife, his beloved, never depart? He spoke lightly. Yet his heart raced with tumultuous thoughts. This was the final inquiry. If she truly loved him, he would extract his heart from the shadows and offer it entirely to her. Should she harbor even the slightest hesitation, he would remain in the darkness, content to witness her radiance and warmth for a lifetime. Mr. Yunxiao, Miss Luo Ning wishes for you to know that you are her most beloved person, someone she would forsake her own life for rather than let go. Do not even think about escaping her. Regretting it will bear no fruit. Until Yunxiao opened his mental realm to her, Luo Ning could no longer suppress her heart from uttering a harsh word, even if it might lead to misunderstanding. After all, his love was so humble. How could she bear to hurt such a wonderful Mr. Yunxiao shifted closer to Luo Ning, inching toward her. Luo Ning found it both amusing and heart-wrenching. Mr. Gu had always been so cautious. She had done nothing to deserve such fortune. Yet here they were, reunited in this life. As Yunxiao hesitated and fumbled, Luo Ning seized his collar, drawing their faces nearer. Before he could express his turmoil, he was already upon her. Her lashes fluttered, brushing against his cheek. The two stood mere inches apart, their breaths mingling. Mr. Gu, I am now your fiancé, and soon to be your wife. You need not feel inferior or overthink matters. You have always held a place in my heart. Yunxiao had been rendered unable to think clearly by the charged atmosphere. But Luo Ning's words sent his heart racing. To love someone who coincidentally loves you back is indeed a tremendous fortune.
All right.
Then you, just as Luo Ning was about to say that he merely wanted a kiss, a hug, or to be lifted high, a simple wish to fulfill his desires, she thought it best to indulge him. Mr. Gu is so wonderful. I am fortunate. Let me handle it, she proclaimed, leaning forward to kiss him. Yunxiao found his happiness always arriving unexpectedly. Each frantic beat of his heart, every moment of confusion, every surprise, was all because of her. The fireflies continued to flit about tirelessly, their scattered light illuminating the rosy blush upon both their faces. Yunxiao, you've become mischievous, Luo Ning pouted, her voice sweetly accusatory, yet resembling a playful pout. Only for you. Yunxiao chuckled softly, his voice deep and magnetic. He understood Luo Ning's vulnerabilities. Such a tone was irresistible to her. Suddenly, Luo Ning pushed Yunxiao away. You wanted to pinch my cheeks, here's your chance. Under the dim light, she gazed at him, her smile radiant. Yunxiao, who had already been somewhat flustered, paused momentarily. She was both adorable and obedient, inviting him to pinch her cheeks. Without hesitation, he reached out, pinching her cheeks and giving them a gentle tug. The sensation was delightful, just as he imagined, soft and utterly charming. Yunxiao's eyes sparkled brightly, glowing with enthusiasm. Nink nink, yo ressemble a hamster. So cute. I adore it, he whispered to her. Luo Ning, having her cheeks pinched, retorted, Yunxiao, just wait. With a swift motion, she flipped over and pinned him down, intent on pinching his cheeks as well. The fragrance of roses, rich and enveloping, filled the space with an air of romance. Chapter 142. Winter approaches. 2 months later. Yunxiao, what schemes do you harbor? Luo Ning asked, playfully pinching his cheeks, confirming their delightful softness. Indeed, they are real. Now tell me, why did you obstruct my base construction and speak ambiguously? Under the scrutinizing gaze of her parents.
Luo Ning spravado falteret.
My parents are here. You should have mentioned it earlier, she murmured, a timid expression adorning her face. Yet, Yunxiao was unfazed, gazing at Luo Ning with a look of adoration. Today, allow me to provide you with an explanation regarding the establishment of the base. My grand design is to ensure your happiness. The parents of Luo are somewhat taken aback. After all, they haven't even tied the knot yet. They have devoted 20 years to nurturing their daughter, only to see her become so accustomed to this treatment, and it seems their prospective son-in-law possesses quite the capability. Our base is complete. Let us proceed. With that, Gu Yunxiao took hold of Luo Ning's hand, while Luo's father grasped her mother's. Chun Xiaolu held onto Chun Xiaolu, and as Fu Yichen reached out, he was swiftly rebuffed by Chun Xiaolu, leaving him with no choice but to awkwardly clutch his sister's hand. Recently, Gu Yunxiao has been so nourished by love that he no longer requires medication to maintain stability. With his future wife by his side, he feels entirely secure. Fu Yichen sensed that both his boss and love had simultaneously abandoned him. Gu Yunxi cast a glance at her brother, noting his complete disregard for her, and discreetly took Qin Chuan's hand, her expression brimming with satisfaction.
Que Buffon.
Let's make do together, de Zhuang remarked, pulling Chu Buffon along as if to lift him due to their height disparity. Chu Buffon's struggles were futile. He resigned himself to his fate, for a true friend shares both joy and hardship. The lament of a singleton. Gu Yunxiao unleashed his spatial power, and the black hole reappeared. One by one, the group stepped into the void. Yunxiao, remember to come back often. The A City base will always welcome you. Fu Qingfeng called out, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Having devoted the earlier half of his life to work and continuing to do so in this post-apocalyptic world, he now found that his children were departing, unwilling to remain by his side. He instantly felt akin to a lonely soul, tightening his grip on his wife's hand. I told you long ago not to be so aloof with the children. You didn't listen, did you? Now look at you. Regretting it, Mrs. Fu sighed from the side. I simply worry for their safety. How could I bear to let them go? I'm busy. Having you by my side is enough, Fu Qingfeng retorted, feigning indifference. Yet his steps lingered until the black hole vanished, and the figures of his loved ones were no more, prompting him to finally leave the villa. Hand in hand with his wife. Make sure to clean up well. Perhaps, one day, they will return to stay, Fu Qingfeng remarked as they departed. Gu Yunxiao, accompanied by Luo Ning and the others, arrived at their newly established base. Before their eyes stood towering city walls adorned with lush greenery, devoid of any hint of desert. This transformation was a last-minute addition inspired by the efficacy of the spiritual spring water that Gu Yunxiao learned about from Luo Ning. A ring of rose bushes surrounded the city walls, as Gu Yunxiao had concluded that these plants could serve as a basic defense mechanism if tamed. At the gates, 2 rows of willow trees stood in perfect alignment, evoking a sense of familiarity that eluded recollection. Who would have thought that a single willow tree would traverse mountains and rivers seeking refuge? Accepting one was not enough. Ultimately, the entire family from the riverbank had arrived. A large group of upright individuals stood atop the city walls, each exuding an aura of martial prowess. They were evidently skilled fighters. Yet, Luo Ning felt as if they were observing her discreetly. Surely, it was merely her imagination. Nevertheless, those prying eyes did not escape her notice. This is my fiancé. Luo Ning, Gu Yunxiao introduced to the group. Greetings, sister-in-law. Greetings, lady. They chorused, queuing to offer their salutations, eager to glimpse the divine being who had captured their leader's heart. Luo Ning looked at Gu Yunxiao with confusion. You have quite a few brothers, don't you? Surely more than several hundred? Her lips twitched in disbelief. However, understanding Gu Yunxiao's past filled her with joy. In my earlier days, in pursuit of honing my skills, I joined a mercenary organization. By sheer happenstance, I rose to the top, and they insisted on sticking with me. I had no other choice, Gu Yunxiao explained. Upon hearing this, Luo Ning felt unworthy of him. Spare the child. My heart has already endured a multitude of blows, she thought. There's no need to feel insecure. I am more capable than many and can handle them. But you are the most formidable of all, for you have managed to win over the mightiest version of me. Gu Yunxiao's romantic prowess flourished after being with Luo Ning, as if he had mastered the art effortlessly. All those present belonged to the early establishment of the base and enjoyed special privileges. In essence, they were assigned distinct responsibilities. By the way, what shall we name this base? Have you decided? Luo Ning inquired, directing her gaze towards Gu Yunxiao. This place shall be called the Anning Base. What do you think? Gu Yunxiao asked, feeling somewhat anxious that she might find his decision presumptuous. To his relief, everyone agreed it was a splendid name, though Luo Ning felt a tinge of embarrassment. She hesitated to voice her discomfort, fearing she might be overthinking things, which would lead to awkwardness. The group soon settled into the Anning base, and various tasks gradually fell into place. Initially, Luo Ning observed that Gu Yunxiao seemed preoccupied for 4 or 5 days.
But later, she began to think he appeared rather leisurely. As the leader of the base, shouldn't he be overwhelmed with responsibilities? Why did he have time to accompany her in clearing zombies and slaying exotic beasts daily? After enduring her curiosity for a few instances, she finally asked,
Oh,
"You mean management? It requires more than just a few people standing idly by. Everyone has their role to play, and besides, there's Qin Chuan too. Yunxi is still young and not suited for romance. His busyness is inconsequential," Gu Yunxiao replied. Luo Ning silently mourned for Qin Chuan for 2 seconds before dismissing the thought. What her Mr. Gu said made perfect sense. As the temperature began to cool, Luo Ning sensed the impending arrival of winter. How many would perish this time? The average person barely had enough to eat. Who would think to stock up on winter clothing? They could only take life one day at a time. Yunxiao, how is the progress on our cotton clothing? We need to produce more leather garments too. Once winter arrives, we want to have time to prepare, she urged.
yes.
Regarding that matter you mentioned earlier, I have already set things in motion. We have completed some products, Gu Yunxiao replied, playfully pinching her cheek with familiarity. Currently, various major bases had begun establishing connections, yet there were no hierarchical relationships. Each operated independently. However, there was a tacit understanding of the importance of the Anning base's suggestions. As it had emerged abruptly, yet quickly distinguished itself with formidable strength and exceptional benefits amidst the other bases. Luo Ning contemplated whether she should lend a hand to the other bases as well. Gu Yunxiao promptly alleviated her concerns. I have visited each base and established some connections. They are distributed across different areas, each with local specialties. I will exchange goods and crystal cores with them. For the impending winter, they are all preparing to some extent. The extent of their readiness will depend on whether their own bases work together. We cannot take it upon ourselves entirely. Mr. Gu, you are truly wonderful. Luo Ning met, showering him with an affectionate kiss. We won't suffer any losses, will we? How much did you take? After her moment of glee, she suddenly worried. We won't be at a loss, will we? Your man is a businessman. Losses are out of the question, Gu Yunxiao smirked. Remembering the pained faces of the base leaders as they reluctantly parted with their goods, he felt Ning Ning was overly concerned. After all, he was a family man. How could he engage in business at a loss? That's a relief. Recently, quite a few people have sought refuge in our base. It's quite lively. Luo Ning remarked. Her heart elated as she observed the growing popularity of their base. Gu Yunxiao smiled in response. Indeed, perhaps our base is more humane and the name is appealing. His gaze drifted elsewhere, satisfied with the efforts he made to promote the base, ensuring that anyone with skills would be treated favorably. He aimed to fulfill Ning Ning's little wishes as much as possible. Walking beneath the trellis, he plucked a giant grape, taking a bite that was both tart and sweet. Suddenly, a cool drop landed on her forehead. Luo Ning gazed up at the sky, and Gu Yunxiao instinctively mirrored her action. Mr. Gu, winter has arrived, she remarked. It's manageable now, but in a month, we shall face the harshest of winters, and we must race against time. Indeed. Let us return, he replied. I relish challenges. Mrs. Gu. Gu Yunxiao produced a coat for Luo Ning to wear, yet he did not open an umbrella. Luo Ning possessed one as well, but she too preferred not to use it. Together, they strolled side by side, both pondering whether walking through the snow together would lead them to grow old together. Snowflakes descended gently, settling on their heads and shoulders. Deep within the forest, the figure cloaked in black was becoming increasingly faint and translucent. It was on the verge of collapse. I am suffering. You shall not find solace. The dark figure roared, expending all its energy in a furious cry. One by one, the awakened zombies, the intelligent undead, and the monstrous leaders exhibited a glimmer of red in their eyes. They howled and screeched, swiftly rallying together. The zombies and the beasts, rarely in harmony, now shared a common goal as they advanced towards the human base. Chapter 143. Crisis. Luo Ning meticulously checked and rechecked everything. Finally, after Gu Yunxiao completed his last call, confirming that all bases had winter clothing or animal pelts, she breathed a sigh of relief, knowing she no longer had to oversee the tireless production of winter garments. This winter, akin to an apocalypse, was a calamity faced collectively by humanity. If it could prompt early preparations, it would indeed be advantageous. Of course, this was limited to Huagua.
Beyond that, she had no means of communication. One could only accomplish what one was capable of. After all, if humanity were to be extinguished, even her highest capabilities would render the world devoid of meaning. They too were someone as friends, relatives, lovers, children, and parents. After such a long period of busyness, let us take a moment to unwind. I shall take you to see some people. Close your eyes, Yunxiao said, gently guiding the compliant Luo Ning outside the office. In truth, her mental prowess allowed her to perceive everything. Closing her eyes made little difference. However, since Mr. Gu enjoyed orchestrating delightful surprises, she acquiesced to his whims. Upon exiting the office area, traversing the corridor, and stepping through the door, Luo Ning sensed a multitude of people. All right, you may open your eyes now, Yunxiao announced, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he looked at her. Senior sister, we've come as promised. A petite, round-faced girl exclaimed with exuberance, rushing forward to embrace Luo Ning. Luo Ning looked at the sea of familiar faces before her, and then at the tearful Su Wei in her arms, feeling a surge of warmth within her heart. Weren't you supposed to be training? You arrived so quickly. Luo Ning exclaimed, delighted to see so many familiar faces. Although she could not recall everyone's names, their appearances were etched in her memory. They had worked diligently, and most had met the requirements. Moreover, our situation here is relatively stable. Getting them here sooner will bring you joy, Yunxiao remarked, a fleeting moment of hesitation flickering in his eyes. Luo Ning, lost in the joy of reuniting with old friends, paid little heed to his words. We are not a formal military. We are companions. Once you find your footing, if you enjoyed here, you may choose to stay and later bring your families. Should you wish to leave, simply inform me, and I will ensure you are provided with ample supplies. Thank you all for coming when we needed assistance. Thank you. Luo Ning understood that Yunxiao had specifically arranged for their arrival to uplift her spirits, and she appreciated his thoughtfulness. However, she felt a heavy responsibility as an idol to ensure their well-being. Little did she anticipate that the crisis would arrive so swiftly, and she found herself regretting their arrival. They should not have to confront this looming threat. It had been nearly 10 days since the first snowfall, and the weather had grown increasingly frigid. Many ordinary people were bundled in thick animal pelts, hiding within the base, unable to venture outside. Without abilities, one would likely freeze solid if they dared to step out. However, the younger and stronger among them, gritting their teeth, were not entirely unable to venture forth. It merely required a measure of resilience to endure the cold. Fortunately, Anning Base had prepared in advance, allowing ordinary individuals to engage in handicrafts within their lodgings in exchange for supplies from the base. Luo Ning had just completed a circuit of the base with Yunxiao, confirming that everyone was warm and had tasks to occupy them, before she felt reassured enough to return home. As they approached her doorstep, the sharp, urgent sound of a whistle pierced the air. They exchanged worried glances, both recognizing the ominous nature of that sound. No one welcomed such a noise, for it heralded danger. Has it come again? This plot has become astute, merely inciting these zombies to stir trouble. I wonder how long it can leap about. If I can capture it this time, I shall ensure it receives a thorough education in civility, Luo Ning mused, unfolding her wings and soaring toward the city wall, clutching Yunxiao tightly. His insistence on being carried was unwavering. While he could run swiftly, he adamantly refused to admit it. At that moment, Luo Ning chose not to dwell on such trifles.
They were pressed for time.
Upon reaching the city gate, they could already see a number of individuals approaching in haste. Along the way, they noticed some ordinary people fleeing in panic, but the majority were heading toward the city wall. This offered Luo Ning a measure of comfort. At least her recent kindness and drills had not been in vain. Most were courageous enough to face the zombies and beasts, and that was sufficient. In this apocalypse, unity among people was more precious than anything else. After all, she did not wish for the lives she had endeavored to save to be squandered on ungrateful souls. The zombies remained eerily silent, stealthily arriving beneath the city wall, forming a pincer movement with the beasts. The open surroundings allowed for early detection of the anomaly, enabling everyone to prepare in advance. In the distance, Luo Ning spotted someone sprinting toward them, shouting, "The zombie horde is coming. Quickly, shut the city gates." This person was likely an ability user who had ventured outside to hunt beasts and had encountered the horde along the way.
Luo Ning felt a mixture of amusement and deep emotion. He called for the gates to be closed, implying he might face death. Yet he still chose to warn the defenders of the imminent danger. This person must survive, Luo Ning thought. Ice spikes shot toward the zombie closing in on him, narrowly missing his shoulder as the undead collapsed. He had narrowly escaped a dire fate. With a swift flap of her wings, Luo Ning dove down, rescuing 2 individuals and returning them to safety. After several such trips, most of those outside had been brought in. "Thank you," the man gasped, expressing his gratitude before quickly joining his comrades in preparation for battle. Increasing numbers of ability users gathered atop the city wall. Their base was one of the few without a military presence. However, they had well-trained mercenaries, though they had lent out dozens for training. Over 300 remained at the base. She also commanded a women's battalion, though it was not exclusively female. The group lacked a formal name, but as it consisted mostly of women, they had grown accustomed to calling it as such, which became its designation. Though small in number, each member was exceptionally skilled, all possessing abilities. Additionally, since the establishment of the base, they had attracted more ability users. In total, their fighting force amounted to nearly 10,000, alongside over 10,000 ordinary people, though Luo Ning had not factored them into her calculations, as the severe weather rendered them unable to withstand the cold outdoors. "Nink nink. You need not fear. I shall ensure your safety." Yunxiao stood beside Luo Ning, offering her encouragement. Their eyes met, reflecting a bond of steadfastness and mutual trust. "Yes, I believe in you," he affirmed. "All members, heed my command. Any zombies or beasts that approach within 100 meters of the city walls must be exterminated. We shall defend our homeland." With that rallying cry, the first wave of combat commenced. The mercenaries, armed with machine guns, had already taken aim and opened fire. Yunxiao unveiled dozens of cannons, and the mercenaries seamlessly took charge. "Where did these come from?" Luo Ning inquired, puzzled, as she had not heard of any such collection before. "Acquired through intelligence," Yunxiao replied with a smile, quickly rejoining the fray. The willows formed the first line of defense. As some zombies drew near, they were ensnared by lethal tendrils that pulled them in, while other branches swiftly severed their heads and buried them within the soil at their roots. However, the number of these trees was limited, and despite their numerous branches, they could only halt a fraction of the advancing undead. The sheer volume of zombies blanketed the pristine white snow, leaving only a grim expanse of black and gray visible. Moreover, there were more agile beasts that deftly circumvented the willow area, charging directly toward the walls. They raced forward with reckless abandon, roaring as they sought to topple the fortifications, intent on trampling this place into submission. 3, 2, 1, fire. The command echoed, and the cannons erupted in unison. The ground trembled as deep craters formed, and the foremost beasts were torn apart, their flesh splattering amidst the sodden earth. Black smoke billowed, gunfire rang incessantly, and artillery fire reverberated through the battlefield. "Base Commander, cities A, L, C, and G are under siege by zombies and beasts." The messenger gasped, awaiting Yunxiao's response. Breathless. "Are they requesting assistance?" Yunxiao stood resolute, his silhouette stark against the backdrop of snow, a figure of vengeance against the beasts. "No. They are merely advising us to remain vigilant against threats beyond the city gates. They mentioned that if they require aid, they will endeavor to mobilize personnel. Further updates will follow." Without turning, Yunxiao's gaze remained fixed on a figure suspended in the air, and he plunged back into battle. "Understood." The messenger departed swiftly. His speed heightened, vanishing in an instant. Thanks to the timely discovery and the openness of the surroundings, the zombies and most beasts were largely kept at bay, 100 meters from the walls. Yet, there were always exceptions, such as a colossal black gorilla, its tower-like frame unmistakable yet surprisingly agile, seemingly possessing a degree of intelligence. Each time it was targeted and fired upon, it would shift positions, making it nearly impossible to hit. Even when machine guns and cannons managed to graze it, the impact was negligible, akin to a mere scratch on its tough hide. As this monstrous creature leaped toward the walls, Luo Ning, having recognized the imminent threat, soared into action. "Ning Ning, stay safe, I will handle it." With that, he leaped down from the high wall, landing atop the gorilla's back. Aware that Yunxiao had taken over the most significant threat,
Luo Ning did not hesitate to turn her attention to the other beasts. The sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming, a relentless tide of black pressing in from all sides. If one were to gaze down from above, the scene resembled a swarm of ants, surging forth with reckless abandon toward the Anning base, which, in their eyes, was akin to a coveted prize. "Miss Luo, it's bad. We can't hold the northwest," shouted a tall young man, Guiyang, who often teamed up with Su Wei. Luo Ning acknowledged him and quickly rushed in that direction, grabbing the collar of the panting Guiyang. Momentarily stunned, he gaped at the dense throng of zombies and beasts below, shivering with fear. "Can you operate a tank?" Luo Ning called out, racing forward, the wind howling around them. Guiyang, chilled to the bone, managed to respond, I can drive. Will you dare to go out and clear the corpses?" Luo Ning's voice rang out, ensuring he heard her clearly. "I dare." This time, he stood firm, emboldened by the thought that Su Wei had said their lives were a second chance. Each day survived was a victory. Just as that conviction took root, a frigid gust of wind sent him sneezing. "We're here," Luo Ning exclaimed as she deposited him atop the city wall, allowing him a brief moment to catch his breath before unleashing the tank. "Where are the speed enhancers?" "We need to clear the ground of corpses. Otherwise, they will pile up like mountains, eventually reaching the height of the walls." I am. Me too." A chorus of responses rang out as Luo Ning surveyed the group. There were men in their 40s, youths in their late teens, seemingly delicate girls, and strong young adults. "One of you will drive the tank to clear a path in front, while I will provide aerial support. The gate will only be open for a moment. Once outside, toss the zombie and beast corpses into the truck. Just focus on tossing them in. Leave the rest to me. Do you understand?" "Understood," they replied in unison, their voices resolute. Regardless of their past identities, be they obedient children, strict parents, or mischievous students, they now stood as humanity's backbone in this apocalyptic world. Let me emphasize one last time. Do not be greedy for one more or one less. I want you all to return alive. "Yes," they echoed, their eyes ablaze with determination, unyielding in the face of adversity. Luo Ning first unleashed a fiery assault, clearing a space before allowing the speed enhancers and Guiyang in the tank to join the fray. She maintained aerial watch, ensuring their safety while periodically retrieving full trucks of corpses into her spatial realm, only to return them moments later for continued loading. The reason this sector had triggered the alarm was not due to the inadequacy of the defenders, but rather because the sheer number of zombie and beast corpses had granted the more cunning beasts an opportunity to exploit. The guards on the walls primarily dealt with zombies, while the beasts, endowed with sharper instincts, would occasionally slip through and launch suicide attacks against the fortifications. Thus, several speed enhancers dashed in various directions, warning everyone about the necessity of corpse clearance to prevent such vulnerabilities from arising. Luo Ning would not permit such occurrences. Zhu Ke had been dispatched to defend one sector, while she and Gu Yunxiao covered others, with a contingent of experienced mercenaries securing another. The overall strategy was well coordinated, and while fatigue set in, they could generally cope with the onslaught. The cannon fire rumbled without respite, and the ammunition had begun to freeze in the harsh conditions. However, the grip on their weapons remained steadfast, unyielding to the cold, for they had not faltered even for a moment. With Zhu Chua's presence, the aerial assault pressure had significantly diminished. As initially, Zhu Ke had commanded all birds to stay clear, even turning against the zombies and beasts. As the battle intensified, with humans and the throngs of undead and beasts locked in a fierce struggle, an urgent alarm suddenly resonated from within the base. The tension among everyone suddenly spiked, hearts racing in anxiety. Could it be that they still hadn't managed to fend them off? A speedster, endowed with extraordinary abilities, was dashing toward them, leaving trails of white vapor in his wake, a testament to his exertion and urgency. There are mice, countless mice, and insects. Enormous insects. The individual bent over, gasping for breath. Zhu Ke, call your siblings for dinner. Luo Ning communicated telepathically with Zhu Quebec. The fiery bird, engaged in fierce combat, trembled slightly, her phoenix eyes narrowing. If circumstances permitted, she would have smirked, but the constraints of her situation prevented such a display. All right, my little feathered kin, dinner is served. Fresh mouse meat and a grand banquet of plump insects. Hurry, or it will all be gone. A twitch at the corner of Luo Ning's eye betrayed her worry. Yet she remained silent, preoccupied with the chaos. Thus, flocks of various birds surged toward the base, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the plum mice and succulent insects. Leading the charge were the 3 giant eagles that Luo Ning had previously taken in, now mere underlings before Zhu Ke, who was too busy to notice them. With their little brothers in tow, they wreaked havoc, causing the mice and insects to regret ever entering this world. Once the mice and insects had become the hunted, enduring a fate far worse than what they had inflicted upon others. The atmosphere inside and outside the base was fervent. However, due to the unexpected nature of the initial assault, many had suffered casualties, though these were but a minority. Those who dared to wield a weapon rarely met their demise. The battle had persisted for the better part of the day, and even the most gifted among them would eventually exhaust their powers. Despite their determination, fatigue inevitably crept into their expressions. Luo Ning contemplated the distribution of food. What could be done in such a moment? They could only nibble at cold rations to sustain themselves. Though it weighed heavily on her conscience, the circumstances called for hardship. Unexpectedly, however, provisions were delivered from within the base, steaming white rice and hearty potato stew. Luo Ning instinctively swallowed, her own hunger intensifying. The aroma wafted along the city walls. In a distant corner, she spotted Qian Duo and Gu Yunxi, their petite frames each carrying a large bucket, while Jiangzhen staggered behind them with 2 more. Such small bodies, yet such great strength. They caught sight of Luo Ning and waved with a free hand. Luo Ning seized the moment to give a thumbs up, offering unreserved praise. Eden shifts. Everyone hold on a little longer. The older and younger ones should eat first. As she spoke, a burst of flames ignited behind her, reducing zombies to ashes and causing beasts to wail in despair. The diners remained orderly, refraining from jostling. Even when one claimed to not be hungry, they were gently urged forward. "I'm still young, you go ahead. I'll keep watch." A high school boy insisted to an elder. "I'm still young, you little brat. Don't starve yourself. Go on," he added, giving the boy a playful kick. The boy wiped the snow and frost from his face and trudged onward, turning away to wipe his face several more times. Such scenes unfolded along the entire wall, a testament to warmth and humanity amidst the merciless apocalypse. "Thank you, Duo, Yunxi. Jiangzhen," Luo Ning called out. "It's not just us. We merely contributed supplies and gathered ingredients." The ordinary people said, "This is our home too, and we want to help." Upon hearing this, many felt their eyes redden. The ability users recognized that their efforts were worthwhile. One after another, they sniffled, brushing away the ice crystals that had formed on the back of their heads from remaining in one position for too long, and resumed aiming at the monsters. Their killing intent surging, fatigue momentarily forgotten. "This is our home too," they collectively thought. Their hands may have been stiff and unyielding from the cold, yet their hearts burned with fervor. As Luo Ning felt the warmth of camaraderie, the voice of Yunxiao suddenly echoed in her mind. "Hey, woman, get this fellow out to help. I've prepped it well." The voice belonged to the Moonflower. She smiled. "Thank you, Yunxiao. I adore you." Startled, Yunxiao shivered in the spatial realm, fearing for its safety. "Please, let us not say that again. If Gu Yunxiao hears, I fear for my life." Then, the pressure of defending the city eased significantly. With the Moonflower nourished by the Spirit Spring and granted permission by its master, it felt invincible. Not even the mightiest could hinder its charge against the horde of beasts. Upon emerging from the spatial realm, it took root along the city wall, thriving with fervor, and soon bloomed even in the harsh winter. Suddenly, the frenzied beasts began to turn on one another, even attacking the zombies. With the beast horde's escape thwarted, the zombies encountered resistance, granting the beleaguered defenders a much-needed respite. People finally had the chance to catch their breath, eat, and feel a resurgence of vigor. When one is weary and hungry, negative emotions abound. However, once satiated, one feels invincible once more. This is the remarkable nature of the Chinese spirit, explaining the saying, "Food is the heavenly priority." If negative emotions linger, it simply means one has not eaten enough. A second bowl of potato stew mixed with rice can propel you back to the pinnacle of life. Everyone expressed their gratitude toward the ordinary people who delivered food. Unlike the ability users, who could withstand the cold, These individuals trembled in the open, evoking memories of cafeteria ladies from their school days and the chunks of meat that had been dropped. Yet, they understood that it was not intentional. They were genuinely cold. Luo Ning had no time to eat. With a rare moment of respite, she had to hurry to assess the situation in other areas. Being an ice-type ability user, combined with Zhu Kei's fiery powers, she was among the few unbothered by the chill. Snowflakes left no trace upon her. However, after surveying her surroundings, she finally found Yunxiao. The two were quickly devouring cold food while exchanging vital information. The ordinary people inside the base had stopped hiding and were participating in logistical support, a voluntary effort driven by their understanding of the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. While the ability users battled zombies and beasts on the outer walls, they could enjoy this brief tranquility. Yet, unforeseen events were bound to occur. Just moments ago, had a swarm of rodents, snakes, or ants launched a sudden attack, they would have been powerless, inevitably becoming mere statistics in the grim tally of fatalities. The world would no longer know of their existence. When everyone operated as functional components, even the smallest force could accumulate to instigate a profound transformation. Even with the majority of the beasts diminished, the zombies remained unaffected, only growing in number. The emergence of mutated zombies further exacerbated the current plight. The two had no choice but to part ways once more, returning to their respective posts. "Stay safe," Yunxiao urged, reluctant to see Luo Ning go. "You too," she replied, glancing back. "Once winter passes, come with the sunlight to marry me." Feeling a flush of embarrassment, she swiftly took off.
Oh,
Cheered the group of defenders, their faces breaking into rare smiles. The icy shards on their clothing seemed less biting. Yunxiao stood rooted, dazed, forgetting to lower his bowl, standing there with a silly grin. After a long while, until Luo Ning's figure vanished, he finally whispered, "All right." His voice was barely audible, yet everyone heard it. Remarkably, no one caused a commotion. Instead, their faces radiated with blessings. The warmth was fleeting, however, as the onslaught of zombies persisted. The battle raged on. This time, they employed explosive weaponry, allowing the individuals to take turns resting and recovering their abilities, thereby preventing excessive depletion of their powers. It appeared to be a protracted struggle, necessitating restraint against fleeting emotional impulses. Night fell, as expected, and the winter nights were particularly long, intensifying the burdens of those guarding the city. Fortunately, the ample lighting provided by Luo Ning illuminated the surroundings, rendering the zombies visible. Even in the darkness, they were halted at the city walls. That evening, ordinary survivors brought ginger tea, while Yunxiao and Luo Ning distributed blankets, ensuring no one would succumb to the cold after evading the zombies. Every 2 hours throughout the night, ginger tea was served, making the frigid night seem a tad more bearable. "Mr. Gu, a call from the C City base." A city base and L City base. A messenger arrived with the latest news. He reported that their bases were generally capable of handling the zombies, which seemed to be merely surrounding the city rather than launching a full-scale assault, as if their intention was simply to confine them. The commander of the C City base, Su Feng, after inquiring about their situation, expressed C City's willingness to dispatch some forces for support, including several nearby smaller bases, but it required Yunxiao to receive them. The young man grew increasingly animated, embodying a sense of pride. Though they were coming to the rescue, it was still necessary for their commander to greet them. It would only take a moment. "All right, you've worked hard." Yunxiao patted the young man's shoulder, who promptly dashed back to his post, eagerly watching the telephone. His fatigue replaced with renewed vigor. "Qin Chuan, hold the fort for a moment. Give me 10 minutes. Yunxiao instructed Qin Chuan and the others. "Rest assured, boss," came the unified response. Yunxiao vanished from sight. 10 minutes later, at 5 in the morning, reinforcements arrived at the Anning base from all directions. The military green figures swiftly spread across the city walls, enveloping the entire base. Their arrival significantly bolstered the odds in this enduring battle. The narrative had initially assumed that merely halting the bases from providing aid would suffice, failing to account for Yunxiao's formidable strength, which had reached the point of tearing through space itself. As the zombie hordes launched a renewed attack on the Anning base, the firepower from the city walls unleashed a devastating onslaught, overwhelming the zombies and forcing their powers back into their very cores. The sight of soldiers arriving ignited jubilation within the hearts of those in the base. Even without any action, the mere presence of their uniforms represented their faith. Let us go prepare breakfast. Reinforcements have arrived. Let them experience the culinary delights of a 5-star chef. A jovial fellow shouted, leading a group toward the base's cafeteria. Despite their frozen bodies shivering with each step, yet they wore smiles. This was the power of faith. Yunxiao, come eat some buns. Luo Ning called out from the city wall to Gu Yunxiao, who was engaged in battle against the beasts below. Gu Yunxiao swiftly dispatched a lion with a spatial blade, the massive creature crashing to the ground. In an instant, he was by Luo Ning's side. What brings you here? Gu Yunxiao maintained a composed demeanor, though everyone could sense his joy. I missed you. Luo Ning shyly lowered her head. Have a bun to tide you over. Everyone else are coming too. As she spoke, she handed him one. Gu Yunxiao took it, but before he could take a bite, Luo Ning suddenly wrapped her arms around him. He was momentarily stunned. Ning Ning, why the sudden affection? What's wrong? Then, a cold dagger plunged into his warm heart. Chapter 146, Saving Lives. Gu Yunxiao's face registered shock, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Luo Ning's hands and feet were bound by ropes from earlier. It's nothing remarkable. Just the same exterior. So easily deceived, she smiled, brimming with pride, showing no signs of struggle. Surrounding them, Qin Chuan and the others initially thought the two were merely taking advantage of the moment to flirt, accustomed to averting their eyes to grant them privacy. Suddenly, an eerie silence fell. Everyone sensed something was amiss and turned to see Gu Yunxiao propped against the cold wall, his face ashen. Quick, summon Jiangzhen. Hurry. Where are the speeders? Move. Qin Chuan's usually composed demeanor cracked for the first time. Jiangzhen, come here. Help. He dashed at full speed, frantically retrieving the spirit water each of them had been given by Luo Ning. His trembling hands struggled to twist the cap off the bottle, as if it were conspiring against him. After several attempts, he finally succeeded. Desperately, he poured it into Gu Yunxiao's mouth, his eyes reddening, teeth clenched tightly. Drink, boss. Just drink it, and you'll be fine. Jiangzhen will be here soon. Qin Chuan hesitated, unsure whether to apply pressure to the wound, fearing it might worsen Gu Yunxiao's condition. His hands reached out several times, only to retract in uncertainty. Drink, boss, you must drink. You'll be all right. He attempted to maintain a steady tone, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his anxiety. Jiangzhen sought to draw his knife but hesitated, aware that he must first confirm that his healing abilities could immediately stop the bleeding. Otherwise, the moment he withdrew the blade could be the moment Gu Yunxiao's life slipped away. This was the heart, not merely an arm or another body part. The blade was tainted with the zombie virus. They must save him, save their zombie king, to annihilate the world. Luo Ning glaukhet. Casting flirtatious glances at Qin Chuan and the others. Is the boss not good enough for you? Why treat him this way? Qin Chuan shouted, bewildered. He couldn't comprehend it. Their bond seemed so strong, with daily displays of affection, yet why would Luo Ning turn on Gu Yunxiao? Elsewhere, having just dispatched a horde of zombies, Luo Ning flew up to the city wall for a brief respite. As she landed, a sudden pang of pain struck her heart. She instructed everyone to maintain a vigilant defense while she soared to the other side of the wall, her wings beating rapidly, revealing her urgency. After confirming her parents were safe, she pressed on, but her blood froze the moment she beheld the scene before her, forgetting to breathe. Gu Yunxiao lay against the wall, his eyes closed, devoid of life. It felt as though her own heart had ceased to beat. He shouldn't be like this. He was the ever-capable Gu Yunxiao, the lively little tiger, the playful one who is endearingly clingy. But he should not be this cold, this lifeless, transforming into a blur. Luo Ning raced toward Gu Yunxiao's location. What's wrong? Her voice was a mere whisper, squeezed out between clenched teeth. Miss Luo? Qin Chuan and Jiangzhen gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. There were two Luo Nings, one on the ground, one here. Which was the real one? They no longer dared to trust easily. Qin Chuan and the others regarded Luo Ning with suspicion, positioning themselves to block her. Upon seeing her bound self on the ground, Luo Ning understood everything. Yet, she couldn't explain it to them. She needed to save him. She had to rescue Gu Yunxiao. No one could obstruct her. Nink nink. Gu Yunxiao's gaze began to drift. He slowly opened his eyes and offered Luo Ning a faint smile. It's nothing. I still intend to marry you, Gu Yunxiao uttered with great difficulty, blood streaming more profusely from the corner of his mouth. Do not speak. I will not allow you to perish, Luo Ning replied, her eyes reddening with concern. Yet, Qin Chuan and the others dared not let her pass. What if this Miss Luo was an impostor? They could not take the risk. Step aside. Luo Ning cried, her eyes now fully crimson, a frightening shade devoid of clarity. She is Sister Luo, the genuine Sister Luo. Chun Xiaolu tugged at Qin Chuan, attempting to pull him aside. Before Qin Chuan could yield, Luo Ning had already vanished, reappearing at Gu Yunxiao's side. She cautiously lifted him in her arms, and their figures soon disappeared.
Boss.
Qin Chuan and Jiang Zhen were rendered speechless, shocked and helpless. They had vanished, gone without a trace. Miss Luo will save him, Jiang Zhen reassured, patting Qin Chuan's shoulder, urging everyone to continue defending the city. We must safeguard these walls. No zombies or beasts shall tread here. The supplies for our boss await our return. Slay the zombies and obtain the crystal cores. Qin Chuan channeled his grief into strength, rallying the defenders to stand firm. Deep down, uncertainty gnawed at him. Would he return? Yet. What else could he do but hold the line? The boss would return, he reassured himself. He must protect his home. Luo Ning brought the cold, stiff Gu Yunxiao back to their sanctuary, her eyes still harboring the crimson hue. Snowball. How do we save him? What must I do? Snowball quickly arrived beside Gu Yunxiao. Her eyes filled with sorrow, shimmering with tears. This fellow, truly, injured again. How do we save him? Will the spirit water suffice? Should I let him drink more or immerse him directly? As she spoke, Luo Ning moved Gu Yunxiao closer to the spirit water. Yes, a soak should suffice. However, this time the injury is to the heart, rather serious. He may need to soak for 3 or 4 days. Snowball's gaze averted from Luo Ning's. Will this suffice? Can we remove the knife? Luo Ning regretted not consulting Jiang Zhen, the doctor, first. Alright, just wait. On the count of 3, you shall pull it out. 1, 2, 3. Upon finishing the count, Luo Ning swiftly yanked out the dagger. Blood splattered across her face and body. Dropping the knife, she pressed her hands against the wound. But the blood flowed uncontrollably. Suddenly, a soft white light emanated from Snowball, enveloping Gu Yunxiao entirely. Luo Ning stood still, blood dripping onto the grass, watching as Gu Yunxiao's body was bathed in the white light, rising and sinking into the spirit water. What can I do now? Luo Ning's eyes were bloodshot, yet filled with confusion. Her heart felt hollow. You keep watch outside, look after that fellow. Here, I will ensure that when you return, Mr. Gu will be alive. Snowball spoke with unwavering certainty. Luo Ning felt a little reassured. If the spirit claimed it would be fine, then it must be so. Since Mr. Gu would be all right, she would first go and settle accounts with those monsters outside. When he wakes, he will call for me, Luo Ning reiterated, confirming once more. Very well. With Snowball's affirmation, Luo Ning felt a sense of calm and exited the sanctuary. Oh, by the way, woman, I quite like you. I do not find you foolish at all. Snowball remarked just as Luo Ning vanished. I know. With that, her form disappeared. Snowball felt a moment of disappointment, but quickly resolved herself, her eyes filled with determination. No longer hesitating, the radiance around her intensified until her rounded figure was obscured. The pure white orb merged with the light, becoming indistinct. A burst of light swiftly shot into the spirit water, entering Gu Yunxiao's brow, vanishing from sight. Master, it is time to awaken. Chapter 147. Miss Luo has lost her mind. Luo Ning emerged from the sanctuary, her body and face drenched in blood. She paid no heed to wiping it away. She had no desire to do so. With deliberate, oppressive steps, she approached the bound figure of her other self on the ground. Releasing her full attributes, she unleashed an overwhelming presence that left those nearby gasping for breath. Her eyes remained blood-red, yet her aura was steady, her heartbeat normal. As she appeared, the surrounding individuals took notice, though their concern and anxiety were well contained. Meanwhile, the beasts seemed to have grown accustomed to the scent of the roses, gradually losing control. They had no time to inquire about Luo Ning. Their focus remained on the beasts and zombies below the city walls. It was as if every zombie was converging upon the Yanning base, intent on razing it to the ground, tearing apart the flesh of everyone present. With purpose, or perhaps vengeance. Luo Ning approached the figure lying cold upon the city wall, already dusted lightly with snowflakes. The hatred in her eyes materialized almost tangibly. Dead? Or has she turned into a zombie? Sigh, such ease is rather dull. Before her words could fade, Luo Ning extended her bloodied hand, smiling eerily as she forcefully extracted the heart from the ground figure. The individual's eyes widened in shock, yet they did not cease to breathe. You should not be like this. You should be weak and useless, meeting a tragic end. This cannot be.
No.
I am the plot. I cannot be wrong. The fault lies with you. The curious gazes around her were startled by Luo Ning's madness. She had dug out a heart with her bare hands. Miss Luo is terrifying. She has lost her mind. Yet, the woman on the ground was even more dreadful. Despite having lost her heart, she continued to speak. This world had become fantastical. Their worldviews shattered. Qin Chuan, Jiang Zhen, and Dazhuang remained occupied with their own battles, unable to assist. So, your heart is red as well, Luo Ning remarked, gripping the bloodied heart and lifting it, surveying her surroundings. How curious. With a sudden exertion, she crushed the heart, splattering blood across the woman's incredulous face. Is she still alive? Luo Ning questioned as she seized the woman's legs, lifting her to hurl against the protruding concrete bricks of the wall. Again and again. Until the woman's skull was reduced to fragments, red and white matter seeping out before she discarded the tattered body aside. Zhuke, keep an eye on it. Luo Ning commanded before departing. All right, understood. Zhuke trembled inwardly, thinking it wise to never provoke a woman. She, drenched in blood, spread her wings and headed towards the densest cluster of beasts and zombies. Miss Luo has gone mad? Xu Bufan was taken aback, his powers faltering. Dazhuang also bore a look of shock. Qian Duo and Gu Yunxi rushed over, only to witness Luo Ning's brutal display. Shock was insufficient to capture their current feelings. Rather, they felt a profound sorrow. Gu Yunxi fell silent, no longer laughing or arguing, as she silently descended the wall to open the gates and slay zombies. Qian Duo could not restrain her. She had hoped Qin Chuan could dissuade her somewhat. Yet, she had not anticipated that Qin Chuan would also have succumbed to madness, joining her in her reckless endeavor. As we stand guard here, they continue to pour in. If they fear, let us make them fear more. Let us slay them until they dare not approach. Those with spirit, go out and kill. Gu Yunxi's eyes shimmered with tears, having only grasped the essence of the situation. However, if her brother were to perish, Ning would descend into madness. She could not endure a solitary existence in silence. Thus, she resolved to confront those monstrous beings head-on. In truth, the idea of venturing out to fight had long been brewing among the group. They had merely opted to guard the city, for safety's sake. Now, for reasons unknown, a surge of fighting spirit ignited within them, each individual ablaze with fervor. A glance at Luo Ning's reckless combat style stirred the hearts of the others, unsettling their inner peace. If she could do it, so could they. The superhumans were ready to leave the city, led by Qin Chuan, Zhuke, and a band of mercenaries, with the superhumans closely trailing behind. They split into several different directions, flinging open the city gates to engage in a fierce battle with the zombies and aberrant beasts. The zombies, sensing the proximity of fresh flesh, grew increasingly agitated. Little did they know, they were about to face an unrelenting slaughter. When humanity unleashes its wrath, nothing can withstand it. United in spirit, their resolve became one. God shall be slain by gods, and Buddhas shall be vanquished by Buddhas. Luo Ning's ice-based powers surged with a newfound vitality, rapidly encasing the snarling aberrant beasts and zombies in frost. The ice spread with a crackling sound, freezing their movements in place. The aberrant beasts, now demonstrating the stirrings of intelligence, sensed the impending danger and instinctively sought to retreat. Yet it was far too late. What does it mean to be frozen for miles on end? The scene before them served as the perfect illustration. Meanwhile, at other city gates, the warriors were engaged in a blood-soaked frenzy against the zombies.
The soldiers atop the walls unleashed artillery fire upon the larger aberrant beasts, their eyes alight with both fire and tears. They yearned to cleanse this world of its monstrous scourge, to restore peace and tranquility. Suddenly, a chilling aura surged forth, sending a tremor through the battle-hardened souls. Before their eyes, the zombies and aberrant beasts froze into immobility, their claws and fangs bared, yet powerless. Strangely, the humans remained untouched, as if shielded by an invisible barrier. While they stood in stunned silence, a person and a bird approached from two directions, racing along the city wall and unleashing torrents of flame upon the frozen monstrosities. Retreat. Back to the city, Qin Chuan commanded, prompting the group to hurriedly withdraw within the city walls. Standing atop the ramparts, they beheld Luo Ning and Zhuge below, spewing fire that incinerated the once moving creatures, now mere ice-bound husks. The flames did not merely thaw, they obliterated the monsters into powder along with the ice. Where they passed, the ground became a vibrant tapestry of crystallized cores, a riot of colors. Under the distant glow of the snowlight, a kaleidoscope of hues shimmered brilliantly. Good and evil, beauty and ugliness. Who can declare absolutes? Those repulsive zombies birthed such dazzling crystal cores. For 2 full days they endured. A day of freezing, followed by a day of flames. Luo Ning and Zhuge pressed on without respite. She dared not pause, perhaps out of fear of facing reality. Thus, she sought an excuse to delay her entry into the space. This way, she could avoid the agonizing wait and the gnawing anxiety. She was determined to eradicate these monsters, to annihilate them entirely. She sought vengeance for Yunxiao, to release her pent-up fury. By the 3rd day, the others no longer called out to her as they had on the first day, for it was futile. Even her parents felt helpless. The crimson hue in her eyes had never waned. It remained steadfast. Luo's parents sighed. They understood their daughter well. If Yunxiao did not awaken, no amount of persuasion would suffice. Crucially, Yunxiao was in her space. None but she knew the true circumstances. They could only focus on clearing the corpses outside the base to prevent further bloodshed. Luo Ning led Zhuge in pursuing the remaining zombies and aberrant beasts that had yet to reach the vicinity of the base, driving them back 5 kilometers. The zombies and aberrant beasts continued to stir restlessly, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. The moment she paused, they would seize their chance. She could not afford to stop. What if they returned? What if she failed to eliminate the aberrant beasts and zombies? What if Yunxiao remained unawakened? Thus, she mechanically repeated her actions, unwilling to cease the slaughter. By the 3rd day, Luo Ning's body was utterly exhausted. Despite her ability to fly with wings, she had not closed her eyes for 3 consecutive days and nights. Even with her powers at their zenith, she had not rested for a single moment. She was weary, acutely aware of her fatigue, yet her mind remained strikingly clear. Just a little longer, she needed to drive them further away, to kill more, so she could feel secure in visiting Yunxiao. She wished for him to awaken in a tranquil and safe environment as he healed. She longed to protect him, if only for a single moment. Suddenly, warm hands grasped her cold, stiff ones. Luo Ning's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, she considered striking out, but reason prevailed. There was anticipation, doubt, and disbelief. Zhuge remained steadfast before her, flames raging, eliciting cries of despair from the aberrant beasts and zombies. Yet, she could not hear. Her ears rang deafeningly. Her vision narrowed, fixated solely on the figure before her. Yunxiao, you are alive, how wonderful! Despite her face being marred by dried, darkened blood. Devoid of any beauty, her smile radiated with the vibrant essence of life, brimming with vitality and hope. I am alive. I shall never again let you worry. As Yunxiao spoke, he reached out and embraced the bloodied Luo Ning. She did not respond, nor did she inquire how he could embrace her in midair. Yunxiao glanced down, noticing she had already succumbed to sleep. His brow furrowed slightly, though a smile danced at the corners of his lips. Foolish yet heart-wrenching. From now on, matters of slaughter shall be left to me. With that, his gaze shifted, and his hand began to swirl with energy, directing it toward the horde of zombies. Moments later, not a trace of the aberrant beasts remained. Zhuge, the divine bird, appeared somewhat winded, cautiously trailing behind Yunxiao. only to find that he had vanished with his beloved wife, leaving the noble bird to flap its wings pitifully as it flew back. Chapter 148. Origins. In a distant past, there existed the four celestial spirits, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, revered as the four divine beasts of the mortal realm. They may have truly existed, or perhaps they were merely an expression of humanity's reverence for the unknown forces. How can one claim that divinity does not exist when they have never encountered a god? Baihu, having endured the trials of thunder and emerged unscathed, ascended to godhood, known as the god of Baihu, the master of war, wreaking havoc across the lands. Upon attaining divinity, the spatial artifact that accompanied him gradually developed a spark of consciousness, nurtured by the ambient spiritual energy. Baihu bestowed a fragment of his divine power upon it, granting it form. Yet somewhere along the line something went amiss, resulting in a creature that resembled neither cat nor tiger nor dog, but rather a portly, plump bundle. Fortunately, this adorable, naive creature, with its fluffy fur and sweet disposition, added a splash of color to the otherwise monotonous and lengthy existence of the god of Baihu. It was named Baichi. The god treated it with great kindness. Baihu was notoriously cold and ruthless among the four spirits, yet he was perpetually accompanied by a foolish, gluttonous artifact spirit. However, its high status rendered it untouchable, allowing it to torment and bully others at will. Time passed swiftly, and the world transformed in the blink of an eye. The life of a deity is one of tedium and length. As a god, one experiences neither the pangs of emotion nor the fluctuations of joy and sorrow. While companions succumbed to the weight of their prolonged existence and chose self-destruction, willingly becoming part of the heavenly path, or even mortals, the god of Baihu, at times, felt a hollow ache within his heart, as if a piece of it were missing. He was unaware of the sensation, yet it seemed he was ill-suited to continue his divine role. For a deity ought not to be burdened with excessive emotions and thoughts. Perhaps it was time for him to depart, much like Zhuke and Qinglong, in search of self-discovery, to fill the void within his heart, even if it meant relinquishing immortality. Baichi, I must take my leave. The ethereal figure clad in garments as white as snow reappeared before the fluffy snowball, but this time to bid farewell. Baihu Xinjun, are you truly leaving? Might you take me along? A snow-white ball rolled playfully, its round, cerulean eyes gleaming with anticipation. The celestial man stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing into the distance. The wind stirred his silken hair gently. It was uncertain whether it was his hair that lamented the departure of the breeze, or if the wind itself conveyed a sense of parting, adding an enchanting aura to the scene, as if he were poised to ride the wind away. Baichi, you are still young. Remain here within this bracelet. The place I am bound for does not permit your company. He reached out, intending to stroke the fluffy head, but inadvertently caught sight of the little creature covered in grass clippings and discreetly withdrew his hand. Originally awaiting a gentle pat, Baichi was left hanging, glancing at the retracted hand with a twitching mouth, rolling its eyes internally in resignation. Was it merely disdain for its grassy coat? A simple pat would suffice, it mused, shaking its body to shed the grass and scattering it across the floor. Master, could you tell me where you intend to go? I shall seek you out once I have become formidable. I know not where fate shall take me. I shall follow its course. If destiny allows, we shall meet again. As he spoke, the man could not resist reaching out to caress the fluffy ball's head. You possess a fragment of divine consciousness bestowed by me. It shall guide you to your destined companion. Perhaps, in that moment, we shall reunite. The fluffy creature nudged its head, its eyes narrowing in enjoyment. Yet a wave of reluctance washed over its heart. Baichi wished to hold on to him, but it also understood that he spoke the truth. He would not deceive a mere spirit. He was genuinely departing. He left, waving his sleeve, taking nothing but air with him. The spring breeze continued to blow. But only Baichi remained, solitary and forlorn. It lulled itself into a trance, drifting into slumber, awaiting the fated companion the divine had mentioned, anticipating their next encounter. Legend has it that, in times of war, 3 of the 4 divine beings perished. Yet, who can say for certain if they truly fell in battle, or if they ventured elsewhere, seeking something? No one knows. Hence, it remains but a legend. The Baihu Xinjun.
obedient to the will of heaven, journeyed to a minuscule, unstable world to assume the role of heavenly law. He thought, "Since fate has placed me here to govern the celestial order, I shall acquiesce. It is well to experience the mortal world's vicissitudes." This unstable realm was none other than the world of fiction. He found it peculiar, where the right was wrong and the wrong was right, the living were dead, and the dead were alive. He struggled to comprehend, believing that since fate had led him here, he could not merely observe. Only by being human could he truly experience the intricate emotions of humanity. Thus, the heavenly law of this small world transformed into a human, a tangible, living being. To delve into the complexities of human emotion, he pondered if, through this journey, he might unravel the chaos of this timeline. Since it was already so entangled, his presence, whether necessary or not, would matter little. The being he became was named Yunxiao. Yet, he remained oblivious to the truth that a deity, even when forsaking their divine duties, would still influence the small world. The moment he transformed into a human, in another realm, an author, weary and half asleep, struggled to keep his head from drooping as he typed away at his computer, unaware of the nonsensical narrative he was crafting. Ultimately, fatigue overcame him, and he succumbed to slumber. He did not witness the words on the screen materializing rapidly, jumping and forming lines and pages.
Yunxiao.
The eldest grandson of the Gu family, an unfortunate childhood. The following morning, the author stretched lazily, inadvertently knocking over his water cup. The computer crackled and then went black. What a wretched machine. How frustrating, he grumbled, before returning to bed to catch up on sleep. The computer may have shut down, but the plot of the novel had already begun to take shape, gaining a consciousness of its own, continuing to weave a tragic ending. Once a deity relinquishes their divine responsibilities, they lose all memories of their godhood, becoming merely immortal. Yet, the remnants of their nobility remain difficult to conceal. Yunxiao was the embodiment of heavenly law. His birth and childhood were fraught with misfortune, branded as a monster by himself and all around him. Until he encountered a girl unlike any other, one who appeared dignified, yet possessed a cunning spirit. Her name was Luo Ning. She did not disdain him, bathing him, playing with him, and even engaging in mischief by climbing through windows. However, she was betrothed to another, and she often failed to remember him. Eventually, she managed to remember herself, yet the light in her eyes faded, leaving only disdain. Her heart belonged to her fiancé. If that were the case, he would remain by her side, ensuring her happiness. Yet, in the end, they both perished, victims of a wicked couple. Thankfully, they were separated in life, but united in death. In that fleeting moment of demise, he suddenly awakened with the consciousness of a deity, recalling his life with fury. However, it was all too late. The one he had guarded since childhood was gone forever. His heart ached. This was what heartache felt like. And what of that feeling of anxiousness, that pounding heart? Was it love? He did not know, having never experienced it before. However, he did not wish to lose her. As the heavenly law of the small world, he found himself powerless to resurrect her. After much contemplation, he devised a plan. Thus, he eliminated the wicked couple, obliterated the world, and, at the cost of his divine essence, initiated a new beginning. This time, he ensured she retained her memories, allowing her to be reborn. He even summoned the spirit Baichi to safeguard her. With everything reset, Yunxiao once again became Yunxiao, a mortal, no longer the heavenly law, no longer the Baihu Xinjun. In this life, I shall wait for you. I will no longer be a deity. Can you live well, even if you do not love me? Chapter 149. I will not wait. Yunxiao returned to the base, cradling Luo Ning, who was drenched in blood. Everyone was startled to see her eyes tightly shut. Upon learning that she had merely succumbed to exhaustion and overexertion of her abilities, their anxious hearts calmed. The crowd gathered around her bedside was soon dismissed, sent to their quarters for rest. Luo's parents had also scarcely slept these past few days. Their advanced years rendered the essence of the spirit spring incapable of easing their inner turmoil. Once the zombie beasts retreated, their daughter returned unscathed, and they deflated like a punctured balloon. Luo's mother wished to say something, but was pulled away by her father. Marriage? What is the state of the world? Is there even a chance for marriage? They had faced life and death together. Their bond would not falter. Let it go, don't worry. Our daughter has a family now. If you have time, perhaps you should show me some more affection, he said, ushering his mother, who had much to say, away, leaving space for Gu Yunxiao and Luo Ning. Once everyone had departed, Gu Yunxiao carried Luo Ning into his own space. He moved with utmost care, as if cradling a fragile porcelain doll, gently placing her on his bed, not minding the potential stains on his sheets. What a ridiculous obsession with cleanliness. Such fastidiousness pertains to others. My wife is not dirty in the slightest. Gu Yunxiao knelt on one knee beside the bed, leaning over to gaze tenderly at her. He caressed her delicate features with a gentle touch, infused with warmth and affection. She was the one he had cherished for 2 lifetimes, and now, with the restoration of his memories from both lives, including those of his former divine existence, he felt an even deeper understanding of his love and possessiveness towards her. He harbored no regrets about relinquishing his divine status, for spending his mortal days by her side seemed far more alluring than the prospect of eternal life. With a warm towel, he meticulously wiped away the blood from her face, fearing that any sudden movement might rouse her from her slumber. The girl was utterly exhausted, dark circles shadowing her eyes. She murmured softly, then surrendered to sleep once more, her grip on his hand unwavering. This brought him a sense of comfort and joy. He relished the feeling of her reliance on him. At last, the bloodied visage was gently cleansed, revealing the youthful and innocent countenance beneath. The soft down on her cheeks glimmered in the dim light. Her exquisite brows, prominent nose, and full lips were utterly enchanting. How adorable she was! How he longed for her! His hand instinctively reached towards her luscious lips, then to her cheeks and earlobes. The memories of 2 lifetimes overwhelmed him, igniting a need for emotional release. Bending down, he captured her lips, initially intending a mere brush, yet his thoughts and actions seemed to have minds of their own. What began as a fleeting touch gradually evolved into a passionate kiss. One hand cradled the back of her head, drawing her closer, inch by inch, savoring the intimacy. He lost himself in the embrace, oblivious to the world around them. The girl found herself struggling to breathe, releasing a soft moan. He cursed himself in silence, scolding his own desires. She was asleep, and yet here he was, lost in his own reverie. If he did not rein himself in, things could spiral out of control. Despite his intentions, he found it difficult to release her, fearing she might slip away. Ultimately, reason prevailed, and he gently laid her back on the bed before retreating to take a cold shower, steeling himself for what lay ahead. He lay beside her, listening to her steady breathing, and soon succumbed to slumber himself. Luo Ning slept the entire day, during which Gu Yunxiao stirred several times, indulging in affectionate gestures. Yet she remained blissfully unaware. Each time, Mr. Gu found himself feigning sleep, and by the end of the day, he had bathed numerous times, nearly exhausting himself. Finally, Luo Ning awoke, turned over, stretched, and upon glancing to her side, was met by a pair of fathomless dark eyes. The intensity of his gaze was terrifying, akin to a starving wolf spotting its prey, yearning to devour her. "Good morning, Mr. Gu," she greeted, her voice light. "Ha, good morning," she chuckled, marveling at her own peculiar greeting. Suddenly recalling the menacing creatures they had faced, she shivered, but before she could voice her concerns, Gu Yunxiao pulled her tightly into his embrace. "The zombies and beasts are gone. There is no danger. Rest easy. Everyone is safe," he reassured her. "It's nighttime now. You can continue to sleep," he added. Relieved, Luo Ning remembered his wounds and cautiously pushed against his embrace, careful not to apply too much pressure. "Be careful. Your injuries, are they healed? Don't hold me so tightly. What if you press on your wounds?" she admonished, her hands already working to unfasten his shirt buttons. Gu Yunxiao wrestled internally, torn between pushing her away and keeping her close. Despite his injuries being healed, he involuntarily winced, the sound escaping him pitifully. Luo Ning removed his jacket and began to peel away his shirt. The wound, located near his heart, was revealed as she unbuttoned a few of his shirt's fastenings. The pale pink flesh contrasted sharply with the surrounding sun-kissed skin, evoking deep sympathy. In truth, he felt no pain. And as he watched Luo Ning's eyes glisten with moisture, he felt a pang of guilt, reluctant to cause her further distress.
Just as he prepared to explain that he was fine, she unexpectedly lowered her head, gently pressing her soft lips against his wound. The moment their skin touched, a jolt of electricity coursed through him, radiating from his heart to the entirety of his being. The words he had intended to speak transformed into a low, sensual groan. Luo Ning lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, making her all the more heart-wrenching to behold. She gazed at him, unwavering. "I know you're fine.
But it pains me.
I wish I could make that vile creature roll on a cactus 100 times. She lamented, suddenly feeling a wave of grievance. You didn't even recognize the fake me, she added, casting a peculiar look at Yunxiao. I suspected it might be a counterfeit, but it bore your face. And I couldn't bring myself to harm it. I feared that if it were truly you, I would regret my actions, he replied, lightly kissing her lips before swiftly retreating. You fool, it's just a face. What is there to hesitate about? It can't happen like this again. I will be heartbroken, she said, laughter mingling with tears, her face adorably flushed. Yunxiao, you're such a cleanliness freak. I'm so dirty. Yet you don't seem to mind. Despite the remnants of tears on her face, her tone had returned to a casual banter with Yunxiao. Her emotions swayed effortlessly. A feat only a woman could master. I don't mind you, he said, moving to embrace her once more.
Wait.
I'm filthy. I need to take a shower first. Is there water in your space? I want to wash up. Yes, Yunxiao replied, battling with his own tumultuous feelings yet maintaining a calm demeanor. He prepared warm water while Luo Ning drew the curtain, shedding her soiled garments. Her pristine feet stepped into the water, and she peeked outside the curtain, a playful smile gracing her lips. Mr. Gu, you have many thoughts, yet your courage seems lacking.
She teased.
Yunxiao, having discarded the soiled bedding, focused intently on making the bed. From behind, he appeared utterly normal. However, when he turned, his nose was stuffed with tissues, having changed them countless times. His ears flushed crimson, his cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, and his gaze darted around, unsure where to settle. This was his domain, where he could sense everything. Yunxiao, could you fetch me some clothes? Luo Ning's voice startled him, causing the tissue in his hand to fall. Sure, he replied, his voice low and husky. He had plenty of her clothes. As he reached inside, his fingertips trembled slightly, but before he knew it, he was pulled into the space with force. No, not yet. The wedding. He protested weakly, his words fragmented and incoherent. But I don't want to wait, she insisted, her voice firm yet tender. Wait, please, he struggled to respond, a hint of desperation in his tone. Rest assured. I will take responsibility. Yunxiao, you scoundrel, she exclaimed, her anger devoid of any real threat. I am indeed a scoundrel. I was wrong, he admitted, his voice low and enticing. I'm so sleepy. I feel so tired, she murmured, her energy waning. Sleep if you wish. Don't mind me, he replied, his demeanor unusually cheerful. Yunxiao. You rascal, she fumed. I have no rascals, only you. Don't be jealous. What's mine is yours, and vice versa, he said with a smile, his voice gentle and affectionate. The dawn was still far off, and the night was just right. Chapter 150, An Egg. The snow did not cease its descent despite humanity's victory. Winter remained bitterly cold. The glass window was veiled with a delicate mist, the interior radiating warmth, standing in stark contrast to the icy desolation outside. This was largely due to the foresight exercised during the construction of the base, which accounted for the unpredictable temperature, ensuring that the homes were equipped with heating stoves. Such provisions spared humanity, who had persevered through the sweltering summer and the relentless pursuit of zombies, from succumbing to the bitter cold of winter. Brother Ning, are you still asleep? Yunxi inquired, prodding the logs in the stove with a stick, the flames erupting in a series of crackling sounds. She idly turned to Yunxiao, her exhaustion from battling the undead evident. Leave her be, do you hear? Yunxiao warned, casting a casual glance at the steaming cup of coffee in his hand. Mr. and Mrs. Luo exchanged a couple of discreet coughs, their gazes drifting elsewhere, contemplating the remarkable ability to sleep so soundly. Had they not witnessed it several times, they would have found it hard to believe. Luo Ning, overhearing their conversation, felt her cheeks flush. She had reached for the doorknob but hesitated, deciding it was best to remain inside for now, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thus, she slipped into her own space. Thinking back, it had been several days since she had last entered. Snowball, Snowball, your clever, beautiful, kind, and generous master has returned. Upon entering her space, she noticed the absence of the chubby little ball of fluff that usually rushed to her for affection, a flicker of unease passing through her. Yet, she quickly dismissed it, reasoning that the little creature was likely hiding away to enjoy a chicken leg or snuggling in its cozy bed.
Gotcha.
Luo Ning tiptoed into the wooden cabin, suddenly flinging back the covers, expecting to be greeted by the familiar, furry bundle. Her arms were poised to catch the weighty little companion. However, nothing was there. Panic surged within her. The adorable, soft creature that had accompanied her since her rebirth, the one that adored being fed, had vanished. Luo Ning stood frozen, a sense of helplessness enveloping her. Suddenly, she caught sight of a flash of red perched upon a branch outside the window, solitary and exuding an air of despondency. "Zhuke, have you seen Snowball?" she asked. A glimmer of hope mingled with trepidation. "I don't know. That rascal has gone missing. I couldn't find it when I returned. I've searched everywhere." Zhuke, typically proud and aloof, lowered her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. Luo Ning's last shred of hope shattered. She recalled her last visit to the space, which coincided with Yunxiao's injury. The memories flooded back, every detail rushing into her mind. The last thing Snowball had said was, "Woman, I really like you, and I don't mind your clumsiness at all." Her nose tinged with bitterness. In her eagerness to save Yunxiao, she had completely overlooked the creature's unusual behavior. Those words had clearly felt like a farewell.
How had she missed that?
Right, Yunxiao. I can ask him. He was the last one to see it. And what had happened after it enveloped him in that white light to save him? Luo Ning was filled with questions. She had no desire to examine anything else in her space. All she wanted was to locate her companion. When she emerged, everyone was mostly present. After enduring half an hour of examinations and inquiries to confirm her well-being, her parents finally relaxed. Having reassured her parents and teammates, Luo Ning finally found the opportunity to speak with Yunxiao privately. Upon entering the room, her smile faded instantly, replaced with a hint of urgency. "Yunxiao, my spirit companion has vanished. Have you seen it? Where could it possibly go? It only knows how to be greedy and adorable. It couldn't have been caught and cooked by someone else, could it?" As she spoke, her words grew increasingly frantic, though she had mentally prepared for the worst, unwilling to accept the reality of its disappearance. "I can't find it." Luo Ning's voice quivered, tears welling up. Snowball had been her companion, always responding when called, offering her guidance and encouragement. Although she often complained about its insatiable appetite, she cherished its presence. It instilled a sense of confidence within her.
Yet now,
she had lost it. "Don't cry, I know where it is," Yunxiao said gently, wiping away her tears. "I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. Please, stop crying. It breaks my heart. If you keep crying, I'll have to kiss you." Luo Ning froze momentarily, processing his words, and her tears began to subside. "You said you know where it is." Her eyes, red and rabbit-like, sparkled with surprise. "Yes," Yunxiao replied, leaning down to capture her luscious lips in a tender kiss. Luo Ning's eyes widened. Why did he suddenly kiss her? Was this the right moment? She was upset about losing her spirit companion. He had claimed to know its whereabouts, and then he kissed her. The man's breath was commanding and intense, overshadowing her initial joy at the prospect of finding Snowball, leaving only the overwhelming sensation of his passionate kiss. His strong arm encircled her waist, drawing her closer until their breaths intertwined and their heartbeats resonated clearly. After what felt like an eternity, she finally caught her breath, fresh air filling her lungs and her reason returning. Unable to restrain herself, she playfully punched him, but fearing it might aggravate his injury, it transformed into a soft,
playful top.
"You need to tell me where Snowball is, and then you suddenly kiss me? Are we on the same wavelength?" Luo Ning's cheeks were flushed, her face radiant, which caught Yunxiao's attention, causing his throat to involuntarily move. He averted his gaze, covering his lips with his hand, clearing his throat. "You were crying and hiccuping. It pained me, so I thought I'd remedy that."
See?
Now we can talk properly. Quickly, take me to it. Luo Ning felt the urgency to find Snowball, so she planted a kiss on Gu Yunxiao's cheek and urged him onward. All right, Gu Yunxiao thought, relishing the thought of more of her playful affection in the future. The two figures vanished, reappearing in the familiar confines of his space. Gazing at the bed where they had previously slept, Luo Ning's eyes fell upon an egg resting upon the bedside table, leaving her utterly bewildered. Her gaze darted back and forth between the egg and Gu Yunxiao. Receiving a confirming look from him, she hesitantly accepted this strange reality. Snowball had transformed into an egg. It can't possibly be oblivious to everything happening outside its shell, right? She murmured hesitantly. It doesn't he know, it's in a state of chaos. Moreover, I've blocked its awareness. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it, Gu Yunxiao smirked, leaning closer. Don't tease me. I'm still young, and my parents are waiting for me to return. Luo Ning sensed something was amiss with Gu Yunxiao since yesterday. It was as if he had broken some kind of restraint and could flirt with her at any moment. Luo Ning grasped Gu Yunxiao's hand to prevent him from moving, scrutinizing the egg with curiosity. It appeared larger and rounder than an ostrich egg, and she couldn't fathom why Snowball would choose to reside within it. Perceiving her confusion, Gu Yunxiao recounted the tale of his bond with Snowball, unveiling the intricacies of their past lives and present circumstances. Luo Ning gazed blankly at the man before her, her heart aching for him. Yet at the same time, she felt an immense gratitude for the fortune of having encountered him. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, her heart compelled her to reach out and embrace him. She resolved to repay him with 2 lifetimes of profound affection in the years that remained to her. The egg belonging to Yunxiao was brought back to her own space by Luo Ning, where Lord Zhuke circled the egg daily, neglecting all else and refusing to venture outside. He bathed the egg, regaled it with stories, and devoted his time to nurturing it. Luo Ning pondered how she had never noticed the strong bond between these two. Perhaps it was born from their quarrels. The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. With such a guardian watching over her, Luo Ning felt a sense of reassurance. She awaited the moment when Yunxiao's spiritual consciousness would merge with this egg, rumored to possess a remarkable origin, allowing it to regain its depleted energy and assume a new form. This thought lightened her heart considerably. However, perhaps due to having listened to Gu Yunxiao's account, or perhaps because of her own preoccupations, the name White Tiger Deity kept surfacing in her mind. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Chapter 151. The Origin of Fate. White Tiger Deity, White Tiger Deity, Luo Ning murmured, her thoughts seemingly intertwining with the name. It felt as if severed nerves were gradually reconnecting at the sound of this title. White Tiger Deity, I no longer wish to be a deity. I come to bid you farewell. A woman with lustrous black hair and a porcelain complexion, exuding an aura of cold nobility, approached, adorned in a crimson gown that resembled flames, as she stood before the man clad in white for a final farewell. Though her fiery presence should have radiated warmth, it was tinged with an unusual chill, unlike her usual self. Deities bear divine responsibilities. If you withdraw, who will safeguard the mortal realm? The man remained fixated on his chessboard, his head unlifted. His words, sharp as blades, sliced through her selfish desires, exposing them beneath the sun's scrutiny. Thus, I am unworthy. Whoever wishes to be a deity may do so. I am unfit for such a role. What do responsibilities have to do with me? I have upheld the mortal realm for millennia, thereby fulfilling my karmic duties. From this point forth, I desire to live as a mortal, to experience but a single lifetime. You, the man, handsome as jade, with an elegant demeanor reminiscent of a celestial being, spoke only a single word, and that was all. The woman in red, with her fiery wings, took a leap from the precipice, sending the woodland creatures scattering, their cries echoing in unison. Be careful. With that utterance, a piece fell into place on the chessboard, his gaze directed at the void. Yet no one responded to his words anymore. She had departed, never to return. The first was Qinglong, who spoke of encountering a mortal woman and being moved by mortal emotions, willing to forsake his divinity to live a single life. That was merely the beginning. Now Zhuke had also left, without even explaining her destination. Everyone envied the exalted status of the 4 great deities. But who could endure the endless solitude of the ages? Being a deity is not merely a title,
It embodies the duty of safeguarding the stability of the world. As the White Tiger deity, he belonged to the noble lineage of the White Tiger clan, and cultivation was as natural to him as breathing. Even if the White Tiger deity departed, a new one would assume the mantle, rendering it inconsequential. Eternal life means that everything ultimately returns to dust. He had never contemplated anything else. He only understood his responsibilities as a deity. Qinglong had departed in search of love, yet he felt little in response. After all, he was notably more emotionally detached than any other deity. However, Zhu Chue's departure struck him differently. He had expected her to return. Rejuvenated after a brief excursion to the mortal realm, chattering away as she always did, without a trace of divine gravity. But this time, she did not return. He could no longer sense even the slightest trace of her presence. She had vanished. Had she fallen into the cycle of reincarnation? For the first time, the White Tiger deity experienced emotions beyond mere duty. He could not identify what it was, only a rising agitation. This was unacceptable. He could only venture forth repeatedly, battling the demonic forces. This was his duty, the sole purpose of his existence. For he was the war deity, the White Tiger deity. Zhu Ke renounced her divine responsibilities, relinquishing her divine power and infinite lifespan. She felt no regret or guilt, for a new Zhu Ke deity would rise in her stead. Previously, she had heard tales of the four great deities falling in battle, yet at this moment, she truly understood that falling in battle was merely an official narrative. Were they truly all slain in combat? She and Qinglong were not. They chose to end their prolonged existence, seeking to experience reality and to be themselves. She destroyed her divine powers, preparing to erase her memories. Yet, before doing so, she could not resist the urge to recall those warm moments one last time. She was the youngest child of the Zhu Ke clan, rebellious from a young age, appearing dignified and aloof, while being the most mischievous at heart. However, no one knew what her true self was like, for she concealed it remarkably well. In her youth she was still weak, yet she could not help but sneak out to play. She believed everyone was hypocritical, pretending to be happy when they were not. If she did not wish to cultivate or be a deity, why should she force herself? She simply did not want to be the Zhu Ke clan's deity. It was exhausting to maintain a solemn facade, to speak lightly, to abstain from food and drink, to refrain from laughter, to avoid this and that. She felt her young heart being crushed. Was it not better to be the king of birds? Were the delicacies of the mortal realm not enticing? Why must she endure such suffering? That day was just another day for her to idly pass the time. She slipped into the mortal realm to enjoy skewers, only to encounter a sudden assault from the demonic forces. As a mere weakling, she could barely escape. It was all over. She would perish. Bidding farewell to her beloved skewers.
But she did not die.
A celestial being in white descended from the heavens, seemingly with a mere flick of his fingers, dispatching the demonic intruders into clouds of black smoke. Just like that, they were vanquished? Awe welled up within her little heart. In that moment, she felt an urge to strive harder. Surely, this man must be one of the deities. If she too could become a deity, would she not be able to see him every day? In the end, she was like a little sparrow, her head drooping as he carried her back to the clan. Yet, she felt no discontent, only joy. Once a thought took root in her heart, it would slowly flourish and grow uncontrollably. No longer would she indulge in laziness. She aspired to be a deity, to fight alongside him. Regardless of the wind or rain, thunder or lightning, she never wavered. Blessed with exceptional talent, once she set her mind to it, she quickly surpassed her peers within her clan. Moreover, she learned to mask her true self even more adeptly. A deity must be cold and dignified, devoid of desires. No one ever discovered her authentic self. At last, she awaited her opportunity. The previous Zhu Ke deity was said to have fallen in battle, and as the most outstanding member of the younger generation within the Zhu Ke clan, she naturally ascended to become the new Zhu Ke deity. With a heart full of trepidation, she finally met that man. Yet, he did not remember her at all. In times of peace, they were generally idle. She often took to the mortal realm, returning to share her amusing observations with him. However, the White Tiger deity seemed like an ancient relic, impervious to her words, scarcely acknowledging her presence. She thought she could warm his icy heart. Yet a millennium passed without the slightest change. At least, He appeared to remain a celestial being, distant and indifferent. He frequently spoke of duty and divine responsibilities, perhaps considering her actions as distractions from her proper role. Then one day, Qinglong departed in search of happiness. The vermilion bird deity began to ponder her existence. Perhaps it was time for her to depart. With no chance of happiness before her, she resolved to indulge in the pleasures of mortal life, to experience the joys and sorrows of human existence, birth, aging, illness, and death, forgetting all, forgetting him. As she bid farewell to him, he remained as unyielding as ever, cold and indifferent. To hell with love, she was determined to revel in the earthly realm. The vermilion bird resolved to wholly relinquish her past and start anew. Eternity, a pursuit forever elusive, brought her only anguish. A single lifetime would suffice. She had already chosen her place of rebirth and her target for reincarnation, ready to forsake her immense powers and erase her memories, when, lo and behold, the demon clan reappeared. Was it too much to ask for a moment of peace? Just a second ago, she had lost her powers. Amidst the chaos stirred by the demon clan, she found herself whisked away to some obscure corner of the world. After all, bereft of her powers and memories, she was but an ordinary human. Her name was Luo Ning. Shortly after her abduction, the white tiger deity arrived to eradicate the remnants of the demon clan. Frowning slightly, he noticed the absence of a familiar figure and returned empty-handed. He could not comprehend the azure dragon, nor the vermilion bird. Why could they not simply fulfill their roles as deities, slaying demons and safeguarding peace? Was it not delightful to engage in chess or music? Yet, as the new vermilion bird deity ascended, he could no longer see the disingenuous vermilion bird he once knew. Leaving his heart hollow, as if a piece had been irrevocably lost. He played music, engaged in games, yet found no joy in them. He reveled in slaughter, believing it to imbue him with worth. However, as the days passed, her shadow became increasingly vivid in his mind. Surely, she was the only deity sneaking off to the mortal realm to enjoy skewers. There was none other like her. Yet, she was lost to him. When even bloodshed failed to evoke a sense of existence, he finally understood what the azure dragon and the vermilion bird meant when they spoke of time running out. His companions had changed several times. He was the most steadfast and seasoned deity among them, perceiving the others as mere juniors. Yet, his heart was lost to one of those juniors. As soon as the new white tiger deity took office, he chose to depart without a moment as hesitation. Bai Qi, I am leaving. You are still young, but you will find your destined partner. He left a trace of divine consciousness with Bai Qi and departed gracefully. He would erase his memories upon reincarnation. Even if he did not, he would inevitably forget. But would Bai Qi find her? He was uncertain. He would leave it to fate. I shall no longer be a deity, for I have developed mortal sentiments. Chapter 152. Snow Shoveling. Winter had set in, frigid enough to evoke a yearning to return to the womb. This world was merciless, just as they thought the chaos of zombies and beasts had ceased. A towering blanket of snow plunged everyone into disarray. As the leader of the base, Mr. Yunxiao had already taken the lead in shoveling snow outside. No matter how impressive one might be, when your spouse commands you to work, work you must. Laziness was not an option. Luo Ning had contemplated igniting a fire to melt away the snow, but Yunxiao stopped her. Do you wish to leave them homeless? A single flame would surely create a gaping hole in the base. After deliberating for a moment, he decided to speak candidly. After all, that fire was not the ordinary flame of a fire-type ability user. What he did not express was that the base belonged to everyone. Why should only his wife bear the burden? He could not indulge her, lest she develop lazy habits. Thus, the entire base was mobilized, with a loudspeaker calling out in a down-to-earth manner, "Are you still troubled by a lack of points? Are you worried about insufficient clothing and food? Are you shivering in a corner, your teeth chattering? Brothers, sisters, and esteemed family members, our opportunity has arrived. Simply join the snow shoveling effort, and you can receive generous point subsidies or a share of food and water, first come, first served. Seize the moment. Time waits for no one. Come join us." Yunxiao was quite impressed, unsure who had crafted such a rallying cry that simply stating shovel snow for food would suffice. Shaking his head, he sighed in resignation. How on earth did Qin Chuan approve this?
How did I do? Was my promotional phrase good? Luo Ning exclaimed, rushing to Gu Yunxiao's side, eager to hear his feedback. Only to be scooped up into a warm embrace. Did that hurt? Gu Yunxiao asked, already placing his hand on the spot she had bumped. The members of the newly formed Guardian Squad occasionally stole glances, before quickly averting their eyes, their hearts aching as if they had sustained 1,000 points of damage. Feeding the dog food, anytime and anywhere, regardless of the occasion or time, solely dependent on mood. Gu Yunxi stealthily grasped Qin Chuan's hand, rolling her eyes smoothly, without hesitation. Who doesn't he have a partner? I do, since childhood. Yunxi, did you come up with this promotional phrase? Xian Duo inquired as she approached Gu Yunxi. Jiang Zhen's gaze drifted to a certain spot. He raised his hand, only to let it drop again, then silently turned away, scratching his nose as he withdrew his hand into his pocket. It wasn't me, it was Ning Ning's idea, but it flows quite well.
Hey.
Gu Yunxi's voice rose, cautioning the two to pay attention. Over there, Gu Yunxiao's hand was being shoved back into Luo Ning's gloves. I don't know why you're so sturdy. Your body is not soft at all. You're not like a human. Yet you previously touched me, and couldn't he resist? You even complimented my figure. If you were softer, would I not prefer that? You must take responsibility for me. Remember not to forget about marriage. Gu Yunxiao shamelessly flirted. Luo Ning's gaze darted, and then she threatened, I know. I'll take responsibility. It's too cold now, once winter passes. I'll marry. I'll be yours. Keep your voice down. I don't want my parents to hear. Luo Ning was genuinely exasperated with Mr. Gu. She believed he was doing it on purpose, constantly being coy, playing the victim, showcasing his physique, and even trying to seduce her. If she weren't so resolute, well, that resolution seemed trivial. She didn't want to cling to it. She wasn't that superficial, but life was short after all. By the way, don't think you can change the subject. I asked you earlier about my promotional phrase. What do you think? Luo Ning beamed with pride, her brows arched with enthusiasm. I was just wondering who is so talented. Such creative wording could only come from someone beautiful and kind-hearted, quick-witted. Gu Yunxiao generously praised. The crowd muttered in response. In the future, they should avoid each other within 3 meters, lest they suffer a heart attack or sudden death. For the sake of their lives. Everyone consciously kept their distance. The loudspeaker continued to broadcast in a relatable tone, repeating the message throughout the base. Whether ordinary people or ability users, everyone wrapped themselves in their thickest clothing, peeking out from their hideaways, armed with tools if they had them, or picking up sticks as makeshift weapons if they didn't. Naturally, the base would provide some tools, as Mr. Gu was not lacking in resources. Some even ventured out wrapped in quilts. And there were those draped in layers of burlap, seemingly from nowhere, embodying a certain disheveled charm. Definitely a trendsetter. To provide warmth is sufficient, otherwise, an ordinary person stepping outside in these frigid temperatures could find themselves in dire straits. Though the content may appear somewhat pedestrian, its promotional impact is undeniably remarkable. Almost every survivor capable of movement and breath has emerged to lend a hand. The base is bustling with activity as the snow-clearing brigade forges ahead with unstoppable momentum. Meanwhile, children engage in playful snowball fights while running about, rendering the chill less biting. The adults, as they labor, cast affectionate glances at the children, their faces glowing with genuine smiles. Their cheeks are flushed, and the thick blankets and burlap sacks have been returned to storage, for they are too precious to discard. They may yet serve to stave off the cold or save a life. Perhaps they could even become cherished heirlooms passed down through generations. Alongside the snow-clearing efforts, Luo Ning has championed the establishment of vegetable greenhouses. A substantial plot of land within the base was earmarked, fortuitously discovered by Luo Ning, who conceived this idea. It is impractical for the entire base's vegetable supply to be sourced solely from her spatial storage, and there lacks a reasonable pretext for such. The greenhouses will not only provide engaging tasks for the inhabitants, but also mitigate domestic disputes. Surviving an entire winter subsisting solely on exotic beast meat, devoid of vegetables, would surely lead to severe constipation. Although she possesses vitamins, they cannot be offered without reciprocation. Hence, the vegetable greenhouses have sprung to life with fervor. In truth, Luo Ning had long envisioned this, aspiring for a form of vegetable diplomacy. Once everyone in the base has access to vegetables and surplus is available, they can barter with other bases, gaining leverage in the process. She would never shun an abundance of crystal cores. Being financially astute is indeed a source of joy. Meanwhile, Yunxiao and his team have progressed to snow removal beyond the base's perimeter. Concurrently, Luo Ning, accompanied by a group of individuals, diligently attends to the greenhouses, feeling warm enough to remove their hats, with steam rising from their heads. The materials are supplied by the base, and labor is compensated with fresh vegetables. When Luo Ning extracted several acres of vegetable seedlings from her spatial storage and transplanted them into the untainted soil collected before winter, the faces of those present beamed with foolish grins. The individuals wielding hoes and farming tools included former programmers, lawyers, waitstaff, and farmers, hailing from diverse walks of life. They once believed that the apocalypse would bring forth chaos, bloodshed, and cannibalism, fraught with hunger and cold. Yet now, though their existence cannot be equated to feasts of delicacies, mere sustenance is a blessing. They realize that happiness can be so simple. Presently, they gaze upon the tender greens, believing them to embody hope. Chapter 153. The New Year. The snow has been cleared, the vegetables have been sown, and the new year has arrived, the first new year since the apocalypse. People refer to this year as the inaugural year of the new calendar, hoping that the tribulations of the past year will swiftly fade away and that the new year will usher in fresh beginnings. The people of Huagua possess an unwavering devotion to the new year. Even with humble fare, they yearn for a lively celebration. The previously sown vegetables flourish within the greenhouse, making everyone's mouths water. With the care of a plant-based ability user, cherished as a treasure, Luo Ning has entrusted them to the community. No longer must she stealthily water them with spiritual spring water in the dead of night, fearing that the fragile seedlings might not endure. Cultivating vegetables is a cherished tradition among the people of Huagua. Once the seedlings were ready, every household began to prepare 1 or 2 containers within their homes, equipped with stoves, filled with the exchanged untainted soil, and planted a few seeds, allowing them to bask in the warmth of the stove, thus adding a touch of greenery to their daily meals. Prior to the harvest from the greenhouses, if a family were to consume even a single leaf of green vegetable in a day, it would be regarded as a luxurious feast, a source of envy for others. To ensure that everyone could enjoy vegetables during the new year, Luo Ning specifically selected crops with short growth cycles, also sowing some mung bean sprouts and soybean sprouts. With the greenhouse finally established, she could not afford to let even a fraction of its value go to waste. The prospect of enjoying fresh greens for the new year entirely depended on the greenhouse. While Luo Ning and her comrades had ample access to these resources, the majority had not experienced such fortune. With the ability to uplift the community as spirits, they aimed to bring hope and improvement to their lives. Just as Luo Ning returned to her room after a thorough inspection of the greenhouse, she was unexpectedly pressed against the door and kissed. Yunxiao, had she not sensed his familiar aura, she would have instinctively raised her leg to kick him, ready to teach him a lesson. Yet, as he was Mr. Gu, the situation warranted a different response. Cough, the vegetables are delightful today. Let us have more tomorrow to cool down. Came the voice of Luo's father from outside the door. Luo Ning froze in place, paralyzed with fear. The door was unlocked, and she dreaded the thought of her father barging in unannounced. Yunxiao teasingly nibbled on her lip, his warm hand roaming over her waist, as if marking his territory. Luo Ning let out a soft sound of surprise, quickly closing her mouth, acutely aware of her father's presence just outside. What had caused the sudden silence outside? Oh no, could they have heard? How embarrassing! Her cheeks flushed crimson as she pulled Yunxiao into her spatial realm. Amused, Yunxiao noted how, despite their familiarity, Ning remained bashfully coy. The rhythmic footsteps faded into the distance. Thankfully, they were merely passing by. Otherwise, the situation would have turned quite awkward. Once safely in her space, Luo Ning sighed in relief, but before she could fully recover, the man seized her breath once more. Yunxiao, spring hasn't even arrived yet, she protested. Luo Ning felt a flicker of annoyance. For days on end, he had seized every opportunity to kiss and embrace her, even demanding her company at night. What was this all about? You spend all day busying yourself with greenhouse vegetables, neglecting me. I feel lonely, hollow, and cold. You finally return and deny me a single kiss to alleviate my longing? Gu Yunxiao's eyes brimmed with sorrow. His handsome visage cloaked in a pitiful aura as he gazed intensely at Luo Ning. In that moment, she felt like the heartless rogue while he resembled the wronged spouse. Luo Ning found herself in disarray. Yet, this was the man she had brought home. What could she do but indulge him? I was wrong. Next time, I'll take you wherever I go. 20 out of the 24 hours in a day, I'll spend with you. How does that sound? She offered, leaning in to present him with her vibrant, red lips. Do you not wish to see me for 4 more hours? Then I shall follow you. Gu Yunxiao, in turn, deepened the kiss, reversing their roles. Wait, you. Didn't you say you were afraid of being weak in that department? Luo Ning's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, adding to her allure, resembling a little enchantress. Gu Yunxiao's Adam's apple bobbed as he pulled her closer, leaning into her ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine. Whether I am weak or not, you'll find out if you try. Hey, Gu Yunxiao. Zhuke is still here. Luo Ning's feeble attempts to push him away seemed to lose their strength against his whispers, her resistance waning. With a swift gesture, Gu Yunxiao sent Zhuke, who had been obliviously focused on hatching bird eggs, flying off to an unknown corner. All done, no more birds. He carried Luo Ning into the wooden house. From a distance, their voices could still be heard. Gu Yunxiao, you're being unreasonable. You're not keeping your promises. Luo Ning's horde. That was yesterday's me. It doesn't count. Today I miss you again, Gu Yunxiao replied, unrepentant. Don't be so handsy. Where are you touching? Luo Ning struklet. Then you touch me back. I'm fine with anywhere. Gu Yunxiao's teasing left Luo Ning speechless. I told you so. You would enjoy it. My chest, my abs. Do you still like them? Gu Yunxiao chuckled lightly, his open shirt lending an air of persuasion to his words. Since the day Miss Luo revealed her fondness for seeing him in a white shirt, Mr. Gu has worn one daily, regardless of the biting cold. Luo Ning, after much internal struggle, turned her head back to gaze at Gu Yunxiao. Subconsciously, she wiped the corner of her mouth. Thankfully, no drool. Just this once and never again. Luo Ning surrendered to the allure of Mr. Gu's chiseled abs. He was undoubtedly flaunting them for her benefit. Well then, she decided to go along with it. As you command, my lady, Gu Yunxiao replied with a smile. His gentle demeanor was as fervent as a blazing fire. He always knew how to render her incapable of rational thought, ultimately leaving her devoid of reason. Outside was a frigid winter, yet within, it felt as warm as spring. At last, their vegetables were harvested just before the New Year's Eve that would arrive months later. With the aid of Mr. Gu's spatial capabilities, Luo Ning's vegetable diplomacy was executed flawlessly. Not only did their base benefit, but now various other bases could also enjoy fresh produce and celebrate the new year. Luo Ning calculated her gains, feeling immensely fortunate. The key was that the leaders of other bases now owed them a favor, benefits abound. Before the new year, Fui Chen's biological father made several calls, subtly inquiring whether he would return home with Zhao Ran for the festivities. He brushed off these inquiries. Presently, his potential girlfriend wouldn't even spare him a glance. He had no desire to go back. Had he known, he wouldn't have entered into any gentleman's agreement with her. To hell with gentlemanly conduct. He wanted to be a rogue now. Of course. Aside from earning Chun Xiaojuan's disdainful gaze, he failed to impress Chun Xiaolu in the slightest. Zhao Ran, on the other hand, was unlikely to return, for she was not even at the Anning base. The last time Gu Yunxiao delivered vegetables, she had persistently begged Luo Ning to take her to Sea City. At this moment, Zhao Ran was burning with fever, clinging tightly to Su Feng's arm, alternating between wanting to be held and needing medication. Su Feng felt that if he were an ancient emperor, he would surely earn the title of a tyrant. With a sigh, he continued to hold her securely, ensuring she wouldn't fall, while coaxing her to take her medicine. Qian Duo pulled Jiangzhen, who had been interrupted 4 times while attempting to confess, into a narrow alley and pinned him against the wall. Wouldn't, she said, tiptoeing to kiss him. A bouquet of roses fell to the ground, petals scattering everywhere. But no one had the time to attend to them. Brother Qin Chuan, if you don't hold on to me, I might fall, Gu Yunxi playfully pouted, fully aware of how to soften Qin Chuan's heart. With a resigned sigh, Qin Chuan willingly took her hand, skating on the base plaza alongside the other children. Falling occasionally was a norm, especially with Qin Chuan there to cushion her.
In the kitchen, Luo's father, Luo's mother, De Zhuang, and Chu Bufan were making dumplings to perfection. At least the latter two believed so. What the couple thought remained a mystery. The new year arrived as scheduled, ushering the old year away, along with its misfortunes, the deceased, and those transformed into zombies. All of it now in the past.
For now.
The focus was on cherishing the present company. Who could foresee what tomorrow held? Today was for revelry. The guards at the base had changed several times, and everyone was enjoying steaming hot dumplings. They all felt fortunate that zombies and mutated beasts had not disrupted their festivities. Yunxiao sensed the barrier he had established, secure and steadfast. Suddenly, he halted, pulling Luo Ning to a stop. In the distance, fireworks erupted, casting a brilliant display of colors. Everyone, curious about the commotion, wrapped themselves in blankets and ventured outside, calling friends to witness the spectacle. It turned out that the fireworks were truly magnificent. Before the apocalypse, everyone had been too busy to notice. Yunxiao, the fireworks are beautiful, and so are you, she said. Ning Ning, from now on, I will celebrate every year with you. I will show you fireworks every day, whenever you wish. Yunxiao held Luo Ning close, watching her smile at the fireworks. And he couldn't help but smile back. Chapter 154. Winter gives way to summer. Winter had ended, and everyone joyfully emerged to bask in the sun, welcoming summer. The transition from winter to summer was instant, with the glaring sunlight, having endured a harsh winter, now appearing particularly pleasant. Thanks to their diligent efforts in clearing the snow, the rapid melting had not adversely affected the Anning base. The snowmelt washed away the bloodstains and filth left by winter as zombies and beasts, as if the entire world had been cleansed. The sky was bluer, the water clearer, and the air more oxygen-rich. Why do I feel like there are no zombies or mutated beasts around? Could they have all frozen to death? But zombies shouldn't fear the cold. Luo Ning mused aloud as she led the group in search of beasts. The deep winter snow had made venturing outside perilous, often burying them. Thus, they could only go out occasionally and not stray far. Having not exercised in a while, they were eager to stretch their limbs, yet there were no signs of prey.
How could that be?
There had to be some. They would scout ahead. Yunxiao quietly retracted his hand, allowing the faint barrier to dissipate as he led Luo Ning forward to explore. Even if washed away by the flood, the zombies and beasts that had managed to rise again were met with an invisible barrier. A slip here, a collision there, and they tumbled back into the torrent. The remaining team members stayed at their designated meeting spot, assisting Fui Chen in searching for medicinal herbs. After walking a short distance, Yunxiao led Luo Ning into his space. He embraced her and began to playfully complain. Ning Ning, I feel like you're trying to trick me. You surely don't want to get married, do you? With his head resting on her shoulder, he inhaled the fragrance of her neck, feeling his restless heart settle. Am I that kind of person? I would definitely take responsibility for you. Once we return, we'll get married. Luo Ning thought, we're so familiar and close now, right? Does it even matter if we get married? Recently, with the rising temperatures, she longed to indulge in some fun, seemingly forgetting about the wedding plans. But she couldn't waver. She mustn't appear hesitant. Her gaze had to be resolute. She absolutely did not wish to avoid marriage. Since Mr. Gu was so determined to bring up the subject of marriage even while out hunting for beasts, it seemed preparation was in order. However, Ning Ning, Yunxiao suddenly recalled, you said that when spring arrives, you would marry me. But now it's only winter and summer, where's spring? The more he spoke, the more valid his reasoning seemed. No wonder the snow had melted for so long, and with the sun's warmth, everyone felt like shedding their clothes. She hadn't thought about the marriage topic. He reminisced and pondered again. Suddenly, he remembered what Luo Ning had said. When spring arrives, I'll marry you. Spring, indeed. Where was spring? This woman surely intended to shirk responsibility. Then, let us keep her locked in the space. That lock would be quite useful. Yunxiao's eyes brimmed with possessiveness, his dark gaze swirling with tempestuous storms, and his smile grew increasingly sinister. When a man goes mad, truly, no woman stands a chance. Luo Ning caught a glimpse of Yunxiao's thoughts, her lips twitching in response. Before she could react, an icy sensation gripped her wrist. Click, click, two sharp sounds echoed. Luo Ning thought back to the moment she had foolishly given him that extra lock she found later.
A self-inflicted disaster. No. I gave you that lock to trap the plot's antagonist, not to imprison me. Luo Ning protested, looking innocent and aggrieved. Yunxiao averted his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes, fearing that his resolve would waver. With just a glance from her, he felt he would capitulate. This time, the marriage had to be finalized. Otherwise, she would be confined. The constant yearning to escape, to avoid returning home, was simply unacceptable. Luo Ning truly had not intended for things to unfold this way. She had forgotten that spring was not a consideration at all. At that moment, her heartfelt promise had been a spontaneous declaration born from deep emotion. And to confine her? What audacity! The lock had once secured zombies and narratives, though the darkened plot had now become an ephemeral entity, faceless and devoid of features, on the brink of vanishing. Yet it still felt soiled. Driven by her survival instincts, she instantly donned a cheerful facade, extending her bound hands to encircle Mr. Gu's neck. Nuzzling against his slightly warm chest and playfully declaring, "Truly, upon my return from this mission, I shall marry you. I vow on my character. I did not mean it before. I was merely pent up during winter, unable to roam freely. Now that I can finally step outside, I wish to explore everywhere." It is absolutely not a matter of irresponsibility. Luo Ning genuinely believed that Mr. Gu was a man starved for affection. Yet she could not bear the thought of causing him sorrow. If he desired a semblance of formality, she would provide him with the reassurance he sought. What did Mr. Gu, with his icy demeanor, fear the most? It was the act of being coddled. After several discussions with Gu Yunxi, it had indeed proven effective. Henceforth, they would need to share more experiences together. The wildness in Mr. Gu's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a look of grievance. "Then you must keep your word," he said, awkwardly leaning closer to her and tightening his embrace. "All right. But first, you must release me," Luo Ning thought, realizing that a man who loved you might, in your presence, transform into a child. No one had ever witnessed this side of Mr. Gu. Only she had the privilege to see it. A sudden swell of pride and possessiveness surged within her. He was her Mr. Gu alone. In truth, she could unlock that confinement, but it was merely to assure him. Luo Ning gazed at Mr. Gu, noticing the two snowy, fluffy ears that emerged from his head, a sign of his emotional instability. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch them. The small, crimson beauty mark on his face appeared particularly endearing, prompting her to steal a kiss. Mr. Gu, initially grappling with his turbulent emotions, erupted under Luo Ning's teasing, pinning her down. In that instant, he transformed into a fierce tiger. The disgraced tiger retreated momentarily, only to reappear before Luo Ning, impeccably dressed after a considerable interval. After a prolonged moment of affectionate entanglement, Mr. Gu finally released her, his cheeks flushed. As they returned to their group, Gu Yunxi inquired, "Did you go scouting on the moon? You're finally back. We were delayed by an encounter with a monstrous beast. Let us head back. They've all been swept away by the flood." Ning expressed a desire to prepare for the wedding sooner. Mr. Gu replied calmly, his expression unflustered, as he maintained an air of restraint. Internally, he was eagerly anticipating Luo Ning to respond, reminding her, "Do not forget your promise. Words must be kept. Otherwise, I shall confine you in a space where only I am present." Luo Ning felt her lips twitch uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. Was it truly her? Was she in such haste to marry? She was eager, more so than she even realized. The weather was just right, not too cold, nor excessively warm, perfect for a wedding. Wouldn't you agree, Mom and Dad? With a smile and an expression filled with anticipation, she addressed her parents. "Very well. As long as you both agree." Mr. and Mrs. Luo had no objections. Their daughter's happiness was paramount. "Hello, sister-in-law," Gu Yunxi sweetly addressed her. And everyone subsequently adjusted their titles, openly referring to her as sister-in-law. Chapter 155. The Wedding. The doers are indeed decisive, leaving no room for dissent. Naturally, under the gaze of Mr. Gu, whose eyes were filled with unspoken affection, Luo Ning felt compelled to prepare. They were to be wed. The most conflicted were Mr. and Mrs. Luo. Their daughter was about to marry, which brought a sense of reluctance, but witnessing her find a good match also filled them with comfort. Mostly, joy prevailed. Even if there were tears in their eyes, they were tears of happiness.
There was much to prepare, yet they astonishingly accomplished everything within a single day. Thanks to Yunxiao. Do we need any accessories? Asked Mrs. Luo. I have plenty, Yunxiao declared, producing a lavish array of jewelry for everyone to peruse. The gowns require meticulous preparation. Several changes are necessary, and it's expected to take about half a month, Mrs. Luo remarked, but before she could finish, Yunxiao revealed an assortment of wedding dresses and attire for toasting. Speak up, young Gu. What else do we need? We want to bother you with each detail, mister. Luo observed, understanding that this was all meticulously planned and well prepared in advance. Yunxiao laid everything out, piece by piece, leaving everyone in awe. Mr. and Mrs. Luo nodded in satisfaction. Marrying off their daughter didn't seem so sorrowful after all. Brother, do you have my little dress? Yunxi pouted, gazing at Yunxiao with eager anticipation. Go ask your boyfriend, Yunxiao replied, not even sparing her a glance. Yunxi exclaimed in disbelief. He had meticulously arranged the betrothal gifts, dowry, bridal attire, and jewelry, all perfectly organized. In truth, he had been planning this for quite some time, perhaps even from the moment he began courting Miss Luo. It was possible he had started even earlier, only he knew the exact timeline. Thus, it came to pass that everything for the wedding was prepared in a single day. Mr. and Mrs. Luo, who had anticipated being busy for 3 days and nights, were left in a state of bewilderment before showering them with blessings. How fortunate she was to have encountered him. And who could argue that he was not her destined match? The loudspeakers in the base repeatedly announced the news of their wedding, inviting everyone to join the festivities and enjoy a complimentary feast. Anyone who heard it would exclaim, "How extravagant!" This was Mr. Gu's little scheme. He would not let his marriage go unnoticed. He ensured that not only the people within the base were informed, but also those from other connected bases. To this end, on the eve of his wedding, Mr. Gu traveled great distances to invite leaders and friends from various bases, bringing them all to the Yanning base. Thus, the day was filled with excitement. Hey, you little brat, you think you're clever hiding behind Sufeng? Don't think I can't catch you. You're merely a child, yet you already think of marriage? With that, the base leader attempted to grab Zhao Ran's ear, but Sufeng intervened to mediate, resulting in the reprimand falling squarely on him, much to Zhao Ran's dismay. The onlookers were merely munching on sunflower seeds, enjoying the spectacle, with Fu Yichen laughing the loudest. Then, Zhao Ran spotted an old acquaintance from L Province, the sister she hadn't seen in ages. Approaching Sufeng, she called out, "Sufeng, you little rascal. Do you not miss your sister?" Zhao Ran discreetly pulled out a long-forgotten photograph from her space and saw the serious figure of Sufeng in it. She felt as though she had missed something significant. Was it too late to make amends? "Sister, long time no see." Standing beside Sufeng, casually snacking on seeds, was none other than Chiyu from F City. Clearly, they were acquainted. Others in the vicinity were unfamiliar to Luo Ning, yet it did not hinder Mr. Gu from proudly showcasing the fact that he was no longer single. Once upon a time, Yunxiao displayed a certain youthful naivety, typically a reserved individual. He now conversed animatedly among the crowd, as if he were a fish thriving in water, entirely at ease. He was anything but out of place. Rather, in such a setting, he radiated brilliance, shining like a beacon. Luo Ning watched in awe from a distance, captivated by this version of Mr. Gu, whom she found utterly delightful. Her mother had advised against the couple meeting before their wedding the following day, so Luo Ning could only steal a few glances from upstairs. Occasionally, Yunxiao's gaze would wander in her direction, and upon realizing she was there, warmth flooded her heart, more intense than the blazing sun. As evening fell, and the guests were settled, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Her mother reiterated that she and Mr. Gu were not permitted to see each other until the wedding. Thus, Luo Ning indulged in a rare facial mask and retired early. Yet, as she lay in bed, restless and tossing and turning, she found it difficult to sleep without Mr. Gu beside her, serving as her makeshift pillow. Since slumber eluded her, she reminisced about the year they had spent getting to know one another, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly under her blanket. Fate truly is a curious thing. Once two souls are entwined, neither can escape. Suddenly, a familiar thread of spiritual energy brushed gently against her cheek, her brow, and her lips. Luo Ning froze. "Mr. Gu?" She cautiously extended her own strand of spiritual energy to intertwine with his, and at that moment of contact, their hearts trembled, their souls quivering as if touched by electricity. "Mr. Gu, is that you?" Luo Ning's spirit traveled effortlessly through walls and doors until it found Gu Yunxiao. He reclined against the headboard, one arm draped over his eyes. His white shirt unbuttoned at the collar, revealing an alluring glimpse of bronze skin and a hint of his chest muscles. Beads of sweat formed at his temple, and after a prolonged moment, he emitted a muffled sound of discomfort, retracting his own spiritual energy as if jolted. If Luo Ning was unable to sleep, then how could he? Yet, provoking her with his spiritual energy had only heightened his alertness. They both drifted to sleep late into the night. Nonetheless, the following day arrived as anticipated. Luo Ning was roused early by her parents, who treated her like a living doll, fussing over her appearance alongside her close friends. Exhausted, she couldn't resist glancing at the clock. 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Marriage wasn't akin to rushing to a market. There was no need to wake so early. A good beauty sleep was essential for radiance, was it not? Her mother insisted that for the wedding, they needed to seize auspicious timing.
Gu Yunxiao,
clad in a sharp suit, exuded vitality, exhibiting no hint of fatigue. He was undoubtedly the most handsome man of the day. Through the delicate veil atop her head, Luo Ning spotted him instantly. All others faded into a dull background, while he shimmered with an inner light, his bright eyes piercing into her world. He was her light, and she was undoubtedly his. With her gloved hand gently entwined with her father's, she walked gracefully down the aisle to the wedding march. Gu Yunxiao suppressed his eagerness, standing still in anticipation. Their eyes met, and in that gaze, it felt as though they transcended time, an eternity compressed into a fleeting moment. Finally, she reached his side, her hand enveloped in his, as if she were a treasured gem, her palms slightly damp with sweat. From this day forth, she would be his, never to be released. There was neither a pastor nor vows exchanged. He promised her, "Madame Gu, my remaining days shall be devoted to you." Thus Mr. Gu and Miss Luo were wed, both gazing into the ether. Gu Yunxiao smiled with an aloofness, his lips moving ever so slightly. What was he saying? I scrutinized closely. He murmured, "Author, I see you. Do not cause any trouble," or else the author trembled in fear, and the screen flickered, plunging into darkness. Chapter 156. Epilogue 1. Luo Ning and Gu Yunxiao. In the end, Gu Yunxiao was carried back to his room by his friends. Qin Chuan and Jiang Zhen, along with others, hoisted the inebriated Gu Yunxiao, who repeatedly called out for Ning Ning, and deposited him onto the bed before hastily fleeing. The last one even remembered to push the door shut tightly behind him, as if some monstrous flood were pursuing them. Of course, there were no beasts lurking in the room. Only Luo Ning, who had been pushed back to rest by Gu Yunxiao earlier. She observed the retreating figures of Qin Chuan and the others, her brows arching slightly. They certainly ran quite swiftly. However, one could escape a monk but not the temple. She would settle the score with each of them when their time came. Surely, they wouldn't remain bachelors for a lifetime. As for the wedding night antics, they dared not, fearing the wrath of Miss Luo. A rich aroma of alcohol wafted from the man sprawled on the bed. The moment he entered, the entire room gradually filled with the scent of liquor. To her surprise, Luo Ning found it was not as unpleasant as she had anticipated. Indeed, her perception of handsome men must be tinted by a filter, especially since this striking gentleman belonged to her. Luo Ning gazed at the motionless man on the bed, unable to suppress a bemused smile. Ultimately, she dutifully began to wash his face and hands. With a towel in hand, she wiped his face, his neck, and as her gaze drifted downward, she paused. His shirt had mysteriously come undone at several buttons, slightly revealing his bronze skin beneath. The contrast between his tan complexion and the white shirt created a striking aesthetic, exuding an untamed allure, a departure from Mr. Gu's usual meticulous demeanor. It was irresistibly tempting, making her want to reach out and touch. Although they typically shared affectionate moments, this version of Mr. Gu was both wild and obedient, incredibly enticing. After gazing for an extended period, Luo Ning swallowed hard, memories of the previous night flooding her mind, Mr. Gu in his white shirt leaning against the headboard, and the heart-pounding connection of their spiritual energies intertwining.
That enticing glimpse of his bronzed chest lingered tantalizingly close. Lost in thought, a flush crept onto her cheeks. Observing his spirit was certainly different from seeing him in person. She reached out, poking him gently, her eyes lighting up with satisfaction. After all, the impact of being there in person was far greater, especially since the tactile sensation was delightful. Madame Gu, are you satisfied?
Luo Ning muset.
Holding the towel and gazing at him, or rather, wiping his face. Suddenly, she found herself caught in the depths of his dark, soulful eyes. Satisfied. Her heart raced, unhesitatingly responding. Mr. Gu, you're awake.
What are you satisfied with?
Did you drink too much? Luo Ning's tone faltered for a moment before she regained her composure. As long as she did not acknowledge it, he could not claim she was being flirtatious. I'm not drunk. I spilled a glass of wine on myself. Otherwise they would have returned me much sooner. Yunxiao chuckled, his hand caressing the nape of her neck tenderly. So, you're not drunk. Yet you're deliberately watching me with those little movements for fun? Luo Ning tossed the towel aside, turning her face away, feigning indifference. Yunxiao gathered her into his embrace, cradling her in his lap as if she were a precious treasure. His voice rumbled softly above her. I had no intention of teasing you. I merely feared that if I opened my eyes suddenly, you would feel awkward. In truth, you could touch me openly if you wished. I wouldn't mind. His words deepened the blush on Luo Ning's cheeks as she gazed at her fluttering eyelashes. Her eyes darted about, avoiding his gaze. She was as delicate as a feather, stirring emotions within Mr. Gu. Luo Ning was still lost in the sweet nothings that Yunxiao had become increasingly adept at, not yet ready to break free. Before she could gather her thoughts, Yunxiao had already grasped the back of her head, pulling her closer until their breaths mingled, their eyes glimmering with a soft blush. Mr. Gu, my back hurts.
Luo Ning gets limet.
Let me see. Yunxiao went to check, and he was pained to see the red marks on Luo Ning's back caused by the scattered jujubes, peanuts, longans, and lotus seeds. As Luo Ning prepared to sweep these items onto the floor, Yunxiao swiftly pressed her hand down, gently gathering these things and placing them in a small box by the bedside. May you bear children early, he said, a phrase rich in auspicious meaning. We cannot let these go to waste. Losing them would render the blessing ineffective. With a smile, he once again enveloped her in his embrace, calling her name repeatedly. Ning Ning, Ning Ning.
Yunxiao, wait.
I think I hear Xiueqiu's voice. It has hatched. Luo Ning exclaimed, pushing him away as she attempted to rise. Let us go later. Ning Ning, I too feel discomfort. Want you show me some sympathy first? Yunxiao firmly pressed her back down, enclosing her in a space of solitude where nothing else existed, only him. Zhuke called out several times, and when it received no response from its master, it rubbed its head against the pristine, fluffy little creature. From now on, you shall be called Xiueqiu, my friend. You will fly with your big brother. Zhuke, feigning forgetfulness, rolled its eyes in a haughty manner. Luo Ning felt a lack of oxygen, her mind spiraling into chaos, yet her heart was filled, no longer lonely. Every sensation was of him. He was her Mr. Gu, the source of all beauty and feeling, and she cherished it deeply. As she closed her eyes, she felt Yunxiao's delicate kisses upon her brow, her eyes, her lips, and her exquisitely shaped earlobes. Yunxiao was reluctant to close his eyes. He craved the security of marriage to bind her to him, even if it held no legal weight at present. He simply wished to confirm, over and over, that he could indeed be this happy, to affirm that all of this was real. Inside, warmth enveloped them, the air infused with the essence of spring.
Outside,
the stars adorned the sky. Presently, it was not spring, yet there was her, warmer than the spring breeze, brighter than the summer sun, richer than autumn's allure, and more nourishing to his heart and eyes than winter's snow. On the day of their wedding, Yunxiao distinctly felt the narrative monster beginning to dissolve, albeit slowly. He could easily perceive the subtle changes within his space. 3 months post-marriage, Miss Luo could no longer contain her excitement, eagerly preparing to spar with the otherworldly beasts. After several months of soothing her husband's worries, she finally permitted herself to venture out.
Ah.
I, who Huan San, have returned. The realm cannot do without the tales of my sister. Luo Ning strode forth, a gust of wind at her back, accompanied by her girlfriends, ready for adventure. Yet, as she stepped outside,
A sudden churn in her stomach forced her to crouch in a corner, retching uncontrollably. Tears welled in her eyes as she turned pale. Yunxiao gently patted her back, concern etched across his features, filled with heartache.
Could it be?
Luo's mother, while sympathizing with her daughter, regarded Luo Ning's still flat belly with a knowing gaze, the twinkle of stars in her eyes barely contained. She was to become a grandmother, soon to welcome an utterly adorable, chubby little bundle. What should we name the girl? Luo's mother asked, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she observed her recovering daughter. It could be a boy, too. We need to think of names for both genders, Luo's father mused thoughtfully. In the blink of an eye, the couple had already settled on names for their future child. Luo Ning interjected, what if I merely have an upset stomach? Wouldn't you be disappointed? Yunxiao offered no comment, simply cradling Luo Ning as they returned home, awaiting their companions, Chun Xiaolu, Chun Xiaojun, and Chun Xiaolu. They were met with disappointment, once more after yet another failed attempt to venture out. Miss Luo was pregnant. Following the dual confirmation from the physician Jiang Zhen and Fui Chen, everyone finally accepted this reality. Luo Ning was indeed expecting. Ning. It's not that I don't want you to go out. I simply cannot rest easy knowing you're pregnant. Anywhere you wish to go, I can carry you. Yunxiao said, sitting by the bed, his eyes warm and tender as he gazed upon her. His smile was uncontainable. Chapter 157. Extra 2. The Twins. Bets are being placed. Bets are being placed. De Zhuang shouted like a machine devoid of emotion in the square, his voice booming. With each announcement, he struck the pot lid he had surreptitiously obtained from the cafeteria. Yes, those betting on girls to the left. And those betting on boys to the right. Right. That's correct. Chu Buffon directed the flow of bettors, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. This was all about the crystal cores. He was poised to earn a fortune. Whether bets were placed on boys or girls, as the house, he stood to gain without risk. Truly, he was a man who could thrive on his clever wits. No wonder the fortune-teller had predicted his future prosperity. Now, he was on the verge of amassing great wealth. Meanwhile, Luo Ning had been rolling her eyes at home for days, feeling a sense of unrest. She was just a step away from freedom, yet now she found herself pregnant. I want to eat some fruit, she declared, and as soon as she spoke, an array of fruits appeared before her, peeled, cut into pieces, and skewered, accompanied by someone to feed her. All she had to do was open her mouth. At first, this life of indulgence was delightful, yet it also meant she could not roam freely. However, this was her first child with Yunxiao, and she cherished and was cautious about it. Sometimes, she marveled at the wonder of it all. Within her, she carried his child. It was a profoundly mystical sensation. Yet, this did not deter her from her desire to explore. During this period, she often found herself retching, much to the distress of her family, solidifying her position as the beloved darling of the household. In truth, there was no need for excessive caution. Mr. Gu had taken care of everything she could not manage. From time to time, one could see Yunxiao carrying Luo Ning back to the base, a sight that had shifted from shock to the norm among their peers. Was this a leisurely stroll or a display of affection? Nevertheless, envious glances never ceased. After all, they had none of their own. Even a glimpse of their happiness was a comfort. Days swiftly passed in a blur, and under Yunxiao's attentive care, Luo Ning's belly began to swell noticeably. She looked down, feeling a tinge of helplessness at the sight of her toes disappearing from view. Had it not been for Jiang Zhen's insistence on encouraging pregnant women to exercise for an easier delivery, Yunxiao would have likely forbidden her from walking altogether. Her legs were almost rendered ornamental. On a winter night, everything felt normal, yet slightly extraordinary. People were bustling in and out of the home shared by Luo Ning and Yunxiao, engrossed in preparations.
Yunxiao, Dayin.
Luo Ning cried. Sweat beading on her forehead and cheeks, her hair sticking to her face in disarray, yet she lacked the strength to care. Ning imhere. I'm right here with you. Fear not, fear not. Yunxiao knelt beside the bed, clasping her hand and repeatedly kissing her palm and forehead.
Fuiken.
Where's the medicine? Is it not ready yet? I'm in agony. Yunxiao shouted towards a room just beyond a door. Devoid of the tenderness he had shown Luo Ning moments before. Almost there, almost there. Don't rush me. It takes time.
Fu Yichen replied, equally exasperated.
Having not thought of this earlier, suddenly introducing a painless medication at this moment is utterly implausible. Yunxiao, you wretched man. It is all your fault.
Sobi, Sobi.
I swear I shall never bear another child again. Luo Ning's voice, strained by the intensifying contractions, was barely a whisper. It is my fault. I am the one to blame. We shall not have any more children, I promise. Yunxiao hurriedly reassured her, echoing her sentiments. His heart aching with a desire to shoulder the burden himself, wishing to spare Ning from such torment.
Yunxiao.
How can you say we won't have any more children? Do you no longer love me or our child? You heartless scoundrel. Luo Ning's emotions spiraled out of control, the pain robbing her of rationality, her sensitivity bordering on desperation. I love you, and I cherish our child. However, had I known it would bring you such suffering, I would have preferred to forgo it altogether. Just you alone would suffice. You alone are all I need. Yunxiao gazed at Luo Ning's anguish, feeling a pain sharper than any needle. Outside, everyone awaited the arrival of their little one. But within the delivery room, prepared for Luo Ning's labor, only Yunxiao, Luo's mother, and a female obstetrician remained. Long ago, Yunxiao had traversed various bases, enduring hardships to procure this doctor. Yet, Fu Yichen had vanished for several months, leading to the agonizing delay in the production of the anesthetic. Fu Yichen handed a syringe to the female doctor and, with an air of nonchalance, departed. All right, you can start pushing soon, the doctor announced. Feeling a sense of relief, observing Mr. Gu's demeanor, she feared if his wife continued to cry, she might not survive the ordeal. Thankfully, the medication had been prepared. Luo's mother assisted the doctor, while Yunxiao gently caressed Luo Ning's cheek, attempting to soothe her. Half an hour later, a resounding cry pierced through the door, reaching the ears of those waiting outside. A boy has been born, congratulations to Mr. Gu, the doctor proclaimed, noting that Luo Ning's belly still appeared quite large. And another, a girl. The doctor beamed, delighted by the arrival of twins, a dragon and phoenix, with both mother and children safe. Such a blessing during these trying times was indeed rare. Chu Bufan, who was as concerned for Luo Ning's well-being as any father could be, stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Twins? Alas. He felt as though he had lost everything, his resources depleted. Yunxiao hardly glanced at the infants, his focus solely on the exhausted Luo Ning as he delicately arranged her disheveled hair. We shall never have any more children, Ning. No more, my dear wife. You have endured so much. Luo Ning eventually succumbed to fatigue, drifting into a peaceful slumber. At the moment of the children's birth, the chaotic narrative that had ensnared them began to dissipate, fading into nothingness. After all, with the demise of the former male lead and the original female lead thriving while raising two children with the former antagonist, the story had become riddled with inconsistencies. It was time for it to vanish entirely. Yet, Yunxiao, respecting Luo Ning's need for rest, chose to wait until she awakened to share the news. The two tiny infants grew day by day, nourished by formula as Luo Ning was unable to breastfeed. Mr. Gu insisted that it would disturb their mother's sleep, so the children were not breastfed. Despite wishing she could provide for her children, Luo Ning accepted this reality. Her offspring, nurtured by the spirit of vitality, were undeniably robust. Initially, Yunxiao was reluctant to allow the children to take their mother's surname, but Luo's parents dismissed such traditional notions as outdated. There was no need to adhere to such rigid customs. The boy was named Gu Luo, a name devoid of profundity, a reflection of Mr. Gu's apparent indifference to naming conventions. Yet, no one dared to question him. The girl was named Gu Ning, a name that unmistakably conveyed favoritism. Gu Luo bore an uncanny resemblance to Yunxiao, both in appearance and demeanor, often displaying the air of a little executive despite his youth. By the age of 5, he exhibited an aura of authority, possessing innate abilities that set him apart. Gu Ning, on the other hand, took after Luo Ning in spirit, her vivacious and lively nature evident. She was doted upon by her brother, who, despite being just a little boy himself, became her protector, albeit with a hint of shyness that manifested in the form of fluffy ears and a tail when he was bashful. Though Gu Ning lacked the comprehensive abilities of her brother, she was born with a natural affinity for fire, mirroring Luo Ning's fiery wings.
along with talents in water and lightning manipulation. In combat, she had never tasted defeat. Despite her young age of 5, her cunning intellect often left others exasperated. However, whenever trouble ensued, it was invariably her older brother who bore the brunt of the consequences. With a mutual understanding, Yunxiao chose not to dwell on their sibling antics, as long as they did not disrupt his intimate moments with Ning Ning. Yet, such tranquility was clearly a distant dream. Ning, after months of restraint, Yunxiao could no longer contain himself and embraced his warm, soft wife. Moments later, 2 cries, one high-pitched, the other lower, resounded in unison, creating a symphony that was impossible to ignore. The babies have awakened. Luo Ning chuckled in resignation. I shall check on them, Yunxiao grumbled as he rose, still harboring a hint of resentment. Upon returning from changing their diapers, he found Luo Ning peacefully asleep. Mr. Gu felt quite put upon. As if the children were demanding retribution, it seemed he would need to educate them well in the future. During the first 3 years, Yunxiao primarily cared for the children, prompting them to be quite perceptive and aware of their surroundings. With just a glance from their father, the siblings would scamper off to find their grandparents. Brother, why are we going to sleep at Grandma's again?
Didn't we just go yesterday?
Guan Ning inquired innocently. Father and mother have matters to attend to. It wouldn't be convenient for us to stay there, Luo replied with an air of understanding beyond his years. After turning 3, the siblings acquired their own rooms, as Yunxiao believed in fostering their independence. Though Luo Ning felt a pang of reluctance, she agreed upon witnessing her children's joy. Outside, Guan Ning queried her brother, Brother, did I act convincingly just now? Don't forget to give me the candy. Mother believes we truly enjoy our own space, although I will miss her. Luo shook his head, bemused. He couldn't help but wonder if all of his sister's intelligence had been transferred to him in the womb. Nonetheless, as her elder brother, he vowed to protect her. Yes, you performed splendidly. Here, take this candy. From now on, we shall sleep independently. I will always look out for you. Thus, they joyfully embarked on their journey of self-reliance. Chapter 158, Extra 3, The Love of a Genius Madman. Fui Chen was a man of exceptional intellect, a trait he exhibited from a young age, which only deepened his solitude. He grasped complex concepts swiftly, achieving in his youth what took others decades of toil. He made remarkable contributions in the field of genetic research, earning him the title of genius. However, such high intelligence often isolated him, leaving him devoid of friends or companions. He longed to relax and let his mind rest, yet sleep eluded him from childhood. The extreme nature of high intelligence often negated emotional intelligence, and his familial background offered him little opportunity to cultivate such skills. Yet there were those who recognized his worth. Had it not been for Yunxiao's discerning eye, who befriended him in his youth, appreciating his talents and gradually understanding his eccentricities, Fui Chen might have faced the same fate as all his previous employers, driven to the brink of madness, bleeding from frustration, and ultimately paying to extricate himself from their service. Fui Chen approached tasks according to his mood. If he felt discontented, he would simply refuse to work, often opting to sleep instead. Then the apocalypse arrived. He felt the air was exceptionally fresh, his smile widening, his eyes filled with a wild exuberance. This was the world humanity was meant to inhabit, authentic and devoid of pretense. There was no need for artifice, nor did he have to expend any effort contemplating how to bring about the world's end. Yet he encountered that sweet, naive girl, as pure as a blank sheet of paper. His malice and sharp tongue faltered in her presence. He could not bear to direct them towards her. The first time he saw her, she was confined within a cage while he stood outside. A charming girl, reminiscent of a delicate bunny, puffing her cheeks and gazing wide-eyed, vigilant against everyone around her. Her thoughts were so innocent that they could be easily discerned. This very purity starkly contrasted with the cold, dark iron bars that ensnared her, stirring a profound emotion within him. Those bright, clear eyes pierced directly into his heart, causing it to momentarily constrict before resuming a furious rhythm. His immediate thought was how pure her eyes were, and he longed to preserve them as a cherished artifact. Surely, they would be the most exquisite masterpiece. He displayed a benign smile, innocent and untainted. As had been the case on previous occasions, his facade could be effortlessly convincing whenever he desired. When she noticed him trapped in the neighboring enclosure, she took the initiative to engage him in conversation the moment those overseeing her left. The corners of her lips could hardly suppress a gentle upward curve, her gaze still radiating clarity. She was like a fish caught on a hook. Initially, he had intended to embrace death on his journey to City C, but whether by fate or the feebleness of the zombies, he had somehow survived until now. Perhaps the anti-zombie powder he had whimsically concocted proved effective. Who could say? Ultimately, he was captured by the wrongdoers, yet he felt no fear. Rather, he succumbed to compliance, barely concealing his inner elation. An experiment, how intriguing. He eagerly awaited dissection. No anesthesia, just the sharp blades slicing through flesh. The sound of steel meeting skin would be utterly divine. His blood surged with anticipation. Of course, he envisioned himself wielding the knife. It was not his intention to annihilate them. They had ensnared themselves after all. But what a nuisance it was. Now that he had found such an engaging toy, he suddenly no longer wished to perish. Thus, from the very first glance, a plan formed in his mind. He must survive, and so must his new plaything. He promptly revealed his identity and, as expected, secured a position at the research facility. Naturally, he had no intention of actually working. He was far too occupied with entertaining his beloved toy, coaxing her to blush and lower her gaze, far more enjoyable than taking lives. You come here, eat this. Fui Chen called to Chun Xiaolu, extending to her a delicately packaged treat. The staff nearby were left dumbfounded. Wasn't she a research subject? How was her treatment superior to theirs? They yearned for that strawberry cake too. Chun Xiaolu found herself perplexed by this madman. Their initial encounter had not been like this. Had he been swayed by the atmosphere of the place? If she were to escape, she would undoubtedly need to take him with her. He was a good person after all, and she required his assistance. Fui Chen mused that perhaps he was too merciful. His research results hardly warranted such a trivial cake. It was truly disheartening. However, the sight of his little pet savoring the cake, her lips smeared with cream, was utterly adorable. He yearned to preserve her entirely in formaldehyde. She would surely be a vision. This way, she would not depart like those who had abandoned him upon discovering his true nature. It was a splendid idea, but it would depend on her behavior. The thought alone made his blood race with excitement. Chun Xiaolu, under the weight of scrutiny from others, took delicate bites of the cake. Suddenly, a wave of emotion washed over her, and she felt an urge to cry. How delightful strawberry cake was! How wonderful it felt to be cared for! This was warmth. Aside from her brother, she had always been alone. He was still young, and her focus had solely been on him, on responsibility. Now, she was the favored one, and a strange mix of bittersweetness and tenderness filled her heart. She wanted to treat him better. She would heed his every word. Thus, through a mere slice of strawberry cake, Chun Xiaolu found herself beginning to fall. Children starved of love are often the most easily swayed by small acts of kindness. The arrival of Jiang Aigua ignited Fui Chen's fury. He had come seeking medicine, yet his gaze roamed over Chun Xiaolu with a brazen disregard. That look repulsed him to the core. I was once his lover. I am tainted, Chun Xiaolu candidly confessed to Fui Chen. He gently caressed her cheek and brow, smiling as he embraced her, who had shrunk into a corner, softly patting her back. It's all right, I do not hold it against you. However, you must promise to be obedient, understood? His voice, usually so commanding, was unexpectedly tender, though unseen by her. His smile gradually morphed into something sinister. He was furious. How dare he covet what was his and defile her? Seeking medicine, is it? Very well. He provided Jiang Aigua with the medicine to save his son, accompanied by a leisurely dose of antihypertensives, his own lifeline. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder which of the two would perish first. His curiosity piqued. He knew his departure was imminent, that the two fools would soon be exposed. But what of his little pet? She had explicitly stated her unwillingness to present herself in a state that was neither human nor ghostly before her brother. You cannot leave me, you promised. You must seek me out every day, or wait for me to find you. I will ensure you live like a normal person.
Trust me.
Fui Chen's obsessive gaze laid bare before her unrestrained. He gently pressed his forehead against hers, coaxing her to make a promise. All right, I am yours. I will not leave you, not ever. Chun Xiaolu understood that this was merely his possessiveness at play, but what of it? He was her warmth,
her salvation. How long could she survive? How long could she remain lucid? No one knew. So, she resigned herself to her heart's desire, aiming to bring him joy. On the day they left the laboratory, could the old professor accompany them? He had treated her kindly. He was a good person, Chun Xiaolu pleaded. You've gazed too long at others besides me. You mustn't be disobedient. Fu Yichen began to reveal his true, obsessive, and even violent nature as they spent time together. Yet, she felt no fear. This pleased him immensely. Ultimately, after she acquiesced to his countless unreasonable demands, he felt satisfied. Very well, remember your promise. He may live. With those words, all the arrogant assistant researchers and those who had belittled her behind her back were dead. He wiped the surgical knife clean, donned a fresh white coat, and embraced her. Little pet, do not fear me, all right? His voice carried a rare uncertainty. I am not afraid of you, Chun Xiaolu replied, her fingers clenched tightly, her movements stiff as she remained in place, allowing him to hold her. She understood she should not fear him. He was simply too straightforward, devoid of guile. He acted upon his desires. Like a child. He took what he wanted and annihilated what he disliked. He was bloody, yet his heart was pure. She knew this. After the laboratory was destroyed, he secretly led her back to the City C base. Within the base's laboratory, he practically resided there, for she was present. Come here, little pet, hold me. I cannot sleep without you by my side. Chun Xiaolu obediently approached and wrapped her arms around his lean waist. She insisted on a goodnight kiss, declaring that she couldn't sleep without it. Fu Yichen, eyes closed, playfully pouted, his eyelashes fluttering delicately. In the darkness, Chun Xiaolu's heart trembled in sync with his. With the gentleness of a feather, her lips brushed against his forehead. After a moment of silence, upon closer inspection, she realized he had tightly embraced his little pet and drifted into slumber, his breathing steady and his expression relaxed. Surely, he was having a good dream. Chapter 159, Extra 4, The Love of a Genius Madman. Mr. Fu, may I step out for a moment? Could I sneak a peek at my brother? Just once, I miss him, Chun Xiaolu timidly pleaded. Her once cherubic face had visibly thinned over the past month, revealing a sharp chin. Her frail form was swathed in loose clothing, evoking a deep sense of pity. She was uncertain if Fu Yichen would acquiesce, especially since she had previously vowed to remain by his side, never to leave. Clad in his white lab coat, which concealed her modesty, only the V-shaped neckline and her pale ankles were exposed. He had said it was for the convenience of experiments, and she had not protested, meekly declaring, I will do as you say. Professor Fu was quite satisfied. Now, observing her, Fu Yichen felt as though she were teasing him with her pitiful gaze. The delicate curve of her neck and her slender, pale ankles, each aspect made it difficult to resist the urge to transgress. All right, he said, turning his face away to avoid looking at her. Chun Xiaolu, originally intending to sacrifice her desires, blinked her innocent eyes and excitedly enveloped him in a bear hug. Fu Yichen, with a proud smirk, was unsure of his own feelings, but he certainly appeared content. On an utterly ordinary day, Yunxiao rushed to fetch medicine from Fu Yichen before leaving. Chun Xiaolu was then drawn into an afternoon nap by Mr. Fu. He was tired, and so was she. He insisted that he could not sleep without her by his side. Mr. Fu, may I ask you something?
What am I to you?
Why are you so kind to me? Chun Xiaolu inquired, nestled against him, attempting to engage in conversation. She had her own thoughts. She wanted to know if Fu Yichen would treat her differently than he did others. There aren't so many reasons. I simply feel that when I'm with you, I'm not constantly contemplating death. I can actually sleep. And also, you are my little pet. Rest assured, I will take care of you as long as you behave. Fu Yichen kept his eyes shut, nuzzling into her neck, inhaling deeply before drifting back to sleep. Chun Xiaolu remained motionless, unable to stir. So it was just like this. She realized she had perhaps become too comfortable recently. When one is idle, they tend to desire things that do not rightfully belong to them. Later, Fu Yichen departed from the Sea City base, and Chun Xiaolu followed suit. Little pet, come out to eat fish. Fu Yichen lowered his voice to avoid attracting attention. Chun Xiaolu expertly leaped from the bushes, approaching him and allowing him to hold her as he fed her grilled fish. She relished the meal, though her appetite was indifferent. Have you shown any signs of becoming a zombie lately? Fui Chen wiped his hands, then turned her neck to inspect her from various angles, checking her arms and even considering lifting her clothing to examine her back. However, she pressed her small hands against him. Don't look, I haven't had any symptoms recently. The medicine you gave me is very effective, she replied shyly, her cheeks flushed, lowering her gaze. Fui Chen had genuinely intended to check her condition, viewing the human body as a specimen devoid of any romantic notions. Yet, the changes in Chun Xiaolu's demeanor brought him delight, and he suddenly found himself reluctant to preserve her in formaldehyde as a specimen, for that would not capture her vivacity and charm. Don't stray too far. Come find me at night. I can't sleep without you, he whispered, drawing close to her neck and inhaling deeply, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Chun Xiaolu replied obediently. Fui Chen felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She was indeed a well-behaved little rabbit, and he found himself growing fonder of her by the day. However, a fierce typhoon swept her away. Awakening to find her absent sent waves of panic, suffocation, and irritation through him. If she were gone, what was the point of living? He would have to destroy the world. He maintained his usual cheeky demeanor and witty banter, but no one knew of the emptiness in his heart. He returned to the base, plagued by sleepless nights. Before her arrival, he could still manage a few hours of sleep each night, but ever since she had entered his life and brought him solace, he had become utterly unable to rest. Now he was completely insomniac. If the Buddha sent you to save me, why would you abandon me? He tinkered with something in the lab, its nature unknown to anyone, perhaps a biochemical weapon. One could only speculate. Just as he prepared to provoke the apocalypse with a tempest, his little rabbit returned. Yet, she seemed distant. Finally, one evening he seized an opportunity to coax Zhao, ran into bringing her to him. Little pet, why are you so disobedient? Why didn't you come back to me sooner? Don't you know I can't live without you? Fui Chen embraced his long-lost treasure, a madness gradually spreading in his gaze. I am merely your pet. You didn't come looking for me either. I nearly perished, but you were none the wiser. Chun Xiaolu's expression hardened, losing the previous dependence and obedience she had shown. Perhaps this was her true self. The madness in Fui Chen's eyes was replaced by shock. She nearly died? Why did it seem like she was less dependent on him? Did she no longer need him? This was unacceptable. His world crumbled in an instant. He realized he had fallen unknowingly. His greatest strength was not his intellect, but his capacity for remorse. He clutched her tightly, pleading, "Don't leave me. Without you, I will perish. I admit, I can't live without you. Please stay by my side." He suddenly felt a glimmer of understanding, gripping her waist firmly to prevent her from departing. He comprehended that if he let her go again, he would lose her forever. He reached out, exploring her cool lips, sealing them with a fervent kiss, devoid of finesse, driven solely by instinct. He did not want to hear words of rejection. He feared he might succumb to the urge to preserve her in a jar, ensuring her eternal company. Yet he preferred her vibrant, living essence. No, I cannot. I must not, he repeated to himself, determined not to extinguish her life. His kiss was passionate and possessive, laden with longing, tinged with an unfamiliar taste of blood. You're bleeding, Chun Xiaolu gasped, wanting to examine his wound. Focus, little pet. Love me a bit more, he urged, tightening his embrace around her diminutive waist. His hands growing feverish. A surge of pent-up frustration coursed through him. He merely wished to draw closer to her, to absorb her coolness. Chun Xiaolu sensed he might have forgotten that she was a half-zombie, although the medication suppressed her urges. Nonetheless, she remained drawn to blood. She longed to bite down on the artery of his neck, to feel the warm, sweet rush of blood. Such a flavor must surely be exquisite. Her lips grazed the skin of his neck, her eyes gradually suffused with a crimson glow, fierce and unambiguous. She yearned to consume him, in the most literal sense, tearing apart his flesh, sinking her teeth into him, again and again. The insatiable thirst within her clamored incessantly, urging her to succumb to darkness. Little rabbit, don't leave me, or I shall perish, Fui Chen's impassioned voice whispered in her ear. The pale, unblemished neck lay bare before her, an invitation to bite. A single bite could sever it. The warm breath against her ear sent a shiver through her. His voice grew clearer. Suddenly, she awoke, her lips lingering on his equally pale neck,
the realization hitting her like a bolt. She had almost, just almost, bitten through Fu Yichen's neck. This awareness made her want to plunge a knife into herself. Why did you stop?
I
rather enjoyed your gentle kisses. His Adam's apple bobbed as his gaze, fervent and intense, locked onto her. Fu Yichen's voice was husky, a blush gracing his overly fair face, rendering him irresistibly captivating. His amber eyes sparkled with an intriguing brilliance, as if he had discovered a wondrous new world. He did not comprehend what it meant to like someone. He only knew he wished to keep her bound to him, to gaze upon her every day, to accompany her. He did not understand love. He simply desired possession. Her embrace, her good-night kiss, they belonged solely to him. Chun Xiaolu's eyes still shimmered with a hint of red, her cheeks flushed, and her fair skin made her resemble a rabbit even more with the addition of plush ears. The mist in her eyes blurred her vision. I almost killed you. Her voice trembled, fear evident in every syllable. I am not afraid. Dying at your hands would bring me joy. Please don't leave me. His gaze, filled with ardent longing, fixated on her, brimming with anticipation for her response. All right, she replied, though tears still glistened in her eyes, her smile blossoming like sunshine. What do you mean, all right? The color drained from Fu Yichen's face in an instant, tension palpable. His heart raced with anxiety, pondering, if she were to indirectly refuse him, perhaps he would have to submerge her in a potion. But this time, you shall be my pet. You must obey me, Chun Xiaolu declared, her delicate fingers lifting his chin, her laughter exuberant and unrestrained. All right, Fu Yichen's unease swiftly transformed into eager anticipation. He unknowingly swallowed a pill, sealing her lips once more. Aren't you afraid of death?
I
might accidentally kill you. Chun Xiaolu stifled the murderous instinct she had just suppressed, resisting Mr. Fu's sudden fervor. There's medicine in my mouth, it's all right.
Just kiss me.
As Fu Yichen spoke, he covered her wide, innocent eyes with his hand, deepening the longing they had been apart from for so long. No, you are my pet? Confusion clouded Chun Xiaolu's mind as she fixated on her role. Despite struggling, Fu Yichen held her firmly, drawing her even closer. You are right, my master. Then love me a little more. Fu Yichen echoed, his voice hoarse and enticing. Chun Xiaolu's mind felt foggy, a vague sense that he had acknowledged her position. But something felt amiss. Chapter 160. Extra 5. The love of a genius madman my sister has left, Chen Xiaojun announced, holding a letter. His gaze dimming momentarily before a flicker of joy for his sister appeared. All eyes turned to him, eagerly awaiting his next words. Let me see the letter. Gu Yunxi said, taking the note from Chen Xiaojun's hands. Dear siblings, I am setting off to gather medicinal herbs alongside my girlfriend, Chun Xiaolu. After all, I am no longer single. I must find a solution to save my future wife. When we return, it will be with the antidote. I entrust our younger brother, Xiaojun, to you for a while, but I am confident in our unyielding friendship.
You need not worry about me.
Take care, my single friends. Fu Yichen and Chun Xiaolu. As Gu Yunxi finished reading, everyone felt an unmistakable stench emanating from Professor Fu, transcending time and space. Single dogs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They collectively lamented. Not far from the base, a pink SUV, even in the pre-apocalypse era, commanded attention as it bumped along the road. Mr. Fu, could you slow down a bit? Chun Xiaolu pressed her back against the seat, gripping the overhead handle, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Of course, my master. But you must call me baby, as you promised. Fu Yichen, driving with refreshing vigor, showed no signs of perspiration compared to Chun Xiaolu. He seemed to revel in the chaotic ride. Excitement radiating from him. He didn't want to die. Living was splendid. He wanted to experience things with Xiaolu that they had never tried before, like speeding. As your master, I command you to stop. Chun Xiaolu felt queasy. The impending nausea threatened to erupt at any moment. All right, my little master. The car skidded, tires screeching. Amidst the dissipating dust, the woman in the passenger seat swiftly opened the door, dashed through the haze, and crouched down, retching uncontrollably. My apologies, Xiaolu. I thought you were joking. I'll drive slower next time. Fu Yichen appeared like a child caught in mischief, his expression remorseful. If he had ears that could droop, they would surely hang low now.
He showed no disdain for her mess, patting her back and offering water. Seems we went a bit overboard. I'll be more careful next time, I swear. I promise to listen to you. He raised his hand, vowing earnestly. After rinsing her mouth and recovering, Chun Xiaolu cast a complex glance at Professor Fu, dismissing him as she climbed back into the car. Regret swelled within her. She already had a younger brother. Why did her newly acquired boyfriend seem even more childish than her actual brother? Could she return him? Fu Chen, undeterred, followed her with a cheeky grin. They ambled along, stopping at whim, dusting themselves with anti-zombie powder and ignoring the undead they encountered. In good spirits, they dispatched a few zombies as if sharpening their knives for the next challenge. Chun Xiaolu couldn't shake the feeling that their route was too haphazard. Were they not supposed to venture into the dense forest to find medicinal herbs? Now, they were seated on a Ferris wheel, watching the sunrise. Upon arriving at the desolate amusement park, Fu Chen insisted on exploring, which somehow led to the Ferris wheel actually turning. He dragged her along for a ride. Surrounded by a dim, ethereal glow, the atmosphere felt hauntingly cinematic. Yet, as they reached the apex of the Ferris wheel, they beheld a magnificent, fiery orange sun, casting a warm glow and an intimate ambience. Isn't it beautiful? Fu Chen leaned closer, his head resting on her shoulder, his voice laced with seduction, adding an unexpected allure to his words. It is beautiful. I have never stood so high to witness the sunrise. Thank you, Fu Chen. She had never allowed herself a moment of respite, toiling each day to earn a living, supporting herself and her younger brother. No one had ever shared a sunrise with her before. How beautiful it is, she mused, turning to smile radiantly. Fu Chen placed his hand gently at the nape of her neck, turning her fully towards him, and leaned down to capture her crimson lips. The tangerine sun gradually broke the horizon, its resplendent rays dispelling the mist. Their silhouettes, at the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel, were enveloped by this brilliance, reduced to mere outlines intertwined in the glow. Will you marry me? Fu Chen left her a breath of air, whispering softly, his voice husky. Chun Xiaolu buried her head in his embrace, her cheeks flushed, responding with a timid sound. He seemed invigorated, lowering his head once more to entangle with her, their foreheads brushing tenderly. With deft fingers, he slid a ring onto her fourth finger. The icy touch sent a shiver through Chun Xiaolu's heart. Yet he firmly adjusted her head, forcing her to gaze only at him. Clutching the hand that bore the ring, she refused to let go. You promised me. From now on, you will be my bride. No turning back, or else I might just have to immerse you in a container. Fu Chen, weren't we supposed to be gathering medicinal herbs? Chun Xiaolu's dwindling rationality reminded her that, despite her love for him, they must first address the pressing realities. She was a half-zombie. Isn't this an antidote? I am the remedy. Thus, you must kiss me 1,000 times every day. Fu Chen felt quite clever. Who would have thought he would consume the antidote himself? This way, Xiaolu would be inclined to kiss him more. In truth, long before departing from City C, he had already devised a potion capable of curbing the zombie virus. However, he had refrained from allowing Chun Xiaolu to consume it entirely, as he was preoccupied with thoughts of dissecting her. At that time, he believed his overwhelming fascination with Chun Xiaolu, his pet, was indicative of something unusual about her. Since he could not fathom why she captivated him, his scientific mind first proposed the notion of dissecting her. It was only as they awaited the typhoon to separate them, and upon hearing his friend's reminders, that he gradually came to realize the truth. His concern for her stemmed from love. Thus, he had always possessed the antidote. He even experimented on himself, ingesting a considerable amount of the test substance to ensure he could safely administer it to her. With a change of heart, he became even more cautious. Therefore, his blood and saliva were both antidotes. Fu Chen, you madman! Chun Xiaolu broke free from his grasp, panting. What sane person experiments on themselves? You're a fool, and I'm a madwoman. We make a perfect pair. Fu Chen shamelessly kissed her again. Focus, the antidote. He murmured softly. Then why are we here if you have the antidote? Chun Xiaolu, lacking any amusement, could only express her curiosity. To travel, of course. We must cultivate our feelings so that our future children will be intelligent and healthy. Rest assured, in a few months, you will be completely liberated from your half-zombie identity. Having as many children as you desire will be no problem, Fu Yichen boldly declared. Who would want to have children with you? Chun Xiaolu retorted. Cheeks puffed and eyes slightly reddened, her face deepening in color as Fu Yichen, the beast, oh no, Professor Fu, sought to make her blush even more. They wandered and explored, traversing various landscapes and reveling in magnificent sights. Of course, Mr. Fu remained the ardent kisser, diligently assisting the innocent bunny in her detoxification each day. He relished this endeavor. In truth, he possessed the antidote, but he chose to remain silent about it, letting it be as if it did not exist. One day, feeling exceedingly bored, Chun Xiaolu proposed they forgo the powder and engage the zombies directly. Armed with a large blade, she charged, slashing fiercely. Professor Fu, nearby, whimpered, "Xiaolu, save me." During the skirmish, he shamelessly clung to her, despite his towering stature, managing to balance on one foot and serve as a human pendant. Naturally, he took full advantage of the situation. They were thus caught in this embarrassing pose and unceremoniously whisked back by Gu Yunxiao, who had come searching for them, to prepare a painless potion for Miss Luo. Later, Chun Xiaolu inquired of Fu Yichen, "Why don't you share the antidote? It could end this apocalypse." Because this apocalypse, born of humanity's own folly, should serve as a lesson. Nature selection is a necessary phase of human evolution, one that should not be artificially interfered with. Moreover, the ingredients are difficult to gather comprehensively, hindering mass production of the antidote, Fu Yichen explained earnestly, suppressing his inner thoughts. My wife is pregnant. I hardly have time to concern myself with others. I do not wish to be a savior. I only want to be by my wife's side.
The end.
Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to support us.
Until we meet again in the next story.